Chapter 1, A chance encounter with an ex-Jiang Shijing, the scion of Rongqing, never anticipated that his casual complaint about an arranged marriage would lead to the elopement of his longtime crush, who was on the verge of becoming his wife. She vanished for 3 years, and upon their reunion, he found himself with a new flame, intending to provoke his former lover. He cornered her against the wall. Must I concede first and admit that I cannot live without you for you to forgive me? Lin Xiangwan, a childhood companion of Jiang Shijing, was once his fiancée. Even after their engagement, he remained a notorious flirt, which ultimately led Lin to abandon him on their wedding day, fleeing abroad, believing they had parted ways for good. Upon arriving at the airport, her friend called just as her phone powered on. Xiangwan, have you landed? Lin Xiangwan received the call from Wenxian moments after arriving at Rongqing Airport. Be careful, I heard Jiang Shijing is at the airport to welcome his girlfriend today. Don't run into him. Before she could finish, the atmosphere behind her suddenly buzzed with excitement. Look, it's Jiang Shijing. A luxury car pulled over, and the man emerged, instantly capturing the crowd's attention. Dressed in a black suit, his handsome features exuded an air of aloof authority, with brows like ink strokes and eyes brimming with mischief and charm. Lin Xiangwan was momentarily entranced. After 3 years apart, the man she almost married had not changed in the slightest. His assistant handed him a bouquet, which he accepted lazily, his features more striking than the flowers themselves. Ah! What? Wenxian gasped repeatedly, taking a deep breath. You might run into Jiang Shijing. Yes, he'll just step aside. Lin Xiangwan suppressed the turmoil within her and turned to leave. Someone in the crowd shouted, it seems Jiang Shijing is here to pick up by Xiren. I heard this girlfriend has been around for 3 months. My goodness, she must be stunning to stay by Jiang Shijing's side for so long. The crowd surged forward. Everyone knew that Jiang, the heir to Rongqing's economy, was notoriously flirtatious. No woman could last by his side for more than a month. The fact that someone had maintained a relationship for 3 months was sure to stir intrigue. As the throng rushed past her, Lin Xiangwan nearly stumbled. Xiangwan, it's quite noisy where you are. What's happening? Did you catch his eye? When Qian pressed, crushed against a lamppost, Lin Xiangwan managed to stabilize herself. No, just someone recognized him. She glanced at the crowd blocking her path. Feeling trapped. Running into her ex was one thing, but being forced to witness him flaunting his affection was another level of heartache. Is he showing off with his 9th girlfriend again? When Qian spat from the other end of the line. What a shameless flirt. Lin Xiangwan pursed her lips. He has always been this way, you know that. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been heartbroken enough to flee from their wedding. Shijing, a light, melodic voice rang out. A girl in a pink dress, as graceful as a butterfly, dashed forward and wrapped her arms around Jiang Shijing's waist. He affectionately ruffled her hair and presented her with the bouquet. The girl shyly bit her lip, her face flushed with happiness as she nestled against Jiang Shijing amidst the crowd's cheers. The onlookers gasped, what? I thought she would be a celestial beauty, but she's just a minor celebrity. Has Mr. Jiang's taste declined? Not really, although she isn't a classic beauty, she appears sweet and charming. Lin Xiangwan listened quietly, her beautiful eyes hidden behind sunglasses, revealing a complex emotion. Sweet and charming, those words had nothing to do with her. So Jiang Shijing preferred this type. No wonder her every effort to keep his heart had been in vain. As the crowd dispersed, she gathered her luggage. I won't keep you any longer, I need to head to the star group. When Qian quickly responded, right. You have an important battle to fight, don't concern yourself with the trivial. Lin Xiangwan felt less than reassured. Okay, I'll get in the car now. Bye. She ended the call, placed her luggage in the trunk, and settled into the back seat. The driver glanced at Lin Xiangwan. The woman was strikingly fair and beautiful, with willow-like brows and rosy lips, and even with her sunglasses obscuring much of her face, her aura exuded the elegance and charm. Reminiscent of a 90s star, surely, she must belong to one of Rongqing's prominent families. The driver's tone softened unconsciously. Miss, where to? To star group, please. Thank you, Lin Xiangwan replied, her voice smooth and melodic, accompanied by a charming smile. Wow, the driver exclaimed, star group has been rather turbulent lately. Lin Xiangwan adjusted her skirt, concealing her emotions. Yes, it is precisely because of the turbulence that I must go. As the driver accelerated past Jiang Shijing's car, Lin Xiangwan caught sight of the girl nestled against him, clutching the flowers tightly. Suddenly, the driver exclaimed, what bad luck! A flat tire. Lin Xiangwan stiffened. Of all times, why now, and why here? Jiang Shijing's car was merely a meter away. As she turned to face away from the vehicle, the window rolled down. The man's gaze flickered over to her. Chapter 2, In Need of Money. As their eyes met, Lin Xiangwan fell into the depths of his cold, enigmatic gaze. Jiang Shijing leaned back in the rear seat, embracing the girl in his arms, the bouquet of red roses blooming vibrantly between them. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on her bag. When she fled before their wedding, Jiang Shijing had instantly become the city's laughingstock. Now, facing him again, she found herself at a loss for how to confront her former fiancé. The atmosphere grew tense until the driver stepped out to inspect the tire, prompting Ziren to lean over and smile sweetly through the window.
"Hello, Sister Lin." "I'm Ziren."
Lin Xiangwan paused, her hand hovering over the door handle. "You know me." Ziren leaned back against Jiang Shijing, speaking softly. "Just now, Shijing mentioned you. He said you dated 3 years ago." "Sister Lin, you're so beautiful, seeing you makes me feel inferior." As soon as she finished, Jiang Shijing playfully tapped her nose. "Don't belittle yourself." Lin Xiangwan observed their affectionate display, her expression remaining unperturbed even after 2 years of dating and 3 years of absence. Her significance in Jiang Shijing's life appeared trivial. He seemed unwilling to acknowledge their past engagement, casually mentioning their previous relationship as if it were akin to any of his countless former lovers. "He'll be going now." Lin Xiangwan had no desire to linger and prepared to hail a taxi. Ziren eagerly poked her head out of the window. "Sister Lin, why don't Shijing and I give you a ride?"
"Where are you headed?"
What a kind and enthusiastic girl. It was no wonder Jiang Shijing adored her. Lin Xiangwan picked up her phone.
"It's no trouble, I can just call a cab. There are many people waiting for cabs, it will take a while."
"Please, hurry and get in." Ziren didn't wait for her response, playfully nudging Jiang Shijing's arm. "Shijing, please give Sister Lin a ride, she looks like she's in a hurry."
"Can you help her out?" "There's really no need, goodbye." Lin Xiangwan did not wish to witness the scene any longer and turned to leave. Moments later, a languid voice emerged from behind her.
"The announcement regarding the appointment of the chief CEO has just been made by Fanqing."
"Are you certain you want to waste time?"
Lin Xiangwan paused in surprise. The appointment was announced so swiftly, she had ultimately failed to arrive in time. "Get in the car, I shall wait for you for merely 10 seconds. Jiang Shijing fiddled with the roses in the bouquet, his expression betraying slight impatience. With a firm resolve, Lin Xiangwan decided to enter the vehicle. The driver sensed the subtle tension in the atmosphere, his posture tense as he drove. Lin Xiangwan had no intention of making anyone uncomfortable. After thanking the driver upon entering, she leaned against the car door, engrossed in her phone, striving to avoid any interaction with the 2 occupants in the back seat. Yet, Ziren was quite the chatterbox, leaning over the front seat. "Lin Jia, do you have a place to stay in Rongqing? Shijing Gu has several hotels with excellent environments, perhaps he could arrange a suite for you?" As she spoke, a faint fragrance of citrus and jasmine wafted towards Lin Xiangwan. She raised her eyebrows in astonishment. This was the very perfume she had adored, from a renowned artisanal perfumery called Fulmingia back home. She had used it throughout her youth until she changed it after going abroad. Jiang Shijing once teased her about her daily use, claiming she was practically marinated in the scent. What an uncanny coincidence. Regaining her composure, Lin Xiangwan turned her head to politely decline. "Thank you for your concern, but I have a place to stay."
Ziren playfully tapped her forehead. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwan hesitated slightly. "Home?"
The Lin family had never been her home. Jiang Shijing cast her a sidelong glance, casually draping an arm over Ziren's shoulder, his eyes brimming with affection. "Stop worrying about others, what do you want to do later?" Ziren's eyes sparkled as she spoke of food. Jiang Shijing's lips curved upwards as he picked up his phone to make a call.
"I'll have Yanjing book a restaurant. We're almost at your neighborhood, I'll pick you up at 8.
"Great, I'll be waiting for you." Ziren's eyes were bright with delight. The couple's display of affection unfolded unabashedly, oblivious to their surroundings. Lin Xiangwan listened impassively, her hands clenched tightly. Ziren was even preparing to disembark early. She would rather witness their sugary exchanges than find herself alone with Jiang Shijing. Unfortunately, within 2 minutes, the car halted at the entrance of the neighborhood. As Ziren exited, she waved at Lin Xiangwan, seemingly unbothered by her boyfriend's solitary company with Lin. Lin Xiangwan silently pondered. Such magnanimity was beyond her, which was precisely why Jiang Shijing had never loved her. With her gaze lowered, she allowed the atmosphere to sink into the most awkward silence. Suddenly, a light scoff from behind interrupted her train of thought. Lin Xiangwan instinctively turned to look. Jiang Shijing lounged back casually, his cold gaze drifting toward her, laced with mockery. In that instant, Lin Xiangwan felt as though her heart had been seized. Jiang Shijing remained silent, and thus the driver refrained from braking. Only when the car entered the garage did Lin Xiangwan grab her bag and exit swiftly. The familiar scent of pine enveloped her, causing Lin Xiangwan to stumble slightly, colliding with a warm, solid chest. Jiang Shijing instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, his voice tinged with enticing mischief. "Lin Xijuan has taken over the company. It would be futile for you to approach now. If you're truly in need of money, why not let me assist you? After all, we were nearly husband and wife once."
He raised his hand, slipping a cold bank card into the neckline of Lin Xiangwan's clothing. Chapter 3, Usurping the heir's position. The sharp edge of the dagger pressed against Lin Xiangwan's collarbone. Jiang Shijing's gaze darkened momentarily.
Yet he continued to smile with a nonchalant air. The atmosphere momentarily froze as Lin Xiangwan turned her head to glance at him.
The man, mere inches away, was brimming with mirth, unabashedly recalling the past, devoid of any trace of sadness or resentment over being jilted by his fiancée. In that moment,
Lin Xiangwan comprehended that 3 years ago, she was the only one ensnared in an illusory romance. For Jiang Shijing, she was merely an optional future wife. Her departure mattered little, for he could always seek another. I, too, do not desire to be beholden to just anyone. Lin Xiangwan's demeanor was frosty as she freed herself from the shackles around her waist and made her way towards the starry building. Jiang Shijing observed her graceful silhouette, his smile fading, with tumultuous emotions brewing in his eyes. On the top floor of the starry building, in the conference room, the grand appointment ceremony was nearing its conclusion. Dressed in a tailored suit, Lin Xiangwan sat at the head of the table, receiving the congratulations of those gathered. The parents of the Lin family displayed a smile of contentment as they gazed upon their son, brimming with youthful exuberance. The scene was perfectly animated and lively when, all of a sudden, the door was forcefully flung open with a resounding bang. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads to look, but upon seeing the newcomer, they all froze in place. The smiles on the faces of Lin's parents had completely vanished, and Lin Xiangwan abruptly stood up, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Lin Xiangwan maintained an indifferent demeanor. Her beautiful eyes briefly scanned the faces of her father and stepmother, who she had not seen in 3 years, before settling on Lin Xiangwan's increasingly displeased countenance. The fact that the company's new president had not even deemed it necessary to inform her, a 20% shareholder, suggested a blatant disregard for her position. Xiao Keqing's gaze turned frosty for a moment, but she quickly approached with a smile, grasping Lin Xiangwan's hand. Wan, you eloped and vanished for 3 years, refusing to contact your father. Everyone assumed you would never return, which is why. She sighed. Is that so? Lin Mu's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on her with a brooding intensity. Lin Xiangwan cast a casual glance at him, her lips curling into a faint smile devoid of emotion. The Lin and Jiang families had maintained a cordial relationship for generations, even after my escape from marriage. The matriarch of the Jiang family declared at a press conference the following day that there would be no pursuit of the matter. Who in the Jiang family would dare to take action against Fanqing? She slightly raised her chin, contemplating that if the Jiang family truly intended to target Fanqing, Lin Xiangwan would indeed lack the capability to intervene. It appears you have come to seize your position. Your abrupt departure once brought shame to the Lin family and renders you unworthy of the role of president. Leave immediately, or do not blame me for resorting to force. Lin Mu was instantly enraged, his eyes filled with disdain and aversion. Beside him, Xiang Keqing gently tugged at him, soothingly advising, "Let it go, the child is still young. Do not hold it against her." Xiang Keqing immediately raised her eyebrows, exclaiming, "Shijun, what are you saying?" The mother and son duo performed a perfect act, infuriating Lin Mu to the point of turning ashen. He shook off Xiang Keqing's hand, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xiangwan and declared, "Do not let me see you again, you are unworthy of holding the position of CEO." Lin Xiangwan boldly met Lin Mu's cold gaze. 3 years ago, at her grandfather's deathbed, it was she and Lin Mu who fulfilled their filial duty. In his final moments, her grandfather entrusted the company to her. However, before the burial, Lin Mu proclaimed that he would assume the role of president, while the vice president position was handed to Lin Xiangwan. Devastated by her grandfather's passing, she devoted herself to Jiang Shijing, unwilling to confront her biological father's usurpation of the company's power. Overwhelmed by this dual blow, she left the country, resolute in her indifference towards her unfeeling father. Am I unworthy? Lin Xiangwan scoffed, fixedly gazing at Lin Mu. Does the illegitimate child you fathered through infidelity truly possess the right to be the legitimate heir of the Lin family conglomerate? Chang Keqing turned pale, biting her lip tightly as she grasped Lin Xiangwan's arm, signaling him to remain still. A heavy silence enveloped the room, as the shareholders and executives regarded her with incredulous expressions. They deemed Lin Xiangwan utterly mad for publicly unveiling such a scandal. Wasn't this a slap in her father's face? Several shareholders, already discontented, felt increasingly justified in excluding Lin Xiangwan from the company. Just then, a sharp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Crack! Lin Mu struck Lin Xiangwan, causing her to stagger back several steps.
Unfilial daughter. How could I, Lin Mu, have produced such a wretch? Get out. Leave at once.
Lin Xiangwan felt a searing pain on her face, her eyes reflecting a stillness akin to a stagnant pool.
The elegance and charm that usually adorned her features were now tinged with an icy demeanor. I should rightfully be the CEO of the stars. It should be you who leaves, take your wife and illegitimate child and depart far away. Chapter 4, Revenge and Seizing Power. 1. How can you speak of your brother in such a manner?
Jiang Shijing could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward.
With a heart full of anguish, she declared.
I became pregnant while in a relationship with your father. 2 months after our separation, he married your mother. Upon witnessing his new family, I chose to quietly raise your brother, never once disturbing your mother. Even if your father brought your brother into the Lin household at the age of 10, he is not an illegitimate child of the Lin family. We have no guilt towards you or your mother.
You continuously label him as such. Have I not cared for you all these years? What wrong have I done to you?
Upon finishing her words, she covered her eyes with a handkerchief and wept openly.
I have endured you for long enough.
Lin Xiangwan, feeling a mix of pity and urgency for his mother,
rushed forward, intent on striking Lin Xiangwan. Others hurriedly intervened, while Lin Mu tenderly embraced Jiang Shijing, as the scene erupted into chaos.
Lin Xiangwan maintained a consistently indifferent expression as she picked up the teacup and weighed it in her hand.
The purple clay cup, long cherished by Lin Mu, possessed a weighty presence.
Subsequently, she raised it and brought it crashing down upon the floor.
Silence!
She bellowed, and the meeting room fell into a profound hush. Lin Xiangwan surveyed her surroundings, feeling a profound sense of absurdity. This was the family into which she was born. After her mother's demise, everyone harbored ulterior motives. Her father's indifference, her stepmother's theatrics, and her half-brother's animosity towards her rendered her a stranger in her own home.
In Rong City,
where could she possibly find solace? Lin Xiangwan took out a file from her bag and laid it open before the shareholders. The 3 members of the Lin family stood in stunned silence.
A will? How could they be unaware of such a thing?
Jiang Shijing hastily wiped away her tears and squeezed her way among the shareholders.
The document, in stark black and white, bore the unmistakable handwriting of the venerable Lin Songqiao.
It contained only a few lines. The sole heir to the power of the starry sky shall be my granddaughter, Lin Xiangwan.
Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope my old friends will lend their support, for the position of CEO must not be relinquished.
Someone lifted the will, their eyes glistening with tears.
This was indeed the handwriting of the old gentleman.
It was his personal letter.
Impossible. How could grandfather have entrusted the will to Lin Xiangwan without first presenting it to them?
Uncles, do not believe this, it must be a forgery concocted by Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan vehemently retorted, utterly flustered. They had exerted tremendous effort to expel Lin Xiangwan from the starry sky, and they could not allow their hard-won achievements to be in vain. Among them, Zhong Jia held the highest status among the shareholders, having been saved by Mr. Lin. He vowed to follow him loyally for 50 years, earning even Lin Mu's respectful address as elder brother.
Lin Xiangwan glanced at him again. Uncle Zhong, what do you think? After a moment of contemplation amidst the multitude of gazes, Zhong Jia finally spoke. Indeed, this is the late gentleman's own handwriting. Therefore, in accordance with the will, let Xiangwan be the heir. Brother Zhong!
Lin Mu exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was a matter of great significance for the future of the stars. Lin Xiangwan hung his head, tightly clenching his fists, his entire being exuding a sense of unwillingness.
Zhong Jia glanced at the father and son duo,
his gaze filled with complexity. Lin Xiangwan, a promising young talent, possesses a superior acumen for managing the company compared to his father.
In truth,
he is more than willing to entrust the business to this child. However, beyond this, he places greater significance on the obligations imparted by his benefactor. Regardless of Lin Xiangwan's capriciousness or incompetence, and irrespective of the seemingly bleak prospects of placing the company in the hands of a wealthy heiress who has fled from marriage, he feels compelled to proceed with this course of action. Xiangwan, we can appoint you as the CEO, but your brother must assume the position of vice president,
collaborating with you in the management of the company. This is our utmost concession and consideration for the future of the business. You have no objections, do you? Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath.
Jiang Shijing and Lin Mu gazed intently at Lin Xiangwan, no longer exhibiting the previous signs of anxiety and urgency.
The vice president, wielding considerable power, would inevitably dismiss Lin Xiangwan, the incompetent one, and ascend to become the authority of the stars.
Under the watchful eyes of all, Lin Xiangwan smiled charmingly, her lips curving delicately. Such a useless individual is no longer needed, either be demoted to the head of the publicity department or seek a more advantageous position elsewhere. Zhong Jia slowly furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Lin Xiangwan trembled with rage, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiangwan.
I am a worthless being, but what are you?
Throughout your life, you have known nothing but indulgence and revelry, or perhaps merely chasing after Jiang Shijing. Your elopement caused a rift between the Jiang and Lin families that remains to this day.
Had grandfather been alive, he would never have permitted you to be the heir. Indeed.
Lin Xiangwan settled down, resting her chin in contemplation. My dear aunt, she has encouraged me to indulge in pleasures since childhood. Upon discovering my secret affection for Jiang Shijing, she remarked that I would inevitably marry one day, rendering the pursuit of business knowledge unnecessary.
Pray tell. Who truly wishes to prevent me from becoming the heir?
Zhong Jia furrowed his brow slightly, turning to seek clarification from Jiang Shijing with his gaze. After a few moments of hesitation, Jiang Shijing stammered, well, it's because I care for you, as a girl, I do not wish for you to bear such burdens.
How could you misinterpret my genuine concern? Let us then discuss your so-called goodwill and the grandiloquent justifications that accompany it.
Lin Xiangwan took out a stack of papers from her bag and spread them across the table. The pages were filled with bank statements and various expenditures. You claim to raise your son without ever troubling my mother, yet since the engagement between Lin Mu and my mother,
you have been spending his money to support your pregnancy.
After the birth of your child, over the course of 10 years, you have met countless times, celebrated birthdays, dined in romantic restaurants, and even taken the child to various amusement parks together. Aunt Chang, this is utterly shameless, if your son is not a love child.
Then what is he? HM?
Lin Xiangwan tilted her head slightly, her fingertip resting upon a chat record between Jiang Shijing and Lin Mu.
Zhong Jia leaned in to take a look.
In the conversation, Jiang Shijing lamented Lin Mu's inability to bestow upon their son a legitimate identity,
lamenting the misfortune of their child being branded as an illegitimate offspring.
Yet, only moments ago, Jiang Shijing had wept and vehemently asserted that she was not a mistress, claiming that she had never wronged Lin Xiangwan. The flush of embarrassment on Jiang Shijing's face oscillated between red and pale, at this moment. She longed for a crevice in the earth to swallow her whole. Lin Xiangwan felt embarrassed, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter a phrase, now that all the uncles have aged, who besides me can uphold the entire constellation? With my presence.
Is there still a need for you to support it?
Lin Xiangwan let out a light scoff, producing another betting agreement from her bag. Her bag was filled to the brim with documents pertaining to settling accounts with this family.
With the extraction of this betting agreement, she finally cleared it out. Within 6 months, I shall increase the yield of Fanqing by 10 percentage points.
If I fail to do so, the position of president shall be yours. And I shall relinquish my shares as well. Chapter 5, occasionally indulging in old tastes is quite pleasurable. An eerie silence enveloped the conference room.
Some hesitated to speak,
while others wore expressions of derision, and a few even chuckled aloud.
Zhong Jia furrowed his brow and inquired, Miss, do you comprehend the implications of enhancing the yield by 10 percentage points?
Lin Xiangwan crossed his arms, nearly bursting into laughter. The stars had risen from the supply chain. And after you offended the Jiang family by fleeing from marriage, they did not openly express their sentiments, yet behind the scenes, they distanced themselves from the Lin family. No new clients dared to collaborate with us. It took me half a year to develop merely 2 clients and secure 3 orders.
He approached Lin Xiangwan,
observing her swollen face, and chuckled, you need at least half a year to acquire a minimum of 5 clients to raise the profit margin by 10 percentage points.
As someone who openly offended the Jiang family and fled from marriage, who would trust you enough to partner with you?
There were no dissenting voices on this matter. Lin Xiangwan's words are undeniably harsh and ruthless, yet they embody the truth. Lin Xiangwan left for 3 years, and after her departure, her reputation suffered due to her elopement.
Coupled with the general consensus that she had offended Jiang Shijing, which made others hesitant to collaborate with her.
The fiancé you once overlooked has now ascended to become a leading figure in the business realm of Rongqing, engaging with executives from companies of considerable stature.
Who would dare to offend him by associating with you? I ask you, who would be foolish enough to invite such peril upon themselves? Lin Xiangwan raised an eyebrow, the smile on his face deepening. The incapable Ado, even after attaining the position of president, would be unable to maintain it. The previous tension had proven to be merely his overthinking. Lin Xiangwan remained expressionless, her brow unfurrowing at Lin Xijuan's words. Lin Mu clasped his hands behind his back, a flicker of emotion crossing his face, for these words struck a chord deep within him. He had not adhered to his late father's wishes. Although he had never regretted it, an uncomfortable feeling lingered in his heart, as if his father's spirit were watching him intently from the heavens. Night after night, he found himself haunted by dreams where his father would question him. Thus, he decided to appoint Lin Xiangwan as the president for a duration of 6 months. If she failed to fulfill the terms of the agreement and departed from the company thereafter, it would not be a complete disregard of his father's last wishes. The trio exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately resolved to proceed with this plan. Lin Xiangwan picked up her bag and proceeded directly to the president's office. Lin Xijuan is currently serving in his position, and the president's office is already filled with his belongings. No one anticipated that today would witness the emergence of her, this unexpected hero. Lin Xiangwan cast her gaze upon a photo frame resting on the table. The picture depicted a family of 3, all adorned in designer attire. Standing by the seaside, their smiles radiant as they faced the camera. After staring for a while, she let out a soft scoff and raised her hand to sweep the frame along with everything else on the table to the floor. Lin Xijuan rushed in, instantly filled with fury. Lin Xiangwan, what are you doing? Lin Xiangwan turned around. Not becoming the CEO must be quite distressing, but what lies ahead is even more unbearable. She raised her foot and stepped on the picture frame on the ground, pressing down forcefully with the tip of her high heel. With a sharp crack, the glass within the frame shattered instantly. I will take 6 months to drive you away, Lin Xijuan. You will forever remain the unworthy son of a mistress. This company, which my mother invested her entire dowry in, is not a place for you. When Lin Xiangwan departed from the company, she declined the offer from Linda, who was originally to be the president's secretary, and requested Uncle Zhong to send someone capable to assist her. The sun blazed overhead when she arrived, but by the time she left, dark clouds had obscured the sky. A chill enveloped Lin Xiangwan as she picked up her phone to call Wen Qian. Upon their meeting, Wen Qian provided Lin Xiangwan with medication, unleashing a torrent of vitriol directed at Lin's family. When will that mistress and her son be struck by lightning? And your father, who is fully aware that your mother salvaged the company with her entire dowry during its dire straits, even your grandfather harbors gratitude, yet he, with a clear conscience, bequeaths the company to his illegitimate son. How despicable. Wen Qian's tirade left her throat parched, and it took 3 glasses of water for her to recover. Lin Xiangwan gently rubbed her back, maintaining her composure and strength under the vast expanse of stars. Yet she found herself easily moved to tears in front of her close friend, her cheeks feeling acutely painful. Qianqian, I need you to help me contact someone. As a new official takes office, there is a pressing need for her to secure a deal swiftly in order to stabilize the hearts of the people. Although she is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, others only extend their respect to Lin Mu, while they tend to avoid her. This time, she must leverage the connections of the Wen family. After hearing this, Wen Qianqian displayed a peculiar expression, the illustrious president of Dingsheng? Have you not inquired about Dingsheng's situation? Lin Xiangwan acknowledged with a sound, fully aware of what was to be said. The esteemed CEO of Dingsheng, Zhou Yan, is indeed the cousin of Jiang Shijing. Indeed, Jiang Shijing is the principal investor in Dingsheng. When you caused him to lose face, his maternal family also suffered embarrassment. Should you seek collaboration with Zhou Yan, I could assist in arranging an appointment, yet I must caution you that he is unlikely to greet you warmly. Wen Qian expressed concern for Lin Xiangwan. Were it not for the formidable challenge posed by this high-stakes agreement, the Lin family would not so readily relinquish their hold. This agreement is virtually impossible to fulfill, especially with the formidable Jiang Shijing looming over Lin Xiangwan like a tempest that could shake the very foundations of Rongqing. Lin Xiangwan was determined this time.
She cradled the freshly brewed de hong pao tea, pondering who in this city would grant her a kind countenance.
How could she ascertain success without a trial? Moreover, if she secured a deal with Dingsheng, wouldn't that further showcase her capabilities to Uncle Zhong and the others? Wen Qian was persuaded and rose to call home. In the Dingsheng executive office, Zhou Yan waved at the man lounging on the sofa. Jing. Come quickly and sample my exquisite peony tea. I'm tired of that. Do you have de hong pao?
Jiang Shijing stretched leisurely, his white shirt casually unbuttoned at the collar.
Despite its simplicity, he imbued the attire with an air of reckless charm. Zhou Yan hesitated momentarily while pouring the tea and inquired. Didn't you stop drinking de hong pao long ago? Jiang Shijing chuckled lightly. Occasionally revisiting old flavors isn't so bad.
No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock at the office door.
The secretary entered. First glancing at the Buddha-like figure on the sofa before clearing her throat, President Zhou, the president of Fanqing Group, has made an appointment to discuss collaboration. Recently, Lin, the president of Fanqing, had stepped down, passing the position to his son, hadn't he?
Zhou Yan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shijing, who merely smiled with no discernible reaction to the Lin family.
Put. Zhou Yan sputtered tea. Chapter 6, Miss Lin's character is dubious. Zhou Yan was taken aback, stammering a trio of questions.
Jiang Shijing remained unfazed, his voice low and calm. She really succeeded.
What are you saying?
Jiang Shijing maintained his nonchalant, roguish demeanor.
Grinning as he quipped, I haven't seen my girlfriend for several days. Is it wrong to pick her up from the airport? You keep weaving your tales.
I know you haven't truly let go all these years. Zhou Yan rolled his eyes, continuing to mutter under his breath, back then, when she ran away from the wedding.
You. Cousin. Jiang Shijing's tone darkened. Zhou Yan realized his faux pas and sighed.
The man before him lowered his gaze, concealing all emotions, making it impossible to decipher his thoughts. Over the years, he had never grasped this cousin's true feelings, whether in love or not. Jiang Shijing could feign deep affection in front of women, crafting himself into a perfect boyfriend whom they found utterly irresistible, even believing the breakup was their fault. But after Lin Xiangwan departed, he witnessed for the first time the flesh-and-blood reality beneath Jiang Shijing's facade. The secretary, astutely sensing Jiang Shijing's discontent, cautiously asked, So?
Will President Zhou still meet with him? Yes, will we still meet? Zhou Yan's gaze was pointed as he looked at Jiang Shijing.
Jiang Shijing rose, adopting a serious demeanor.
It's merely a meeting, can't you make that decision? The secretary paused, watching the man exit the office, still perplexed by his intent. President Zhou, will we meet or not? Zhou Yan sighed in exasperation. Let Lin Xiangwan come.
In the reception room, Lin Xiangwan was summoned to the door by her secretary, taking a deep breath. She was uncertain of the Zhou family's perspective on her elopement from years past, yet it was likely that their attitude towards her would not be particularly favorable. It seemed they were only willing to meet her out of respect for the Wen family. As she stepped inside, she braced herself for the inevitable mockery and scorn. Lin Xiangwan steadied herself and knocked before entering. In the reception room sat two men, one clad in a black suit and the other in a white shirt, both facing away from her. Yet, even from just the silhouette, Lin Xiangwan could recognize the man in the white shirt. It felt as though her heart had been pierced, a subtle yet pervasive ache coursing through her. Lin Xiangwan suddenly pressed her lips together, pausing for a few seconds before approaching with a smile. Hello, Mr. Zhou.
She feigned ignorance of Jiang Shijing's presence and extended her hand to Zhou Yan. Though Zhou Yan had encountered her 3 years prior, he found himself momentarily taken aback.
In the span of those years, Lin Xiangwan had become even more exquisite, exuding a captivating allure that was markedly more pronounced than before.
Clad in a formal suit dress,
her hair slightly curled, she transformed what would typically be an ordinary work outfit into something imbued with elegance. It was no wonder that her cousin.
Zhou Yan's thoughts drifted, only to be abruptly interrupted as his toe was unexpectedly nudged. Please, have a seat.
Lin Xiangwan's hand lingered in the air for half a second before she composed herself and turned to take a seat.
Unable to resist,
she cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shijing. He appeared oblivious to her presence, engrossed in his phone, the incessant notification chimes indicating he was engaged in conversation.
Miss Lin. Or should I say, President Lin, I must say I am quite surprised that the newly appointed CEO of Fanqing is you, Zhou Yan remarked, lounging with an air of mockery. Lin Xiangwan smiled faintly. I shall take your words as a congratulation on my appointment, President Zhou. The purpose of my visit today is to explore a potential collaboration with Dingshang. I wonder if you might be interested in our newly developed factory. Here is the introduction of the factory.
She presented a document with both hands.
Zhou Yan did not take it. Instead, he glanced at the file and replied, I am quite an accommodating person.
Generally, I do not refuse collaboration proposals that seem suitable.
Lin Xiangwan inquired, Mr. Zhou, does this imply that we can collaborate? She found it hard to believe that the other party would act so hastily, yet she still harbored a glimmer of hope. The advanced technology of the new factory at Fanqing was indeed at the forefront of the ever-evolving smart industry.
She was confident that the strength of her company could impress Zhou Yan.
However, Zhou Yan merely smiled, resting his hands on the sofa.
There is no rush, Ms. Lin.
I have yet to finish my thoughts.
While there are no substantial barriers to our collaboration, I place great importance on the character of my partners.
Lin Xiangwan's body stiffened.
Zhou Yan continued to smile, remarking that 3 years ago, President Lin unilaterally annulled their engagement and flew abroad, leaving no trace for 3 long years, resulting in a chaotic aftermath. It was evident that his character was questionable. Meanwhile, Jiang Shijing, who had been engrossed in his phone, finally looked up.
His dark eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan felt an immediate discomfort. Her hands, which were crossed over her knees, gradually tightened. The words spoken were laden with irony, imbued with a sense of sarcasm. Lin Xiangwan bit her lip in discomfort, her heartstrings taut with tension.
Jiang Shijing remained composed,
his gaze piercing through her like a blade. Under such scrutinizing eyes, she felt utterly trapped, rigidly seated on the sofa, akin to an accused on a cold bench of judgment.
The atmosphere thickened, the room enveloped in an eerie silence. As for the breach of contract fee, it could be set aside, instead. Zhou Yan shifted his position, reclining on the sofa with a curious glint in his eyes. Would you care to elucidate why you fled from the wedding all those years ago?
Lin Xiangwan curled her lips in self-mockery. She finally comprehended that Zhou Yan's interest in her was not out of regard for the Wen family, but rather a desire to seek justice for his cousin and demand an explanation. To anyone observing, it was evident that 3 years ago, she, Lin Xiangwan, had acted rather poorly, abandoning everything just before the wedding. Jiang Shijing clicked his tongue, his tone flippant. Miss Lin, there's no need for you to feign victimhood.
If you prefer not to divulge, you may leave at any moment.
My cousin is merely curious. Your reasons for leaving back then hold no intrigue for me.
Zhou Yan's lips twitched as he cast several glances at him.
Lin Xiangwan felt a sharp pain in her heart as she locked eyes with Jiang Shijing. She too wished to escape, to avoid the revival of past grievances. Yet, securing the lucrative contract was imperative to demonstrate to potential collaborators that even the Zhou family,
related to the Jiang family, was willing to embrace cooperation. The notion that they would refrain from offending Jiang Shijing was utterly preposterous.
Without such a triumphant beginning, her subsequent plans would face considerable difficulty. She gazed at the nonchalant man before her, yet addressed another.
Mr. Zhou, if I provide an explanation, might there be an opportunity for collaboration? Of course, Zhou Yan replied, resting his chin on his hand, savoring the moment. I do enjoy hearing such gossip. Chapter 7, The Truth of Unrequited Love. Zhou Yan's casual inquiry left Lin Xiangwan unable to respond in kind.
She recalled that merely 2 days prior to purchasing her flight ticket, she had invited Wen Xian to try on wedding dresses, dreaming of a future with Jiang Shijing. Even though, by that time, Jiang Shijing had already been spotted dining frequently with other women. She naively believed these were merely impulsive actions stemming from a temporary fear of commitment. After all, the affection Jiang Shijing had shown her was apparent to all, and she herself had unwavering faith in it. It was only when she inadvertently learned the truth about Lin Mu marrying her mother that she sought solace in a bar with Jiang Shijing, overhearing his conversation with friends. With a casual tone, she stated, I've fallen out of love, I no longer wish to marry but cannot explain this to either family, leading me to leave impulsively.
Zhou Yan had not anticipated such an explanation after waiting for so long.
He regarded Lin Xiangwan with a cool demeanor, his gaze growing increasingly unfriendly. Jiang Shijing tightened his grip on his phone, raising an eyebrow, a faint, indifferent smile tugging at his lips.
Oh, so it is a matter of falling out of love," he remarked, patting Zhou Yan on the shoulder in jest.
"Cousin, while it may be acceptable for the family to scold me, you mustn't assert that I enjoy changing girlfriends."
"Miss Lin has also changed her mind, has she not? It is but human nature." Jiang Shijing's laughter was carefree.
Imbued with a roguish charm that would entice any woman to seek a complicated entanglement with him, even if she were fully aware of the likely unfavorable outcome. Lin Xiangwan had previously been oblivious to the true nature of the man before her, but it was that very night that revealed his essence, liberating her from her torment. She donned a professional smile, stating, "I have provided my explanation and hope that Mr. Zhou will honor his commitment and collaborate with me."
Zhou Yan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of frustration.
He found it exceedingly difficult to work with such a casual and irresponsible woman.
Just as he was about to decline, Jiang Shijing suddenly interjected.
"I heard that you scolded little you again yesterday until she cried."
Zhou Yan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Why bring that up now?
It was perfectly reasonable for someone who had only been in the job for 3 months to struggle with performance, especially after being reprimanded. She had come to me in tears, and it pained me greatly.
Couldn't you be a bit gentler?
Jiang Shijing placed a hand on Zhou Yan's shoulder and,
with a sigh, rose to leave.
"I shall take my leave, you may continue your discussion at your own pace." Lin Xiangwan lowered her gaze, displaying no discernible expression. She remained ever so composed. Truly, she was deserving of her reputation as Jiang Shijing. The secretary beside her appeared utterly bewildered, exchanging glances with Zhou Yan.
Was this little sister Yu the same Su Xiaoyu she was acquainted with?
Su Xiaoyu had been with the company for 2 years, yet just the day before, she had quarreled with a colleague and, upon being reprimanded by President Zhou, had received her due punishment. As she pondered this perplexity, the individual in question had already departed. Zhou Yan exhaled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xiangwan before rising to her feet as well.
Lin Xiangwan, feeling somewhat anxious, stood up and said, "Mr. Zhou, you just mentioned."
She intended to request the document be left behind, assuring that she would review it and subsequently have the project team evaluate it before forwarding a cooperation contract to him.
However, Zhou Yan interrupted her and strode away. The secretary, taken aback, hurriedly followed in his wake.
As soon as the door to the meeting room closed, she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang truly has no standards. That Su Xiaoyu has a face full of blemishes.
Yet, he seems to be quite sympathetic towards her.
Moreover, Su Xiaoyu and Mr. Jiang have no prior connections. How dare she run to Jiang's group to weep?"
Zhou Yan cast her a hopeless glance, exuding exasperation. "How did I end up with such a dim-witted secretary like you?
Go fetch Su Xiaoyu to handle the contract for Fanqing." The secretary, feeling wronged, paused, still unable to comprehend which of her words had gone astray. Lin Xiangwan left Dingshang, and it was only after exiting the company that she felt a sense of reality. She had truly secured the collaboration. After signing the contract with Dingshang, she believed that the shareholders would revise their impression of her. Lin Xiangwan inadvertently revealed a hint of a smile. Yet fate was unkind, the already gloomy sky suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rain descended with astonishing swiftness, striking her face with a stinging intensity. Lin Xiangwan took a step back, her heart racing in trepidation. The car window rolled down, revealing Jiang Shijing.
"Get in the car."
Lin Xiangwan firmly declined, "No, thank you." She wished to leave, but Jiang Shijing calmly stated,
"You may choose to join us or opt to terminate the collaboration with Dingshang."
His words pinned Lin Xiangwan in place. Jiang Shijing always possessed such formidable power.
His casual remarks could put her in an exceedingly difficult position.
Lin Xiangwan, compelled by circumstance, circled to the side of the vehicle to open the door. As she settled into the seat, it dawned on her with sudden clarity that she had instinctively taken her place in the passenger seat. Memories of Jiang Shijing picking her up for their dates flooded her mind. The passenger seat had always been adorned with a bouquet of jasmine, awaiting her arrival to indulge in the fragrance of the flowers in her designated spot. Lin Xiangwan hardly contemplated before attempting to open the car door to switch to the back seat. However, Jiang Shijing reached out and, with a decisive click, locked the door.
Accelerating away,
Lin Xiangwan nearly collided with the car window, unable to suppress a flicker of annoyance. "I do not require your escort."
Must you resort to threats over our collaboration?
Jiang Shijing leaned back, his fingertips lightly drumming on the steering wheel.
Am I to believe you are just now realizing that I am accustomed to doing as I please? Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow.
He was not angered, instead, he smiled. After 3 years apart, you remain as sharp-tongued as ever, not a bit changed. Lin Xiangwan remained silent, her heart filled with chagrin. How could she have lost her composure in front of Jiang Shijing? Indeed, throughout her life, only Jiang Shijing had the power to evoke her other side, shattering the facade of calm detachment she maintained before others. Lin Xiangwan let out a light scoff, expressing her disbelief in his goodwill. She had never truly understood Jiang Shijing's thoughts or motives. 3 years ago, she believed she had glimpsed his genuine feelings, yet reality dealt her a crushing blow. She assumed Jiang Shijing had a clear sense of right and wrong, that his aristocratic temperament would lead him to despise her after her elopement, and that he would refuse to acknowledge her.
However, he remained unfazed, even taking on the role of her chauffeur with apparent ease.
Please let me off at the restaurant ahead, Lin Xiangwan insisted, unable to linger any longer.
I'm hungry and need to grab a bite. Jiang Shijing,
as though he had not heard her, pressed the accelerator, speeding past the restaurant.
Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath. Jiang Shijing, you have gone too far. What exactly do you intend to do?
As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Shijing abruptly slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road.
He grasped Lin Xiangwan's chin, his eyes blazing with anger. You dare to utter the words too far? When you fled from the wedding, did you not consider how excessive your actions were? Before Lin Xiangwan could respond,
Jiang Shijing forcefully sealed her lips with his own. Chapter 8, a sense of urgency is necessary. Lin Xiangwan's body stiffened as she began to struggle. Sensing her resistance, Jiang Shijing let out a mocking smile and released his grip on the back of her head. Lin Xiangwan pressed her back against the car window, the chill causing her to shiver slightly, while the man's heated breath occasionally wafted across her face. She furrowed her brow in discomfort and bit her lip, coldly uttering, "Let go of me." No sooner had the words left her lips than tears glistened in her eyes. She could not contain her emotions. An inexplicable urge to cry surged within her, stemming from his frivolous and disrespectful demeanor, as well as the multitude of grievances weighing on her heart. Jiang Shijing was evidently still affected by the events of 3 years prior. Their wedding, a grand affair that had almost declared itself to the world,
was monumental in its extravagance. Later, she learned from Wen Qian that until the ceremony commenced, both families had been searching for her whereabouts.
Jiang Shijing stood on stage under the blazing sun for 2 hours, only to leave the venue upon being informed that she had gone abroad. Such an experience was indeed difficult to forget. Yet, it is hard to delineate who owes whom, or who has been more egregious. Even though she had suffered betrayal and departed without a word, all she received in return was Jiang Shijing's lingering concern.
Nothing more. Are you still crying?
Jiang Shijing released Lin Xiangwan and lazily leaned back in the driver's seat, the alluring contours of his collarbone barely visible.
I thought Miss Lin was devoid of sentiment. Enough.
Lin Xiangwan's body stiffened. After steadying her emotions, she turned to look at him. You have a succession of girlfriends, and many are eager to marry you. You have long since changed your heart.
Why do you linger on someone from your past?
She pushed open the car door and stepped out.
Behind her, a window rolled down. Jiang Shijing's eyes sparkled with a smile.
I am not lingering, I am holding a grudge, Lin Xiangwan. This debt, I shall settle with you slowly. Lin Xiangwan paused her steps, suppressing her anger, yet ultimately could not resist turning around. Instead of fixating on others, perhaps she should reflect on her own actions.
Jiang Shijing, do you truly consider yourself a man?
Jiang Shijing merely watched her silhouette fade away, lost in contemplation.
That evening, Lin Xiangwan lay in the recently rented apartment, tossing and turning. Gripping her phone tightly, she checked her work emails once more. Moments ago,
a staff member from Dingsheng had contacted her to discuss a collaboration scheduled for the following afternoon at 3 o'clock. While the prospect of success eased her mind, it did not bring her joy. Her thoughts lingered on Jiang Shijing's words. He mentioned that they would settle the score gradually, indicating a reluctance to part amicably. Yet during his time at Dingsheng, he did not obstruct Zhou Yan from collaborating with her.
She found herself perplexed by this man's next move.
The unpredictable nature of the situation was precisely what she feared most. Lin Xiangwan let out a soft sigh, closing her eyes to compel herself to rest.
As the night deepened, she slipped into slumber, albeit not peacefully.
I do not harbor feelings for Lin Xiangwan. Were it not for my grandmother's pressing desire for grandchildren at her advanced age, I would not have wed her. In that private room, Jiang Shijing was surrounded by admirers, a detached smile playing upon his lips. Opposite him, Lin Xijuan wore a beaming smile, his eyes brimming with pride. Upon awakening, Lin Xiangwan found herself drenched in sweat. The dawn had yet to break outside as she sat up, striving to calm her turbulent emotions. It took her a full 10 minutes to disentangle herself from the despair of her dreams. After a refreshing shower, Lin Xiangwan made her way to the bustling star venue. Once the assistant sent by Zhong Jia arrived, she instructed him to gather all available staff from the project department for a meeting.
However,
the meeting room remained closed for an entire hour.
Lin Xijuan dispatched someone to serve tea and water, yet was unable to glean any information. Restless,
he resolved to investigate personally.
To his surprise, upon arrival, the crowd emerged from within.
Lin Xiangwan remained behind, leisurely perusing the documents.
Upon hearing footsteps,
she did not lift her head.
The Vice President Lin had sent someone over 3 times. Was there a matter at hand?
The name Vice President Lin resonated heavily on her lips.
Even the presentation of the betting agreement could not outweigh the fervent endorsement of the shareholders.
Doubting her capability to succeed, they perceived her actions as mere folly. Insisting that Lin Xijuan be firmly placed in the position of vice president to provide stability for the company, allowing them to feel at ease. Lin Xijuan felt a mix of annoyance and embarrassment at being exposed. He approached and pressed down on the edge of the table, coldly stating,
"This company has entrusted you with its management, not for you to act recklessly. You've nearly emptied the entire project department. Who am I supposed to rely on?"
Everyone present in this meeting from the project department is here today because they have no other work assignments, so it is perfectly acceptable for me to utilize them.
Lin Xiangwan closed the document, her gaze icy as it met his.
She arched her beautifully shaped brow and replied, "Moreover, you have stated that this company is entrusted to my management. How I employ individuals is of no concern to you."
Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xijuan slammed his hand on the table, his voice low and stern.
"Your reckless behavior will not go unnoticed by the shareholders. Do you believe I won't inform Uncle Zhong that you are deliberately causing a disturbance?"
"Very well, go ahead and tell him," Lin Xiangwan replied, her expression unwavering. She stood up and handed the document to her assistant, Xiao Shui.
"And please convey to Uncle Zhong that I am hosting esteemed guests from Dingxing today and will be utilizing his finest tea." Lin Xijuan's expression stiffened. And he furrowed his brows as he inquired, "Dingsheng? Surely, it cannot be that Dingsheng belonging to Zhouyan?" "Indeed."
Lin Xiangwan circumvented him and proceeded outside. Lin Xijuan refused to believe it and hurriedly pursued her.
"Impossible.
Zhouyan is Jiang Shijing's cousin, he is well aware of your circumstances.
How could he possibly agree to collaborate with you?"
At that moment, Lin Xiangwan's phone rang. Noticing it was a work call, she frowned slightly, handling Lin Xijuan with a hint of impatience in her voice, which sounded particularly frosty.
"Hello?"
The person on the other end paused for a moment. Speaking with evident caution, "President Lin, a scheduled guest has arrived at your office."
"All right, understood."
"As long as I desire it, nothing is impossible, Lin Xijuan. I have stated that I would ensure your departure from the company. This is not mere rhetoric.
You should start feeling a sense of urgency." With that,
she departed with an air of nonchalance.
Lin Xijuan's face turned a deep shade of anger as he stood in the corridor, gradually clenching his fists.
The door to the president's office swung open, and Xiao Shui announced, "President Lin has arrived." The girls in the office immediately stood up.
And one of them greeted Lin Xiangwan with a radiant smile, "Sister Lin." "Miss Bai?" Lin Xiangwan was taken aback for a moment, surprised to see Bai Ziren.
Bai Ziren nodded and looked around, saying, "Sister Lin, I never expected you to be the president of Fanqing."
"How impressive.
You and brother Shijing are truly exceptional."
"I find myself feeling rather inadequate."
Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together upon hearing this.
She realized that the girl had a peculiar penchant for self-deprecation.
leaving her at a loss for words. No, you are quite remarkable as well.
Moreover, my relationship with Jiang Shijing is a thing of the past.
I hope Miss Bai will refrain from bringing it up again.
Lin Xiangwan approached and poured her a cup of tea. What brings you here? She inquired.
I apologize for my excessive chatter. Bai smiled sheepishly and then retrieved an invitation card from her bag, presenting it to her.
This morning,
I went to Dingsheng with brother Jing. Cousin Zhou Yan mentioned that he is hosting a soiree tonight, where all the partners will be present.
Since I happen to be in the area to attend to some matters, I thought I would bring the invitation to you.
She tilted her head, playfully blinking her eyes. Sister Lin, congratulations on your collaboration with Dingsheng.
You will be attending on time, won't you? Chapter 9, is she a part of their play? Lin Xiangwan found it difficult to decline.
She had a collaboration to discuss in the afternoon and could not refuse any invitation from Zhou Yan.
However, at Zhou Yan's soiree, Jiang Shijing would undoubtedly be present. The events of yesterday lingered vividly in her mind.
And Lin Xiangwan felt somewhat uneasy in the presence of the girl before her, due to the advantage Jiang Shijing had taken.
She nodded and said, I will arrive on time. I appreciate your effort to come here, Miss Bai. Allow me to see you out. Bai Ziren smiled and naturally linked her arm with Lin's sister. Lin, could you please call me Ziren?
It feels rather formal when you address me so politely.
And I am unsure how to converse with you.
Lin Xiangwan was not one to easily engage with others, and she hesitated upon hearing those words.
Before she could respond,
Bai Ziren's phone suddenly emitted 2 beeping sounds from her pocket.
As Bai Ziren picked up her phone, the smile on her face instantly froze.
Noticing her discomfort, Lin Xiangwan instinctively glanced at the phone screen.
The news headline was striking: Jiang Shijing meets actress, suspected of seeking new love. The top 3 comments below were equally eye-catching. Another one? I thought Bai Ziren would be the last.
The previous one with the surname Bai managed to last 3 months.
Quite remarkable. Jiang Shijing is excessively flirtatious, no wonder his former fiancée ran away. Lin Xiangwan raised an eyebrow, surprised to see her name while indulging in gossip. The girl before her was on the verge of tears, prompting Lin to shift the conversation. Shall we have lunch together? The lion's head meatballs at the employees' cafeteria are exquisite. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the staff canteen.
The impact of their simultaneous appearance, as the former fiancée and ex-girlfriend of Jiang Shijing, was akin to a 76-year-old grandmother participating in a boys versus girls race.
Lin Xiangwan, appearing nonchalant, placed a plate of lion's head meatballs on the table for Bai Ziren. After a considerable pause, Bai Ziren finally raised her eyes to her and asked, Sister Lin, should I go find him to seek clarity?
Lin Xiangwan curled her lips in a mocking smile, her tone laced with sarcasm. The news has already been released, what more is there to inquire about?
After speaking,
she belatedly clarified, I am not directing this at you, I merely empathize.
Bai Ziren bit her lip.
Her emotions running high, but I believe that brother Jing would never waver in his affections.
He has said that I am the most obedient and worry-free one. That his relationship with that actress is merely a fleeting whim and not to be taken seriously, right? Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath and served her some food. You must try this lion's head, it is truly delicious. Sister.
Bai Ziren grasped her hand tightly. The lion's head rolled onto the plate, splattering a few drops of oil onto her white dress, yet she seemed utterly unconcerned, her gaze fixed solely on Lin Xiangwan.
Will you accompany me to find him?
Lin Xiangwan gently pressed her lips together, remaining silent. The girl was on the verge of breaking apart with sorrow. Amidst the cacophony of the surroundings, she could still sense Bai Ziren's despair. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, her heart softened. Perhaps it was because she saw her past self reflected in Bai Ziren.
Jiang Shijing.
Oh Jiang Shijing, you have caused so much harm. Moments later, Lin Xiangwan stood up, grabbed her car keys, and took Bai Ziren to seek out someone. Following the location mentioned in the news reports, they arrived at the restaurant's rooftop, only to find it entirely cleared of people. Jiang Shijing was there,
laughing and chatting with a female celebrity, seemingly oblivious to being caught in the act.
Lin Xiangwan glanced at Bai Ziren, who was trembling slightly beside her,
and lowered her voice, I will accompany you only to this point.
Remember, regardless of what transpires, maintain your dignity and cherish your self-respect.
Upon hearing this,
Ziren anxiously grasped her hand. Sister Lin, please don't go.
I am afraid.
Lin Xiangwan gently brushed aside her hand and articulated with precision. Such matters can only be borne by oneself. It is through enduring pain that one awakens.
No one else can assist you, do you understand? Just as no one was there for me in the beginning. Betrayal is not something one can overcome merely by having someone at their side.
It is only through self-reliance that true growth can be achieved. Yet, upon reaching the ground floor, she remained uneasy about Ziren, choosing to wait patiently in the car.
That was the rooftop. She feared Ziren might do something reckless.
Half an hour later, Jiang Shijing's figure emerged. Beside him stood Ziren, her cheeks flushed, laughter replacing her tears. It was unclear how Jiang Shijing had managed to comfort her, but the girl appeared utterly untroubled now. Her gaze towards the man beside her brimming with affection. They were indeed a couple deeply immersed in sweetness, exhibiting no signs of parting ways.
Lin Xiangwan suddenly found it amusing. She had been overthinking.
Ziren was not her, to Jiang Shijing, she was not a dispensable presence. Lin Xiangwan started the car.
Coincidentally,
Ziren noticed the commotion and hurried over to tap on the car window. Lin Xiangwan's gaze swept past her, instinctively turning to look at Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing sauntered over with his hands tucked in his pockets. It was said that Miss Lin had kindly brought Ziren here. Indeed, Miss Lin was thoughtful. Ziren wore an expression of guilt. Yes, Sister Lin, thank you for taking the time to drive me despite your busy schedule. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude.
Perhaps I could treat you to a meal with Brother Shijing? Lin Xiangwan was poised to decline. However,
Jiang Shijing had already opened the back door and unceremoniously entered. A restaurant with a lighter culinary style, such as MJ at the intersection ahead, would suffice. Observing that the two had settled in, Lin Xiangwan tightened her grip on the steering wheel, and urged to utter a profane exclamation welling up within her. What folly had possessed her to involve herself in the troubles between these two?
Was she merely a pawn in their game? Lin Xiangwan gritted her teeth,
accelerated the vehicle to its destination, and coldly remarked, I have a collaboration with Dingxing to discuss, so I shall not join you for dinner.
Please exit the car.
The moment the door closed, Jiang Shijing suddenly leaned in, whispering into Lin Xiangwan's ear, Miss Lin, you are truly considerate. Even playing the role of a chauffeur for my girlfriend. If we hadn't shared a night together, I might suspect you have feelings for her. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing Lin Xiangwan's body to tense up as she restrained her grip on the steering wheel. She replied in a calm tone. I simply cannot bear to see a young girl as heartbroken. I cannot just stand by as others step into your trap.
However, it seems I was overly concerned.
There rests no need for me to worry.
Lin Xiangwan fixed her gaze ahead, dismissing the man's presence. Get out. After a few seconds of silence,
Jiang Shijing let out a soft, mocking laugh and pushed the door open. Ziren was waiting at the entrance, having witnessed everything unfold.
Upon seeing the man,
she concealed her emotions and displayed an innocent smile. Brother Shijing, you didn't have a quarrel with her, did you? Jiang Shijing cast her a sidelong glance. His eyes cold and distant, reflecting a sense of world weariness unlike his usual demeanor.
Why, do you wish for us to argue? Chapter 10, In a Bad Mood.
Seeking trouble at the Lin family? No, I don't. Ziren's face flushed crimson, nearly biting her tongue in the process. By the time she gathered her thoughts to explain, the man had already scoffed and walked straight into the dining hall. She lowered her eyelids, as if her vitality had been siphoned away in an instant. Yet she still mustered the energy to gaze almost obsessively at his receding figure. This was Jiang Shijing.
To outsiders, he appeared gentle and affectionate, yet in truth,
he was a warm exterior concealing a frigid interior, as unyielding as a block of ice. No one knew what thoughts lay hidden beneath his nonchalant smile, nor what words could provoke his ire.
However,
it was fortunate that what she once believed to be Lin Xiangwan's role in warming him had now revealed itself to be merely a target for Jiang Shijing's vengeance. While Jiang Shijing's heart may not have room for her, it certainly could not tolerate anyone else.
The Lin family.
Lin Xiangwan initially had no desire to attend.
However,
an inexplicable surge of frustration brewed within her, yearning for release.
Upon entering, she chose not to disturb the family of three. Approaching the living room, She overheard Lin Xiangwan's anxious voice. Dad, why on earth does Zhou Yan want to collaborate with her? Is he not concerned about Jiang Shijing finding out?
Lin Xiangwan stepped in, observing the tense atmosphere in the living room where Jiang Shijing sat, a faint scoff escaping her lips.
How did I manage it? Surely, you, the cunning old vixen, are more aware than anyone.
After all, I am your disciple, Aunt Xiang. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically after the initial surprise. A stormy gloom settled in the air. The mask had been torn away, and at this moment, Jiang Shijing showed no intention of maintaining a pretense. Lin Xiangwan crossed her arms gracefully, exuding an air of serene pride. Lin Mu grasped the teacup tightly, suppressing the urge to hurl it at her.
You are unwelcome here. And this place holds nothing for you. Depart at once. Mr. Lin's memory appeared to falter. Could it be that he had forgotten this residence was bequeathed to me by my grandfather?
The dwelling you currently occupy is my property.
And I have come to inform you to pack your belongings and vacate.
This exquisite purple gold tea set, too, was left by my grandfather within these walls, by rights.
It is my inherited possession, and you may not utilize it without my consent.
She raised her wrist to glance at the time, and, under the incredulous gazes of the three, she smiled faintly. I shall grant you half an hour, should you fail to finish.
I will send my people to assist in the removal. Lin Xiangwan, you have gone too far. Grandfather never explicitly stated that this house was to be yours.
As his descendants, we all possess a right to its distribution. Lin Xijuan struggled to suppress his anger, glaring at Lin Xiangwan, his gaze nearly piercing through her. From the moment he began to form memories, Jiang Shijing had repeatedly urged him to win their grandfather's favor upon arriving at the Lin family.
Over the years,
the old man had shown him indifference, while showering affection upon a granddaughter destined to marry.
The company, properties, and all advantageous assets were systematically bequeathed to Lin Xiangwan,
even bypassing his own flesh and blood. He could not fathom what qualities Lin Xiangwan possessed that warranted such devotion from their grandfather, to the extent that even in death, he bequeathed all his wealth to her. The property deed bears both my and grandfather's names. When my mother gave birth to me, grandfather explicitly stated that this house was a gift for the two of us. They could move in, but now they refuse to acknowledge me as the rightful landlady? Lin Xiangwan let out a cold laugh and raised an eyebrow at Jiang Shijing.
There is a saying that comes to mind, oh yes.
It goes like this: smash the bowl and curse one's mother. Jiang Shijing's pupils constricted, her heart racing violently as she stood up and swiped at Lin Xiangwan's face.
Just then, a group of men in black burst in, encircling the three of them.
They appeared to be from a nefarious background,
each one exuding an intimidating presence that deterred any direct gaze. Jiang Shijing almost immediately faltered, trembling in fear as she leaned against Lin Mu. Lin Mu swallowed hard, feeling quite intimidated by the bodyguards. Summoning her courage, she inquired, "What do you intend to do? You are being excessively deliberate."
Lin Xiangwan's face bore no trace of a smile. She coldly remarked, "I have arranged for someone to assist you with the move." As her words lingered in the air, several individuals turned and ascended the stairs. The sounds of clattering and crashing echoed from within the room, as belongings were hastily crammed into suitcases, which were then unceremoniously dragged down and discarded at the doorstep. Lin Xiangwan sat on the sofa, crossing her legs with elegance, her long, fair right calf swaying gently.
"You may take your leave now." Lin Mu's complexion turned pale.
Lin Xiangwan seemed oblivious to the impending outburst from him. She lifted the teapot, removed the lid, and detected the scent of her most despised Tiguanyin tea, promptly discarding it into the trash bin. "These individuals will remain here to guard the house. I shall not reside here, and none shall dare step foot inside. Should there be any dissent, let them resolve it with their fists." As soon as she finished speaking, the men in black glared even more ferociously at Lin Mu and Lin Xijuan, their muscles taut with latent power, instilling a sense of trepidation. Thus, the family of three departed in a rather dejected manner. Lin Xiangwan curled up on the sofa, massaging her temples, with a hint of melancholy fatigue evident at the corners of her eyes. This was the very place where her mother had carried her and brought her into the world. Yet now it bore no trace of her mother's presence. The leader of the men in black approached and draped his coat over Lin Xiangwan's shoulders. Lin Xiangwan opened her eyes to behold a visage marked by striking handsomeness and resolute strength.
unlike Jiang Shijing, whose features possessed an otherworldly charm.
This individual exuded an air of integrity, as if not a speck of impurity could be tolerated within his gaze. Lin Xiangwan wrapped her coat around herself.
Puzzled, why do this? It is my duty.
The man swiftly glanced at her calves, which were perfectly concealed by the sleeves of the coat at that moment. Lin Xiangwan rose and tossed her coat to him, removing the earrings that had begun to weigh heavily on her ears.
I do not require excessive concern. Indeed. It was my arrogance to assume you are currently vulnerable. My apologies, Miss Lin.
The man continued to lower his head, refraining from overstepping his bounds. Lin Xiangwan's heart trembled suddenly as she gazed at him.
Fragile? She had just won a battle, how could anyone perceive her as weak? Asking you for a bodyguard. When Qian, on the other end of the line, chuckled knowingly, who do you want? Handsome or not? Even if you desire it, they must be willing to accompany you.
Lin Xiangwan curled her lips, arching an eyebrow at the man.
What is your name? Qin. Oh, Mr. Qin. Would you be willing to switch allegiances and become my bodyguard? Qin's gaze remained unwavering. I am willing. Chapter 11, is there still a lingering attachment? When Qian was taken aback.
She had informed Lin Xiangwan that Qin was the son of the Wen family's steward, who had dropped out of middle school to pursue martial arts and had served as a bodyguard for the Wen family upon reaching adulthood. She had assumed that Qin was steadfast and loyal, only to find that he was captivated by beauty at their very first encounter, nurturing a wolf in sheep's clothing. When Qian feigned regret, yet harbored a sense of disappointment, Lin Xiangwan slipped into her high heels and tossed the car keys to Qin. I shall attend the soiree first, after all, you are in my company. I shall treat you to a meal another day in gratitude. She ended the call, settled into the back seat, and closed her eyes to rest, gently massaging her temples once more. As Qin drove, he glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Are you experiencing a headache? Would you like to stop by a pharmacy for some pain relief? No need, Lin Xiangwan replied, opening her eyes and letting her gaze linger on him. Noticing the flush on the man's ears, she continued in a soft tone, there will be many male bosses at the soiree, and I fear I might face unwelcome advances. I brought you along to help me avoid them. Her words were devoid of sentiment, in this regard.
Jiang Shijing was quite the opposite, ever tender-hearted.
Lin Xiangwan preferred to be forthright, hiring someone purely out of necessity without any ulterior motives.
She wished to evade any entanglements of the heart. Qin's expression dimmed momentarily before he nodded gently in response. Lin Xiangwan fell silent,
turning her gaze towards the nightscape outside. The lights flickered in and out as the car sped along, casting a languid charm upon her brows and eyes.
Qin discreetly stole several glances in the rearview mirror. Upon entering the underground garage of the banquet, they made their way to the hall,
where Lin Xiangwan gestured for Qin to wait in the corner. If you sense anything amiss, find an excuse to bring me away, she remarked,
before proceeding to greet Zhou Yan.
In the afternoon, the collaborators had arrived at Fanqing, directly coordinating with her team to finalize the contracts. As it was rather late, Lin Xiangwan had refrained from notifying the shareholders. Zhou Yan had done her a significant favor, and given that the gathering was orchestrated by him, it was only fitting that she offer him a toast. Notably absent was Jiang Shijing, leaving only a few business partners by Zhou Yan's side, which afforded her a degree of ease. Mr. Zhou, she acknowledged. Lin Xiangwan gracefully approached, a glass of champagne in hand. A few individuals turned around, momentarily taken aback. The woman possessed an exquisite figure, clad in a cerulean gown adorned with a delicate pearl neckline, her spring-like allure both subtle and enchanting. There was an air of purity about her, enhanced by her delicate, petal-like features, which seemed to transcend the mundane. At that moment, someone jested.
Whose daughter is this stunning beauty? She is absolutely captivating. Could she be the companion Mr. Zhou brought today?
Lin Xiangwan smiled warmly, I am Lin Xiangwan,
currently the president of Fanqing. Lin Xiangwan? Is that not?
A few individuals' expressions stiffened as they hastily sought excuses to depart. Zhou Yan took a sip of his drink, a bemused smile gracing his lips. You certainly know how to wield a shield.
How can this be deemed a shield?
My elopement is common knowledge, Lin Xiangwan replied, clinking glasses with him, her every gesture exuding a unique elegance. Zhou Yan bit his lip, pondering how his cousin had been thoroughly captivated, and his innermost thoughts slipped out unbidden. Lin Xiangwan's smile was faint as she gazed directly at him, sensing her displeasure.
Zhou Yan paused momentarily, yet with unwavering confidence he remarked, "What, did I speak incorrectly?" "No, what you said makes sense, Zhou. It's just a stroke of misfortune for Jiang Shijing to have stumbled here."
Lin Xiangwan set down her wineglass and excused herself to the restroom, departing from the soiree. Upon noticing her intention to leave, Chino felt compelled to follow her.
Lin Xiangwan shook her head, signaling her desire for solitude.
She stepped into the compartment and exhaled slowly. The one who had suffered harm in the past had, astonishingly, become the perpetrator in the eyes of all. Yet, she continued to relive the dream of that fateful night, experiencing heartbreak and despair over and over again. Now, stirred by Zhou Yan's words, she felt a sense of injustice and anger. Lin Xiangwan endeavored to compose herself as she was about to push the door open when a sultry voice suddenly floated in from outside.
"Oh dear, Jiang Shao. What are you doing? Don't move around so carelessly."
Ah, that hurts." Following this, a man's soft chuckle resonated, deep and tinged with a playful magnetism.
"Shall I be gentler then?"
Lin Xiangwan paused in her motion of pushing the door, retracting her fingertips. It was Jiang Shijing. And the woman was evidently not by Xiren. How naive she had been to believe that the affair involving the starlet was merely a misunderstanding. It now appeared that Jiang Shijing, unwilling to remain solitary,
was clandestinely indulging in infidelity behind his girlfriend's back.
Lin Xiangwan closed her eyes, feeling a weight in her heart, yet simultaneously experiencing a sense of relief. Fortunately, she had fled 3 years ago, otherwise, her head would now be adorned with a sea of verdant grass. Lin Xiangwan resolved to step out and put the two in an awkward position. Jiang Shijing, indifferent to the possibility of being seen while in the restroom, had no reason to hide. She boldly pushed open the stall door and emerged. Although they were in close proximity, their postures did not suggest any inappropriate intimacy. Lin Xiangwan was poised to emit a sardonic chuckle when she unexpectedly witnessed the scene before her. The decorum of the two individuals across from her was rather too proper, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss. Jiang Shijing, with a smile dancing upon his lips, remarked, "Isn't this Miss Lin? I hope my presence has not caused you any inconvenience." His eyes sparkled with unabashed mockery. Despite having heard numerous accounts of Jiang Shijing's romantic escapades over the past few years, she could not shake the sensation of unreality in this moment. Even the chilling, heartless words spoken by Jiang Shijing 3 years prior had only allowed her a fleeting glimpse of his profile in the dim light. The most vivid impression of Jiang Shijing in her memory was one of gentle devotion, gazing at her with the unwavering attention of a faithful companion, affectionately calling her Wan Wan. The stark contrast between the Jiang Shijing of today and the one she had known 3 years ago struck Lin Xiangwan with a profound realization. Over 1,000 days had rendered everything unrecognizable. "You haven't disturbed me, please, continue," Lin Xiangwan remarked coolly. "It would be easier to manage with a comb." The woman glanced between her and Jiang Shijing, her expression brimming with curiosity as she uttered a grateful thank you. Lin Xiangwan remained silent, walking straight ahead without glancing aside. Suddenly, a light chuckle echoed behind her. In the dimly lit corridor, Jiang Shijing approached. He carried the fragrant scent of orange tobacco, the brand unknown, yet the aroma was quite delightful. Lin Xiangwan disregarded his presence and continued to stride outside. Suddenly, her wrist was seized. Jiang Shijing pulled her into the stairway, his icy fingertips tracing the curve of her lips in the darkness. Lin Xiangwan trembled slightly as she heard Jiang Shijing's amused voice in the darkness. The sight of her emerging in a fit of anger was truly captivating. "Lin Xiangwan, why do I get the sense that you're feeling jealous? Could it be that you still harbor some lingering affection for me?" Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and coldly pushed him away. "You think too much. I simply cannot tolerate chaos in the restroom." "So self-righteous, as if you've never been disorderly yourself." Jiang Shijing, undeterred by her rebuff, laughed and leaned closer without hesitation, his thin lips finding the delicate lobe of her ear. Chapter 12, I like it, don't you? "You are being excessive, let me go." Lin Xiangwan instinctively froze. wishing to push away the man who was so closely pressed against her. However, Jiang Shijing held her waist firmly, though he did not inflict pain. He also permitted no room for movement. His voice carried a hint of playful irreverence as he buried his head in the crook of Lin Xiangwan's shoulder, inhaling a delicate scent of wood and orange. It was not the fragrance she had once known. Jiang Shijing, dissatisfied, bit down gently on Lin Xiangwan's shoulder and murmured, "In truth, the 2 years I spent dating you were rather enjoyable. If you desire to secure more collaborations for the stars, I could lend you a hand. But you must allow me to reap some benefits in return." His hand, previously resting on her waist, began to wander restlessly, gradually trailing down to encircle the fabric of her sheer dress. Lin Xiangwan pushed his hand away, her gaze growing colder as she deliberately provoked him with her words, "Do you know why I ran away?" Jiang Shijing, indeed, ceased his movements, his eyes harboring an inscrutable depth. "You lack self-restraint and moral integrity. Marrying you would be akin to enduring a living hell." "No. I would rather descend into the depths of hell than become a puppet in this marriage, nor would I allow you to place a green hat upon me." Lin Xiang observed Jiang Shijing in the evening, her eyes filled with profound disdain. A man who cannot control his lower impulses, regardless of his handsomeness or wealth, holds no allure for me. The smile on Jiang Shijing's face gradually faded as he fixed his gaze upon her, remaining utterly still. In the confined space, the two engaged in a silent standoff, the tension palpable beneath the surface. Lin Xiangwan, in a fit of anger, stormed off while waiting for Jiang Shijing. However, Jiang Shijing remained unfazed, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. Lin Xiangwan, having lost her patience, attempted to leave by pushing him aside. However, the door to the corridor, slightly ajar, was suddenly rapped upon. A deep male voice resonated from outside. "Miss Lin, are you inside?" In the next moment, Chino entered, pushing the door open. Lin Xiangwan and Jiang Shijing were positioned remarkably close to one another. Even in the absence of overtly intimate gestures, the unusual atmosphere between them was unmistakably suggestive of something amiss. Who might this individual be? Will there not be an introduction? Jiang Shijing, with a half-smile playing on his lips, casually tucked his hands into his pockets while leaning against the wall, raising an eyebrow with a hint of mischief. Despite the narrow and dimly lit corridor, his commanding and flamboyant presence could not be diminished. Lin Xiangwan replied indifferently, "It has nothing to do with you, Chino. Let us depart." She stepped outside first. Chino hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned to cast a deep glance at Jiang Shijing. However, Jiang Shijing spoke first. "Do you harbor feelings for her?" The man's thoughts were manifest in his gaze. He could discern it, and so could Chino. "Yes, I do like her." "Do you not?" Jiang Shijing approached him with a calm demeanor, a smirk playing on his lips. "You are not suited for her." "That is not for you to decide." "Then let us see." The tension between the two dissipated in an instant. Lin Xiangwan was endeavoring to expand her network outside. However, it was unfortunate that news of her attempts to elude the advances of several insipid businessmen had already circulated throughout the soirée. It was common knowledge that she was Lin Xiangwan, the one who had abandoned Jiang Shijing years ago. In a bid to avoid offending the influential families of Zhou and Jiang, no one dared to engage in conversation with her. After half an hour, Lin Xiangwan had not handed out a single business card. As she gently massaged her temples and lowered her gaze, she inadvertently overheard a group of businessmen extolling Jiang Shijing. At this moment, Lin Xiangwan felt a twinge of frustration. The business world has always been merciless. In her quest to break through the impasse, she was not only confronted with the matter of a broken engagement but also the covert machinations of Lin Xijuan. As she closed her eyes in contemplation, she suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Lin Xiangwan remained silent for a few seconds before nodding and handing the wineglass to him as she stepped outside first. On the second floor, Jiang Shijing tilted his head back and downed his drink, his Adam's apple bobbing with the motion. A friend turned to him with a light chuckle. "You truly possess remarkable composure. Do you feel nothing as you watch your former fiancée engage intimately with another?" Zhou Yan, seated behind and conversing with others, focused on Jiang Shijing's silhouette, listening quietly. Jiang Shijing scoffed lightly, "I've had 800 girlfriends. If I were to become jealous of every ex,
I would be nothing more than a walking bottle of vinegar. He jostled his wine glass and teased, "All right. You all can cease your veiled inquiries regarding my feelings. She is someone I have long forgotten and holds no value in my life. Let us maintain our business relations without drama. Am I really such a petty person?"
Several men laughed in agreement, their previous caution dissipating.
He clicked his tongue. Leaning back on the sofa, "Cousin, could you refrain from being so intimidating? You resemble a ghost." Jiang Shijing's black shirt was slightly unbuttoned at the collar, and he appeared weary, squinting slightly as he rested. Under the dim lighting, his features were obscured by shadows. Zhou Yan then smirked. "It seems to me that you are feeling sympathetic for her, having seen her drink a few glasses without finding anyone brave enough to partner with her." Jiang Shijing lifted his glass, inhaled its aroma, and disdainfully set it down. "You are overthinking it. I simply prefer to be more carefree." Ever since Lin Xiangwan appeared, those people have been subtly probing my feelings, needing to report to me whenever they speak to her. Is it not tiresome? Zhou Yan let out a laugh, amused by his irritation. "I see your rhetoric is becoming increasingly sophisticated." Jiang Shijing shot him a sideways glance. "I am merely stating the truth. I believe you as much as I would a ghost." Zhou Yan, feeling somewhat disheartened, pouted and stood to leave. After he departed, Jiang Shijing pushed the wineglass aside, tapping his fingers on the table. A man emerged from the shadows. "Jiang, as you instructed." "Investigate that individual," Jiang Shijing yawned, closing his eyes to refresh himself. All emotions swiftly concealed, presenting an exterior as calm as an ancient lake. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangwan was nearing her rented apartment. Chino frequently glanced at her through the rearview mirror, hesitating to speak. "Is that the person?" Chino tightened his grip on the steering wheel, a subtle tension flickering in his eyes. Lin Xiangwan blinked, momentarily taken aback. "What?" Chapter 13, Speaking Out is just too affected. Regarding this matter, Lin Xiangwan was not surprised. Perhaps those who initially worked for her momentarily forgot her identity. However, once the prefix of her name was accompanied by the three characters Jiang Shijing, people would suddenly awaken to the realization that she was the Lin family heiress who had once relinquished her status as the young mistress of the Jiang family and decisively fled from her wedding. Lin Xiangwan languidly gazed out of the window, watching the butterfly-shaped streetlights flit past her. Yes, it was because of him. In the past, her heart fluttered and she believed in love because of Jiang Shijing. Now, she remained untouched by the concept of romance, also due to him. To express such sentiments would undoubtedly seem overly sentimental. In truth, even Lin Xiangwan herself had not anticipated that she would suffer the pangs of love, resulting in a significant setback that left her profoundly impacted. Upon arriving home, she opened the car door and uttered a simple goodnight. She sensed the man's gaze lingering on her, yet she coldly slammed the door shut. Ascending the stairs, she retrieved a bottle of mineral water and sat before her computer to review the current revenue situation of Fanqing. Tomorrow, the shareholders would learn of her business discussions, and her approach would undoubtedly undergo a considerable shift. However, that was still far from sufficient. What she desired was for everyone to swiftly recognize that now, upon re-encountering Jiang Shijing, regardless of any past grievances between them, it would not affect the collaborations with others. Tonight's gathering had illuminated a truth for her. Wherever Jiang Shijing was present, even those who believed in Fanqing and were willing to collaborate with her would remain distant and reticent. Otherwise, she would not find herself unable to hand out even a single business card. Lin Xiangwan let out a weary sigh once more, leaning back in her chair, her hand unconsciously twisting a bottle of mineral water. She gazed out the window, lost in contemplation. Was this truly the last resort left to her? The very option she had always been reluctant to consider. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Yet, the following day, she adorned herself with a meticulously crafted makeup, skillfully concealing the faint shadows beneath her eyes, transforming into the epitome of an urban beauty as she made her way to the office. The shareholders had already arrived, and the glances from her employees towards Lin Xiangwan were no longer filled with curiosity and skepticism. Instead, they were imbued with astonishment and a hint of reverence for their president. Lin Xiangwan was quite pleased with the unfolding events. In the conference room, Uncle Zhong and several shareholders wore expressions of delight.
Upon noticing someone approaching, Zhong Jia revealed a faint smile.
President Lin, you have arrived.
With his initiative in addressing her as President Lin, the others followed suit, greeting her with the same title.
Seated beside them,
Lin Xiangwan and Lin Mu could barely contain their irritation, their lips twitching in barely suppressed frustration. Lin Xiangwan did not let their expressions escape her notice. At that moment,
she felt an immense sense of satisfaction.
She sat down, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at Lin Mu, and inquired with curiosity, "Father, you seem unwell.
Have you still not found a house?"
Her words piqued the curiosity of everyone present.
Lin Mu's expression stiffened as she heard Zhong Jia inquire, "What house? Are you moving?" She absent-mindedly stirred her coffee with a spoon.
"It was left to me by my grandfather, yet 3 others are residing here, which inevitably feels somewhat inappropriate, wouldn't you agree?"
Uncle Zhong?
Upon mentioning her most esteemed benefactor, Uncle Zhong immediately adopted a serious demeanor and nodded emphatically.
"Indeed, you should simply move out. After all, this is President Lin's own property, and Lin Mu, you are well aware that the old gentleman harbored a strong aversion towards your wife and Vice President Lin. You should have vacated long ago to avoid disturbing the old gentleman's peace in the afterlife." He emphasized the final remark with a gravitas that left Lin Mu feeling utterly constrained, unable to utter a single word in response amidst the gathered company. He then glanced at Lin Xiangwan and, with a forced smile, stated, "Yes, we have not considered this matter thoroughly. Last night,
we managed to find some accommodation at a hotel, and we will expedite our search for a new residence in the coming days." The implication was clear. Lin Xiangwan's insistence on their immediate departure seemed rather callous, leaving them with no leeway to secure alternative housing. Lin Xiangwan, however, was not easily deceived.
She promptly dismantled the faade, saying, "Father, do you not possess a property situated by the riverside? It was renovated 3 years ago when I went abroad. Why do you not reside there?"
Lin Mu was about to lift the cup to take a sip of water when, upon hearing those words, his hand halted mid-motion,
causing him to inadvertently choke and cough violently. "Is it not enough that you occupy my house without moving out in a timely manner? Must you wait until I am forced to evict you?
It seems you possess so little money, why not use my card to settle your hotel expenses?
Until you secure a new residence, I shall cover your accommodations."
"Who do you think you are insulting, Lin Shijun?" Lin Shijun abruptly rose to his feet. Zhong Jia observed the entire exchange with a somewhat serious expression. He lifted the water and then set it down with a heavy thud.
The sound resonated, causing everyone to instinctively straighten their backs, silencing them.
His authority and elder demeanor momentarily stunned Lin Shijun. "This is a conference room for discussing significant matters in work,
not a venue for sibling quarrels. Please take your seats and let us address the matter of our collaboration."
Lin Xijuan, feeling indignant, clenched his teeth and sat in silence, refraining from uttering a word. It was only then that Zhong Jia turned his gaze towards Lin Xiangwan and softly inquired, "I heard you secured a collaboration with Dingsheng.
Is that true?"
"Yesterday, upon seeing the internal notification, I mistakenly thought it referred to some obscure Dingsheng."
"Are you certain it is the Zhou family's Dingsheng?"
His repeated questions clearly reflected the astonishment he felt regarding this matter.
Lin Xiangwan smiled as she presented the contract for their perusal. Naturally, it was the prosperous agreement from the Zhou family. This contract, once examined by Uncle Zhong, would surely dispel any lingering doubts.
However, Zhong Jia grew even more cautious. He picked it up and scrutinized it closely, only setting it down after thorough examination, letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiangwan smiled with her eyes curved like crescent moons. The first step was to gain the trust and support of the shareholders, and she succeeded. Lin Mu and his son exchanged a glance, and an overwhelming sense of crisis arose. Lin Shijuan lowered his head, his eyes darting around, and suddenly remarked, "Indeed, my sister possesses a remarkable talent for business. Due to your previous elopement, the Zhou family has never held Fangxing in high regard.
To be honest,
I have visited them several times, yet Mr. Zhou has always been disinclined to meet with me.
In this regard, I must admit my shortcomings. To take the initiative to bow one's head is undoubtedly not a favorable circumstance."
Lin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes warily, pressing her lips together as she asked, "What?
Have you come to acknowledge me now? Naturally, someone as capable as you could perfectly address the company's current predicament."
Lin Xiangwan revealed a smile that hinted at ulterior motives. Lin Xiangwan squinted her eyes and gazed at him.
The two shared a look, an unspoken animosity spreading between them.
Lin Xiangwan was aware that the other party was laying a trap, yet she responded nonchalantly, "Please, do share."
Chapter 14, She is to meet old Madame Jiang.
Huafeng Group is currently seeking partners for collaboration, and we have been vying for this opportunity for quite some time.
However,
a foreign multinational corporation has recently caught the attention of Mr. Hua. Lin Xiangwan, with an expression of amusement, crossed his arms and said, "If you can persuade Mr.
Hua to agree to collaborate with Fanqing, this contract shall be yours. Do you dare to accept?"
He placed a document on the table, upon which the name of the project was inscribed. It was evident that he had come prepared, deliberately presenting her with a challenge. Lin Xiangwan lowered her gaze upon the documents, crumpling them in her grasp.
"All right, I will take it," she said.
Upon returning to the office, her assistant, Xiaoxue,
closed the door and presented her with a cup of tea.
As Lin Xiangwan was about to decline, she suddenly caught a whiff of an exquisite tea fragrance. Xiaoxue cautiously remarked that it was Da Hong Pao, recalling that she had seen her enjoy it last time.
"Does President Lin not fancy it?" she inquired. "Not at all."
Lin replied, "I was merely reflecting on certain matters, and on the company with whom I savored this tea." Lin Xiangwan steadied herself and took the teacup, saying,
"Tell me about Huafeng's situation."
Xiaoxue replied, "The old master of Huafeng values the company's strength above all else.
Bixing is not inferior to that multinational corporation. And being rooted in Rongqing gives it a distinct advantage." Lin Xiangwan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "If there is such an advantage, why has it not yet been secured?"
Xiaoxue glanced at her, hesitating before uttering, "The Hua family is a relative of the old lady Jiang."
Lin Xiangwan suddenly furrowed her brow,
rubbing the corners of her eyes with a hint of discomfort. Indeed, Lin Xiangwan would not present her with simple challenges. All the prominent conglomerates in Rongqing were coveted partners for Fanqing, yet the Jiang family's formidable influence intertwined intricately with these enterprises.
Whether to advance or retreat, each decision was fraught with compulsion.
Now, she found herself devoid of options, compelled to forge ahead with determination.
Noticing Lin Xiangwan's contemplative demeanor, Xiaoxue grew anxious.
Accomplishing this endeavor seemed as daunting as scaling the heavens.
The old man was notoriously temperamental, unwilling to tolerate any semblance of disrespect.
Given that the Jiang family had suffered significant humiliation, particularly due to the disgrace brought upon by his cousin, the esteemed matriarch of the Jiang family,
he would categorically refuse to collaborate with Fanqing. Lin Xiangwan blinked slowly and replied, "Is that so?"
At that time, Lin Xiangwan had made 3 visits to the humble abode, inviting the esteemed elder to tea in Jiangnan, even preparing his favorite lavish gifts, yet the elder had not bestowed upon him a single glance.
"Now, if you, President Lin, were to go in person, I fear."
The words that followed remained unspoken by Xiaoxue, for Lin Xiangwan understood everything. If she were to meet old Master Hua, he would likely refuse to see her, and it would be a stroke of luck if he did not chastise her. Such a predicament seemed insurmountable.
Xiaoxue sighed,
her forehead beaded with sweat from anxiety. "President Lin, it would be prudent to return this project to him. We can seek new collaborations instead. There is no need to leap into the pit he has dug." "No, I shall indeed leap right in." Lin Xiangwan lifted her gaze to meet hers, her eyes clear and composed, embodying a calmness that surpassed any prior moment. She was not acting out of spite towards Lin Xiangwan, but rather had contemplated the matter thoroughly and concluded that this task was one she must undertake. When she had taken the documents and departed, all the shareholders, including Uncle Zhong, were observing her closely. Although Uncle Zhong had appointed her as the president in accordance with her grandfather's will, the betting agreement loomed over her, and the shareholders would not cease their scrutiny regarding her qualifications for the role. In the face of such watchful eyes, to decline this assignment would signify a lack of courage to confront the disputes with the Jiang family. Even if she were to secure her position as president thereafter, she would inevitably encounter endless repercussions in business. Yet, she chose to rise to the challenge. By adeptly resolving this matter, she would garner a measure of trust from the shareholders. Thus, she had no choice but to proceed. The Lin family of three did not intervene to hinder her or obstruct her collaboration with Ding Shang. It appears they deliberately awaited this opportunity. Lin Xiangwan curled her lips, her gaze fixed upon Xiaoshui. Please help me inquire about the upcoming schedule of Old Master Hua.
Xiaoshui's expression turned peculiar as she cleared her throat and replied, however.
President Lin, even if you ascertain the Old Master's whereabouts, you still cannot meet him. His mobility is limited, and he rarely ventures out nowadays. He is either being chauffeured to conduct business with prominent families in Jiangnan or is at his own residence. The implication was clear. Lin Xiangwan lacked any means to meet Old Master Hua unless he chose to speak up himself. Lin Xiangwan smiled radiantly, asserting,
Who said my inquiry was meant to corner anyone? Xiaoshui hesitated to probe further, observing her unwavering confidence.
While she did not believe this matter could be resolved flawlessly,
she chose to remain silent and assist in gathering information for her.
That afternoon, as they were heading out, Wen Xian called. Their essay gathering tonight with some classmates from our class.
Will you be attending?
Lin Xiangwan had already settled into the car when she noticed Chino approaching.
Shaking her head, she pressed the accelerator and drove away. No need, I am headed to the Jiang family, she stated. Oh, is that so? Wait. What did you just say? Where are you going?
Wen Xian exclaimed, her voice suddenly rising in pitch.
Lin Xiangwan gazed ahead,
casting a glance at the bouquet on the passenger seat, and said with a light-hearted demeanor, having been in Rongqing for quite some time,
I have yet to pay a visit to Grandma Jiang.
Today, I shall take the opportunity to see her. The Jiang family held a deep-seated aversion towards her due to the scandal of her elopement.
No one would welcome her, particularly the elder Mrs. Jiang, who,
despite not blaming her for going abroad, had severed ties with the Lin family 3 years ago. They would certainly not receive her with open arms. Why subject herself to such humiliation? Wen Xian grew anxious at the mere mention of the matter. She could hardly bear the thought of Lin Xiangwan being wronged. The once pitiful girl, abandoned by all, had now become the talk of the town as the madwoman who fled from her wedding. The prospect of returning to face ridicule from them filled her with sorrow. She hung up the phone and pressed the accelerator towards the Jiang residence. Biting her lip, Wen Xian gradually tightened her grip on her phone, contemplating before ultimately dialing a number. When the call connected, a man's voice, tinged with surprise, came through.
Miss Wan? Wan has gone to the Jiang family to see the matriarch. Please inform Jiang Shijing.
I do not care what his current feelings towards Wan may be. During their courtship, it was he who was fickle and disloyal, who wronged her first. Wen Xian's tone was icy, unleashing her fury over the phone, on this basis alone. He must come to rescue Wan. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. You handle it as you see fit. Should things go awry, I will seek retribution from you. With a forceful click, she ended the call, exhaling a worried sigh. She could only wait to see if that insipid carrot would have a moment of conscience. Chapter 15, almost missing a spectacle at the Jiang family's grand entrance and in the living room, the beloved dwarf pine of the elder Mrs. Jiang remained in place. Lin Xiangwan cradled the lilies in her arms, seated beside the tea table, gazing vacantly at the pebbles within. After a brief moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs. A finely dressed woman descended, casting a cursory glance at her, devoid of any expression. The elderly lady has been unwell lately. She has taken her medicine and has already retired for the night. You may leave now. Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly and handed the bouquet of lilies to the servant, requesting, Please take this bouquet to Grandmother Jiang. After speaking, she promptly seated herself and added, I will wait here for Grandmother, you need not concern yourselves with me. Treat me as if I were merely air. The servant, assuming her next action would be to depart, had already made a gesture to leave, but upon hearing her words, was taken aback and could only glance at Tangli furrowed her brow, glaring disapprovingly at Lin Xiangwan. I had hoped you possessed some self-awareness and therefore refrained from stating it plainly. It seems that your 3 years abroad have not fostered your growth, rather. Your audacity has increased considerably. She descended from the second floor, approaching Lin Xiangwan step by step, looking down from her elevated position, and declared, The old lady does not wish to see a treacherous and cowardly person like you. Depart from the Jiang family. Lin Xiangwan raised her gaze to her, a slight smile playing on her lips. The lady, filled with righteous indignation, appeared to care for Jiang Shijing as though she were his own mother.
You! Tang Li's face contorted in an instant, her hand lifted, poised to strike.
Lin Xiangwan seized her wrist, her fingertips tightening with force as she coldly remarked.
Did you think I am still the same as 3 years ago? Do not even think about striking me again. Tang Li was flung aside, fortunately caught by a servant to prevent her fall. She stared at Lin Xiangwan in disbelief,
struggling to associate the woman before her with the former young lady of the Lin family.
In those days, Lin Xiangwan, on the brink of marriage, could not win over Jiang Shijing.
Despite being acutely aware of the discord between them, she foolishly approached him in an attempt to please him,
hoping to glean some of his preferences.
In her quest for a mere morsel of information, Lin Xiangwan allowed herself to be manipulated,
enduring humiliation in silence and refraining from reporting to Jiang Shijing.
Now, however, Lin Xiangwan appeared as if she had undergone a complete transformation. Particularly striking was her gaze,
sharp as a blade.
A few servants outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed in and were taken aback by Lin Xiangwan, quickly surrounding her in astonishment. Lin Xiangwan cast a cold glance, her fingers curling slightly. She had no desire to create a scene in this place. Yet as Tang Li barred her from seeing the elderly matriarch, she was left with no choice but to resort to the most undignified means to rouse the old lady's attention. Lin Xiangwan grasped a teapot from the table, lifting it in her hand as if to strike the first person who dared to approach her. The situation had reached an impasse, with the servants too afraid of her wrath to step forward. Tang Li hurriedly signaled to the servant behind Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan quickly realized what was happening and attempted to strike back, but the servant in front had already been waiting. As she turned, they lunged forward and firmly grasped her shoulders.
It was certain that one person could not overpower 6. However,
Lin Xiangwan had not anticipated being seized before she could create any commotion. The Jiang family villa was quite expansive, with excellent soundproofing.
Such a minor disturbance would go unheard by the old matriarch of the Jiang family.
Tang Li approached, pinching Lin Xiangwan's chin to scrutinize her face, and with a disdainful chuckle remarked, "You have become even more beautiful after 3 years, it is quite irritating to behold."
Do you truly believe that with this face? You can rekindle a romance with Jiang Shijing?
Lin Xiangwan found herself unable to move, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated. "Should you dare to lay a hand on my face, I will hire individuals to guard the vicinity of the Jiang family, ready with sulfuric acid to await your arrival." Tang Li's complexion shifted, startled by the piercing intensity of her gaze and words. Her fingertips curled, and she gripped Lin Xiangwan's chin tightly, speaking in a low tone. "Rest assured, I shall not mar your beauty. My sole intention is to ensure that you exhaust every possible means yet fail to meet the old matriarch and gain entry into the Jiang family estate." Lin Xiangwan's complexion was delicate, her fair skin cold and pale, and when Tang Li pinched her, 2 red marks appeared on her face. The maid, possessing considerable strength,
pulled Lin Xiangwan, intent on driving her away.
Lin Xiangwan admonished sternly, "Tang Li, you have no right to prevent me from seeing my grandmother. If she herself were to express a desire not to see me, I would never intrude again. However, I must see her today. I refuse to be stopped, what can you do?" Tang Li's expression darkened as she approached and, alongside the servants, attempted to push her down.
Lin Xiangwan could only shout towards the 2nd floor, "Grandma! Can you hear me? Xiaowan has come to see you." Tang Li, infuriated, pulled out a handkerchief, intent on silencing her.
Just as the cloth was thrust into Lin Xiangwan's mouth, a mocking laugh echoed from outside the door.
"It seems I've missed quite the spectacle?"
Upon hearing Jiang Shijing's voice, the servants were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to proceed while restraining Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan expelled the handkerchief,
silently pressing her lips together as she gazed at the newcomer. Jiang Shijing appeared to have just concluded a social engagement, reeking of alcohol, as he entered while casually toying with his car keys. Though his demeanor was nonchalant, the aura he exuded caused Tang Li's expression to shift dramatically, rendering her cautious.
Tang Li cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiangwan, her eyes betraying a palpable sense of doubt and apprehension.
Jiang Shijing tossed the car keys onto the coffee table and approached Lin Xiangwan. He merely cast a fleeting glance, and the servant, startled, lost her grip. Lin Xiangwan broke free from her constraints and rubbed her aching shoulders. Jiang Shijing's gaze fell upon her chin, his eyes darkening as he chuckled softly. Miss Lin.
As a guest in the Jiang residence, why did you not inform me? I could have arranged a splendid feast in your honor. I came to visit my grandmother.
Lin Xiangwan replied, wishing to conceal her presence from Jiang Shijing and, more importantly, to keep her intentions hidden. She picked up her bag and, with her head bowed,
attempted to leave.
Suddenly, her wrist was grasped firmly. Tang Li's expression shifted. You should be aware of who holds the authority in this household. Jiang Shijing interrupted her, accepting a bouquet of lilies from a servant and extending it towards Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan took it in confusion,
feeling a warmth rise in her wrist where he had pulled her. She displayed a look of perplexity.
Grandma is in the backyard. Jiang Shijing, with his hands in his pockets, remained nonchalant as ever.
Lin Xiangwan felt a flicker of surprise in her heart. Before she could ponder further, the man chuckled playfully. I am quite eager to see how you will explain your departure 3 years ago to your grandmother.
Lin Xiangwan tightened her embrace around Baiha,
her gaze deepening with a somber intensity.
Did I not mention before? I am leaving because my love for you has faded. With that, she turned and walked away.
The smile in Jiang Shijing's eyes vanished in an instant, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure. Chapter 16, Let Lin Xiangwan come to me. Tang Li observed this quietly. Her teeth clenched in frustration as she remarked, Shijing, you are being foolish. That woman has betrayed and abandoned you, yet you still introduce her to the old lady. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Shijing cast her a frosty glance, devoid of warmth, reminiscent of a frozen ancient pond that sent shivers down one's spine.
Tang Li was rendered speechless in an instant.
In the back garden, old lady Jiang dozed in her modest nightgown, a steaming cup of tea wafting fragrant tendrils of vapor beside her. Lin Xiangwan walked softly, approaching with her mouth slightly parted, momentarily at a loss for words. Should she express her apologies for failing to honor the love and regard bestowed upon her by her grandmother, or perhaps convey a greeting after such a long absence?
Inquiring about her well-being?
Throughout the years of her departure, she felt she had wronged no one, save for the venerable Mrs. Jiang.
In the beginning,
her engagement was born from the belief that she and Jiang Shijing shared a profound connection, alongside the unwavering insistence of Mrs. Jiang, who vehemently opposed any marital arrangements imposed by Jiang Shijing's father and stepmother, insisting on her as the suitable granddaughter-in-law.
Yet in the end, all of Mrs. Jiang's diligent efforts were rendered futile. Surely, she must feel a deep sense of disappointment now.
Lin Xiangwan was at a loss when she noticed that old lady Jiang, seated in the rocking chair, had opened her eyes and smiled, beckoning her.
Has the young lady arrived?
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback,
as the lilies in her hand had already been taken away.
Old lady Jiang lowered her head to inhale the fragrance of the flowers, expressing her contentment. After all these years, the lilies you send still captivate me the most.
Grandma.
Lin Xiangwan tightened her grip on her sleeve, her eyes filled with trepidation. The old lady's tone was overly familiar and natural, reminiscent of the times 3 years ago when she would frequently visit the Jiang household to present lilies,
devoid of any barriers.
Yet, she recalled hearing when Qian mentioned more than once that after the wedding, the old lady had stepped forward to quell the situation,
remaining hidden from the public eye for a full 3 months thereafter. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. The old lady poured a cup of tea, smiling warmly as she extended it to Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan hesitated to drink and, after a moment of difficulty, finally spoke, Grandmother.
I am aware that you are upset with me for going abroad.
The old lady interrupted her once more, devoid of any dissatisfaction or resentment. The past is behind us, in my heart, you remain my beloved one girl.
Do not dwell on what has transpired before.
Lin Xiangwan could scarcely believe the old lady's remarkable forbearance. However, upon reflection, she recognized that the old lady had always been this magnanimous, otherwise she would not have consented to the union with Jiang Shijing despite the fervent opposition from others.
A sudden wave of guilt and self-reproach washed over her.
The old lady held her in high regard, yet her visit today was primarily for the benefit of the company, rather than a heartfelt call to see the old lady.
Dear child, have you had the chance to meet Shijing?
The old lady inquired gently.
And you too.
The old lady pondered for a moment before abruptly shifting the subject. Did you come to see me for something of great importance? Lin Xiangwan found herself at a loss for words. The old lady's attitude, free from past grievances, rendered her unable to voice her requests.
In her mind, two conflicting voices clashed.
One insisted that the person she had wronged the most was the old lady, who had granted her forgiveness without hesitation. It would be ungrateful to impose upon her further. Ultimately, Lin Xiangwan shook her head and forced a smile, saying, "I have come to see you. Your health appears robust.
And your spirits are high. The fact that you are willing to converse with me brings me great contentment."
She rose and bowed respectfully to Madame Jiang, expressing,
"Thank you for your care and kindness.
Since I am unable to visit the Jiang family frequently, please know that if you ever require assistance,
I will do my utmost to help."
Lin Xiangwan dared not meet the gaze of old Madame Jiang, nor did she linger to divulge the purpose of her visit.
Hastily turning away and departing,
Old Madame Jiang sighed softly as she watched her retreating figure. The butler beside her remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Miss Lin harbors a sense of guilt and does not wish to trouble you." The old lady reflected, "This foolish girl, I have always regarded her as my own granddaughter.
She ought not to be so formal with me."
A complex expression crossed old Madame Jiang's face as she suddenly noticed someone approaching the garden entrance. Jiang Shijing sat opposite her, raising the untouched cup of tea Lin Xiangwan had left behind and draining it in one go.
"What a fine tea," he remarked, half closing his eyes in enjoyment.
"Grandmother's de Hong Pao is the most rich and fragrant."
"Do refrain from your flattery," old Madame Jiang replied,
picking up a bouquet of lilies and admiring it fondly. "The girl is facing some difficulties, you should assist her." Jiang Shijing remained silent, his fingertips tracing the patterns on the teacup, his expression indifferent. The butler could not help but clear his throat. "Young master, will you heed the old lady's request?"
"Grandmother,
if Lin Xiangwan requires my assistance, she should ask me directly. After all, she has cast me aside, I cannot be so eager to help her." Jiang Shijing said with a smirk that left his intentions ambiguous, whether he was annoyed or merely jesting.
The old lady frowned. "What if I insist that you help?"
"Then Lin Xiangwan must come to me first. If she does not seek me out, I shall not extend my aid," he stated,
setting down the teacup and rising to leave.
As he exited the Jiang residence, Yan Jing waited by the car at the entrance.
Upon spotting Jiang Shijing, he leaned out with excitement, exclaiming, "I just saw Miss Lin. Jiang Zone, did she come to the Jiang family to see you?"
"Has she finally decided to seek your help?"
Jiang Shijing lifted his eyelids, responding with displeasure, "Why bring up what should not be mentioned?"
Yan Jing retreated slightly,
silenced by the rebuke. It seemed Lin Xiangwan possessed far more composure than he had anticipated.
Once inside the car, Jiang Shijing instructed, "Call my maternal grandfather." As Yan Jing completed the call, half an hour later, Hua Feng reached out to Lin Xiangwan. The speaker was the general manager of Hua Feng Group, whose words were convoluted, cloaked in polite yet superficial pleasantries. Yet, Lin Xiangwan grasped the underlying message. The old man was fiercely protective. Had it not been for the explicit approval of Jiang Shijing and old Madame Jiang, he would never entertain a collaboration with Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan sat alone in her office for the entire afternoon, neglecting even to eat. Xiao Xue, concerned for her discomfort, brought a bowl of warm chicken soup.
"Lin,
if you truly cannot bring yourself to speak, perhaps we should find an excuse to postpone." Lin Xiangwan lifted her gaze and cast a fleeting glance at her, her exquisite features revealing a hint of fatigue. "How can this be permissible? One must act upon their words, I cannot easily concede. Especially since the Lin family of three is awaiting my retreat."
"What then?"
"The elder Hua not only requires the matriarch's assent but also the endorsement of Jiang Shijing. While one might boldly beseech the matriarch, what of Jiang Shijing?" Xiao Xue, having worked alongside Zhong Jie for an extended period, had adopted a similarly forthright manner of speaking. Although her words may not be the most palatable, they lack any circumlocution and strike directly at the crux of the matter. Lin Xiangwan slowly exhaled a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, she recalled Tang Li's words.
Everything seemed to be interconnected. Whether by coincidence or by design, it appeared unavoidable.
Lin Xiangwan rose and handed 2 documents to Xiao Xue, instructing her to have the sales department sign them while she stepped out for a moment.
Upon reaching the ground floor, she requested Chino to drive her. Destination, the Jiang family. Chapter 17, Embrace Me. Chino glanced at Lin Xiangwan through the rearview mirror.
The woman radiated a stunning and captivating beauty.
Lin Xiangwan wanted to say that he was feigning ignorance, but suddenly changed his words at the tip of his tongue. Do you think I am quite lacking in ambition? Chino frowned.
Lin Xiangwan tugged at the corners of her lips. Strangely, she felt a sense of relief from those words. Indeed, everything was for the sake of the company. To uphold the business that her grandfather had tirelessly supported, and the one where her mother had invested her entire dowry, what did it matter if she lacked fortitude? In this merciless and indifferent realm of commerce, the least valuable asset is indeed one's pride. Soon, the car came to a halt at the Jiang Corporation. It was the most magnificent and imposing office building in Rongqing, adorned with a brilliantly shining character for Jiang. Countless individuals had gazed longingly at this symbol, yearning for the chance to collaborate with this esteemed company. Lin Xiangwan stood at the entrance of the company, dialing a number to reach Jiang Shijing. As soon as the call connected, Yin Jing had already arrived, gesturing for her to proceed. President Jing has cancelled all appointments and is specifically waiting for you. Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly and followed him upstairs. There was one thing she was certain of. When she arrived at the office, she was still organizing her thoughts until she heard the sound of girls' laughter ringing playfully. Lin Xiangwan lifted her gaze, observing Bai Ziren seated at the desk, animatedly sharing some amusing anecdotes with Jiang Shijing. A smile graced Jiang Shijing's lips, his eyes radiating warmth. She clenched her hands and gently knocked on the door to announce her presence.
Ah, Sister Lin has arrived, Bai Ziren exclaimed.
A mix of surprise and delight as she rushed over to grasp Lin's hand.
Do you have time to discuss business, Mr. Jing?
Jiang Shijing cast her a sidelong glance, a teasing smile playing on his lips.
It is rare for Miss Lin to take the initiative to discuss matters with me.
Ziren, please wait for me downstairs. Bai Ziren obediently nodded, winking at Lin Xiangwan as she departed. Once alone, Lin Xiangwan exhaled deeply and walked straight to Jiang Shijing.
Huafeng Group has made an offer.
As long as you speak a word to the old lady, we can collaborate with Fanqing.
Jiang Shijing, taken aback, responded, You cannot be asking me for assistance, can you?
Lin Xiangwan's eyes flickered, and she pressed her lips together, saying, Indeed.
Then you must adopt a demeanor of seeking assistance.
Jiang Shijing chuckled, twirling a pen in his hand.
With the tone you just used, I almost thought you had come to accuse me.
Lin Xiangwan pressed her palm, striving to maintain a facade of tranquility. Then tell me.
How should I beseech you?
As she uttered these words, a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind.
Every acquaintance of Jiang Shijing would attest that.
Aside from his flirtatious nature, he possessed no discernible flaws. He was remarkably capable at work, amiable in demeanor, and perpetually wore a smile, presenting an appearance of approachability.
However,
those who engaged with Jiang Shijing on a deeper level would soon realize he was a cunning fox. His smile could emanate genuine warmth or serve as a harbinger of impending discontent.
Lin Xiangwan had a foreboding.
Ever since the last encounter in the car, where Jiang Shijing had questioned her, she sensed that this man, although appearing indifferent to the matter of the elopement, secretly harbored resentment over the loss of face.
This time,
by leveraging the collaboration with Huafeng, he was meticulously guiding her into a trap, clearly biding his time for revenge.
Lin Xiangwan steeled herself.
No matter how Jiang Shijing humiliated or bullied her later, she endured it all for the sake of this project. As Lin Xiangwan was lost in thought, a hand unexpectedly appeared before her, a hand with slender fingers and immaculate nails. She raised her gaze to behold Jiang Shijing's gentle smile, hesitating for a fleeting moment before finally resting her hand in his palm. In the next instant, Jiang Shijing drew her into his embrace, securing his hold around her waist. Lin Xiangwan hardly had time to gasp before her chin was lifted. Through the fabric, she could sense the strength of Jiang Shijing's muscular thigh.
What are you doing? Let me go.
Jiang Shijing, undeterred, focused on the 2 red marks on her chin. He freed one hand to open the drawer and retrieved some anti-swelling ointment. The cool balm was applied to the red marks, leaving Lin Xiangwan increasingly perplexed.
Jiang Shijing, what on earth do you intend to do?
Once he had meticulously applied the ointment, he playfully poked the corner of her lips. Kiss me, and if it pleases me, I shall call Huafeng.
Lin Xiangwan's expression turned icy as she resisted, saying, Have you considered that Miss Bai is still waiting for you?
Jiang Shijing, I can endure your unreasonable demands,
But asking me to be a mistress, to betray my own integrity and morals, is something I cannot do.
She pushed Jiang Shijing away, the faint,
lingering aroma of licorice-infused ointment wafting from the corner of her lips. You are quite amusing.
Jiang Shijing, undeterred, leaned against the edge of the table, gazing at her with a hint of profound meaning in his eyes. You speak of integrity and morals as you ask me for a kiss.
When you fled from the wedding, did you not consider that to be an immoral act?
Yet again, the past was being resurrected. Lin Xiangwan's body stiffened slightly, momentarily taken aback, and she fell silent, pressing her lips together. She found it impossible to refute such remarks.
Was it destined that they would not reach an agreement today?
Lin Xiangwan tightened her grip on her bag, intending to leave without a word.
However, Jiang Shijing suddenly spoke up. Have you noticed the bottle of wine on my cabinet?
Lin Xiangwan paused her steps and followed his gaze. The glass cabinet was filled with various exquisite wines, and the bottle Jiang Shijing pointed to was placed in the lower left corner, adorned with a series of obscure Spanish inscriptions. Lin Xiangwan could not comprehend the situation.
Yet she sensed that the bottle of wine was extraordinary. To kiss me or to consume that drink, its potency is fierce. Not only would one be rendered utterly inebriated, but the ensuing headache could linger for 3 days and nights before subsiding.
The choice is yours, reflecting how much Miss Lin values her own well-being. Jiang Shijing rose and approached Lin Xiangwan, leaning in close to whisper in her ear, his lips intentionally brushing against her earlobe.
Compared to a 3-day headache, would a kiss from me prove to be even more unbearable? Lin Xiangwan caught a whiff of the faint scent of tobacco emanating from him and instinctively took 2 steps back.
Her earlobe, having been touched, felt as if it were ablaze. Gazing at the other's lustrous lips, Lin Xiangwan maintained her composure.
I choose. Chapter 18, The Art of Keeping Warm is Remarkable. I choose to drink.
Before Jiang Shijing could utter a word, Lin Xiangwan had already seized the bottle and twisted off the cap. Observing her decisive action, Jiang Shijing's eyes darkened. Lin Xiangwan had a poor tolerance for alcohol. Even if she were to drink herself into oblivion today, she would not so much as kiss Jiang Shijing.
However, she was equally determined not to relinquish this opportunity to collaborate with Hua Feng.
Lin Xiangwan had thoroughly prepared herself mentally. She paid no heed to headaches or stomach ailments. All she desired was collaboration, and to achieve it in such a respectable manner brought her a sense of ease. Lin Xiangwan tilted her head back,
gulping down the liquor in large swigs.
The fiery spirit choked her, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Before she could take more than a couple of sips,
the bottle was snatched away by someone.
Jiang Shijing grasped the bottle firmly, spilling the liquid in his motion, dampening the sleeve of his garment.
Lin Xiangwan coughed twice,
wiping away the wine stains at the corner of her mouth, yet she still reached for the bottle of liquor.
Jiang Shijing's eyes darkened, losing the earlier hint of amusement, as he softly uttered, "That's enough."
Lin Xiangwan stood on tiptoe, grasping the bottle of wine alongside him. As they drew nearer, the intoxicating aroma of alcohol enveloped them. With a defiant tilt of her head, she locked eyes with Jiang Shijing and asked, "What is this, Mr. Jiang? Have you changed your mind? Denying me even the chance to negotiate a partnership?" Jiang Shijing's chest heaved with intensity as he suddenly seized the back of Lin Xiangwan's head,
forcefully pulling her in for a kiss.
The sharp taste of alcohol spread between their lips, rendering the kiss anything but pleasurable. Lin Xiangwan forcefully pushed Jiang Shijing away and struck him with a resounding slap.
"Jiang Shijing, you have gone too far. Do you truly wish to force me to this extent?"
The man turned his head from the impact, revealing 2 distinct marks on his cheek. Jiang Shijing, rubbing his jaw, was interrupted before he could utter a word as the door swung open. Shino appeared at the threshold, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the situation within,
then stepped inside to shield Lin Xiangwan.
"President Lin, I tried reaching you by phone, so I came to check on you."
Lin Xiangwan took a step back,
seeking refuge behind him. Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes, silently observing them.
"Has the business discussion concluded? Shall we depart?" Qin Ao inquired gently. Lin Xiangwan nodded, not casting a glance at Jiang Shijing, and turned away with determination.
Yet, she heard a soft scoff. Jiang Shijing seized her wrist with a firm grip, drawing close and embracing her from behind. Chino's expression shifted dramatically as she attempted to push him away, but suddenly, 5 or 6 bodyguards surged in from outside,
surrounding him completely. Miss Lin wished to avoid any unpleasant commotion, thus she commanded him to leave. In the presence of Chino,
Jiang Shijing lightly nibbled on Lin Xiangwan's earlobe, whispering suggestively, "Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just walking out." Chino's face darkened like stagnant water as she coldly remarked, "President Lin, do not be intimidated by his words.
Even if I were to leave brazenly, no one would lay a finger on you."
She rolled up her sleeves, preparing to take action. Lin Xiangwan felt her body stiffen and, closing her eyes, called out to him, "Chino, please step outside for a moment."
Chino was taken aback. "Leave? I am perfectly fine." Lin Xiangwan shot him a glance.
Jiang Shijing was a person who appeared calm and easygoing, especially when he was most enraged. She sensed that this was his limit.
If Chino did not depart soon,
it would be a miracle if he emerged unscathed after crossing Jiang Shijing's wrath. Lin Xiangwan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Clearly, Jiang Shijing should not exhibit such a vexatious demeanor.
After everyone had departed, she turned to confront Jiang Shijing, demanding with deliberate clarity, "What is your true intention? Are you seeking to torment me as retribution for past grievances, or is it simply your vile nature to take pleasure in humiliating those weaker than you?"
Jiang Shijing let out a light chuckle, his fingertips brushing her chin, as if teasing a proud feline.
"Your bodyguard is quite handsome. Did you specifically inquire about Wen Xian?"
Lin Xiangwan felt a tightening in her heart as she turned her face away to evade his hand. "It has nothing to do with you," she retorted. Such words emerging from his lips filled her with disdain.
As she stepped back, she inadvertently pushed Jiang Shijing away. The cigarette flickered in and out until it was wholly extinguished, yet he never took a single drag. It was not until Yanjing entered that the silence was broken. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Lin has already left. What shall we do about the collaboration?" "Get lost."
The single word frightened Yanjing into a hasty retreat.
Jiang Shijing, with an impassive expression, picked up his phone. In the car,
Lin Xiangwan leaned her forehead against her hand, gazing out the window, her complexion slightly pallid. Chino scrutinized her repeatedly, concern filling his eyes,
before finally mustering the courage to speak. "Did that person deliberately bully you? Did he take advantage of you?"
Chino felt his ears flush under her gaze,
clearing his throat as his usually steady voice quivered. "So, what shall we do about the cooperation?" Lin Xiangwan shook her head.
She had been pondering what to do just moments ago. Despite having prepared herself to meet Jiang Shijing, she was still provoked into a hasty retreat.
At this point,
she seemed to grasp Jiang Shijing's intentions. He sought to exact revenge for the abandonment he endured 3 years prior. Intending to watch her suffer slowly under the heat of scrutiny, with the power in his hands looming over her like a mountain, compelling her to concede, Lin Xiangwan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Today, it was either a kiss or a reckless indulgence in alcohol. Tomorrow,
should circumstances compel her to seek out Jiang Shijing again, what demands would he impose? Would it be to share his bed? In the face of absolute power, one is invariably forced to yield. Would she too succumb to such degradation? What would it take for Jiang Shijing to relent?
She instructed the driver to stop. Lin Xiangwan suddenly spoke, her tone resolute.
Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath, contemplating thoughtfully.
Lin Xiangwan clenched her fist.
She was uncertain about her next steps.
Yet she understood that she could not afford to lose the collaboration with Huafeng.
Every move made under the signed betting agreement had to be executed flawlessly.
The shareholders were restless, eagerly positioning themselves, and she had to withstand the pressure no matter what. As for Jiang Shijing, it was as though she had been bitten by a dog.
Just as her thoughts settled, her phone rang.
She answered Xiao Xue's call.
"President Lin!" Xiao Xue exclaimed,
her voice brimming with excitement, "You are incredible. You actually managed to secure the Huafeng order.
Now, they've reached out to us." Lin Xiangwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What did you say?" "Huafeng has come to our place.
And a deputy manager has come to discuss collaboration with us."
"President Lin, what methods did you employ to persuade the old man? I admire you so much."
Xiao Xue was overjoyed, her tone rising with excitement. As if she could already envision a bright future alongside Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan hung up the phone, her mind a whirlwind of uncertainty, momentarily at a loss for words. Remarkably, Hua Feng had relented. Yet, she had just parted ways with Jiang Shijing on less than amicable terms. Could it be that the matriarch had personally intervened? Tirelessly persuading the elder Hua? Chapter 19, Jiang's young master follows his ex-girlfriend. Indeed, it must be so. Elder Hua is a relative of the matriarch. How could he possibly disregard the wishes of his own kin? Having successfully acquired 2 companies linked to Jiang Shijing, the shareholders' attitudes towards her began to shift dramatically. That evening, even Zhong Jie called, praising Lin Xiangwan's capabilities and advising her to take care and not overexert herself. I can manage the overtime myself, you need not accompany me. Lin Xiangwan smiled as she accepted the lunchbox, casually taking a couple of bites before handing her bank card over. Go and provide a meal for the project team working overtime. I will cover the overtime bonus from my personal account, the company's overtime pay will be calculated separately. Xiao Xue's eyes lit up. President Lin, you are truly wonderful. That means I must stay longer. I want to enjoy delicious food and earn plenty of money. Lin Xiangwan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, lifting her chin to gesture for her to fetch some food. However, Xiao Xue suddenly leaned in closer. Her demeanor shrouded in mystery as she rested her arms on the table, gazing at her intently. President Lin. Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at her with keen interest. Are you truly fascinated by this? She inquired. Indeed. The old gentleman was notorious for his irascible temperament and fierce protectiveness. He had once proclaimed that he would never collaborate with our star group, often cursing at the mere mention of the word Lin. After all, it was widely known that Madame Jiang had been melancholic for an extended period due to the elopement incident. Furthermore, the old master Hua shared a close familial bond with the old lady and held great admiration for Jiang Shijing, making him unlikely to easily engage in partnership with Star Group. Both Xiao Xue and Lin Xiangwan were well aware of these circumstances. Thus, she felt even more certain that it was due to the old lady's influence that the old master Hua had consented to the collaboration. Although she could not frequently visit the Jiang family, with the old lady's birthday approaching, she was determined to prepare a special gift for her, as a gesture of gratitude. Lin Xiangwan playfully tapped Xiao Xue's nose and urged her, why not hurry and fetch some coffee? We shall be working late into the night. Xiao Xue stuck out her tongue and swiftly departed with her bank card. No sooner had she left than an unexpected guest arrived. Lin Xijuan knocked on the door, casually sauntering over with his hands in his pockets. In the exuberance of spring, General Manager Lin has secured 2 substantial contracts this year, a feat that no one else in the company has been able to accomplish. Lin Xiangwan suddenly found the food in her mouth devoid of flavor, pushing the lunchbox aside. It was late at night, and she did not wish to spoil her appetite, so she stepped out of her office. Lin Shijuan's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth to suppress the surge of anger, forcing a smile as he sat before her. He spoke without reservation, oh, come now. We are not merely colleagues, we are siblings. Surely, you cannot address me in such a manner? It would be detrimental to our cordiality. And it would reflect poorly if others were to overhear. What cordiality remains between us? The words I spoke in the office the other day have spread throughout the entire company, who was unaware that you are Lin Mu's illegitimate child. You now fear the consequences of gossip, don't you? Lin Xiangwan crossed her arms, her mocking words piercing like daggers aimed at her opponent. The relationship between her and Lin Xijuan had always been strained. In her childhood, she remained oblivious to the sordid affairs among the elders, as Xiang Keqing had played her role convincingly, rendering Lin Xiangwan quite fond of this so-called stepmother. However, her rapport with Lin Xijuan was irreparably antagonistic. In the past, whenever Xiang Keqing gifted her toys, Lin Xijuan would stealthily hurl stones at her from behind, reducing her to tears before seizing the opportunity to snatch the toys away. As they matured, an array of conflicts emerged incessantly. During that tumultuous time, Jiang Shijing, armed with information from unknown sources, single-handedly confronted a group of adversaries and rescued her. Lin Xiangwan believed that true love had arrived, but little did she know that anyone associated with Lin Xijuan, whether in alliance or opposition, ultimately proved to be unapproachable.
Let me tell you, Lin Xiangwan, do not be complacent.
The contracts from Huafeng and Dingxing that you managed to secure were merely a stroke of luck. A benefaction from old Madame Jiang, who holds you in high regard and does not hold your shortcomings against you. Lin Xiangwan let out a soft sound of acknowledgement.
Is that so? I have not denied it. After casting a harsh remark, she turned and walked away.
She stated emphatically, "Do not threaten me.
You know that if I am pushed to the edge, I am capable of anything at any moment. The same goes for you.
So tread carefully and do not provoke me." A profound disdain lingered in her eyes. She had little regard for exchanging harsh words with someone like Lin Xiangwan.
Actions spoke far louder than words.
At present, the shareholders had already shifted their attitude towards her, subtly implying that if the betting agreement could be fulfilled,
they would follow her lead.
In this context, she was disinclined to concern herself with Lin Xiangwan, akin to a cornered dog.
For some inexplicable reason, Lin Xiangwan felt an odd sensation, as if someone were trailing her. Chino softly inquired, "What is the matter?"
"It is nothing, perhaps it is merely my imagination,"
she replied.
Lin Xiangwan stifled a yawn and drifted back to sleep. It was not until the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of her apartment that she gathered her bag and notebook, turning to ascend the stairs.
Chino paused momentarily at the doorway before driving away.
Shortly thereafter, a black Lincoln glided slowly along the path. Jiang Shijing sat within the vehicle. Dimming the interior lights to their lowest setting, his gaze lifted to the second floor of the apartment. The bedroom light flickered on for a brief moment,
followed by the illumination of the bathroom, which then extinguished, culminating in the warm orange glow of the bedroom light. He observed in silence, waiting until the apartment succumbed to darkness late into the night. Chino had not reappeared at any point.
Jiang Shijing's expression softened slightly as he lowered the car window to let in a breath of cool air before delivering a furious punch to the steering wheel.
"Damn it!
I will never engage in such foolishness again." Chapter 20, A reunion with old friends. After Lin Xiangwan awoke, she lingered in bed for 10 minutes, contemplating the order from Huafeng, and finally a smile graced her lips. Both companies associated with the two consecutive orders were connected to Jiang Shijing,
who was unreserved in their willingness to collaborate with her.
They were not only impressed by the technology of the Fanqing group but also valued the reputation of old Madame Jiang.
Lin Xiangwan is not an ungrateful person.
After checking her bank card balance, she gritted her teeth and reserved 3,000 for herself, transferring the remainder to Xiaoshui. When Xiaoshui received the 500,000 in the morning, she was truly taken aback and received a phone call shortly thereafter. Lin Xiangwan had already prepared herself, holding a slice of bread at the door while waiting for Chino to arrive with the car.
Xiaoshui couldn't help but indulge her curiosity. Spending such a considerable sum on antiques, does President Lin keep them for herself or gift them to others? Lin Xiangwan,
having finished her slice of bread, spoke leisurely, "This is for the matriarch of the Jiang family." She had exhausted her meager savings for this gesture. Although the matriarch had encountered countless treasures worth millions throughout her lifetime, this gift represented Lin's heartfelt gratitude. She offered as much as she could, treating it as a means of repaying kindness.
After ending the call, Qin Ao also drove over.
However, Uncle Lu, the sanitation worker of the community, rushed over,
brandishing his broom to obstruct Qin Ao, his expression reflecting considerable irritation. Lin Xiangwan, perplexed, approached and heard Uncle Lu admonishing, "You cannot traverse that path.
It has been designated for greening efforts. Your tire compresses the soil, leaving clods from the path to here, which makes cleanup a laborious task."
Can you not possess a modicum of environmental awareness? Who else would be responsible if not you? Am I unaware of the mess created when I clean up?
The soil carried by your tires vanishes right at your doorstep, Uncle Lu asserted emphatically, relentless in his stance, even presenting photographs he had taken to substantiate his claims. Lin Xiangwan was perplexed by the situation and could only apologize to Chino, while also giving Uncle Lu 200 yuan as a token of gratitude for his efforts. On the way to the company, Chino remained deep in thought.
Judging by the tire tracks, it appeared that the vehicle in question was a Lincoln.
Lin Xiangwan did not take it to heart, casually remarking, such a lack of manners.
Chino hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back, finally suggesting, "It is also possible that someone has taken an interest in you, General Lin. Would you prefer that I leave a bit later every day?" "No need.
Lin Xiangwan pondered for a moment. It appeared that none of her acquaintances drove a Lincoln. It must have been mere coincidence that the dirt on the tires had conveniently worn off just at her doorstep. Noticing her disinterest, Chino chose not to pursue the topic further. Meanwhile, at Dingsheng, Zhou Yan was frowning as he watched his assistant spray down his car tires with a hose. Jiang Shijing held his phone at a distance, his voice grave and devoid of the usual nonchalance. "I'll have someone wash your car and bring a good bottle of wine. Will that suffice?" Sensing Jiang's irritation, Zhou Yan speculated that something must have gone awry and cautiously inquired, "What has got you so upset?
Is it because of Lin Xiangwan?"
There was a 2-second silence on the other end before the call abruptly ended.
Zhou Yan let out a hiss, bewildered by the abruptness. Later that evening,
Lin Xiangwan received a call from Wenxian after work.
"You missed the last gathering, surely you can make it this time?"
"It's just us old classmates getting together." Lin Xiangwan initially intended to remain at the company to review the materials, but upon hearing those words, she found it difficult to decline. Lin Xiangwan arrived at the private room after just a few minutes. Within the room were both men and women, familiar yet unfamiliar faces.
Wenxian stood up to pull her in, introducing everyone one by one.
"This is the class monitor, and this is Monkey, Shui, Xiaolan, and our esteemed boss,
Shen Fan."
During her 3 years of high school, Lin Xiangwan shared a class and dormitory with Wenxian, thus forming a deep bond of friendship.
Their roommates,
Shui and Xiaolan, also contributed to the harmonious atmosphere, as they shared similar interests and easygoing personalities.
The dormitory life throughout high school was particularly amicable.
The class monitor, Wen Ho, a diligent and honest individual who wore glasses, is now an executive at an IT company. The monkey, a classmate from a neighboring class, was part of their close-knit group. They often collaborated on homework and would rush to the cafeteria after school to snatch up the popular roasted drumsticks that were in high demand at the time. Upon encountering them, Lin Xiangwan engaged in a brief conversation, quickly feeling a sense of familiarity and camaraderie. With a grand gesture, Shin Fan uncorked a bottle of wine worth 300,000. "Boss Shin is quite remarkable now, the hotels abroad must be quite profitable," Wenxian inquired with a smile.
Cradling the bottle,
Shin Fan clicked his tongue, brimming with pride. "Not bad at all, earning several hundred million annually is hardly a challenge." Lin Xiangwan silently sighed to herself, pondering when she could also expand and strengthen her own endeavors to earn such generous dividends. As she reflected on the matter of longevity, she considered the elderly woman involved.
With various pieces of information coming together, Lin Xiangwan hesitated and inquired, "The elderly lady you mentioned, could it possibly be the matriarch of the Jiang family? Her birthday is the day after tomorrow, isn't it? Do you know her?"
She then recalled, "Oh dear, I had completely forgotten. Your family, like Wenxian's,
is quite well off and well regarded in this circle."
Lin Xiangwan was already quite astonished by his presence at old Madame Zhang's birthday banquet. Upon hearing those words, she trembled slightly, instinctively resisting the thought of encountering Jiang Shijing again, particularly in such a setting.
Lin Xiangwan stood up.
"And I suddenly remembered that I have matters to attend to at my company, so I shall." Before she could finish her sentence, the voice of a waiter resonated from outside the private room. "Indeed, Mr. Shin is in this private room."
As Lin Xiangwan turned her head,
the door to the private room was pushed open. A man clad in a black shirt entered, his collar loosely unbuttoned, hands tucked into his pockets.
Under the dim light,
he possessed an enchanting visage, with a prominent nose and thin lips pressed together.
In Chapter 21, Truth, unlike his usual demeanor,
Jiang Shijing's face bore no trace of the playful smirk he often displayed. He cast a cold glance at Lin Xiangwan before striding expressionlessly towards Shin Fan. Lin Xiangwan stood frozen, staring blankly. For some inexplicable reason, she sensed that Jiang Shijing was angry, and that his ire was directed at her. Wenxian leaned close to Lin Xiangwan's ear and whispered urgently, "I'm so sorry, Wan.
I had no idea that Zhang Luobo would be here tonight.
Shin Fan didn't mention it to me, as you know, I really can't stand Zhang Luobo."
I understand."
Lin Xiangwan hastily patted her arm, reassuringly saying,
"I am not angry, it's merely a coincidence." Wenxian let out a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear.
That insufferable Shin Fan is just like in high school, always making decisions without prior consultation." The two turned their attention to Jiang Shijing and Shin Fan. who were engaged in polite conversation, while the two girls, a Shui and her companion, gazed at him with starry eyes. The class monitor and the monkey appeared somewhat reserved, aware that this was a gathering of the affluent, and thus could only listen quietly from the sidelines. The pleasant ambience of the gathering had soured for Lin Xiangwan, and she contemplated finding an excuse to slip away. Just then, Xinfan's laughter rose in pitch as he poured wine for Jiang Shijing. Of course.
My father and old Madame Jiang share a connection.
I will certainly attend her birthday celebration. Jiang Shijing smiled faintly. Very well. The Jiang family will ensure you are well received.
After clinking glasses with him,
Xinfan suddenly realized he had neglected the others and quickly stood to introduce them one by one.
When it was Lin Xiangwan's turn,
she had yet to speak when Xinfan lifted her up.
This is Miss Lin, the current head of the Xingxing group. I wonder if Mr.
Jing has heard of her.
I have,
Jiang Shijing interjected. There is no need to introduce her or Wen Qian. Wen Qian pouted, sarcastically remarking, we're all in the same circle, it's tiresome to avoid each other.
Xinfan's expression stiffened as he sensed the awkwardness. Noticing the increasingly peculiar atmosphere, Lin Xiangwan, unable to bear the discomfort of Xinfan, attempted to lighten the mood. Aren't we here to drink? Let's enjoy a toast. She raised her glass first, inviting everyone to join in.
Xinfan understood her intention to warm up the gathering and smiled at her before saying, drinking alone is rather dull. Since it's a reunion of old classmates and we have the esteemed Mr. Jing with us, why don't we play a game of Kings? Kings was a game they often played back in high school. They would gather around with a deck of cards, and the one who drew a king could designate two numbers to perform any task.
Lin Xiangwan used to revel in merriment, but now,
confronted with the cold demeanor of Jiang Shijing, she found herself devoid of any desire to play. After Xinfan spoke, the others eagerly echoed the sentiment of engaging in a game, particularly a Shui and Shaolan, who began to coax Jiang Shijing into joining them. The innocent whims of the young girls were all too evident, eliciting quiet laughter from the class monitor and her companions. Wen Qian sighed at the sight, whispering, a Shui is quite taken with handsome faces. If she were to act foolishly, it's not my concern. If he can afford to play, let him. If not, he should step aside. Lin Xiangwan spoke without paying heed to her tone, harboring a simmering frustration. The actions Jiang Shijing had taken against her family lingered uncomfortably in her heart.
Now, he had the audacity to display such a countenance? Across from her,
Jiang Shijing listened intently, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiangwan as he held his glass, a smile breaking across his face. Very well, let us play. The server approached, delivering the cards. Jiang Shijing cast a sidelong glance at him as the server bowed his head, placing the cards before him and departing. Naturally, it was Jiang Shijing who would partake in the game. After a round of card distribution, the hand revealed only a single king and cards numbered 2 through 7. Jiang Shijing was the first to reveal the king. Lin Xiangwan glanced at the 3 of spades in her hand, sipping her drink with an air of composure. However, Jiang Shijing immediately declared the number 3. The one who draws the 3 may request either a truth or a dare from me.
Lin Xiangwan took 10 seconds to comprehend the meaning behind his words. He glanced around, smilingly inquired, who has 3?
Wen Qian nudged Lin Xiangwan with her elbow, signaling whether she wished to exchange her card. With so many eyes upon her, Lin Xiangwan felt it inappropriate to change her card and could only reveal it.
Miss Lin. Jiang Shijing called her name, his voice devoid of any warmth, truth, or dare. What a tone, what an attitude. Lin Xiangwan felt increasingly annoyed,
wishing fervently for Jiang Shijing to down that bottle of expensive liquor worth hundreds of thousands, just as he did at the Jiang family. However, recalling his remarkable ability to remain sober even after countless drinks, she retorted with a hint of irritation, speak your mind. Jiang Shijing, nonchalantly toying with a metallic silver lighter, reclined on the sofa with an air of casual indifference that captivated the two young ladies. He lazily lifted his eyelids and succinctly replied, ask. Before Lin Xiangwan could utter a word, Shui eagerly winked at her and suggested, why not inquire whether Mr. Jiang is single? Observing her restless demeanor, it was evident that if he were indeed unattached, she would hasten to request his contact information. Lin Xiangwan shook her head and cast her a regretful glance. I have seen Mr. Jiang's girlfriend. Shui immediately felt disheartened and wilted.
Xinfan, resting her chin on her hand,
exclaimed with excitement, I have heard that President Jing has been involved with no fewer than 100 girlfriends.
Why not ask President Jing which one he remembers the most fondly?
Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together, her fingertips suddenly tightening. The ice cubes in her glass rendered her fingertips icy cold. She gazed distantly at Jiang Shijing across the table. Jiang Shijing maintained a semblance of a smile. His head bowed as he fiddled with a lighter, seemingly unfazed by the peculiar nature of the question at hand.
Lin Xiangwan opened her mouth,
feeling the weight of the curious gazes from the crowd, which made her uneasy. Her departure years ago was not solely due to disillusionment. It also carried a hint of revenge. After becoming engaged to her, Jiang Shijing began to seek the company of other women frequently. Although these were fleeting encounters, he had never been the one to be abandoned. Instead, he had always been the one to end things,
leaving with a heart already wounded.
She aspired to be the first to cast Jiang Shijing aside.
She wanted him to remember the lesson of being forsaken, to understand the consequences of betraying someone's sincere affection.
Now, Lin Xiangwan was eager to discover whether her intentions had come to fruition.
Her breath quickened,
and only when the puzzled expressions of others turned towards her did she regain her composure. Mr. Jiang, among all your previous relationships,
which one has left the most lasting impression on you?
The moment her words fell, Jiang Shijing lifted his gaze, fixing it upon her. His enchanting peach blossom eyes still sparkled with a hint of amusement. Leaning back on the sofa, he casually remarked, as for exes,
there is indeed one that stands out in my memory. Who is it?
Xinfan inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Although the others were unfamiliar with Jiang Shijing, they perked up, eager to listen. Surely, a strikingly handsome and captivating young heir like him would have a particularly extraordinary individual etched in his memory. Lin Xiangwan felt her heart begin to race. Whether it was due to the alcohol she had consumed or her reluctance to admit it, she was undeniably curious about the woman Jiang Shijing had mentioned.
A subtle tension permeated the atmosphere.
Jiang Shijing pondered for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward,
drawing closer to everyone. As it happens, you should be acquainted, he stated.
Her name is Zhao Xinger. Lin Xiangwan paused, a sudden tightness gripping her heart. She lifted her gaze toward Jiang Shijing. Suddenly, a cacophony of excitement erupted around her.
Wow! Is that Zhao Xinger, who just won the Best Actress award last year? My brother is her die-hard fan. Goodness, no wonder she is the most unforgettable ex.
Zhao Xinger is now a national goddess. There is no one in this world more exceptional than her.
Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow, echoing their sentiments. Indeed, such excellence is hard to forget.
Shui and Shaolan, aware that such an outstanding man was beyond their reach, instead turned to him, eagerly inquiring how he came to know Zhao Xinger. Lin Xiangwan sat in the corner, her heart heavy with discomfort. Throughout it all, Jiang Shijing did not once lift his gaze in her direction.
3 years ago, she had resolutely walked away, a decision that, for Jiang Shijing, marked an unprecedented betrayal. Was that all there was to it?
Lin Xiangwan instinctively reached for the wine before her, only to have her wrist firmly restrained by Wen Qian. Leaning close, Wen Qian whispered in her ear, her teeth clenched.
He is merely an unworthy libertine. Is it truly necessary for you to drown your sorrows because of him?
At these words, Lin Xiangwan was instantly jolted back to reality.
The warmth in her eyes evaporated as she relinquished the glass.
Meeting her friend's anxious gaze, she managed a wry smile. All right, I shall not drink anymore.
Rising,
she made her way to the restroom to gather her thoughts. After washing her hands, she pulled a tissue to dry her fingertips and took out her phone to conduct a search.
Previously indifferent to the stars of the entertainment industry, she now felt a curious desire to discover what this acclaimed actress looked like. A quick search unveiled the actress's photographs.
Lin Xiangwan glanced at the thumbnail, poised to click on it, when she suddenly hesitated. Zhao Xinger's profile picture showcased her in a striking red dress, radiant and captivating. Even without a clearly enlarged image, Lin Xiangwan noticed a mole on her shoulder. The location of that mole mirrored her own perfectly, the only distinction being that hers was a vivid red.
Lin Xiangwan looked up at her reflection in the mirror.
Her shoulders gleamed like snow, and a crimson birthmark adorned her skin alluringly. It must be a mere coincidence.
Lin Xiangwan silently assessed Zhao Xing'er, a beauty of unparalleled grace.
She put away her phone and turned to leave. However, at the entrance of the restroom stood a figure. Jiang Shijing cast a glance at Lin Xiangwan and blocked the doorway.
Lin Xiangwan frowned slightly. This is the ladies' restroom.
Let's talk. Jiang Shijing opened his mouth, reeking of alcohol, leaving one to wonder just how much he had consumed. Lin Xiangwan retreated into the restroom, saying, I do not wish to discuss this.
Do not let them see. Step away.
What if I refuse to leave? Jiang Shijing pressed closer.
Lin Xiangwan's pupils quivered in shock. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. There's no one else here.
Jiang Shijing directly reached out, clasping her waist and pulling her outside. Lin Xiangwan collided into his embrace, exasperated, You scoundrel.
Could you possibly let me go?
She wished to remain unseen, to keep her connection with Jiang Shijing concealed. Since she was not the most unforgettable ex in Jiang Shijing's life, there was even less reason for their relationship to be known by others.
Are you angry?
Jiang Shijing pinched the flesh at Lin Xiangwan's waist, his gaze fixed intently upon her.
The woman I remember most fondly is not you. Does that vex you?
Feeling the sting of his words, Lin Xiangwan raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, I am quite pleased it is not me. The unforgettable memories you harbor are merely a reflection of your lingering resentment over our broken engagement.
If you hold a grudge against me, who would dare to conduct business with me? Thus, I would prefer that young Master Jiang forget all about me.
A hint of amusement danced in Jiang Shijing's eyes as he arched an eyebrow and curled his lips into a slight smile. Yet, there was an absence of the usual charm he displayed to seduce young women, replaced instead by a subtle chill. Lin Xiangwan, he uttered in a low voice, sending an inexplicable shiver through her.
I have granted you 2 opportunities, it is you who failed to cherish them.
Lin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes,
pushing against his shoulder to create some distance. I am unaware of the riddle you are attempting to convey.
Jiang Shijing grasped her hand, his fingers gliding over her waist,
pinching the soft flesh at the nape of her neck.
This gesture caused Lin Xiangwan's body to tense, inexplicably reminding her of the Animal Kingdom documentary she had once watched. In those moments when a sheep was about to be preyed upon, it was often the nape of its neck that a tiger fiercely clutched in its jaws. Jiang Shijing chuckled softly, Dingsheng, Huafeng, I am merely waiting for you to yield.
Lin Xiangwan lifted her gaze to him.
As long as you say you need my assistance, that you did not intentionally flee from our marriage or betray me, and utter a simple apology, I will immediately ensure that the gates of the Rongqing Company are wide open for you.
Jiang Shijing lowered his head, leaning in to gently inhale the fragrance of jasmine from the crown of Lin Xiangwan's hair. Yet you claim not to love me and express no remorse.
At this juncture, his tone softened further.
For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiangwan sensed an undercurrent of grievance.
She attempted to push Jiang Shijing away, but he pressed closer, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. You are even unwilling to kiss me for the sake of securing the Huafeng contract, Lin Xiangwan.
Do you truly despise me so? He queried. Was I not sufficiently good to you during our courtship?
Lin Xiangwan's brow twitched twice, her eyes heavy with fatigue.
Meeting Jiang Shijing's gaze,
which was shrouded in a somber darkness devoid of light, she spoke softly, I wish to inquire of you as well, was I truly insufficient during our romance?
Yet you profess no love for me and harbor no remorse. Why demand of others what you yourself cannot fulfill?
Jiang Shijing furrowed his brow and grasped her wrist firmly.
Why should I feel remorse? It was you who fled from the wedding. Is fleeing from a commitment inherently wrong? Were you not the one who first betrayed me?
Unable to restrain herself, Lin Xiangwan raised her voice. For years, these sentiments had festered within her.
Even upon hearing Jiang Shijing's own words in the bar,
she had refrained from confronting him publicly, choosing instead to preserve a semblance of dignity between them. Lin Xiangwan harbored no expectations that Jiang Shijing would possess even a hint of remorse for her. A man of inherent debauchery and flirtation could hardly attain such enlightenment. Yet, she was taken aback to find that Jiang Shijing did not even broach the subject of his own change of heart, nor his waning affection for her.
Lin Xiangwan felt a seething anger within her, on the verge of eruption.
Yet, Jiang Shijing continued to escalate the situation, gripping her chin and demanding,
Do you have no conscience in saying such words?
Lin Xiangwan forcefully pushed Jiang Shijing away. Her tone frigid. I have no desire to delve into these bygone matters with you.
Think as you will. What did you mean when you mentioned granting me 2 opportunities?
A sense of foreboding washed over her. Jiang Shijing maintained a composed demeanor, gazing at her for several seconds before a smirk graced his lips.
You will soon find out.
Lin Xiangwan, her patience utterly exhausted, turned to leave but abruptly halted in her tracks.
At the end of the corridor,
Xin Fan rested his arm on the class leader's shoulder, gazing over. The two of them simultaneously opened their mouths, their expressions a portrait of disbelief.
Chapter 23, Unforgettable.
Lin Xiangwan was at a loss. The very thing she had feared had come to pass.
After a brief silence,
Xin Fan regained his composure and abruptly embraced the class monitor.
Monitor. What did we come out here for? To relieve ourselves, right? Come on, let us go. The restroom is located.
Lin Xiangwan raised her hand, pointing towards the adjacent door, but before she could articulate her thoughts, the two vanished like a gust of wind.
Wen Xian discerned that something was amiss and immediately gave chase.
Inside the vehicle, Lin Xiangwan rubbed her temples. Uncertain of how to explain, it seemed she had provoked Jiang Shijing, who appeared poised to retaliate against her. This was her instinct. The 2 opportunities Jiang Shijing had mentioned must pertain to this very situation. He resented her refusal to yield, her failure to apologize for the elopement debacle. Therefore, his patience had worn thin. With merely a flick of his finger, the illustrious Jiang Scion could shake the foundations of the entire star group. Wen Xian could not contain her ire, unleashing a torrent of expletives. That Jiang Shijing is truly a piece of work.
He was the one at fault years ago. Does he not possess a shred of self-awareness?
Now, he dares to make things difficult for you. The old matriarch of the Jiang family has said naught about the elopement, and his girlfriend changes like the seasons.
No one dares to revisit the events of 3 years past, yet he persists in harassing you. What pettiness, that wretched man! Her tirade continued, breathless yet fervent.
As she momentarily shifted her target of wrath, Lian, you ought to have confided in me at the bar. I would have drenched him with a drink. Wen Xian, have no need for business, I am unafraid of him. Wen Xian raged on, her voice echoing within the vehicle, as if it might shatter the very roof.
Lin Xiangwan felt a throbbing pain in her eardrum.
While she expressed this sentiment, it was merely an attempt to comfort Wen Xian. A storm was undoubtedly brewing. Wen Xian took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and voiced her concerns, but Jiang Shijing is well aware that if he wishes to make you relent, he could simply target Fanqing. You would undoubtedly turn back to confront him.
She rolled her eyes in exasperation. Slumping in her seat, what on earth does he intend to achieve? Does he expect you to apologize for the matter of escaping marriage? Is a simple I'm sorry truly of such significance to him, given the trivial nature of past grievances?
Lin Xiangwan was in a state of utter confusion. She could not fathom Jiang Shijing's true intentions. Do not overthink it. Wen Xian observed her despondency and reassured her, I can support you.
The Wen family is not to be underestimated.
Lin Xiangwan closed her eyes, struggling to catch her breath. She recalled her grandfather arguing repeatedly with Lin Mu, proclaiming that she was the rightful heir to the future of the Star Group. She remembered her mother, with unwavering resolve, offering her entire dowry to help her grandfather navigate the company's crisis. She thought of how the shares possessed by Lin Xijuan and his associates were imbued with the hard work and dedication of both her grandfather and mother. Just the thought of these memories filled Lin Xiangwan with a profound sense of disappointment, as if her grandfather and mother were watching from above, disheartened by her plight. Despite the glimmer of hope she had fought so hard to attain, the impending doom brought by Jiang Shijing threatened to extinguish it all.
Nevertheless,
she was resolute in her determination to fulfill this wager agreement, no matter the cost. Lin Xiangwan was lost in thought when the car suddenly came to a halt. For some reason, as she locked eyes with Chino, she perceived a profound concern reflected in the depths of the other's gaze.
Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, only to realize that Chino had been eavesdropping all along.
At this moment, she had already grasped the situation between Lin Xiangwan and Jiang Shijing.
However, what did it matter? Wasn't the entire Rome city aware that she had called off her wedding? Wasn't she perceived as a heartless woman who could so easily abandon her feelings for Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangwan chuckled self-deprecatingly and alighted from the vehicle with Wenxian.
Wenxian intended to keep her company tonight and promptly ascended the stairs to take a shower. As Chino confirmed the time for picking her up the next day, she suddenly spoke as she turned to leave. Lin Xiangwan ought to be a rather carefree individual.
After a brief moment, she settled down with a cup of tea. Chino merely gazed at her silently. Do you still harbor feelings for Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangwan's hand trembled slightly, almost spilling the hot tea. She collided with the deep, ocean-like gaze of Chino, feeling as though no secret could be concealed from him. It was peculiar. Although her interactions with Chino had been limited to just a few days, he seemed to understand her even better than Wenxian. Rather than affection, it was more akin to an inability to forget. With such tender, soulful peach blossom eyes, which woman would not feel as if she were his one true love when captured by Jiang Shijing's glance? Lin Xiangwan dares to assert that anyone who has ever crossed paths with Jiang Shijing will be unable to forget him. Thus, even after being profoundly hurt by Jiang Shijing, feeling disheartened, she harbors thoughts of revenge and a desire to make him remember her. In a fit of anger, she hastily flew abroad. Lin Xiangwan, in her unrequited affection, believed that she must hold a significant place in Jiang Shijing's emotional history, even if their chapter had come to a close. She clung to the hope that her 2 years of devotion had not been in vain. However, today, Jiang Shijing made it abundantly clear that the solitude she endured in a foreign land had only garnered her his indifference and disdain. Jiang Shijing had not forgotten her, rather, he merely harbored a deep-seated aversion towards her. Lin Xiangwan, disinterested in tea, poured herself a glass of red wine and consumed it. The man beside her observed but did not intervene. A playful smile danced on her lips as she mused. Why do you not show any concern for me when I indulge in such copious amounts of alcohol? Chino's breath grew heavier, his gaze enveloping her like an impenetrable web. Whether it was heartache or sorrow, she felt free to vent her emotions. If she desired to intoxicate herself, so be it. As long as she could endure, there would eventually come a day when she could let go. Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, entirely oblivious to when the person had departed. It was a lapse in composure. This evening had indeed been quite embarrassing. The sound of a door opening from upstairs resonated. Lin Xiangwan smiled nonchalantly and embraced Wenxian, who had just emerged from her bath. My dear Qianxian, will you surrender to me tonight? Oh dear, Lin Xiangwan. I've just finished my bath, and now you've covered me in the scent of alcohol. Laughter echoed from the living room. Chino lit a cigarette and strode away. Suddenly, a man dressed in black emerged from behind the car, frowning as he fixed his gaze upon him. Chapter 24. His former leading lady Chino's gaze was heavy and intense, bearing down on the man. Leave, do not appear at her residence. The man cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xiangwan's apartment before hastily departing. The night grew colder, with no one left at the door. Only the light from the second-floor room remained on, accompanied by intermittent laughter. She had hoped for a rare opportunity to sleep in, but just as she turned over, her phone rang. It was Xiaoxue, urging her to hurry to the hospital. Lin Xiangwan suddenly regained her senses without disturbing Wenxian, quietly making her way to the bathroom for a brief shower before departing. On the way, Xiaoxue recounted the events. The newly launched intelligent refrigerator from Fanqing was in search of a spokesperson and had appointed a female star for the role. However, during the advertisement shoot this morning, the upper door of the refrigerator unexpectedly fell off and injured the spokesperson. She is now in the hospital, and the staff are at a loss regarding how to handle the situation, leaving Xiaoxue to inform Lin Xiangwan to come over. Lin Xiangwan's expression darkened upon hearing the news. She had speculated the previous night that Jiang Shijing would take action. Yet she did not anticipate that someone within the company would act first. Wasn't the intelligent refrigerator previously under the development of Lin Xijuan? Under her grandfather's leadership, the Fanqing Group possessed advanced new energy and artificial intelligence technologies, establishing numerous factories to fulfill orders, responsible for manufacturing new energy or intelligent products for partner companies. However, Lin Xiangwan only recently discovered that the Fanqing Group was simultaneously utilizing these patented technologies to develop various products internally. The occurrence of such an incident at this moment was inextricably linked to Lin Xijuan. Xiao Shui remarked, it was Vice President Lin who oversaw the development, but after your appointment, he entrusted the entire project to the team. The refrigerator was tested and ready for advertising with the spokesperson last night, now that an issue has arisen. It cannot be blamed on Vice President Lin. Lin Xiangwan's eyes glimmered with a chilling coldness. The refrigerator had malfunctioned, and Lin Xiangwan bore no responsibility. It naturally fell upon her, the company's president, to resolve the issue. Immediately seal off this information, it must not leak, she commanded. Notify the product team to ascertain the cause of the incident. We shall address the remaining matters once I reach the hospital. The immediate priority was to ascertain the situation regarding the spokesperson, ensuring her tranquility. Everything else could be managed later. However, Xiao Shui hesitated, speaking cautiously. The spokesperson for the refrigerator is the nation's goddess, Jiang Shijing. She is a revered figure, untouchable and unapproachable. Now she is injured with a fracture. And the news has already spread far and wide. Lin Xiangwan felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, nearly mistaking the accelerator for the brake. She truly did not anticipate that Jiang Shijing's most unforgettable ex would turn out to be the spokesperson for her family's brand. If this matter were to be disclosed, it would not only reveal the serious quality issues with the products of Fanqing, but also provoke Jiang Shijing's fans to unleash their fury upon the brand. Given Jiang Shijing's prominence, Fanqing's reputation and credibility would be irreparably tarnished. Lin Xiangwan steadied her thoughts and pondered. You should keep an eye on Lin Xiangwan and ensure he refrains from speaking indiscriminately to the reporters. I am heading to the hospital to negotiate with Jiang Shijing's team. Just as her words trailed off, a call came through. Upon seeing the name Qino, Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow and answered. Wasn't it supposed to be at 9 o'clock for me to pick you up? Qino hesitated, then inquired, is it serious? Not at all. Let's end the call for now. Lin Xiangwan, feeling disinclined to engage in further conversation, abruptly ended the call and hurried towards the hospital. At the entrance, she found herself amidst a throng of journalists, guarded by the bodyguards of Fan Xing and the hospital security, while a large crowd of fans wailed and protested from the periphery. The scene was nothing short of tumultuous. Lin Xiangwan could only enter the hospital through the underground parking garage, hastening to the ward where Jiang Shijing was located. Jiang Shijing was reclining in a chair, her eyes closed in repose, accompanied by her assistant, manager, and bodyguard. Her arm was wrapped in bandages, her brows knitted tightly, and her entire countenance bore the marks of discomfort, yet, despite her unwell expression, there was an alluring beauty that evoked sympathy. Upon noticing the arrival of a visitor, the bodyguard approached menacingly to block the entrance. Lin Xiangwan promptly clarified, I am General Lin of the Starry Sky Group, here specifically to visit Miss Xiao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shijing opened her eyes, her scrutinizing gaze piercing through the crowd, landing firmly upon Lin. The bodyguard stepped aside, and the manager sarcastically remarked, coming to visit Miss Xiao yet without any supplements? Not even a bouquet of flowers, where is the sincerity? Lin Xiangwan entered, offering an apology, I have yet to fully awaken. Upon receiving the call, I hurried over without the chance to prepare anything. I hope Miss Xiao can forgive me. Jiang Shijing remained silent, her gaze fixated on her. Lin Xiangwan couldn't shake the feeling that it was not merely her injury that prompted Zhao's indifference, rather, it seemed to carry an undertone of subtle animosity. The assistant scoffed, slapping the examination report onto Lin Xiangwan's hand. A fracture in your wrist means you cannot use your left arm for a month. What do you propose we do about this? Lin Xiangwan glanced at the inspection report and, with sincere eyes, stated, Miss Zhao's medical expenses, compensation for emotional distress, and all rightful reparations will be fully borne by our company, Starry Sky. Fully borne? Jiang Shijing scoffed, finally showing a reaction. She rose and approached Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan met her gaze, and Zhang nodded earnestly. I apologize for causing you harm. I, Fanqing, shall not evade responsibility and will compensate for all your losses. Very well. Let us calculate my losses, Jiang Shijing replied, lifting her chin and exuding the aura of a film queen. Li Guo? Her agent, Li Hai, immediately spoke up. Our Shijing was scheduled to begin filming tomorrow. A one-day delay will result in a loss of $1 million for the production team. Additionally, this month she has 3 advertisements, 2 red carpet appearances, and 5 commercial promotions lined up.
Altogether, I would estimate the total compensation to be around 200 million.
Having stated this,
he extended his hand towards Lin Xiangwan, demanding, "Now, let us settle the payment." Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows slightly. She had inquired about this matter with Xiaoxue just yesterday. The company's financial situation was strained, with most funds allocated to negotiations for the projects with Huafeng and Dingsheng. The loss of 200 million was beyond the company's capacity to bear. At most they could scrape together 50 million.
Li Hai's expression darkened. How is it that your large corporation cannot manage to produce 200 million? We can manage it.
But the company is currently operating under tight constraints, and we do not have such a substantial cash flow available at the moment.
Is it possible to arrange for installment payments?
Lin Xiangwan lowered her gaze, adopting an increasingly submissive demeanor. Zhao Xing'er looked down at her from a superior position. A mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. "I do not have a policy for installment payments here." Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and raised her gaze to meet hers.
In the woman's eyes, a glimmer of mockery danced amidst the brightness. In the brief silence,
Lin Xiangwan contemplated every possible outcome. Should she be required to compensate this sum, it would necessitate halting the project with Huafeng Dingsheng, freeing up a substantial cash flow, and taking full responsibility for the financial loss, all while ensuring that the flow of funds remained uninterrupted within a short time frame. Lin Xiangwan harbored suspicions that Lin Xijuan had not attempted to thwart her negotiations for collaboration, and had even remained unfazed as she secured 2 deals. All in anticipation of this very day, this precise moment. Just as she was poised to speak, Zhao Xing'er suddenly turned around and leisurely took a seat at the table. "Let us make a pact. If you could do me a favor, I shall ensure you do not incur any losses." Such opportunities are far from common in this world. Lin Xiangwan felt no surprise, but rather a sense of caution.
"What do you want me to do?"
Zhao Xing'er fixed her gaze upon her.
An expression of displeasure mingled with envy on her face.
"You are to seek out Jiang Shijing and ensure that he accompanies me for 3 days. Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, casting a glance at the people around her.
Everyone's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of surprise whatsoever.
Lin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes,
expressing her uncertainty.
"No, you are more aware than anyone else, and only you possess the ability to accomplish it." Zhao Xing'er raised an eyebrow, leaving no room for debate.
"Go ahead, I shall wait here. I must see him before nightfall." Chapter 25, The Kiss of Venting Frustration.
Lin Xiangwan remained silent for quite some time.
"I can summon Jiang Shijing, but an additional condition must be met." Zhao Xing'er was taken aback for a moment. "What condition?"
Lin Xiangwan coldly stated. "Explain this incident as an unfortunate accident on your part, with no relation to Fanqing." Upon her words, the expressions of several individuals turned sour. Zhao Xing'er gazed at her with a blank face, realizing that President Lin truly knew how to take advantage of the situation.
Lin Xiangwan scoffed. "Are the demands put forth by Miss Zhao truly reasonable?"
Zhao Xing'er found herself rendered speechless by her retort, reluctantly conceding, "Very well. But if I do not encounter Jiang Shijing, you can rest assured that your starlight will not shine easily." Lin Xiangwan disregarded her and strode out of the hospital room. She held no interest in the matters between Zhao Xing'er and Jiang Shijing. Nor did she wish to ponder why the other party was so certain that she could summon Jiang Shijing. All she knew was that, by any means necessary, she must protect the star. Lin Xiangwan exited the hospital and made her way directly to the Jiang Corporation.
The receptionist cast several doubtful glances in her direction. For without an appointment, it was certain that Mr. Jing would not grant her an audience.
Lin Xiangwan maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Please convey to him that Lin Xiangwan wishes to see him."
Upon hearing her name,
the receptionist's expression turned peculiar as she picked up the office phone to contact the president's office.
5 minutes later, Yan Jing arrived to escort her.
Lin Xiangwan followed him to the president's office, glancing around but finding no trace of Jiang Shijing. At that moment, with a soft click, the door to the office was closed by Yan Jing. Mr. Jing was indeed inside. Miss Lin took the trouble to search for him. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly as she walked around the office, and suddenly noticed an inconspicuous door next to the bookshelf, nearly blending into the wall. She gently pushed the door open, only to have a hand reach out and pull her inside. In an instant, Lin Xiangwan found herself pressed against the wall, the faint scent of tobacco enveloping her.
Isn't this Miss Lin? Came a teasing voice from above. Lin Xiangwan raised her gaze, encountering the distinct contours of Jiang Shijing's jawline.
As she looked upward, her eyes met his enigmatic gaze. She furrowed her brow, contemplating the purpose of her visit, yet refrained from pushing him away.
Let us converse.
Lin Xiangwan's eyelashes fluttered as she gazed intently at him.
How did you know?
Jiang Shijing, disinclined to elaborate, released her and made his way into the room.
Well, what shall we discuss?
Lin Xiangwan swiftly lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. The room was a hidden gem, adorned with the opulence of a five-star hotel suite, evidently serving as a temporary retreat for Jiang Shijing amidst his work. One could only wonder how many women he had brought into this space. Lin Xiangwan confronted the past. You should be aware that Zhao Xing'er has sustained a fracture.
Could you possibly visit her at the hospital and keep her company for a few days?
Jiang Shijing paused momentarily, regarding her with a hint of amusement.
If Zhao Xing'er desires my company, why does she not come to speak to me herself? By what right do you make such a request of me?
Lin Xiangwan found herself at a loss for words and could merely state the truth. If I do not invite you over, I would be liable to pay Zhao Xing'er 200 million. Just as Jiang Shijing was about to take a seat, upon hearing this, the warmth in his eyes vanished, and he cast her a cool, indifferent glance.
Lin Xiangwan nodded. With Jiang Shijing's intellect, he surely could discern her intentions, could he not? Or did he believe she was here to humble herself and plead for his assistance? Jiang Shijing's expression turned frosty.
His thin lips pressed tightly as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiangwan. Despite the spacious surroundings, Lin Xiangwan acutely sensed an intangible pressure that left her feeling somewhat stifled. It was only at this moment that she realized Jiang Shijing was in a decidedly foul mood. She found it utterly perplexing.
Wasn't Zhao Xing'er the most unforgettable of his past loves?
Upon learning of her injury, Jiang Shijing should have rushed to the hospital without hesitation.
What was he waiting for?
Lin Xiangwan could no longer restrain her impatience and urged, I drove here.
Are we leaving or not? Jiang Shijing's expression darkened further. All right, let us go.
Lin Xiangwan was entirely preoccupied with resolving this predicament, leaving her no time to consider his expression or tone. She turned to leave, but in the next moment, her wrist was unexpectedly seized. Jiang Shijing embraced her from behind and forcefully turned her face towards him. Lin Xiangwan turned in surprise, and before she could resist, he seized her chin and captured her lips. Rather than a kiss, it was more akin to a fervent nibble, as Jiang Shijing, in a fit of frustration, fiercely clamped down on her mouth, displaying no tenderness whatsoever. Lin Xiangwan struggled in pain, her hands utterly unable to reach Jiang Shijing behind her.
In her desperation,
she resorted to kicking him. Yet, Jiang Shijing remained unyielding, his grip on her waist tightening as he delivered a punishing pinch. Lin Xiangwan felt a sudden loss of strength. After 3 years apart, he still knew precisely where she could not be touched. Jiang Shijing forcibly held Lin Xiangwan, preventing her from slipping away, pressing her against the wardrobe as he kissed her. Lin Xiangwan struggled to breathe, her mind clouded by a lack of oxygen, feebly pushing him away. Memories of their past romance flooded her thoughts. It was a time when Jiang Shijing had just taken the helm of the Jiang family business, often disappearing for a week at a time on business trips. Behind the door, on the living room sofa, beside the dining table, they had eagerly indulged in their affection. Jiang Shijing would hold her close, burying his face in the crook of her neck, savoring the citrus scent before feeling satisfied.
In the next moment,
the warmth of his lips vanished. As her thoughts drifted, she heard Jiang Shijing's words, devoid of warmth.
For this position of CEO, you are willing to do anything. Lin Xiangwan.
I have fulfilled your wishes. With a cold expression, Jiang Shijing stepped back, took his coat, and exited through the door.
In an instant,
Lin Xiangwan regained her composure, breathless and clenching her fists, her mind clouded by the weight of his words. Jiang Shijing had not taken her car. Instead, he drove a Maybach, leaving her far behind. She followed closely to the hospital room, where Zhao Xing'er nestled beside Jiang Shijing, her face radiating joy and sweetness.
Shijing.
I knew you cared for her and wouldn't neglect her, she said.
Jiang Shijing had returned to his usual nonchalant demeanor. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiangwan and stated,
word by word, of course, I am not one to be heartless, selfish, or indifferent.
Lin Xiangwan's expression was indifferent, as if she had not heard. She reminded Miss Zhao. "My task is complete, please honor your word."
Zhao Xing'er gazed at Jiang Shijing with an almost obsessive focus, her mind elsewhere. "I have already instructed my agent to issue a statement. There is nothing wrong with Fanqing.
Could you please help me buy some food for Shijing? I'm hungry."
With the crisis averted, Lin Xiangwan felt somewhat pleased and thought it no burden to assist with a meal, inquiring about Zhao Xing'er's preferences before departing.
Once she left,
Zhao Xing'er pouted in grievance.
"Shijing, why didn't you answer my call yesterday?"
Jiang Shijing, absent-mindedly fiddling with his lighter, replied listlessly, "I was busy." Li Haiyan the assistant watched Jiang Shijing with a sense of pity, feeling for the illustrious actress who appeared so humble before this man.
Jiang Shijing,
seemingly oblivious to the beauty's tears, chuckled softly, "We had an agreement, once the time is up, we part ways." Zhao Xing'er's eyes grew even redder.
"I can't bear to. Can we renew the contract?"
Jiang Shijing smiled again, "No, that would be against the rules."
"But how did you renew with Bai Ziren?"
"You never used to be like this," Zhao Xing'er said urgently.
"I can do everything you do. I will obediently listen to you." The assistant could no longer hold his tongue.
In his heart, Zhao Xing'er was a goddess among millions. No matter how handsome Jiang Shijing was or how wealthy his family, he did not deserve to have a superstar plead so humbly. He gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, "What is so special about Lin Xiangwan?" Both Zhao Xing'er and her agent's expressions darkened simultaneously.
The assistant continued, "Isn't she just a bit pretty?" Zhao Xing'er.
Suddenly, Jiang Shijing pressed down on the lighter.
The flame flickered, swaying in the air conditioning's breeze.
The assistant froze, realizing he had spoken out of turn, his jaw beginning to tremble.
Aye.
Jiang Shijing lifted his gaze and smiled at him, "Xiaolu, come here."
Chapter 26, Do you even have the right to discuss her? The assistant approached, trembling with fear, pondering his apology.
In the next moment, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his scalp.
Zhao Xing'er quickly stood up, "Shijing, don't be angry, he didn't mean it."
Jiang Shijing grasped the assistant's head and violently slammed it against the corner of the desk.
Bang! The assistant's forehead cracked, bleeding profusely,
his face paling as he gasped in pain. Zhao Xing'er and Li Hai were stunned by the sight of the blood streaming down his forehead.
Jiang Shijing kicked the assistant away, watching him crumple to the ground like a dead dog, his gaze frigid. "Do you even have the right to discuss her?" The assistant, gasping for breath, instinctively clutched at Jiang Shijing's pant leg.
Jiang Shijing lowered his gaze, suddenly softening, smiling, "Look how frightened you are, I'm not going to kill you.
Just don't speak out of turn next time, alright?"
The assistant, displaying a look of terror, weakly nodded, I won't discuss Miss Lin again, I was wrong." Finally, Jiang Shijing lifted his foot. 2 bodyguards entered the room, taking the assistant away. Whether to treat his injuries or for another purpose, Zhao Xing'er dared not speculate. Her palms were sweaty as she cautiously said, "Shijing, he has been working with me for 6 years, could you possibly?"
"Are you begging for him?"
Jiang Shijing's dark eyes narrowed as he turned to her.
Zhao Xing'er trembled and lowered her head, ultimately saying nothing. The atmosphere in the hospital room plummeted to a freezing point.
Jiang Shijing glanced at the blood-stained pant leg, lightly clicking his tongue, his brow furrowed. Zhao Xing'er dared not breathe, meeting Li Hai's worried yet reproachful gaze.
She understood the implication.
When Jiang Shijing was kind to her, he could elevate her to the heavens. But whenever Lin Xiangwan was involved, his temperament would shift unpredictably, like a lion ready to pounce. Entangling herself with such a person bore no benefit. Yet she could not help but yearn to see him. At the banquet, she wore a red short dress. Jiang Shijing approached her to clink glasses, complimenting her beauty and the charm of the mole on her shoulder. When he smiled, his gaze sparkled, his eyes slightly upturned, illuminating her entire world. But the Jiang Shijing before her now felt so foreign. Suddenly, footsteps outside interrupted Zhao Xing'er's thoughts. Before she could raise her head, Jiang Shijing embraced her. "Does your wrist hurt?" he asked with a smile.
Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment, holding the black-bone chicken soup as she observed the affectionate closeness of the two. Her heart tightening. No, it no longer hurt.
Zhao Xing'er forced a semblance of a natural smile. Jiang Shijing beckoned to Lin Xiangwan with his hand, urging,
"Bring the food over."
Lin Xiangwan, with an air of calmness, entered and placed the chicken soup on the table. I am uncertain whether Miss Zhao is managing her figure,
so I only procured chicken soup. Should you require anything else, I shall have someone order it, she stated. No need, Zhao Xing'er replied, sensing the tightening grip on her arm. She lifted her gaze, composed her emotions, and flashed a charming smile. You may leave now.
Lin Xiangwan did not spare a glance at Jiang Shijing and turned to leave.
The ward fell silent once more, as Jiang Shijing remained fixated on the doorway, lost in thought. Why was she not jealous?
Zhao Xing'er gazed intently at his flawless profile, remarking, only those who truly care about you would feel jealousy. Jiang Shijing paused momentarily, then smiled, indeed, she does not care for me at all.
As Lin Xiangwan exited the hospital, her mind lingered on Jiang Shijing's tender demeanor towards Zhao Xing'er.
A sense of heaviness weighed upon her heart, yet after enduring 3 tempestuous years, she had mastered the art of maintaining an outward calm. At that moment, a peculiar rustling seemed to emanate from the thicket beside her.
Lin Xiangwan gazed in confusion. Outside the hospital lay a lush expanse of greenery and woods, seamlessly connecting to the park behind.
The grass stood at a height of nearly half a meter,
concealing everything beyond it. Could it be a cat?
Lin Xiangwan took out the cat treats she always kept on hand for serendipitous encounters with stray cats and walked over,
parting the grass.
To her astonishment, a bloodied man came into view. He was battered and bruised, with a swollen face, blood trickling from his forehead, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xiangwan was startled, causing the cat toy to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground.
She could vaguely discern the man's features and, in astonishment, exclaimed, Are you the assistant beside Miss Zhao?
The assistant suddenly panicked, disregarding his pain as he began to struggle and retreat, shouting, Don't come any closer.
I was wrong, Miss Lin.
I beg you, please spare me from Mr. Jiang. I swear I will never mention you again, never again.
At the bustling entrance of the hospital, numerous pairs of eyes turned their attention toward them. Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, attempting to console the other party.
The assistant, increasingly engulfed in fear, began to scream hysterically,
flailing their arms to prevent Lin Xiangwan from approaching. 2 medical personnel hurried over, swiftly extracting the individual for treatment.
A car was parked at the roadside.
Xiao Xue,
oblivious to the unusual tension, approached with a smile, exclaiming, President Lin. Zhao Xing'er has issued a statement on Weibo, claiming that her injury was due to low blood sugar,
resulting in an accidental fainting and fall.
The crisis has been averted.
What's wrong, President Lin?
Xiao Xue questioned, puzzled if there were still unresolved issues.
Lin Xiangwan shook her head, observing the traces of blood left by her assistant in the grass.
She could not fathom why her assistant had been so brutally attacked. Nor could she comprehend the connection drawn between herself and Jiang Shijing. However, this was not the moment for such contemplations.
After Zhao Xing'er finished her explanation,
her fans remained skeptical. Xiao Xue gave Lin Xiangwan a thumbs up, admiringly stating, It's still you, President Lin, who acts swiftly. You had KR's top public relations expert come out to handle the situation, and soon the fans quieted down.
That must have cost quite a bit, right?
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and said, I haven't contacted any public relations.
I just left Zhao Xing'er and didn't have time to do anything. Is that so? Then, could it be that the shareholders, including Zhong, have engaged the public relations? Xiao Xue also appeared utterly perplexed. Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together in silence.
Although circumstances appeared to be progressing favorably, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that ever since encountering Zhao Xing'er, an unseen hand had been orchestrating these events. The resolution of this crisis seemed almost too seamless. Lin Xiangwan attributed this incident to Jiang Shijing's lack of madness, as he cooperated with her to visit Zhao Xing'er at the hospital. Zhao Xing'er, in her relation, naturally did not hold any grievances.
However, observing the rekindled romance between the two, could it be that Bai Ziren is destined to be cast aside? Chapter 27, Lin Xiangwan, Come to See Me.
Lin Xiangwan was deep in thought throughout her journey. Upon her arrival, she immediately sought out the head of the Smart Refrigerator Division to convene a meeting.
These seasoned veterans,
having sensed that the matter was being resolved, swiftly turned to curry favor with Lin Xiangwan, presenting the factory report of the refrigerator. There were no quality issues with the appliance. The sudden detachment of the refrigerator door constituted the most trivial of quality concerns, an error that even the most obscure appliance manufacturers would not commit.
Clearly, someone on site had tampered with it. Lin Xiangwan instructed Xiaoxue to adjust the surveillance footage, and the results soon emerged. At 3 p.m, she called Lin Mu. "Come to the office, there is something to discuss." In order to concede his position to Lin Xiangwan, Lin Mu chose to abdicate when deciding on Lin Xiangwan as the heir, and now he is merely a shareholder in the company. However, when it comes to accounting, one must not overlook Lin Mu. Lin Xiangwan awaited the arrival of various shareholders in the office. Xiaoxue knocked on the door and said, "President Lin."
"I have already sent Vice President Lin to the conference room."
"I was just outside his office and could hear him on the phone."
"What did he say?"
Lin Xiangwan inquired without lifting her gaze from the documents.
"He mentioned that Zhao Xing'er is being remarkably accommodating. It's evident that this was a prime opportunity to ask for more, yet she did not request a single penny from you."
"How foolish and ineffectual," Xiaoxue remarked, imitating Lin Xijuan's tone of exasperation.
Lin Xiangwan found it amusing and raised her gaze, remarking, "You ought to pursue acting. Your mimicry is so vivid that it truly resembles Lin Xijuan's sinister and malicious demeanor."
Xiaoxue stuck out her tongue and replied, "President Lin, are you praising me or rebuking me?" "It's a compliment, you've imitated him remarkably well."
Lin Xiangwan stood up and playfully tapped her on the head. "Let us go, everyone is already here." Xiaoxue promptly adjusted her demeanor, reverting to her astute and capable assistant persona, and accompanied her to the conference room, where everyone had gathered. Lin Xijuan wore an expression of impatience, convinced that his actions were flawless and without a hitch. Lin Xiangwan approached directly, placing the inspection report on the table and turning the computer screen towards everyone. The report included not only the findings but also the video of Secretary Lin Xijuan stealthily unscrewing the refrigerator door in the dead of night.
"What do you all think should be done about this matter?"
She presented the evidence abruptly, catching Lin Xijuan completely off guard. Lin Mu straightened his posture, his expression darkening as he reprimanded, "You spend your days neglecting the management of the company, and yet you are embroiled in some trivial antics. Perhaps you should inquire with your beloved son." Lin Xiangwan crossed her arms and surveyed the room, noticing that Uncle Zhong and the other shareholders wore grim expressions.
She then spoke in a cold tone, "The evidence is irrefutable. In order to obstruct my accomplishments within the company, Lin Xijuan has recklessly jeopardized the company's reputation to create trouble for me. Is this the demeanor one would expect from a vice president of a company?"
Lin Xijuan's face had turned completely dark, his fists clenched tightly as he declared, "This is slander.
The refrigerator was under my previous supervision, how is it related to me? My secretary dislikes you and seeks to retaliate, is that my instigation?"
"Do not place the blame on him, perhaps this is your own contrivance.
A calculated ploy to drive your brother away from the company."
Lin Mu echoed in support. Lin Xiangwan once again bore witness to Lin Mu's unparalleled ability to twist the truth, turning black into white. It echoed the time when he appointed Lin Xijuan to manage the company, cloaked in grandiloquent rhetoric. "You, a young lady with no prior experience or employment, shall have your brother assist you in overseeing the company, and subsequently, he will serve as your aide." Yet, the very person intended to be the aide harbored ambitions so vast that seizing company shares was merely insufficient, he aspired to ascend to the position of president. Lin Xiangwan coldly stated, "Lin shareholder, this is not your unilateral decree, all evidence is laid bare before us, and each shareholder may form their own judgment."
"However." "What did you say? Dare you repeat that?"
Lin Xijuan, in disbelief, abruptly rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at her.
"Do you really believe you can suspend my work and expel me from the company? I assure you, that is utterly impossible. This company has thrived until now. Thanks in part to my dedication, you cannot seize everything from me, you cannot."
Lin Mu, consumed by anger, cast aside his computer, declaring, "This is nothing but a play you orchestrated yourself. Summoning us to the conference room with all this evidence is merely a blatant attempt to oust your brother, isn't it? Your obsession with retaining your shares and position has driven you to this madness.
Do you truly honor your grandfather? Do not speak of my grandfather, you are unworthy."
Lin Xiangwan retorted sharply, igniting yet another intense confrontation. Her expression was icy, her beautiful eyes sharp as blades. You, Lin Mu, have no right to invoke my grandfather's name. If he were to discover how his company is being so recklessly squandered by you, he would rise from his grave to demand your reckoning. Enough! Zhong Jia finally stood up, unable to endure any longer. This incessant bickering must cease. Just because your family dynamics are strained does not grant you the right to sabotage each other in the workplace. If this continues, the entire star group will be brought to ruin by your discord. Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together. She understood that Zhong Jia's remarks were, in fact, a manifestation of his discontent towards the father and son duo over there. Those who genuinely cared for the company could discern whether this was a play she had orchestrated or merely the reckless actions of Lin Xijuan. Lin Xijuan anxiously sought to explain, speaking in a gentle tone, Uncle Zhong, I truly have never engaged in any actions aimed at undermining the company. She brought these unfounded surveillance and materials merely to force me out of the company. Lin Xijuan slowly widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at him in disbelief. Utterly unprepared for the abrupt demand for his suspension. However, as the largest shareholder in this establishment, Zhong Jia wielded considerable influence, empowered to intervene directly in the company's appointments. With no means to resist, Lin Xijuan could only cast a desperate glance toward Lin Mu for assistance. Lin Xiangwan discerned his intention and casually remarked, It's merely a matter of taking a break for a month or two, it doesn't mean you have to resign from your position at the company. If you are truly at peace with your conscience, then why not let go for a short while? What is it that you fear? That within this brief span, I might secure 8 projects and fulfill my contractual obligations? Her eyes sparkled with a defiant challenge. Throughout his life, Lin Xijuan had always found Lin Xiangwan's seemingly superior gaze to be particularly intolerable. Lin Xijuan slowly clenched his fist, reflecting on the myriad of past events. Clearly, Lin Xiangwan had not received the affection of her father, nor was she genuinely accepted and cherished by her mother, and she had lost her biological mother. Yet, she remained the illustrious eldest daughter of the Lin family in the eyes of outsiders, with a flawless boyfriend and a circle of distinguished friends. In contrast, wherever he went, he was the subject of incessant gossip. Those people labeled him as an illegitimate child, claiming that had it not been for Lin Xiangwan's mother's untimely death, neither he nor his mother would ever gain recognition from the old master. Such words weighed heavily upon him like a blanket of snow for many years. And he could hardly contain his eagerness to witness Lin Xiangwan stumble into the mire. Thus, 3 years ago, he was filled with immense joy. The experience of seeing Lin Xiangwan betrayed by her lover, forsaken by her family, and ultimately fleeing in despair was utterly intoxicating to him. Lin Xijuan felt an overwhelming desire to rush forward and tear Lin Xiangwan apart. Just then, Lin Xiangwan's phone rang. Gripping her phone tightly, she surveyed the crowd and declared, It is settled. I will have Manager Zhou take over the responsibilities of the vice president. Lin Xijuan, you may proceed with the handover. Lin Xiangwan did not glance at the caller ID on the screen, she simply answered the call. In the conference room, each person harbored their own thoughts, their expressions varied. The atmosphere was already quiet, and the voice emanating from the phone was distinctly audible. Lin Xiangwan, come see me. The voice of the most illustrious individual in Rongqing was unmistakable. In an instant, all gazes converged upon Lin Xiangwan, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Particularly, Lin Xijuan's expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost, as he blurted out, The one calling you is Jiang Shijing? Chapter 28, What price will satisfy you? Lin Xiangwan paused for 2 seconds. The call continued, and Jiang Shijing, fearing she might not hear, lowered his voice and repeated, The glamorous bar, I await your arrival. Once he finished speaking, the call abruptly ended. The crowd looked at Lin Xiangwan with uncertainty. And even Zhong Jia wore a face full of curiosity and intrigue. Lin Xiangwan found herself at a loss for words. Uncertain of the nature of her relationship with Jiang Shijing. Were they enemies? Not quite. Xiaoxue, I leave this matter in your hands, I must take my leave, she said, gathering her documents and turning to depart. Lin Xijuan appeared more agitated than anyone else, rushing forward to intercept her, exclaiming fervently, Clarify your words. What is your current situation with Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangwan observed his eager demeanor, reminiscing about that night at the bar. Jiang Shijing had professed his indifference towards her, admitting at most a modicum of affection, while seated across from her was Lin Xiangwan. Upon hearing those words, Lin Xiangwan revealed a satisfied smile and leaned in to clink glasses with Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangwan could never forget that scene. The moment when her most cherished person conspired with her most despised adversary to betray her. She could not erase from her memory how, when Lin Xiangwan first joined the company, she was utterly indifferent to their past grievances and successfully persuaded several shareholders who disapproved of Lin Xiangwan's background. Thus, in a fit of impulsiveness, Lin Xiangwan blurted out, "I have successfully secured the contracts with Dingxing and Huafeng, and he even invited me to meet him at a bar.
What do you think our relationship is?"
Lin Xiangwan's expression darkened. "Impossible.
He currently has a girlfriend. Are you trying to be Jiang Shijing's mistress?" Everyone's expressions varied as they fixated on Lin Xiangwan.
Zhong Jie furrowed his brow, feeling that Lin Xiangwan was being somewhat overly eager for success. While it was understandable to devote oneself fully to the betting agreement, her approach and reputation were indeed rather unsavory. Lin Xiangwan cast a sweeping glance around, her crimson lips curling into a smile.
"What are you thinking? I, Lin Xiangwan,
would never stoop to the level of those who become mistresses and seduce men who belong to others. Having reconciled with Jiang Shijing,
is it not possible for us to be friends even if we cannot be husband and wife?"
Hearing her veiled remarks, Lin Mu's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, he was silenced by a warning glance from Zhong Jie. Lin Xiangwan, after delivering her scathing remarks, elegantly strode away in her high heels. "What is the rush?" Lin Mu cast a fleeting glance at him while playing with a fountain pen at the table. "Tell your people to act swiftly, we must procure the confidential documents in the hands of Zhong Jie and his associates. Once our mooching group is inaugurated, we will seize the advanced technology from Fanqing, leaving this place as nothing but a shell company.
Lin Xiangwan's ascension to the presidency will be futile."
Lin Xiangwan paused, nearly forgetting. Their insistence on obstructing Lin Xiangwan was merely a facade. Their true intention was to pilfer the confidential technology of the Star Group and establish their own dominion under the cover of night. The core technological secrets of the Star Group had been divided into 5 parts. It was confirmed that one portion was in the possession of Zhong Jie and Chen Chen.
Yet the whereabouts of the remaining 3 portions, allocated to the other shareholders, remained unknown.
Having already acquired a segment from Chen Chen, they merely needed to systematically dismantle the others. Devoid of the technology upon which its existence relied, the Star Group would face inevitable bankruptcy and vanish into oblivion overnight.
Lin Xiangwan quickly regained his spirits, silently noting the day's accounts before departing the company.
Outside the magnificent bar,
Lin Xiangwan held her phone, hesitating for quite some time on the message editing interface.
She was perplexed as to why Jiang Shijing had suddenly called. In order to put on a show for Lin Mu and his son, she felt compelled to play along entirely.
Yet, how could she claim to have reconciled with Jiang Shijing?
If the shareholders were to discover that Jiang Shijing had openly declared he would not grant her any further opportunities for contrition or apology, it would undoubtedly result in her being unceremoniously ousted from her position as president.
Lin Xiangwan let out a sigh, mustering the courage to send a text asking Jiang Shijing where he was. She parked her car and ascended to the innermost private room on the 2nd floor.
The room was devoid of the vibrant revelry typically associated with such establishments. Jiang Shijing sat quietly in the corner, his demeanor solemn and his head bowed. From his body language, it appeared that he was quite weary.
Lin Xiangwan knocked on the door and approached, inquiring, "What did you summon me for?"
Jiang Shijing, with a fist clenched in one hand, lifted his gaze to her, remarking, "You truly came." "I had to see what you wanted," Lin Xiangwan replied dismissively.
Yet,
after her words, Jiang Shijing fell silent, bowing his head and opening his palm.
Lin Xiangwan then noticed that he was holding a necklace in his palm, its pendant resembling the shape of a key.
For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Lin Xiangwan recalled that when her grandfather was still alive, he always wore a necklace shaped like a key, no larger than half a finger, which was tied together with his white jade bodhisattva pendant.
It remained around his neck until the day he passed away. At that time, she would often laugh at the necklace's absurdity, but now,
Yearning to see her grandfather wear it again, she realized she would never have that chance.
Lin Xiangwan scrutinized the necklace once more.
Suddenly realizing that it bore a striking resemblance to her grandfather's, which was also crafted from 3 strands of red thread intertwined with a single golden thread.
Uncontrollably,
she reached out her hand, only to find her wrist firmly grasped by Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing looked up, the scent of alcohol wafting towards her. Lin Xiangwan met his profound gaze and realized that he had consumed quite a bit.
"You're not drunk, are you?"
No, she had never witnessed Jiang Shijing inebriated. This man had an exceptional tolerance for alcohol, capable of withstanding even the most formidable spirits.
Regarding money, Lin Xiangwan wished to keep her true
painful purpose concerning her grandfather's passing hidden from anyone.
Jiang Shijing chuckled. "Does the esteemed Miss Lin truly lack for funds?"
"I do," Lin Xiangwan replied. "Lin Mu refuses to provide me with any financial assistance, and the living fund my grandfather left me is nearly depleted.
I must acquire the money from Fanqing."
Lin Xiangwan uttered a few half-truths, sensing that the other party was somewhat inebriated, summoning her only to engage in these nonsensical topics. She gazed down at Jiang Shijing from her elevated position. Simultaneously, Jiang Shijing rose to his feet.
Their voices echoed in unison. "Have you finished your inquiries? How much would suffice to satisfy you?"
Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment, observing Jiang Shijing's slightly solemn expression, and said with a hint of indifference, "Surely.
You must be earning hundreds of millions each month. What if I offered you 30 million every month to relinquish your starlit aspirations?"
Suddenly, Jiang Shijing lifted her chin, his fingertips brushing against her delicate earlobe. Lin Xiangwan involuntarily trembled, sensing the astonishing warmth of his rugged fingers. She immediately turned her head to evade him.
"You are intoxicated."
Lin Xiangwan glared at him, her anger surging uncontrollably.
"Who determines what is right or wrong? Even if my elopement was a fault of mine, it is uncertain who truly owes an apology between us. Jiang Shijing, have you ever genuinely invested your heart in me? Do you truly wish to marry me?"
She had not come today to quarrel with Jiang Shijing. Prior to entering, she had intended to feign a semblance of harmony, perhaps capturing a photograph of them together to placate the shareholders. Yet, she could not bear to hear Jiang Shijing mention the matters of the past.
Jiang Shijing, amused yet infuriated, retorted, "Who was truly reluctant to wed? Lin Xiangwan, it is you who chose to flee."
Lin Xiangwan felt powerless to argue with him. Their conversation merely revolved around the same cycle of mutual accusations and grievances, rendering it meaningless.
With an impassive expression, she declared, "Yes, I am a coward. I do not wish to marry. What can you do to me?"
Jiang Shijing fixed his gaze upon her, narrowing his eyes. "This is your doing."
Lin Xiangwan's heart tightened as she stepped back. "What do you intend to do?"
Before she could escape, Jiang Shijing wrapped his arms around her waist, his icy lips descending upon hers.
Chapter 29, Lin Xiangwan, you are an enchantress.
Unlike the previous instances where she had been taken advantage of, this time Jiang Shijing's kiss was filled with fury, as he bitterly bit down on Lin Xiangwan's lips to vent his emotions. Lin Xiangwan struggled with all her might, unable to push Jiang Shijing away, and instead found herself pinned to the sofa, utterly immobile. Jiang Shijing was taken aback, remaining completely still. With no reservations left, she, unaffected by alcohol, seemed to be intoxicated by the scent of liquor emanating from Jiang Shijing, her actions growing bolder. She leaned in, drawing in the warmth between his lips, and playfully bit down hard on his tongue. As Lin Xiangwan tasted the metallic tang of blood, her chin was gripped firmly by Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangwan flinched in pain, yet she neither uttered a sound nor recoiled. They stood there, fueled by anger and an inexplicable emotion, locked in a silent confrontation within the dimly lit, tranquil private room. Jiang Shijing, despite his several attempts to bite down fiercely, ultimately refrained from exerting any true force. Lin Xiangwan felt a tingling numbness in her lips, yet she remained resolute, refusing to concede. Jiang Shijing noticed her movements slowing and, with a sudden sigh, withdrew, leaning close to her ear. "Lin Xiangwan, you are truly an enchantress." Lin Xiangwan nestled in the corner, remaining silent. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips, uncertain whether it belonged to her or Jiang Shijing, and rose to leave without a word. Jiang Shijing spoke from behind, "You may believe that all is well, yet it might already be on the verge of collapse.
How much do you truly comprehend of the treacherous machinations in the business world?
Lin Xiangwan had yet to receive an answer, so she could only follow up and inquire.
Where are you going?
Jiang Shijing's lip had been injured, and speaking caused him discomfort. He replied irritably, "You'll know if you just follow along." Lin Xiangwan felt speechless as she followed him downstairs. Upon seeing Jiang Shijing, the bar manager immediately greeted him with a bow, saying, "Mr. Jing." Jiang Shijing gestured towards Lin Xiangwan with a slight nod of his chin, saying, "Ask her for the bar tab, I forgot my wallet today." The bar manager was momentarily taken aback, wondering when this bar, which belonged to him, ever required payment.
However, the next moment, he caught the glint of warning in Jiang Shijing's eyes and quickly turned to Lin Xiangwan, smiling, "Would you prefer to pay by card or through a bank transfer, miss?" Lin Xiangwan.
"Why should I pay for you?" Jiang Shijing pointed to the wound at the corner of his lip,
asserting confidently, "Shouldn't you treat me to a drink for your recent unilateral assault on me?"
Lin Xiangwan had never encountered such an audacious individual. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed,
"Is this what you call assault?" Jiang Shijing chuckled, "How can using words not constitute a form of attack?"
The manager's eyes widened in disbelief. As if he had stumbled upon a sensational scandal, his gaze darting back and forth between the two. Lin Xiangwan admitted that she lacked the audacity of a certain individual and handed a card to the manager.
After a brief pause of half a minute,
an employee behind the manager looked up, his expression peculiar, and remarked, "Miss, there are insufficient funds in your card."
Lin Xiangwan.
She nearly forgot that her salary for this month had yet to be disbursed. The 500,000 in her account had all been spent on gifts for the venerable Lady Jiang. Jiang Shijing, with an air of leisure, hands in his pockets,
gazed at her. "Is it true? I've only indulged in a few thousand worth of wine, and you find yourself devoid of even this modest sum?"
Lin Xiangwan's face instantly flushed, her lips pressed together in embarrassment as she struggled to find words. She had not touched the funds left by her grandfather for years. She had relied on the money in her foreign bank account to pay for her rent, while her earnings from work merely sufficed for her daily needs. Having returned home for barely half a month, even as a president, her salary would not be disbursed until the following month. Let alone the dividends from 2 projects that remained a distant prospect. In essence, she was left with only 3,000 yuan. Having spent 200 on fuel for her car today. Yes, and there was also Qin Ao's salary, which was due next month.
She would have to defer payment for now.
Jiang Shijing clicked his tongue and took the card from the employee, placing it into Lin Xiangwan's hand.
As they stepped outside to start the car, Lin Xiangwan's mood was at its nadir. She could not comprehend why she had put herself in such a humiliating position.
Jiang Shijing tapped on the car window. Lin Xiangwan, with a frosty expression, rolled down the car window, wishing she could pierce him with her gaze.
In the next moment,
a gleaming golden bank card was thrown inside.
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?"
"Over the years, the profits from Wanchun had been substantial. And witnessing your impoverished state nearly made me forget about it. Here, take this, otherwise, before I have the chance to settle our accounts,
you might starve without money for food."
Jiang Shijing lit a cigarette, uttered these words, and then got into the car and departed. Lin Xiangwan stared blankly at the Maybach as it vanished at the intersection, clutching her bank card tightly. If Jiang Shijing had not mentioned it, she might have nearly forgotten about this matter altogether. She had a penchant for sweets, and during their engagement, the matriarch of the Jiang family had specially gifted her a renowned cake shop as a congratulatory present. At that time, the shop, known as Wanchun, was a famous trendy establishment in Rongqing, and Jiang Shijing had even arranged for its name to be changed.
Wanchun. The spring breeze of late spring arrives, bringing with it gold and silver coins.
Jiang Shijing claimed that combining their names would ensure the prosperity of the shop.
However,
it wasn't long before she overheard Jiang Shijing speaking about certain matters in a bar, and she had not paid attention to how Wanchun was subsequently managed. Yet, the love they once shared had become a mere illusion, reduced to a joke in the wake of her departure.
Jiang Shijing should have either sold the shop or renamed it. Could it be true, as he said, that he had only just remembered the existence of this shop? Indeed,
the Jiang family's enterprises dominated Rongqing, particularly in the food industry, and there were countless establishments like this one. If Jiang Shijing had forgotten her over these past 3 years,
how could he possibly remember a small cake shop? Lin Xiangwan's expression was exceedingly intricate.
She reached out, almost instinctively, to navigate to Wanchuan's location. Chapter 30, Jiang Shijing's First Encounter.
Wanchun retained its previous decor, with a glass display case for cakes positioned beside the window.
Lin Xiangwan sat in the car, observing the familiar store manager as she recommended desserts to a woman. 3 years ago, Jiang Shijing transferred this most capable employee of the Jiang family, facing considerable opposition. With a smile, Jiang Shijing embraced her, declaring that henceforth, the Jiang family would belong to him and Wanwan, asserting, "What's wrong with Wanwan using her own talents?
Who dares to obstruct my future wife?"
This sentiment has remarkably endured to this day. Lin Xiangwan had no intention of entering. The store manager, who had been begrudgingly confined to this modest establishment, harbored a deep resentment towards her and anticipated that she was seeking confrontation. Just as he was about to turn the car around, a sudden knock resounded against the window. Lin Xiangwan beheld the woman who had just purchased the pastries. The woman possessed a pair of beautiful eyes, yet they were filled with weariness and disappointment. She gazed at Lin Xiangwan and, with her hand encased in a plaster cast, lowered her mask.
Lin Xiangwan was taken aback.
Zhao Xing'er abruptly opened the car door and seated herself in the passenger seat, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon her.
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. "What?"
Zhao Xing'er suddenly became agitated, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed.
"You've been absent for 3 years, why can't you continue to vanish?" "Why?"
Lin Xiangwan frowned, truly incredulous.
Jiang Shijing, the Lin Mu family, and now Zhao Xing'er.
Whether she should or should not be is not for anyone to decide. Lin Xiangwan wore a cold expression, impatiently saying, "Leave, do not go mad here."
"How much will it take for you to part ways with Jiang Shijing?"
Zhao Xing'er, as if deaf to her words, suddenly seized her wrist with tremendous force. Lin Xiangwan wished to distance herself from the situation, her gaze falling upon her wounded areas, forcing herself to endure. "There is no connection between Jiang Shijing and me."
"What nonsense are you speaking?"
At that moment, she was merely a fragile woman, heartbroken in matters of love. Lin Xiangwan forcibly pulled Zhao Xing'er's hand apart, finally unable to contain her frustration. "I am unaware of what you have heard or what misunderstandings you have formed. I was once engaged to Jiang Shijing.
Yet now we are hardly even friends.
He resents me, loathes me, and even seeks revenge against me.
I fail to comprehend why. Instead of troubling the woman beside Jiang Shijing, you choose to unleash your madness upon me."
Since her return to the country, she had been cautiously probing Jiang Shijing's sentiments. The man would occasionally display gentleness and patience, only to mock her moments later, and on 2 or 3 occasions, he had inexplicably kissed her. Such unpredictable behavior could only stem from unresolved grievances, lingering resentment from being cast aside in the past. Young Master Jiang had always been the center of attention, surrounded by suitors before her.
Yet, she was Jiang Shijing's first girlfriend. Prior to that,
Jiang Shijing had not yet assumed the role of heir to the Jiang family and had refrained from getting too close to any woman, fearful of the implications that others might interpret as him attempting to leverage some family's influence to seize control of the family business. Their public romance and engagement marked Jiang Shijing's first experiences in the upper echelons of society, but that instance ended with him being rejected.
Such a loss of face. How could he not harbor resentment?
Even though Jiang Shijing had numerous girlfriends thereafter, he must have nurtured a lingering desire for retribution against her. Zhao Xing'er gazed at her,
suddenly smiling. "Did you just say that Jiang Shijing detests you?" Lin Xiangwan instinctively retorted, "Don't you find it repulsive?" "Ha!"
Zhao Xing'er seemed to be amused with irritation, mocking as she curled her lips. "Lin Xiangwan, with your level of intelligence,
how could you possibly be the CEO of Starry Sky?" Lin Xiangwan's expression grew colder.
"I have fulfilled my promise to you. Your inability to retain a man is your own shortcoming.
Now, get out of my car."
Zhao Xing'er flung her hand and exited, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Lin Xiangwan rubbed her ears and, as she drove away, noticed a man entering the late spring store. She furrowed her brows and cast a lingering glance before departing.
Despite Jiang Shijing's candid admission of his lingering feelings for Zhao Xing'er, why had they not reconciled? Was that assistant, who had been beaten to a pulp, somehow connected to Jiang Shijing?
Lin Xiangwan pondered for a long time, unaware that a car was following her. Upon returning home, she found a figure standing at the door. Chino, tall and imposing like a pine tree, gazed at Lin Xiangwan with a calm demeanor. Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment, puzzled, and inquired.
"What are you doing here?"
"Waiting for you." Chino stepped out from the shadows, his expression grim as he scrutinized Lin Xiangwan from head to toe.
Lin Xiangwan felt inexplicably uneasy and took a step back. "What am I waiting for? Did I not mention that you need not drive me due to the incident at the company? I am your bodyguard, not your personal chauffeur." Chino appeared somewhat irate,
pressing his lips together as he fixed her with an intense gaze. "You should have brought me along to handle matters, especially those of an unpleasant nature. Yet, you have not shown up all day, nor have you reached out to me.
Am I merely a decoration as your bodyguard?"
His tone grew increasingly grave. Lin Xiangwan was rendered speechless. She had hired Qin Ao as her bodyguard, yet he had merely driven for 2 days without attending to any substantial matters. Which indeed felt quite frustrating. She cleared her throat softly. "Well, next time I will take you along. Today's situation was rather urgent."
Qin Ao remained silent,
turning to pick up the lunchbox from the steps and handing it to her.
"You must not have eaten. There is corn and rib soup here, which I purchased just half an hour ago and should still be warm."
Lin Xiangwan instinctively covered her empty stomach. After a long day of busyness, she had indeed not eaten anything.
Upon receiving the lunchbox, Lin Xiangwan hesitated for a moment. "You haven't eaten either, have you? Come in and let us dine together before you leave." Chino's eyes brightened slightly.
By the time he looked up, she had already entered. He promptly followed her, closing the door behind him.
The lights on the first floor of the apartment flickered on.
Minutes passed, and Chino had yet to emerge.
After another 5 minutes, the bathroom light on the second floor illuminated the space within the apartment. Lin Xiangwan rummaged through the wardrobe and retrieved a spacious bathrobe.
"You can take your clothes after you finish washing. I will hang them on the doorknob." The sound of water in the bathroom ceased for a brief moment,
and Chino responded with a soft Lin Xiangwan did not leave. "I apologize.
I will ensure your clothes are thoroughly cleaned and return them to you by tomorrow morning."
"They should be dry by then."
She had not anticipated that inviting Chino to join her for soup would result in the entire container of rib soup being overturned.
In an attempt to shield her from the scalding liquid, Chino ended up soaking his clothes completely. With no other choice, she had to allow him to take a shower.
"There is no need for any trouble, Miss Lin. I can manage to wash them myself."
Lin Xiangwan did not insist. "All right, call me if needed."
She turned and descended the stairs, only to realize that her phone had been ringing for quite some time. The 3 characters Jiang Shijing danced across the screen. Chapter 31, Jiang Shijing, difficult to please. Lin Xiangwan was truly speechless. Today, she dealt with an overwhelming number of matters,
all related to Jiang Shijing. Why does he linger around in the dead of night?
Lin Xiangwan hung up directly.
The call came again. She hung up once more, only for it to ring again.
This cycle repeated 5 or 6 times, as if the caller was determined to achieve their objective, refusing to relent. Lin Xiangwan was furious.
She answered the call, her voice icy. "Are you ever going to stop?
It's the middle of the night, and while you can stay awake, I still need my rest." On the other end of the line, Ziran was momentarily taken aback by the outburst. Instinctively, she glanced at the man seated on the sofa. Jiang Shijing had a slice of cake before him, the rich aroma of fruit jam pervading the air.
Ziran swallowed hard, her eyes betraying an evident anxiety. Sister Lin, it's me. Miss Bai? Is there something you need?"
Lin Xiangwan's tone softened instantly. Recalling the events at the bar, she felt a twinge of guilt.
Even if it was merely to vex Jiang Shijing, especially considering he now had a legitimate girlfriend.
Jiang Shijing picked up his fork, taking a bite of the cake. His expression calm as he swallowed the morsel. Ziran, in a panic, exclaimed, "Sister Lin, Shijing just ate a piece of cake. And now he's itching all over and has a high fever."
I'm scared." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwan's brow furrowed.
She was startled by Ziran's words, not pausing to ponder why she had called her instead of seeking medical help.
"Don't panic. Tell me, what flavor was that cake?"
"It was a strawberry flavor that I bought for Shijing.
He felt unwell after just one bite. Is it possible the cake was not fresh?
Ziren spoke softly through her tears, I'm scared.
Everyone at the villa has gone home for the night. Shijing is unconscious, and I can't drive.
I don't dare call an ambulance for fear of alarming the Jiang family.
What should I do? Sister Lin, please help me. Indeed, it was strawberry.
Lin Xiangwan curled her fingers and unhesitatingly donned a brown coat. He is allergic to strawberries, and I am aware of the remedy. I shall head over immediately.
So do not fret.
After ending the call, she hopped into her car and made her way to the pharmacy. It is no wonder that Jiang Shijing is so difficult to accommodate.
Not only is he peculiar, but his physical constitution is equally extraordinary. It is rare to find anyone in Rongqing with such a strawberry allergy.
In the past, Jiang Shijing often accompanied her to indulge in desserts, particularly those flavored with strawberry jam, which she adored. When he consumed less, he would merely suffer a fever, choosing to suppress his discomfort for her happiness. On her birthday, she insisted that Jiang Shijing join her in savoring strawberry cake, which resulted in his collapse and subsequent hospitalization.
Since then,
Lin Xiangwan had developed a conditioned reflex towards Jiang Shijing's allergies. As she recalled this incident on her way, she found it perplexing.
Could Jiang Shijing truly feign affection for her to such an extent? After procuring the medication, Lin Xiangwan arrived at Jiang Shijing's residence.
Ziren was anxiously waiting at the door, and upon seeing her, she rushed over.
Isn't it necessary to take brother Shijing to the hospital?
He is still unconscious. Lin Xiangwan saw no one and hesitated to express whether or not she should proceed. She led her inside to assess the situation.
In the living room,
Jiang Shijing sat on the sofa, eyes closed and brows furrowed, his arms covered in scratch marks, likely from scratching an unbearable itch. His complexion was unusually flushed. Lin Xiangwan took out the medicine, extracting a few pills from each bottle until her palm was filled with tablets. She crouched before Jiang Shijing and tugged at his sleeve, calling out, Jiang Shijing? Yet, he remained unresponsive. Lin Xiangwan promptly instructed, go fetch me a glass of water. Ziren hurried to the kitchen to pour the water. Lin Xiangwan rose to her feet, wrapping one arm around Jiang Shijing's head, her fingertips gently resting against his chin. Beneath the chandelier's glow, Jiang Shijing tilted his head back in discomfort, his lips slightly parted, noticing the scab at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiangwan's gaze flickered with determination as she forcefully placed the pills into Jiang Shijing's mouth. For every 2 pills she administered, she signaled for Ziren to bring water. Jiang Shijing, in a daze, found water spilling from the corners of his lips with each attempt. Lin Xiangwan used her sleeve to wipe him, and soon the cuff was thoroughly soaked. After administering the medication, she broke into a sweat, removed her coat, and sat down nearby to rest. On the table lay half a strawberry cake. Lin Xiangwan cast a glance. Sister, is he all right now? Ziren sat beside Jiang Shijing, her face filled with concern. Lin Xiangwan nodded gently. A good night's sleep will do wonders, though unforeseen circumstances may arise. I will ensure that his symptoms have subsided before leaving. It was wise of you to call me today. Tomorrow marks the matriarch's birthday, and Jiang Shijing must not cause her any distress over this matter. Thank you, Sister Lin. If it weren't for your assistance, I truly wouldn't know what to do, Ziren said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she hurriedly poured tea for her. Lin Xiangwan was also parched. Upon receiving the tea, she inhaled the fragrant aroma of the Da Hong Pao and raised her eyebrow slightly. Was Jiang Shijing still indulging in this tea? Lin Xiangwan was filled with questions and quickly asked, aren't you supposed to be here keeping watch? Ziren bit her lip, visibly distressed, and replied, I am aware that this matter has caused you considerable trouble, dear sister, but I am unable to stay here and watch over it. Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath, hesitating for a few moments before ultimately acquiescing. The importance of family reunions could not be understated. After the others departed, she could not help but steal a glance at Jiang Shijing. She had to admit that Jiang Shijing possessed the charm to change girlfriends every 3 days. His enchanting, almost ethereal peach blossom eyes, imbued with a hint of roguish allure, contrasted with his strikingly high nose and his thin lips, which added an air of aloofness. This visage encapsulated elegance and captivated all who beheld it. Yet, whether he was genuinely affectionate or merely distant remained an enigma to all. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiangwan,
Her gaze wandered, causing her to momentarily lose focus. She quickly averted her eyes and rose to seek the restroom. After searching in vain, she found herself compelled to open the door to Jiang Shijing's bedroom. The decor was strikingly minimalist, featuring a white bed, a white bay window, and a transparent cabinet. One side of the cabinet displayed exquisite suits and ties, while the other housed his frequently worn watches and commonly used perfumes. Lin Xiangwan cast a fleeting glance towards the restroom, but her gaze abruptly fixed upon the shelf of perfumes. Her breath momentarily caught. She approached and pulled open the cabinet door, retrieving the most prominent bottle. It was the Frangipani Citrus Tuberose, a fragrance she had used until her departure abroad. One with which she was intimately familiar. The bottle contained only a little over half its original amount, and it was placed conspicuously in front of Jiang Shijing's male fragrance, indicating that it was frequently used. What could possibly account for the presence of this particular scent in Jiang Shijing's home? Lin Xiangwan tightened her grip on the perfume bottle, suddenly recalling that Ziren used the same fragrance. Ziren must have spent many nights here, which is why her frequently used perfume was placed in Jiang Shijing's wardrobe. Lin Xiangwan felt a heaviness in her heart. When she caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Ziren, would Jiang Shijing think of her? Surely not. She was merely a woman he had held a fleeting affection for 3 years ago. What perfume she wore was of no consequence to him. Jiang Shijing had been lingering at the doorway, his peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, revealing both a flirtatious charm and a scrutinizing gaze. Chapter 32, Don't Abandon Me. Jiang Shijing stepped inside, standing face to face with her. Lin Xiangwan felt a surge of inexplicable confusion. Why are you so close to me? Jiang Shijing remained silent. His gaze fixed intently upon her, an expression in his eyes that was indescribably peculiar, no longer the sharp scrutiny he had displayed upon entering. Lin Xiangwan felt a profound discomfort and turned to leave. It seems your fever has subsided. You should rest, I shall take my leave. Don't go. Jiang Shijing suddenly quickened his pace and grasped the sleeve of her garment. His eyes were hazy yet tender, glistening with a hint of grievance. In this moment, he was neither flirtatious nor unruly. He resembled the version of Jiang Shijing that Lin Xiangwan had once adored. She nearly forgot that he had not always been the notorious rake that he was now perceived to be. In the past, Jiang Shijing was affectionate and somewhat clingy. Possessing a touch of the temper befitting a young master, any hint of her indifference would evoke his jealousy and discontent, prompting him to feign aloofness to capture her attention, only to relent and seek her favor when she remained unresponsive. It was only after their engagement that Jiang Shijing underwent a sudden transformation. Now, witnessing a semblance of Jiang Shijing from 3 years prior, Lin Xiangwan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Yet, she recognized this was merely an expression of his illness. Whenever he felt unwell, Jiang Shijing became like a golden retriever, disregarding all else to cling to her, wagging his tail in need of comfort. Lin Xiangwan raised her hand and pressed it against Jiang Shijing's forehead, which still felt warm. She gently pulled Jiang Shijing and guided him to sit on the edge of the bed, articulating each word with care. You need to rest, sleep here for a while. Will you stay with me? Jiang Shijing tilted his head back, grasping Lin Xiangwan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. You haven't been by my side for a long time. Wan, I miss you. Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, furrowing her brows as she questioned, do you even realize what you are saying? I do, Wan, Jiang Shijing replied, his expression filled with grievance. He leaned closer, burying his head against her waist, confessing, I feel so lonely. Lin Xiangwan could not bring herself to agree with his words and could not help but retort, you are surrounded by countless women, if not 100, then certainly 80. With beautiful companions by your side every night, how could you possibly feel lonely? Jiang Shijing wrapped his arms around her waist and muttered, but none of them are. Lin Xiangwan did not hear clearly, assuming he was in a daze. She forcefully attempted to pry open his arm. Unable to do so, she resorted to pushing Jiang Shijing's head, exerting considerable effort to move his face away. Jiang Shijing tilted his head back in response to her hand, gazing at her with a forlorn expression, emotion swirling in the depths of his eyes. Lin Xiangwan found herself reflected in his eyes, observing her own aloof demeanor from a position of superiority. She paused momentarily. In that instant, Lin Xiangwan felt that Jiang Shijing appeared truly lonely. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this notion struck her as absurd.
She raised her hand to shield Jiang Shijing's deceiving eyes and coldly admonished, "Hurry and sleep, stop fidgeting.
Tomorrow is your grandmother's birthday."
"No, if I sleep, you'll leave," Jiang Shijing replied, pulling her hand down and holding it tightly in his grasp.
"If you abandon me, I shall not sleep."
He turned his face, nuzzling against Lin Xiangwan's palm, greedily yearning for that flicker of warmth.
"Please don't forsake me, Wanwan. How could you leave me? How could you walk away on your own?"
Jiang Shijing murmured, sounding pitiful, reminiscent of a forsaken golden retriever. Lin Xiangwan felt her heart tremble. After returning to the country, Jiang Shijing had always addressed her as Miss Lin with a faint smile, but now he called her Wanwan. Jiang Shijing had turned to another woman, whispering sweet nothings and accusing her of being a coward, yet now he implored her not to abandon him. She was uncertain of Jiang Shijing's thoughts, or perhaps, these were merely nonsensical utterances born from his muddled mind.
Lin Xiangwan crouched down,
allowing Jiang Shijing to press his palm against hers. "You were the one who first discarded me." A flicker of shadow passed through Jiang Shijing's eyes. Noticing his silence, Lin Xiangwan summoned the courage to voice her thoughts. "If you do not wish to marry me, simply discuss with our elders the dissolution of our engagement."
"My grandfather taught me to possess integrity. I shall never resort to tears or entanglements. Yet you insist on making me feel anxious, causing me sorrow."
And then piercing my heart with those words. Lin Xiangwan's eyes were red, and she exclaimed, "You are right, I no longer want you.
I no longer desire Jiang Shijing."
After 5 years of unrequited love and 2 years of being together, she decided to part ways with the one who had accompanied her through her youth. Jiang Shijing suddenly tightened his grip on her hand and slowly sat up straight.
It seemed he was still in a daze, staring at Lin Xiangwan with a furrowed brow,
visibly displeased yet unable to discern the reason. As they descended the stairs, a car conveniently pulled up outside, and a man emerged from within. Lin Xiangwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cast a fleeting glance at him before diverting her gaze, only to fixate on him once more.
Yan Jing approached,
offering a slight nod, seemingly unperturbed by her presence.
"Miss Lin."
Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together. She finally recalled that the familiar man she had seen in late spring was Yan Jing. The half-eaten strawberry cake in the living room was purchased by him. However, Yan Jing had always been by Jiang Shijing's side, so he could not possibly be unaware of his allergies.
Indeed,
it must have been by Xiren who wished to buy and indulge in it, and Jiang Shijing, despite his allergies, indulged her. The same tender consideration was bestowed upon both women. Lin Xiangwan curled her crimson lips slightly and mockingly remarked, "He truly is."
Yan Jing instinctively inquired, "What?" Lin Xiangwan could not help but exclaim, "Fool." Yan Jing was taken aback, "What?" "I said, Jiang Shijing is a fool."
Yan Jing scratched his nose,
watching Lin Xiangwan get into the car before he entered the building. He knocked on the door.
Jiang Shijing had already changed his appearance. Languidly leaning against the edge of the bed, a cigar dangling from his lips, unlit, his expression weary with a hint of irritation, yet his eyes remained clear. This demeanor was not in line with his usual charming and flirtatious self, but Yan Jing was accustomed to it.
In private,
Jiang Shijing often bore a cold and world-weary expression.
Without looking up, Jiang Shijing asked, "Has she left?"
"Just left." Sensing Yan Jing's hesitation, he raised his gaze.
"Did she say anything to you?"
Yan Jing swallowed.
"Miss Lin said you are a fool."
Jiang Shijing smirked, removing the cigar from his mouth,
crumpling it and tossing it into the trash.
"She said I made her feel insecure, that she heard me say those things behind her back." Yan Jing was baffled. "But you were praising Miss Lin behind her back." Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes.
"Investigate Lin Xiangwan's whereabouts for the past 2 weeks before she went abroad. I want to know exactly what she heard." Chapter 33, Everyone is waiting to see her make a fool of herself.
Yan Jing glanced at the crimson scratches on Jiang Shijing's arm, feeling a pang of sympathy.
"Sir, perhaps you should go to the hospital for some medicine?" "No need."
Jiang Shijing, reminded by him, felt the itch of the scratches intensify against his skin, frowning impatiently.
"Did that man roll out from her place?"
"He seemed to have left right after showering. I was watching closely."
"Oh."
Jiang Shijing lowered his gaze, reflecting on the appearance of that man. Tall and handsome, strikingly proper. Unlike Lin Xiangwan, who often said he was prettier than a woman, like a seducer. Jiang Shijing clicked his tongue, fixing his gaze on Yan Jing.
Who do you think is more attractive, me or that man?
Yan Jing was momentarily stunned before promptly responding, "Of course, you, sir." Jiang Shijing shifted his posture.
A smirk playing on his lips. If you were a woman, would you find me charming or him? Yan Jing's lips twitched. What kind of question is that?
Under the weight of his boss's imposing gaze, Yan Jing solemnly stated, "You are the one with charm, sir."
If you lack charm, how could so many women be drawn to you? What are they worth?
Jiang Shijing scoffed, staring at the reflection in the window.
Lin Xiangwan doesn't like me like this. She used to say I was prettier than a woman. She must prefer someone more handsome, more masculine now. Yan Jing sighed.
Jiang Shijing, standing at 6 feet tall, with a narrow waist and broad shoulders, had a face that was undeniably handsome, yet not as rugged as those typical male models. But when he smiled, he exuded a charming playfulness. When he frowned, he emanated a commanding aura. As a man, Yan Jing most admired and feared his boss, recognizing his powerful presence.
You know. Jiang Shijing blinked his alluring eyes, suddenly breaking into a smile. How about we find a few people to disfigure Chineo's face?
Yan Jing was nearly petrified. He had never seen Jiang Shijing like this before. The young master was always the center of attention, standing out from the crowd. How could he ever feel inferior? Yan Jing quickly advised against it, but he is Miss Lin's personal bodyguard.
If we act rashly and she finds out.
Jiang Shijing fell silent for a moment, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes, and he dropped the subject.
He looked at Yan Jing. How did your investigation into that man's background go?
Jiang Shijing stood, the Wen family.
I recall they are bidding for that parcel of land in the suburbs? Yes, Yan Jing confirmed.
It is located in the southwestern suburbs of Rongqing. Initially, it had little commercial value, but over the years, Rongqing has flourished.
And many outsiders are choosing to settle in that area.
The land is now quite valuable, and many are inquiring about it.
Jiang Shijing smiled.
Whatever price the Wen family is willing to pay, sell it to their competitor at half the price.
But that would be a loss, wouldn't it? Yan Jing hesitated. Jiang Shijing shot him a glance. Do you think I care about that little money?
Yan Jing realized he had spoken out of turn and nodded before leaving.
The next day, Lin Xiangwan awoke and called Xiuxue, inquiring if the antiques she had requested were procured, confirming the delivery time. While eating,
she scrolled through posts and came across a video of the Jiang matriarch's upcoming birthday celebration. Ever since she had fled from her wedding, the elite circles of Rongqing had ceased to acknowledge the Lin family's heiress. Yet, these individuals inevitably mentioned Jiang Shijing and the Jiang matriarch in their discussions. She was the only blemish in Jiang Shijing's otherwise illustrious life, the first to bring shame to the Jiang family and the matriarch. After leaving the social circles, she had received several screenshots sent by Wen Xian from the group chats. The young masters and ladies in the group were debating. Do you think Lin Xiangwan will attend the Jiang matriarch's birthday celebration? After all, the matriarch is a member of the inner circle, the opinions of the older generation matter. But most importantly, it depends on what Jiang Shijing thinks. Lin Xiangwan probably can't show her face anymore. Jiang Shijing is not holding her actions against her,
likely out of respect for her grandfather. But if she causes trouble again, the Jiang matriarch would not let her off easily.
Lin Xiangwan scoffed at the derision of these individuals. In the past, when Lin Xijuan first arrived at their home, he was met with disdain. And the social circle looked down upon him, perceiving him as an illegitimate child who was forcefully elevated. Despite her lack of harmony with Lin Xijuan at home, she chose to defend him, driven by the bond of sharing the same father and her belief that Xiang Keqing was a person of virtue. Gradually, the whispers regarding his parentage ceased. Now, as fate would have it, she bears the brunt of scorn for fleeing from her marriage. Yet has Lin Xijuan uttered a single word of support for her? Rather, he seems eager to revel in her misfortune. Moreover, her flight from the marriage had not provoked anyone aside from the Jiang family. Is it not true that the laughter of these onlookers is, in part, fueled by Lin Xijuan's own machinations? Lin Xiangwan maintained a calm demeanor as she placed a call to Wen Qian. Wen Qian's family owned several formal wear boutiques and had close collaborations with luxury brands. As those around her had mentioned, she was indeed going to the Jiang residence to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. However, her attendance was solely an expression of gratitude. The guests gathered at the Jiang household tonight were merely there to witness the unfolding drama. Aside from the matriarch, she owed nothing to anyone else.
Without hesitation,
Wen Qian procured the exquisite gown that Lin Xiangwan desired. Designed by a master tailor, it was an original creation worth millions. Lin Xiangwan merely wished to borrow a dress.
Yet Wen Qian took it upon herself to place an order and gifted it to her directly.
Lin Xiangwan felt a warm glow within her heart. For 3 years abroad, she had been overlooked, with only Wen Qian as her true friend. She graciously accepted Wen Qian's kindness and scheduled an appointment with a stylist to prepare her look. That evening, she visited the old Lin family residence, opened the garage, and brought out the dusty Maserati, taking it to the dealership for a thorough cleaning. The striking red hue instantly captivated everyone in the shop, drawing a crowd to admire the limited edition sports car. Lin Xiangwan watched quietly, letting out a soft sigh.
The sports car was a gift from her grandfather for her 18th birthday.
After his passing, she left it in the old residence. She hurried abroad. And the car has since been shrouded in dust in the garage for 3 years. Lin Mu sold all her designer clothes and bags, and her credit card was suspended. Yet she could not locate the car, nor did she send anyone to search for it at the old residence. As a disobedient child who defied her father's last wishes, she felt a deep sense of guilt that prevented her from stepping foot into the ancestral home.
That evening, Lin Xiangwan donned an exquisite outfit worth millions and drove a limited edition sports car to the Jiang family estate.
Chapter 34. The Jiang family lacks no guard dogs. Outside the Jiang family mansion, a line of luxury sports cars was parked along the roadside. The esteemed gentlemen and ladies of Rongqing, along with their young heirs and heiresses, gathered here solely to pay their respects and present gifts to the matriarch of the Jiang family. Suddenly, a striking red limited edition sports car from 2014 approached,
drawing the attention of many onlookers.
Gao Luowan was engaged in conversation with several individuals when she raised an eyebrow in curiosity and inquired, "Whose car is that?" In affluent circles, everyone is well aware of each other's vehicles, so the sight of an unfamiliar car and license plate inevitably piqued interest.
Li Jia, holding a champagne flute, scoffed, "It can't possibly be a young lady from outside Rongqing, can it?" She noted a young woman seemingly seated in the back.
No sooner had she spoken than the car came to a halt before them. Gao Luowan leaned in for a closer look and saw a tall, handsome man exit the driver's seat and assist the woman from the rear. The woman, adorned in a smoky blue silk qipao, had softly curled hair and a charmingly cold gaze that hinted at an alluring grace, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal presence. Gao Luowan scrutinized her closely,
unable to believe her eyes. Lin Xiangwan?
After several years apart, she had blossomed into an even more enchanting beauty.
Lin Xiangwan stamped her foot.
Standing before a group of young masters and ladies, her expression calm as she surveyed them. They had all mocked her in the group, particularly Gao Luowan and Li Jia. The former harbored affections for Lin Xijuan and was on the verge of engagement with him, while the latter had once pursued Jiang Shijing, only to be thwarted when she discovered Lin was present, leading to her abrupt departure in anger.
Lin Xiangwan chose to ignore them and walked straight in. Unexpectedly, Gao Luowan raised her hand to block her way.
The few individuals behind Gao Luowan, having heard her words, cast mocking or displeased glances at Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan's expression was icy. "We were never acquainted, is there really a need for pleasantries?"
Gao Luowan's countenance darkened as she suppressed her anger and scoffed lightly.
"You are quite rude.
I shall not hold it against you, but what brings you here? You fled from your wedding, bringing disgrace upon the Jiang family.
And now you dare to show your face? Truly, you have a knack for repulsing people."
At the mention of her boyfriend, Gao Luowan's eyes brimmed with loathing. The onlookers exchanged mocking smiles, their gazes dripping with disdain. In truth, they held no grievances against Lin Xiangwan.
However,
their eagerness to curry favor with the Jiang family dictated their actions. Anything the Jiang family disdained, they would readily exploit to further their own interests.
Particularly since Lin Xiangwan had previously embarrassed Jiang Shijing, these young elites were all too eager to join in the derision as a demonstration of loyalty.
Lin Xiangwan lazily cast a glance at the crowd, her crimson lips curling into a smirk. "You revelers of the wine halls, which one of you is not here today to curry favor with the Jiang family?" Jiang Shijing lifted his foot, remarking, "You all scramble to polish his shoes and mock me, perhaps you should first reflect upon your own conduct. Just as when Xian stepped out of the car. She burst into laughter upon hearing these words. She skipped over to Lin Xiangwan, wrapping her arms around her and lifting her chin defiantly. You speak of our dear Wan Wan. Yet were you not also drawn here to ingratiate yourselves with the Jiang family? Spare us the pretense of moral superiority. Who is pretending to be morally superior? Li Jia could no longer contain herself and retorted, engaging in a spirited argument with her. Lin Xiangwan smiled, whoever is anxious should speak up. Li Jia. Her face flushed with anger, rushed forward as if to grasp her face. Those nearby quickly restrained her, exclaiming, Young Master Jiang is here. Everyone turned their attention in that direction. Jiang Shijing, with his arm around the delicate figure clad in a pale pink gown, paused for several seconds as his gaze lingered on Lin Xiangwan's graceful form, his eyes shrouded in obscurity. Lin Xiangwan was the first to avert her gaze, opting not to acknowledge him, and merely nodded at Ziran as a form of greeting. Jiang Shijing's thin lips curled slightly, showing no reaction as he passed her by, as if he neither recognized her nor held her in any regard. Gao Luowan, witnessing this, was elated and approached to mock Lin Xiangwan, saying, With the new lady by Jiang Shao's side, it seems you've been forgotten. How dare you show your face at the Jiang residence, inviting your own misery? The others, uncertain of Jiang Shijing's sentiments towards Lin Xiangwan, refrained from joining the laughter. Jiang Shijing remained unresponsive. Gao Luowan, feeling triumphant, intended to drag Li Jia into her taunts, when suddenly her shoulder was jostled. Turning, she saw Ziran, but upon lifting her gaze, she was met with Jiang Shijing's icy stare. A shiver involuntarily ran down her spine. Rarely had she encountered the infamous Jiang Shao, but each time he had appeared warm and amiable, his charming eyes radiating kindness and affection. This was a stark contrast to the current chill in his gaze, which seemed capable of freezing anyone in place. Jiang Shijing cast a glance at Ziran's shoulder and lazily remarked, The Jiang family is not so small as to be blocked by you. Why linger at the entrance? We certainly do not lack for gatekeepers. Gao Luowan's face paled. The crowd exchanged glances, too intimidated to breathe. Ziran quickly shook Jiang Shijing's arm and cooed, It's nothing. Brother Shijing, just a little bump, I'm fine. He wrapped his arm around her and strode through the entrance. Throughout the encounter, no one dared to utter a word. It was only after their figures disappeared that the crowd distanced themselves from Gao Luowan, as if she were a dreadful contagion. Everyone knew that Ziran had been by Jiang Shijing's side for over 3 months, making her the longest-standing girlfriend of his in recent years. Having clashed with Jiang Shijing's beloved, they instinctively avoided her, even disregarding Li Jia, all retreating inside. With a sulky pout, Gao Luowan, on the verge of tears, shrugged off Li Jia and dashed away. Chapter 35, What would he do for her? When Xian rolled her eyes, let her gloat. She deserves it. Lin Xiangwan smiled softly. Indeed, it is well deserved. Fanqing has persistently failed to secure a collaboration with the Jiang family, while Lin Xijuan is exerting all his efforts to win over Jiang Shijing, relying solely on the Gao family's mediation. Now that Gao Luowan has offended Jiang Shijing, it equates to being ostracized by the entire circle. One has fallen from grace, and the other is unemployed. These two are truly a fated pair. How gratifying. What are you two so pleased about? Li Jia, infuriated, glared at Lin Xiangwan and scoffed. Do you really think that young Master Jiang cares for you? He is merely concerned for his girlfriend who was hit. In his eyes, you are nothing. Lin Xiangwan cast a glance at her. Will this affect your standing with Gao Luowan in the upper-class circles? Li Jia's expression darkened, and in a fit of anger, she stomped away. She contemplated pursuing Gao Luowan but hesitated for a few seconds before forcing herself to enter the Jiang residence. When Qian rolled her eyes dramatically. I thought she and Gao Luowan shared a deep sisterly bond. Yet, after all this, she still lingers? TSK, such a superficial sisterhood. Lin Xiangwan grasped her hand. All right. Let us present the gift to the old lady. The two of them, bearing the gift for old Madame Jiang, made their way to the back garden. The elderly matriarch of the Jiang family, frail and weary, preferred tranquility over commotion. She delighted in sipping tea and admiring flowers, and during her birthday celebrations, She would often retreat to the back garden, allowing the younger generation to revel in merriment while she exchanged a few words with those who came to offer their congratulations. As they approached, snippets of conversation reached their ears. It was mentioned that Shijing had brought along his girlfriend, who had been his steady companion for over 3 months, a rare occurrence indeed. Perhaps this young man had finally settled down? It was uncommon to see anyone linger by his side for so long. Why not take advantage of today's joyous occasion and inquire whether he might be inclined to start a family? Lin Xiangwan paused momentarily. Jiang Shijing would undoubtedly be willing. In the past, for the sake of the old lady's desire for grandchildren, he could feign deep affection before her, marrying despite his lack of love. How much more attentive he must be now towards Xiran. When Qian discreetly observed Lin Xiangwan's expression and softly suggested, "Wan, shall we visit the old lady a little later?" "All right." Lin Xiangwan replied nonchalantly as she departed with her. Upon reaching the hall, when Qian slipped into a corner to take a phone call, Lin Xiangwan, feeling utterly bored, was sipping wine while waiting beside her, when she noticed several young gentlemen and ladies encircling Xiran. "Miss Bai, it seems that young Master Jiang truly adores you. When Gao Luowan brushed against you, he nearly lost his temper. That was the first time I witnessed young Master Jiang with a cold expression." Xiran, blushing shyly, replied, "Oh, that's not true." "How can that not be the case? Having spent so much time by young Master Jiang's side, you must surely have captured his favor? It is the first time I have seen him so attentive to a woman. Especially since he has never brought any lady to the Jiang family banquets or the old matriarch's birthday celebrations." Xiran's cheeks flushed even deeper as she lowered her head, wearing an expression of pure happiness. Lin Xiangwan gazed quietly, suddenly sensing the weight of someone's stare upon her. She lifted her gaze and beheld Jiang Shijing, leisurely sipping wine by the railing. Dressed casually today, his collar remained slightly unbuttoned, revealing the prominent muscles of his chest as he leaned against the railing, exuding an untamed charm in his every movement. Their eyes met, and Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow with a smile, maintaining his usual roguish demeanor. Lin Xiangwan recalled the rare vulnerability that Jiang Shijing had displayed the previous night and felt disinclined to dwell on it any longer. Just as she turned away, when Qian hurriedly approached her, grasping her hand, when Qian glanced at the man upstairs and exclaimed, "Wan, Jiang Luobuat is deliberately targeting my family. What has transpired? Please, elaborate." Tears were nearly brimming in her eyes as she continued anxiously, "It's about the suburban land where my ancestors once resided. The one we are competing for against the Ming family. I have just learned that Jiang Shijing sold it to the Mings for half of our offered price, declaring that he wouldn't part with even a single coin to us." Her eyes reddened with indignation, and she gritted her teeth. "Jiang Shijing is doing this on purpose. He knows I can't stand him, and he is intentionally provoking me." Lin Xiangwan frowned, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. No matter how reckless Jiang Shijing might be, he would not resort to underhanded tactics in matters such as this. This parcel of land had once been the ancestral home of the Wen family. When the Wen Corporation faced a financial crisis, the patriarch of the Jiang family purchased the land at a premium to assist the Wens. This arrangement not only spared the Wen family from incurring additional debt but also allowed them to maintain their dignity while securing the necessary funds. After the Wen family weathered their crisis, they remained fixated on this land, which, despite being located in the outskirts, held significant sentimental value as their ancestral property. Initially, everything was agreed upon, and under normal circumstances, the land would be sold to the Wen family. When Qian was so furious that beads of sweat formed on her forehead, Jiang Shijing's intention to target me does not require any legitimate justification. Is it merely because I occasionally criticize him? After all, he wronged you first, and is it not my duty to protect my dear friend?" Lin Xiangwan pondered for a moment and said softly, "You have scolded him for 3 years, yet has he ever held it against you? I believe it is not solely due to that. Think again." When Qian crouched down, her hands tangled in her hair. "How could I have ever anticipated this? My father merely asked me to accomplish this one task, and I ended up ruining it." Lin Xiangwan, unable to bear her distress, crouched down to tidy her hair. "Very well," she resolved softly, "I shall seek out Jiang Shijing on your behalf. If that proves futile, we shall have no choice but to involve the matriarch." When Qian, with tear-filled eyes, looked up and said, I am truly sorry, Wan, this time, I must trouble you. Lin Xiangwan helped her up and took out a tissue, saying, do not utter such words, do not forget all that you have done for me. A few minutes later, when Qian tidied her appearance and finally regained a semblance of composure, as Lin Xiangwan ascended the staircase in the evening, she encountered Jiang Shijing conversing with Xin Fan in the corridor. Upon noticing her, Xin Fan immediately approached with a smile, seizing Lin Xiangwan's wrist. Xiaowan, you are here too. I was just mentioning you to President Jing. Jiang Shijing leaned against the railing, his gaze fixated on Xin Fan's grip on Lin Xiangwan's hand. Xin Fan, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine, hastily released her. Lin Xiangwan spoke calmly, what are you bringing me up for? Nothing much. Just mentioning that we were once desk mates. Xin Fan took a step back, widening the space between them, clearly displaying a heightened sense of vigilance. Lin Xiangwan felt a sense of helplessness. Since the last incident, she had yet to clarify matters with Xin Fan. Xin Fan must have misunderstood something. Jiang Shijing approached, suggesting that they, as classmates, share a drink together in the room. Lin Xiangwan glanced at Xin Fan, let us arrange another time to drink. I have something to discuss with Jiang Shijing. Understood, Xin Xiao quickly withdrew. Jiang Shijing approached Lin Xiangwan, lowering his gaze upon her. Miss Lin wishes to speak with me privately, how intriguing. Lin Xiangwan disregarded him and pushed the door open, slamming it shut behind her. Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow, a hint of a resigned smile gracing his lips, before following her inside. The room was spacious, designed as a guest room, with a set of sofas arranged facing the door. Lin Xiangwan sat on the sofa, her arms crossed as she raised her gaze towards him. Why did you intentionally sell that piece of land in the suburbs at such a low price? Has Wen Qian offended you in some way? This is my land. I can sell it to whomever I choose. Not selling it to the Wen family does not imply any enmity between Wen Qian and myself, does it? Jiang Shijing approached with his hands in his pockets, his head bowed as he regarded her with an expression of calm indifference. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and patiently remarked, do not feign ignorance. The relationship between the two families, Wen and Jiang, remains as it was with the Lin family and Jiang in the past. The elder of the Wen family shares a close bond with your grandfather. You are fully aware that the land in question is the former residence of the Wen family. Morally and rationally, it should be returned to them. Jiang Shijing, with a smile that held an air of ambiguity, replied, no matter how strong the ties of the previous generation may be, they bear no relevance to me. In the realm of business, I do not entertain sentiments. No sentiments. You say? Lin Xiangwan stood up, raising her gaze to meet his, her eyes gradually sharpening. Are you truly willing to sell to the Ming family at half price without considering our friendship? Jiang Shijing leaned in closer, inhaling the faint fragrance of jasmine that lingered around her, smirking as he replied, indeed, I have an abundance of money. Can't I indulge in a little loss for fun? Lin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes, gazing at his handsome face, which was just within reach. Speak. How can we hand over the land to the Wen family? Jiang Shijing smiled, his gaze lingering on her with an ambiguous glint. You certainly protect Wen Qian. But then again, she treats you so well that she could even push a man your way. Lin Xiangwan, not waiting for her to inquire, felt Jiang Shijing wrap his arm around her waist. The figure beneath the cheongsam was alluringly accentuated, exuding an enchanting charm. Jiang Shijing adjusted the collar of Lin Xiangwan's cheongsam, his voice resonating with a magnetic allure. Are you willing to do anything to assist her in securing the land? Chapter 36, A Separation from Ziren. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and softly warned, the door is not closed, do not act recklessly. As soon as her words fell, her chin was grasped. Jiang Shijing looked at her with a smile, his gaze lowered, rest assured, I shall not act recklessly, I am merely waiting for you to do so. He released Lin Xiangwan, propping his legs upon the table, reclining back against the sofa as he remarked. Whether Wen Qian can acquire that piece of land depends on your sincerity. Lin Xiangwan's hand, which hung by her side, gradually tightened. She could not comprehend why Jiang Shijing had transformed in such a manner. Lin Xiangwan's crimson lips parted slightly, Ziren is downstairs. Don't you feel guilty for doing such a thing? Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow, you are mistaken, it is you who acts, while I remain passive. Lin Xiangwan felt a heavy weight in her heart, wishing to slap Jiang Shijing. She could lower her head and plead with him. But she could never stoop to seducing another's boyfriend. The thing she despised most in life was the behavior of someone like Jiang Shijing, who intruded upon other people's families. Jiang Shijing compelled her to engage in such actions while effortlessly casting off the blame. Lin Xiangwan, infuriated, stormed off, only to pause after a few steps. Below, her anxious friend awaited, and she was at a loss on how to confront Wen Qian's crimson eyes. Jiang Shijing hesitated for a moment, before he could utter a word. A pair of hands, as delicate as white jade, grasped his collar tightly.
Lin Xiangwan knelt gracefully between his legs on the sofa,
tugging at his collar as she leaned down, pressing her cool, delicate lips against his. Jiang Shijing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. His breath quickened as he wrapped his arms around Lin Xiangwan's waist, drawing her fully into his embrace, his long legs folding beneath him. In order to maintain her balance, Lin Xiangwan had no choice but to sit upon his lap. The man exuded a rich scent of pine, enveloping her senses. The closeness became overwhelming, rendering her breathless. And soon her face flushed a deep crimson. It was not until an unusual sound echoed from outside the door that Lin Xiangwan promptly rose from Jiang Shijing's embrace. At the threshold, a fleeting glimpse of pink vanished swiftly. It was Say.Jiang.
Lin Xiangwan's heart plummeted heavily. Jiang Shijing wore a playful expression, just about to speak, when a resounding slap landed squarely on his face. Slap!
Lin Xiangwan shook her numb hand, feeling resentment towards Jiang Shijing for forcing her into such a predicament, as well as regret for her own actions that had hurt the young girl. She spoke coldly, "Return Wen Qian's belongings to her." Meanwhile, downstairs, Jiruan had already vanished without a trace. Lin Xiangwan's heart raced as she took out her phone to send her a message.
"I apologize, Miss Bai. I can explain this matter to you. Where are you at the moment?"
As Lin Xiangwan was consumed with anxiety, Wen Qian transformed her previous despondency into a radiant smile as she rushed over to embrace her.
Wan. Just now.
My father called to inform me that Yan Jing has contacted him to sign the purchase contract.
Thank you, my dear, you are truly remarkable.
Lin Xiangwan forced a smile, relieved that Jiang Shijing possessed a modicum of conscience. She rubbed her temples in frustration, unable to locate Say.Jiang, and thus proceeded to present the birthday gift to the old matriarch. Although it was merely a 500,000 yuan orchid painting, the old lady had always cherished lilies and orchids, and upon receiving the gift, she became utterly enamored, disregarding even a multitude of more valuable offerings. The surrounding ladies observed the scene keenly, their thoughts transparent as glass. Look at her, regardless of the external gossip. Lin Xiangwan is astute, understanding that by winning the old lady's favor, she can secure her position in Rongqing. Yet, I find myself perplexed. Why is the old matriarch so magnanimous? When Lin Xiangwan eloped all those years ago, did she not harbor any resentment? There are countless dutiful and charming daughters. What makes Lin Xiangwan stand out? Who can say? The old lady's thoughts are inscrutable.
Those murmurs infiltrated Lin Xiangwan's ears.
As she accompanied the old matriarch for tea, her expression remained unchanged. Yet her mind incessantly pondered how to explain herself to Say.Jiang. Noticing Lin's discontent, the old matriarch discreetly signaled to the steward. Immediately, the steward ushered the other ladies away, inviting them to sample the tea and pastries that the old lady had specially prepared. The old matriarch fixed her gaze upon Lin, inquiring with a smile, Wan, were you just with Shijing? Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, denying it. No, I didn't.
A lie.
The elderly lady leaned in closer, inhaling the scent, and with a cheerful laugh remarked, you carry the fragrance of his perfume. Do not be deceived by my old age, my sense of smell remains sharp.
Lin Xiangwan suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment.
The words she wanted to explain lingered on her lips, but she solemnly declared, Grandmother, my relationship with him has long since ended. Miss Bai beside him is innocent and kind. She is a good girl. All she could do was offer this small consolation to Say.Jiang. Understanding the implications of her words, the elderly lady smiled knowingly. Do you truly believe that Jing has feelings for Say.Jiang? Of course, Lin Xiangwan blurted out. If he didn't like her, why would he be with her? He loves and protects her. Her conviction faltered as an image from upstairs suddenly flashed through her mind.
Ziren had run away in distress.
While Jiang Shijing remained comfortably seated on the sofa, showing no inclination to chase after her.
Could it be? As if to affirm her suspicions, Lin Xiangwan's phone suddenly lit up.
Both she and the elderly lady turned to look.
Sister Lin, you don't need to explain anything to me. In fact,
I broke up with brother Shijing last night. He brought me here today to avoid being surrounded by those wealthy young ladies. Lin Xiangwan curled her fingers slightly. Old Madame Jiang chuckled, my dear Wan Wan, your intuition is not as sharp as this old woman's. Lin Xiangwan felt a tumult of emotions. Her heart aching for the young girl, yet simultaneously releasing a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, she was not the interloper in someone else's relationship. Grandma,
let us not dwell on this any longer, I shall keep you company as we admire the calligraphy and paintings. Lin Xiangwan deftly shifted the topic,
wishing to avoid further discussion about Jiang Shijing.
Meanwhile, on the second floor, in the very same room, Ziren trembled. Her eyes reddened as she placed her phone on the table. The message had already been sent. Jiang Shijing cast a glance her way, handed her a bank card,
and prepared to leave.
Ziren was instantly moved to tears, refusing to accept the card.
Mr. Jing, I have been obedient, never causing you trouble.
Why do you suddenly wish to cast me aside? Jiang Shijing chuckled softly, placing the card back on the table.
Let Yanjing transfer 200,000 to you. A reward for your compliance.
But Jiang Shijing pressed his fingertip to his lips, smiling gently.
If you say any more, I might just become displeased.
Chapter 37, Maintenance. Lin Xiangwan noticed from a distance as Ziren staggered away along the narrow path beside the back garden, her silhouette betraying a profound sense of anguish. Compelled by an instinctive urge, she rose to follow, yet old Madame Jiang stifled a yawn and placed a hand upon her arm.
Wan Wan, do escort me upstairs for a brief rest.
The old matriarch then directed the steward, have Tangli prepare a banquet, ensuring that everyone is well-fed and well-watered. The steward acknowledged with a nod and departed. Lin Xiangwan had no choice but to disregard Ziren, assisting the elderly lady upstairs.
Grandmother, thank you for your support regarding Huafeng.
The old lady raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you thank me for?
Lin Xiangwan smiled and said,
if it weren't for your commendation on my behalf to old Mr. Hua, he would likely not have agreed to collaborate with Fanqing.
As for this matter,
old lady Jiang cast a glance at Jiang Shijing, who was stretching on the second floor, and chuckled, why are you still being so formal with me?
Lin Xiangwan followed her gaze.
At the same time, Jiang Shijing lowered his head and smiled at her, his left cheek slightly flushed, yet no trace of injury was visible. Lin Xiangwan averted her gaze, silently remarking on the audacity of the person, whose resilience seemed impervious to any blows.
Lin Xiangwan calculated the days and hurried to the restroom for a quick check. Finding herself in a bit of a mess,
she hastily used some tissue to manage the situation, preparing to fetch her bag. As she finished washing her hands and stepped out, Li Jia happened to walk in. With her gaze falling behind Lin, she burst into laughter, crossing her arms and teasing, in such a state, are you not embarrassed? Lin Xiangwan instinctively followed her gaze to look behind, her heart tightening. The exquisite chipa was already stained with blood, a conspicuous patch the size of a palm. She furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings but finding no tools to tend to the bloodstain. Li Jia tightened her shawl around her shoulders and, with a proud tilt of her head, declared, if you are willing to plead with me, I shall sell you this shawl for 30,000.
Lin Xiangwan, indifferent to her, took out her phone and called Wen Xian. Xian, where are you? Could you bring me a piece of clothing? My qipao is stained.
Li Jia curled her lip,
leisurely gazing at Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan exhaled softly and said, your contract is of utmost importance, I shall find a way. Please wait there for a few moments,
and I will have someone deliver it to you. Do not fret.
After finishing her words, Wen Xian hung up the phone.
Li Jia rolled her eyes. No one carries spare clothes for you. Who attends an elderly lady's birthday celebration with an extra outfit?
Lin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes and coldly said, get lost.
Don't bother me.
Li Jia gritted her teeth, fearful of her sudden outburst, and hurriedly finished washing her hands before fleeing. Lin Xiangwan waited for a few minutes when Wen Xian called.
Please proceed to the room on the far left of the second floor, someone will bring you your clothes. Lin Xiangwan inquired, who did you ask to deliver it? It wouldn't be Shen Fan, would it? When Qian replied, no, I called Zhou Yan. And he said he would assist you in resolving it. Lin Xiangwan inhaled sharply, Zhou Yan? Why are you calling him? He can't stand me. It would be a miracle if he were to bring me clothes. When Qian assured fervently, rest assured, he is most obedient to my requests. If he doesn't deliver, I won't let him off easily. Hurry along now.
Lin Xiangwan, feeling helpless, could only press her back against the wall as she made her exit.
Fortunately, just a few meters away from the restroom was the room at the far left of the second floor.
She hurriedly dashed inside and swiftly closed the door behind her.
Have you arrived? A teasing voice echoed from behind. Lin Xiangwan froze in place.
Turning around, she found Jiang Shijing leaning against the window, holding a red camisole dress in his hand. Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath, suddenly regretting her decision to call Wen Qian. This unreliable girl had chosen to contact Zhou Yan instead. One could easily surmise that Zhou Yan would inevitably seek out Jiang Shijing. Her temples throbbed twice, and she walked over, feigning composure as she accepted the clothes.
Thank you, she said.
Jiang Shijing raised his hand to evade her gaze, casting a glance at the bloodstain on her lower back.
It seemed her underwear had been soiled, hadn't it? Lin Xiangwan widened her eyes in astonishment. Jiang Shijing,
seemingly unsatisfied with the subtlety of his words, retrieved a box of lingerie from the paper bag on the table while scrutinizing her figure intently.
Based on your original size,
it should fit, he remarked, nodding to himself as he embraced the item, confident that he would not make a mistake.
Lin Xiangwan couldn't help but blush,
snatching the item away with a slight difficulty in her breath.
You may leave now.
Jiang Shijing leaned closer, a mischievous grin playing on his lips.
I lend you my assistance, and yet you shoo me away without even a word of gratitude?
Lin Xiangwan lifted her gaze, glancing at his slightly flushed left cheek.
Do you wish to receive another slap? She retorted.
I am not a masochist. Jiang Shijing handed her the clothing, leaning close to her ear and murmuring,
It's quite all right if you choose not to express your gratitude.
He playfully pinched Lin Xiangwan's waist, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Lin Xiangwan released her grip, causing the paper bag to fall to the ground. Before she could react, the person had already departed. Realizing she had been taken advantage of, Lin Xiangwan gritted her teeth in frustration, picked up the paper bag, locked the door, and retrieved its contents. In addition to the clean garments, there were also sanitary tampons. She paused for a moment, biting her lip gently. Lin Xiangwan placed the soiled garments into a paper bag, drawing the gaze of many as she emerged.
The crowd,
gathered in the hall for a meal, suddenly caught sight of her in a striking red dress, resembling a blooming rose, leaving several in awe. A few young ladies whispered amongst themselves, questioning her sudden change of attire midway.
Did she believe this was a fashion show?
Clearly, she was intent on attracting attention. Li Jia, harboring jealousy, sneered, she's either dressing for Jiang Shijing or attempting to seduce other men. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals displayed expressions of disdain. Someone raised their voice in mockery, Oh, Miss Lin, how exquisite you are for attending a birthday banquet, changing outfits so frequently.
Why not perform a runway walk for us? Laughter erupted from the crowd.
The speaker was the second son of the Chen family, casually embracing his wife, his eyes narrowing as they scrutinized her. Lin Xiangwan was already feeling unwell, and upon hearing those words, her anger surged even more. Everyone turned to look behind her, their expressions awkward. He took a sip of red wine and, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, Chen Er, your 3 lovers at the Lianghui courtyard are quite delightful in figure.
Are they not enough for your indulgence?
Chen Er's wife immediately darkened her expression and stormed off.
Wife, wife.
He hastily rose to pursue her, glancing back at Jiang Shijing,
unable to express his anger or dissatisfaction.
The onlookers exchanged glances. Young Master Chen had married this wife for business reasons, and her family's investment had yet to be received. This was bound to cause a stir.
Tang Li observed everything with a mixture of curiosity and doubt. She was busy attending to the guests, momentarily forgetting that Lin Xiangwan would also be present. She couldn't comprehend why Jiang Shijing would come to Lin Xiangwan's aid. Wasn't she the woman who had brought him such disgrace?
After all, Lin Xiangwan had eloped back in the day, leading to months of gossip about Jiang Shijing. Tang Li tightened her grip on her wineglass, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Lin Xiangwan understood that Jiang Shijing was acting out of consideration for the elderly matriarch, not wishing to allow such an impudent individual to tarnish the banquet.
Without further contemplation, she departed.
Chino had been waiting in the car and, upon seeing her emerge in a changed attire, was momentarily taken aback, promptly alighting to greet her. Why had she changed her clothes? Lin Xiangwan was at a loss for words, casually remarking, "It's dirty, let's go." Chino did not inquire further, merely smiling.
"It fits perfectly."
Lin Xiang paused momentarily as she placed the paper bag on the seat beside her.
Just as the car began to move, there was a rap on the window next to her.
Chino squinted slightly, her expression tinged with displeasure.
Lin Xiangwan lowered the car window, gazing at the man who leaned in with a smile. "Is there something you need?"
Jiang Shijing seemed oblivious to the presence of a third person,
tossing a box adorned with a pink bow into the car. "You forgot to take this." Chino glanced at it through the rearview mirror. The box bore the glaring inscription, "Ladies' Panties."
Chapter 38, the final call before death. Chino's eyes flickered with surprise, but within an instant, she regained her indifferent demeanor, fixing her gaze ahead as if she were blind to the unfolding scene.
Lin Xiangwan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger.
Unable to bring herself to toss the box away in front of the two men, she glared at Jiang Shijing and commanded, "Drive."
Chino suddenly pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away with a roar. Lin Xiangwan stuffed the cardboard box into the bag, unable to bear another glance. However, after a short while,
the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, chuckling softly as she accepted the statement, teasingly remarking,
"Have I been too unfair to Qianqian by appropriating such a caring bodyguard?" Chino retorted impulsively, "I am not Miss Wen's bodyguard." Before Lin Xiangwan could express her confusion,
he continued, "I am responsible for ensuring the safety of the Wen family. I do not accompany Miss Wen on a daily basis."
Once home,
she retrieved a painkiller from her bedroom drawer. Each time her menstrual period arrived, she would be overwhelmed by debilitating pain.
In the past,
while residing in her grandfather's old house, Zhang Ma would prepare sweet pear soup for her. During her romantic relationship, Jiang Shijing would distract her with various antics, making her laugh and bringing her delightful little cakes. After moving abroad, with her grandfather gone, Zhang Ma absent, and Jiang Shijing no longer by her side, Lin Xiangwan found herself relying on painkillers and enduring the discomfort alone at home during each menstrual cycle. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and she finally realized that she was not as fragile as she once believed. She had merely been accustomed to the affection and indulgence from those who cared for her and were willing to cater to her whims. Lin Xiangwan endured her discomfort as she finished her shower and retired to bed.
Upon awakening in the dead of night, she was greeted by the incessant ringing of her mobile phone on the bedside table.
Suppressing her irritation, she fumbled for the device, answered it,
and held it to her ear with an annoyed hello.
On the other end, a heavy and somewhat trembling breath resonated, rising and falling continuously.
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and said, "Hello, who is this? If you remain silent, I shall hang up." A weary and hoarse voice emanated from the phone, "Xiangwan. It's me. Uncle Chen?" Lin Xiangwan, devoid of any drowsiness, sat up in astonishment and exclaimed, "Why are you calling me so late?" Chen.
A shareholder of the current company, was also one of the individuals most esteemed by her grandfather in those days. Lin Xiangwan has been cherished by Zhongjie, Chen, and others since childhood, and her tone has grown increasingly respectful.
Alas! Though the words are ambiguous, the tone is steeped in bitterness and resentment,
brimming with a sense of helplessness.
Lin Xiangwan felt a surge of alarm and cautiously inquired, "Uncle Chen, what have you done? Is someone trying to target you?"
"Please tell me, and I shall assist you." Chen chuckled, a sound tinged with resignation.
Suddenly, a gust of wind echoed through the phone,
as if he had transitioned from a confined space to an open area. Lin Xiangwan raised her gaze and looked out the window.
The shadows of the trees danced eerily, casting a chaotic gloom.
The wind howled fiercely tonight. She tightened her grip on her phone, hastily rising from her bed to dress.
"Uncle Chen, I am coming to find you." Where are you? Please don't frighten me, Uncle Chen, where are you exactly?
The more she listened, the more unsettling it became. Her hands trembled as she reached for her coat, anxiety causing a painful twist in her abdomen. Chen Chen sighed again, his voice carried away by the wind. Becoming increasingly fragmented, it was Lin Xiangwan who took the machine you must protect.
I'm sorry. The call ended abruptly.
And Lin Xiangwan paused in her movement to open the door, her complexion turning pale. An overwhelming sense of unease washed over her, and she shivered as she dialed again.
The number you have dialed is unavailable.
Lin Xiangwan rushed out of the room, grabbing her car keys while dialing Zhong Jia's number.
Half an hour later,
she arrived at the villa where Qin Chan resided. The western wall of the villa was already cordoned off with police tape, with both police officers and ambulances present. On the ground lay a body covered with a white sheet.
He was dead. Uncle Chen was gone.
Lin Xiangwan's face drained of color as she clutched her phone tightly. In her memories, Chen Chen was a warm and amiable chubby uncle, who also had a daughter.
Half a year younger than her.
After her mother's passing, Lin Mu remarried, and she was sent to live with her grandfather. Chen Chen frequently brought his daughter, Chen Ting, to visit her at her grandfather's home, bringing toys and chocolates.
As time went on, Lin Xiangwan grew older, and Chen Ting went abroad for her studies.
Whenever Chen Chen visited to update the elder, he would still bring her favorite snacks, greeting her with a broad smile and a wave.
Just a couple of days ago,
she had called Chen Chen to inquire why he had not been seen lately. Especially since he had missed the announcement of the new CEO and the subsequent meetings at the company. Now, he had suddenly vanished, leaving her without even a final farewell. Lin Xiangwan felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, nearly causing her to collapse. Her legs weakened, but a strong hand caught her, steadying her.
Uncle Zhong, Uncle Chen. Why did he suddenly lose his mind? Has he encountered some troubling matter?
Zhong Jia furrowed his brows, glanced back without uttering a word.
Lin Xiangwan turned to look.
The shareholders and Lin Xiangwan had all arrived.
How could this be?
Lin Xiangwan, in disbelief, rushed to the security line, only to be stopped by the police. Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together, fixating her gaze upon him. She recalled the words Chen Chen uttered before his demise.
He confessed to his transgressions and mentioned that Lin Xiangwan had taken something away.
Lin Xiangwan stepped forward, standing before Lin Xiangwan, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Lin Xiangwan was weeping in sorrow, and upon seeing her, he shouted loudly, "You are not anxious or distressed over Uncle Chen's death, why do you keep staring at me?"
Lin Xiangwan clenched her fists tightly, her voice rendered hoarse by the biting cold wind. Is Uncle Chen's death somehow connected to you? The police officers immediately turned their attention towards her.
Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, her voice rising in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting?
Uncle Chen committed suicide by jumping off a building. What does that have to do with me?
Even if you detest me, there is no need to falsely accuse me. Such statements are a profound disrespect to Uncle Chen. Others hastily intervened to mediate the escalating tension between them. All right, Lin, calm down. Xiangwan is just confused and heartbroken, do not hold it against her.
In light of such a tragedy, no one is at ease.
Madame Chen passed away last year due to illness, leaving behind only her daughter studying abroad. Perhaps we should focus on how to communicate with her. Lin Xiangwan felt an overwhelming sorrow as they mentioned Chen Ting. Chen Ting, who was half a year older than her, had often been the gentle sister who defended her against Lin Xiangwan during their childhood.
Now, with both parents gone, how could Chen Ting possibly endure such grief?
Yet, Lin Xiangwan had not even heard Chen Shu's final words clearly and was at a loss as to how to convey them to Chen Ting. Lin Xiangwan fixed her gaze intently on Lin Xiangwan. She was determined to uncover the truth behind Uncle Chen's demise. 2 days later, the entire city was abuzz with discussions surrounding Chen Chen's death. The incident of the shareholder's suicide was concealed, and aside from various internal speculations,
it garnered little attention in Rongcheng.
Lin Xiangwan could not bear to witness the scene, so she retreated to a CAF, lost in thought. The sound of wind chimes jingled as a customer entered. The individual approached Lin Xiangwan and took a seat directly across from her. Lin Xiangwan stared intently at the iced Americano in her hand, not bothering to raise her head. There was someone seated across from her, who remained still and let out a soft chuckle. It's been 2 days since we last met, and you appear in such a dreadful state.
Chapter 39, No Sleeping Together, I Have a Boyfriend.
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze.
What brings you here?
Jiang Shijing assessed her. Her face was devoid of makeup, and her eyes reflected a hint of fatigue, appearing listless and lacking vitality. He narrowed his eyes, took the iced Americano from her, and handed it to Yan Jing, who stood behind him.
Yan Jing responded with confusion. Jiang Shijing then inquired, weren't you just complaining about being thirsty? Go ahead and drink. Lin Xiangwan truly lacked the inclination to deal with him, weakly uttering, could you please not?
Miss, Jiang Shijing interjected, smiling at the waiter in the distance.
Hot milk, please.
The waiter paused, a look of evident astonishment in her eyes, blushing as she nodded. Jiang Shijing leaned against the window,
fiddling with the sugar bowl on the table. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows, inquiring, what brings you here?
I was handling some matters nearby and happened to pass by. Someone seemed familiar, strikingly resembling one of my exes, so I came in to confirm, Jiang Shijing replied casually, his gaze lowered. Yan Jing, beside them, sipped her iced Americano, her lips twitching at the remark.
So you took a detour just to circle around the morning hall 3 times?
Lin Xiangwan rubbed her brow to invigorate herself. She had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep for several days. The 2 fragmented statements conveyed a considerable amount of information. It appeared that Lin Xijuan had taken Chen Chen's belongings, which ultimately drove him to leap from the building. Now that Chen Chen had yet to be buried, she found herself at a loss, hesitant to stir the waters. Even though she was compelled to conceal the matter, she felt a profound sense of guilt towards Chen Chen and Chen Ting. Lin Xiangwan was lost in thought once more, until a sudden warmth on the back of her hand jolted her back to reality. Lin Xiangwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she regarded him.
How do you know? What in the entire Rome city could possibly escape my notice?
Jiang Shijing replied with a smile that was neither here nor there. I heard it was a suicide. Have the stars suffered such losses that they have driven their shareholders to such extremes? Lin Xiangwan's expression suddenly turned icy as she spoke each word with deliberate precision, do not speak of matters that do not concern you.
Having said this,
she rose and took her bag to leave. Jiang Shijing grasped her wrist firmly. Lin Xiangwan instinctively attempted to pull away, only to realize that he had, at some unknown moment, reined in his smile, his brows and eyes now solemn.
She was momentarily taken aback.
Jiang Shijing appeared charming and innocuous, primarily due to the warmth and laughter that often danced in his eyes. However, when his brows and eyes darkened, there was no trace of flirtatiousness. Instead, a subtle yet formidable intensity lingered in the depths of his gaze, instilling a sense of unease. Lin Xiangwan ceased her struggles, gazing at Jiang Shijing's demeanor, recalling the news she had encountered shortly after her departure abroad. The report was not disseminated by the media of Rongqing, featuring a striking frontal photograph of Jiang Shijing exiting a private club, accompanied by a bold headline, the young master of the Jiang family in Rongqing abandoned by his fiancée, drowning his sorrows in a club. In that image, Jiang Shijing, cigarette in mouth, bore a countenance that, though usually adorned with a smile, now revealed an icy detachment and weariness in his eyes. He stared directly into the lens of the camera, emanating an aura of silent authority and an intimidating presence. Just as he appeared now, devoid of any warmth.
Lin Xiangwan.
Jiang Shijing's voice was laced with a hint of displeasure. I have mentioned before, the business world is rife with peril, it is not as simplistic as you perceive. Lin Xiangwan felt a sudden shock within her heart.
Are you aware that Uncle Chen's death harbors secrets? Do you know of Lin Xijuan's actions? Indeed. Jiang Shijing must possess some knowledge.
They share a close bond. Jiang Shijing married solely to ease the old lady's worries, a sentiment he confided only to Lin Xijuan 3 years ago in a bar. Lin Xiangwan, disregarding everything else, firmly grasped Jiang Shijing's hand, imploring,
how can you convey it to me?
Jiang Shijing lifted his eyelids, his ambiguous gaze resting upon her face, questioning.
Are you saying you would comply with any request I make? Once again, those words echoed.
Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together, her gaze resolute, I'm willing to do anything.
Except share a bed with you.
Jiang Shijing chuckled softly, his index finger teasingly caressing the back of her hand,
a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Why can't we share a bed? Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment and replied, I have a boyfriend.
The restless fingers ceased their playful dance, and the smile in Jiang Shijing's eyes gradually faded.
Who? Lin Xiangwan pondered for a moment, mustering her courage to say, Chino.
She felt a twinge of embarrassment uttering this in the presence of those unaware.
There was no alternative. Jiang Shijing's flirtations bore no emotional weight for him. But they certainly did for her.
She also wished not to be regarded lightly by Jiang Shijing. To be merely one among many women he treated with the same casualness. Jiang Shijing chuckled softly, releasing Lin Xiangwan with a dismissive click of his tongue.
Suggesting that a breakup would suffice, wouldn't it?
Lin Xiangwan inhaled deeply. But I love him, I cannot bear to part with him.
Cough, cough, cough.
Yan Jing was suddenly choked by the coffee, covering her mouth and coughing violently. Jiang Shijing's expression gradually hardened, and as he lowered his gaze, he coldly remarked, "Oh.
Is that so?" The atmosphere began to solidify.
He irritably kicked aside his chair and stood up.
Yan Jing, I'm leaving.
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows slightly and rushed out to the entrance of the store, raising her hand to stop him.
Is there any other way to exchange?
Jiang Shijing scoffed lightly. There is no alternative, either you share my bed, or you investigate on your own.
In this world, there are no rewards that come without effort.
Lin Xiangwan's fingertips curled slightly before she slowly lowered her hand. It turned out that in his eyes, the only benefit she offered was a transactional relationship to satisfy his physical needs. Jiang Shijing slid into the back seat of the car,
slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Yan Jing quickly followed, keenly observing the atmosphere. What are you waiting for? Drive.
Jiang Shijing's gaze was dark and brooding, his features taut with impatience. Yan Jing glanced at the dazed Lin Xiangwan before heaving a sigh and pressing the accelerator. The car traveled a mere 500 meters when Jiang Shijing shifted his position 3 times in agitation before barking, "Stop!" Yan Jing pressed the brake, nervously turning to him.
What's wrong, President Jiang?
Jiang Shijing raised his hand, revealing a necklace resting in his palm, its pendant a quaint copper key. He stared at it for a moment, then clenched it tightly, instructing Yan Jing to discreetly relay some information to her.
Yan Jing exhaled in relief. Understood.
Jiang Shijing pursed his lips. Don't let her know I arranged this.
Got it, I'll handle it.
Jiang Shijing languidly leaned against the back seat. Noticing his silence, Yan Jing cautiously restarted the vehicle. After a brief pause, a soft voice emanated from the back, "Find someone to disfigure Chineo's face."
Understood, President Jiang. Perhaps sulfuric acid would suffice.
No, just eliminate her. Yan Jing felt a chill run down his spine.
Are you serious about killing her? Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow. What, do you feel sympathy?
Yan Jing swallowed hard, recklessly replying, I'm just worried that Miss Lin might hate you. Jiang Shijing scoffed, she doesn't love me, what difference does it make if she hates me? Chapter 40, The Car Accident. Upon arriving at the Jiang Group, Yan Jing opened the door for Jiang Shijing.
Black Tiger was a notorious international assassin, and he could eliminate Qin Ao tonight.
Yan Jing spoke while making a call to contact the hitman.
Jiang Shijing, irritated, remarked, Do you really want to see Lin Xiangwan hate me that much?
He continued indifferently, just teach her a lesson, gauge the limits yourself.
Back in the office,
he lowered his gaze to peruse some documents, quickly identifying discrepancies, which he tossed at Yan Jing in dissatisfaction.
Yan Jing, holding the papers, said, President Jiang.
You mentioned not getting involved with the Starry Sky matters.
Why are you personally seeking out Miss Lin?
Jiang Shijing sat down and opened his computer to receive work files. Casually replying, I had no intention of interfering, but now there has been a death. Chen Shen is the first, he certainly won't be the last.
Starry Sky will not find peace in the future.
Yan Jing listened intently, unable to suppress a laugh. Jiang Shijing paused in his reading, looking up at him.
Is what I said amusing?
Yan Jing hurriedly shook his head, clutching the documents and chuckling awkwardly, President Jiang, I've noticed you seem increasingly concerned about Starry Sky lately. He pretended to ponder, you used to be indifferent to these business matters, but this time you sought out Miss Lin because you were worried about her safety, weren't you? Having spoken, Yan Jing swiftly fled, escaping the office before Jiang Shijing could chastise him.
The file bag missed Yan Jing and crashed against the door, falling to the floor.
In the photo, an elderly man clad in a modernized tang suit smiled warmly, his eyes bright with life. Jiang Shijing's expression softened as he meticulously wiped the dust from the corner of the photograph, placing it along with the key necklace into the drawer. In the morning hall, according to the customs of Rongqing, the vigil lasted 3 days before the deceased was to be sent to the crematorium and subsequently buried. Chen Ting fainted multiple times, unable to accompany them. Relatives of the Chen family hurriedly supported her, offering water and pinching her wrist to revive her.
Witnessing this, everyone felt a pang of sympathy. If Chen Chen's spirit could see his daughter in such despair, how heart-wrenching it would be for him. Lin Xiangwan's eyes reddened. She stepped outside and waved to Chino.
"You take Sister Chen Ting to the hospital, she has fainted." After Chino drove away, Lin Xiangwan and Zhong Jia, along with a few others, deliberated and resolved to personally escort Chen Ting to her burial. A light rain fell over Rongqing, casting a gray hue everywhere.
Occasionally,
the sounds of weeping echoed from the crematorium.
Lin Xiangwan emerged holding the urn, her emotions in a tumultuous state. After entering the vehicle, she intentionally seated herself beside Uncle Zhong.
"Uncle Zhong, you share a close bond with Uncle Chen. Do you have any insights into why he might have suddenly lost hope?" Upon hearing her words, Zhong Jia's gaze flickered momentarily, before he glanced at Lin Mu, who was seated behind them.
"I am uncertain.
Your Uncle Chen has become increasingly taciturn over the past 2 years. 2 months ago, he even claimed illness to avoid coming to the office, withdrawing from all company matters. No one knows why he chose to end his own life."
Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together, silently clenching her fists.
"Uncle Chen has a daughter whose studies remain unfinished, and whose destined partner has yet to be found."
What exactly did Lin Xijuan do that compelled Uncle Chen to abandon even his own daughter and choose to leap from a building?
As she pondered this,
her phone suddenly vibrated.
It was a call from Chino, but the voice on the other end was that of a stranger.
"Hello? May I ask if you are a friend of Chino?" Lin Xiangwan was perplexed. "I see. Mr. Chino and his companions were in a car accident and are currently receiving medical treatment at the hospital."
"A car accident?" Lin Xiangwan was startled and stood up. Everyone in the car turned to look at her. She hung up the phone and, with a grave expression, said, "Chino and Sister Chen Ting have been in a car accident. I must go to the hospital to check on them." Lin Xijuan raised his eyes to glance at her, then exchanged a look with Lin Mu.
Zhong Jia surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Who will attend the funeral?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Xijuan immediately stood up and said, "Uncle Zhong, I shall take on this responsibility." Zhong Jia paused for a moment before directing his gaze towards the person behind Lin Xijuan. "Shareholder Lu, please summon your son." Lin Xijuan paused momentarily,
feeling a touch of embarrassment as he took his seat.
Lin Xiangwan observed everything with keen awareness, feeling that Zhong Jia's demeanor was rather peculiar.
Without pausing to ponder further, she hastily exited the vehicle. Simultaneously, Yan Jing rushed into the office with news of the accident. "Mr. Jing, Chino has been in a car crash."
Chapter 41, Every woman is connected to in Jiang Shijing was engaged in an international phone call,
captivating a female client to the point of distraction, resulting in the signing of a substantial contract.
He nodded at the woman on the screen before terminating the call.
Yan Jing, anticipating Jiang Shijing's response, interjected, "It wasn't my doing.
The person I sent was tailing him, seeking an opportunity to confront him." A vehicle suddenly collided,
rear-ending Ms. Lin's car. Bang! Jiang Shijing slammed down the receiver, rising abruptly, his expression imbued with an icy intensity. "Where is Lin Xiangwan?" he demanded.
Yan Jing hastily reassured. "Do not worry, Ms. Lin was not in the vehicle. I inquired and discovered that the woman in the back seat is named Chen Ting, the daughter of that suicidal shareholder from the Fanqing group." Yet, upon hearing this, Jiang Shijing appeared increasingly troubled rather than relieved.
Yan Jing hesitated. "Mr. Jing, what concerns you?"
Jiang Shijing remained silent, swiftly donning his suit jacket and striding purposefully towards the exit.
In the hospital corridor, a doctor was detailing Lin Xiangwan's injuries.
As the vehicle had been rear-ended, Miss Chin in the back seat sustained severe injuries, with multiple abrasions and a concussion, while the gentleman had only minor injuries, with a superficial wound on his arm.
Lin Xiangwan turned to the side and inquired of Xiu Xue, "Have there been any results from the traffic police's investigation?" Xiaoxue nodded and replied, yes, they said it was a case of one individual driving under the influence, and he has since been detained.
Lin Xiangwan felt a heavy weight in her heart. Driving under the influence, how fortuitous it was that the individual had merely collided with her vehicle,
injuring Uncle Chen's only remaining bloodline in this world.
After Dr. Lin Xiangwan and the others departed, a low voice cautioned, have someone keep an eye on the family of the drunk driving perpetrator, and also investigate their bank transaction records.
Mr. Lin, do you suspect that this was intentional? Xiaoxue was instantly overcome with goosebumps.
The sky was already overcast, and upon hearing these words, an inexplicable fear gripped her.
Lin Xiangwan nodded, resolutely asserting that it was highly likely a premeditated car accident.
She had passed by the scene on her way here. Today, Chino was driving her modest vehicle, which was not particularly durable. The rear portion of the car was utterly mangled and distorted. Had it not been for a mere stroke of fate, Chen Ting might have lost her life today. Lin Xiangwan harbored doubts regarding the notion of drunk driving. Regardless of who had orchestrated it, the objective was solely Chen Ting. As she was lost in thought, the once tranquil corridor was abruptly filled with the sound of footsteps.
Xiaoxue exclaimed in astonishment, it's Jiang Shijing. However,
Jiang Shijing paid her no mind and directly pushed open the door to the hospital room where Chen Ting lay. Oh, the nurse is still attending to her.
Xiaoxue's words were left unspoken as she turned silent, casting a glance towards Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan stepped inside without hesitation. On the hospital bed,
Chen Ting appeared frail and weakened, yet her eyes were wide open, curiously and awkwardly scrutinizing Jiang Shijing.
Who are you? Jiang Shijing approached Chen Ting's side and gently inquired, is your injury severe? Yan Jing's eyes widened in shock, while Xiaoxue's mouth gaped in disbelief. They both instinctively turned their gaze towards Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows slightly, maintaining her composure.
Sister Chen. The hospital is the safest and most conducive place for recovery. I will stay here with you during your treatment, so do not be afraid. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shijing and whispered a warning, keep your distance from her.
Jiang Shijing raised his hand to adjust his collar, arching an eyebrow.
I must at least inquire whether Miss Chen is willing to accompany me, don't you think? Upon noticing the exquisite watch adorning Jiang Shijing's wrist, Chen Ting's expression altered subtly.
The next moment, she softly declared, Wan, I wish to go with him.
Lin Xiangwan was somewhat taken aback and softly inquired, do you know him?
Chen Ting glanced at Jiang Shijing, her expression growing resolute.
Yes, I know him, and I intend to leave with him. 5 minutes later,
the caregiver brought by Jiang Shijing assisted Chen Ting in transferring to another hospital.
Lin Xiangwan observed from the side, momentarily feeling vexed. Jiang Shijing? What on earth are you up to? What is your relationship with Sister Chen Ting?
Jiang Shijing's brow furrowed in cold disdain, laced with a hint of anger. As he retorted, it is precisely the kind of relationship you presume it to be.
Lin Xiangwan clenched her sleeves tightly.
Her father had just passed away,
and now she faced a perilous situation following a car accident.
Regardless of any entanglements you may have, the hospital is the safest place for her at this moment.
Are you certain? Jiang Shijing cast a sidelong glance at her, a bustling hospital, safe? Is it not more convenient for those with ill intentions to strike?
Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, just about to inquire if he knew something, when the person walked away directly.
Xiaoxue cast a glance at Yan Jing and pulled him. What is Chen's relationship with your boss? Are they a couple?
I have no idea, Yan Jing feigned ignorance with a smile.
My boss is surrounded by many women, how would I know if they are in a romantic relationship or otherwise?
Xiaoxue, exasperated and ready to ask further, was restrained by Lin Xiangwan. Forget it, let him go.
Yan Jing hurriedly followed, disappearing into the elevator. Xiaoxue remarked in disbelief, this Jiang Shijing is truly impressive. He seems to have connections with every woman.
Lin, you truly had foresight not to marry him before.
Chapter 42, Bringing Home to Protect. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow.
She had no desire to ponder such matters, her sole focus was to ascertain what Jiang Shijing truly knew. Jiang Shijing remarked that the hospital was bustling with people,
making it convenient for those with ulterior motives to act.
This indicated that he was aware of the hidden truths surrounding today's accident. Taking Chen Ting away was a measure to safeguard her. In retrospect, it seemed that Chen Ting was indeed quite safe under Jiang Shijing's protection. Although Jiang Shijing was known for frequently changing partners, based on the resources and advantages his former girlfriends had received, it was clear he did not easily discard people. The circumstances surrounding Uncle Chen's suicide needed to be thoroughly investigated without delay. Upon seeing her, Chino's eyes lit up, but he quickly lowered his head and said, "I apologize, Miss Lin, it was my failure to ensure your safety."
"It's all right, as long as you are unharmed. No one could foresee the accident. Let me take a look at your injuries." Lin Xiangwan approached him and gently touched the bandaged arm, her breath fragrant as she inquired, "Does it hurt?" Chino gazed at her intently, his eyes ablaze with fervor and devotion. "The moment you touch it, the pain dissipates." After a moment of contemplation, Chino nodded. "It seems not merely a case of driving under the influence. Prior to the collision, I sensed something amiss with the driver. His expression was one of palpable anxiety. Fixated on my path as he trailed me for 2 blocks before the crash occurred." Lin Xiangwan felt increasingly alarmed as she listened, a deliberate hit and run. "Have you offended any enemies?" Chino asserted confidently. He targeted Miss Chen, intentionally crashing into the left side of the seat where she was sitting. Lin Xiangwan clenched her fists, her mood growing increasingly somber. Could it be that Lin Xijuan was involved? Uncle Chen was aware of his secret. Yet he took his own life by jumping from a building. Lin Xijuan feared that Uncle Chen's only daughter might also uncover the truth. Which is why he orchestrated this tragic accident. With Uncle Chen recently deceased, how could Lin Xijuan be so impatient, unafraid of exposure? Lin Xiangwan connected all the dots but could not discern who was truly behind the car accident. The quickest way to uncover the truth was to seek out Jiang Shijing. Contemplating his condition for companionship, Lin Xiangwan bit her lip, feeling increasingly conflicted. Chino observed her closely and inquired, "Miss Lin, is there anything I can assist you with?" "I have many brothers at my disposal who can handle any task." Lin Xiangwan shook her head. "I have already asked Xiu Xue to investigate, let's wait for her news. I will head to the cemetery first." She rushed to send Chen Chen on his final journey but arrived too late. His ashes have already been interred. And the grave is adorned with numerous fresh flowers. Uncle Zhong and the others have departed. In the villa upstairs, Chen Ting held a cup of hot water. Lost in thought, Jiang Shijing entered and handed her a watch. Chen Ting accepted it, examining and caressing it in her hands. "This is the watch I bought with my father. He said it was meant for someone who would assist him greatly. Had I not seen this watch, I would not have come to you." Jiang Shijing settled onto a stool, his long legs awkwardly positioned beside the bed. He spoke casually, "Your father's death is not simple. Someone fears he might reveal certain matters to you and is intent on taking action. You are quite safe here." Chen Ting gazed at his chiseled profile, her heart missing a beat, and quietly asked, "Is this where you usually reside? It might not be appropriate for a man and a woman to live together." Jiang Shijing glanced at her with a smile. "Indeed, it may not be ideal. How about we tell others you are my girlfriend? That would deter them from acting against you." Chen Ting felt flustered, her ears flushing crimson, but she stammered, "But you and Wan once." Before she could finish, Jiang Shijing interrupted, "This is merely a ruse for your safety. Your life is under scrutiny. And you still have the luxury to concern yourself with such matters." Embarrassed yet bashful, Chen Ting clutched the edge of the blanket, and after a moment, she gently nodded. "All right, let us proceed with that plan." Jiang Shijing smirked lightly, and upon hearing footsteps outside, leaned over to tidy her disheveled bangs. Lin Xiangwan entered just in time to witness this scene. Chapter 43, Are You Jealous? Lin Xiangwan wore a stern expression, devoid of any emotion in her eyes. "I have come to deliver some clothes to Sister Chen Ting." "Come in, Wan," Chen Ting beckoned her, her eyes glistening with tears. "Regarding my father." Lin Xiangwan's expression softened slightly as she approached and took her hand. Chen Ting, unable to contain herself, leaned into her embrace and wept openly. Observing this, Jiang Shijing discreetly stepped away, granting them the privacy of the room. Lin Xiangwan comforted Chen Ting for nearly 2 hours, and by the time she emerged, her shoulder was damp from tears. Downstairs, Jiang Shijing sat in the living room, engrossed in financial news. Upon seeing her, he lifted his gaze slightly. "Lin Xiangwan," he said with a smirk, "your boyfriend is injured, yet you still find the time to bring clothes for my girlfriend.
It seems you do not care for him as much as you claim.
Lin Xiangwan took a few seconds to digest his words. A trace of mockery flickering in her eyes. A girlfriend? You've only known Sister Ting for a few hours, and you've already entered into such a relationship?
She was not surprised by Jiang Shijing's speed in changing girlfriends. After all, the man could hardly survive a day without the company of a woman.
However,
she did not expect Ting to establish a relationship with Jiang Shijing. Despite her profound sorrow, she found herself devoid of the appetite to eat.
Lin Xiangwan squinted her eyes and said, "Could you refrain from making such remarks? They make me feel nauseous." Jiang Shijing replied with a teasing smile, "Are you feeling jealous? Get lost."
Lin Xiangwan rolled her eyes, lacking the mood to engage in a verbal sparring match. Grabbing her bag, she prepared to leave.
However,
Jiang Shijing's voice floated leisurely from behind her.
"Could you do me a favor?" Lin Xiangwan gazed at him and inquired, "Is there any way I can assist you?" "Naturally. If you agree, I could introduce you to an opportunity." Jiang Shijing, with an air of leisure, crossed his arms and pondered, "Shall I consider it?"
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows slightly. She had always found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Shijing's intentions. In the bar, his words had echoed with such bravado, asserting that after granting her 2 opportunities to relent, he would no longer yield.
Lin Xiangwan questioned, "Go ahead, what is it that you need?"
Jiang Shijing appeared quite distressed.
Jiran is studying nursing at university and intends to seek a high-paying job in a wealthy family in Rongcheng. However, due to my breakup with Jiran, others are hesitant to employ her. Perhaps you could consider hiring her? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwan's expression darkened. Since her return to the country,
Jiang Shijing had looked down upon her as a deserter, coldly observing her struggles to secure projects while she faced numerous setbacks due to the marriage abandonment incident.
Now,
Jiang Shijing lowered his stance, not for her, but rather for his recently ended relationship, even willing to forsake a project.
In that moment,
Lin Xiangwan felt a heavy weight in her heart.
She replied with indifference, "My family does not lack for caregivers.
Having her as a housekeeper could also work.
Jiran is an excellent cook and attentive to others' needs."
Jiang Shijing leaned closer, smiling charmingly, "Or do you suspect there is a third party?
Making it inconvenient for you to cultivate your feelings with Chino at night?"
Lin Xiangwan's gaze turned colder. She lifted her eyes to meet the man before her, who so brazenly made such jokes, her fingertips tightening into a fist. Then, mirroring his demeanor, she laughed, "Indeed, Chino and I are quite occupied in the evenings.
Exploring various postures, having others around is truly inconvenient."
The smile faded from Jiang Shijing's face, his expression gradually darkening.
Lin Xiangwan locked eyes with him for a few seconds. "Do you have anything else to discuss?" "Nothing, I'm leaving."
Jiang Shijing gazed at her languidly. "If you could assist me with this matter, I would offer you a project from the Jiang Corporation's headquarters.
Are you certain you do not wish to accept?"
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback,
feeling a flicker of excitement.
In Rongcheng, businesspeople typically expand their ventures locally, yet the Jiang family was an exception.
Following the demise of both the family patriarch and the eldest son,
Jiang Shijing took the helm of the Jiang enterprise and began to extend its influence into the Qiubei region and beyond. 3 years prior, the Jiang family was already flourishing, and by now, they faced virtually no competition domestically, while their reputation in international markets was equally esteemed. Partnering with the Jiang family on a project would be akin to enhancing one's resume with a prestigious accolade.
Future collaborations would no longer be confined to Rongcheng. One could proudly mention their association with the Jiang family abroad, thereby elevating their company's visibility. This enticing proposition was one that Lin Xiangwan found truly irresistible.
She considered her harmonious relationship with Bai Ziran, and having someone at home to prepare meals for her seemed rather appealing.
Lin Xiangwan pondered for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Jiang Shijing smiled faintly, "What about certain secrets regarding the stars? Are you certain you do not wish to know? Spending a night with me would grant you that knowledge, a most favorable bargain." Lin Xiangwan inhaled deeply and declared,
"If you dare to betray Sister Ting, you shall meet your demise." With that, she pushed the door open and vanished into the darkness. The smile on Jiang Shijing's face instantly vanished, his gaze turning as cold as frost. The sound of his phone ringing shattered the silence, and he answered the call.
Yan Jing reported on matters concerning the company, concluding with a respectful inquiry. General Manager Jing, is there anything else you wish to instruct? Jiang Shijing, his eyes glinting with menace, replied ominously, why was Qin Ao not killed today? Who hired that driver? Truly incompetent. Chapter 44, An Unexplained Death. Zhong Jia held a cup of coffee, weary from the toil of recent days. When he heard Lin Xiangwan inquire about Lin Xijuan's recent activities, he raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar. You are family, how is it that you do not know what he is up to and instead come to ask me? An outsider? You are aware that I am not well acquainted with him. Lin Xiangwan had an abundance of words she yearned to express. Yet she hesitated to reveal them lightly. Uncle Zhong, the truth is, I have two crucial questions to ask you. Zhong Jia took a sip of his coffee and replied. Go ahead. In light of the recent unexpected incident involving Uncle Chen, do you not perceive anything amiss? He was never one to succumb to despair, in the past. When he brought Sister Chen Ting to meet me, he was always beaming, like a benevolent Buddha. His disposition would not easily lead him to such hopelessness. Lin Xiangwan spoke with great conviction in her analysis, urging Zhong Jia to share some valuable insights. Zhong Jia lowered his gaze to the antique patterns on the table. Pondering for a moment before replying, child, you have been overly fatigued of late, perceiving malice in everything. Your Uncle Chen appears optimistic on the surface. Yet he bears his own significant burdens. Furthermore, life is inherently unpredictable. Who can truly ascertain the certainty of life and death? Sister Chen Ting excels academically and is dutiful. And your Uncle Chen is not lacking in wealth. What troubles could he possibly have? Lin Xiangwan subtly probed, or should I say, Uncle Zhong. Are you aware of his pressures? Zhong Jia set down his coffee and raised his gaze to meet hers, a solemn expression crossing his weathered face. You have indeed grown, he remarked, even employing my own words against me. Come to terms with your Uncle Chen's suicide. Speculating excessively is a disservice to the deceased. At these words, Lin Xiangwan nearly retorted disrespectfully to her elder. She found it impossible to concur with such sentiments. It is true that the deceased should be treated with reverence, and discussions about them ought to be approached with caution. However, to allow those close to her to pass away under such ambiguous circumstances would be a far graver affront to responsibility. Uncle Zhong, you and the other elder shareholders are advancing in years. In the future, please feel free to confide in me about any matters. Do not hesitate to rely on me. Lin Xiangwan rose and placed the treasured De Hong Pao on the table. This is my cherished collection, please have a taste, should you desire. Zhong Jia waved his hand, signaling that he had heard. Xiao Shui brought home the investigation results provided by the police. The findings revealed nothing unusual. It was merely a reckless driver with a prior record of DUI. Lin Xiangwan remained silent for a considerable time after finishing her thoughts. Suddenly resting her chin on her hand and gazing at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui felt somewhat uneasy and chuckled awkwardly, saying, Why are you looking at me like that, President Lin? It's rather intimidating. Lin Xiangwan inquired with a composed demeanor, I am merely curious. When I requested an assistant from Uncle Zhong, why did he specifically choose you to assist me? Xiao Shui breathed a sigh of relief, responding, I thought I had done something wrong. The truth is, Mr. Zhong mentioned that I am bold yet meticulous, making me suitable for training under your guidance. Moreover, besides my 3 years with him, I have had no other affiliations. Ensuring a clean background. Lin Xiangwan felt a twitch in her eyelid. The background was pristine. For her, all she required was a capable assistant who would obediently carry out her tasks. The assistant's background was of no consequence, as long as they were useful. Uncle Zhong merely provided her with an assistant but was so meticulously selective. Could it truly be that he was genuinely concerned for her as a junior? Lin Xiangwan recalled receiving the call from the hospital. Just half an hour earlier, at Uncle Zhong's house, he had persistently claimed ignorance regarding Uncle Chen's suicide, attempting to obfuscate the matter. Yet, the expression on his face as he spoke was clearly one of hesitation. As if he were privy to untold secrets that he could not disclose. Furthermore, when she had to depart and arrange for someone else to oversee Uncle Chen's funeral, Uncle Zhong was unwilling to permit Lin Xijuan to attend. However, Lin Xijuan maintained a commendable rapport with several shareholders. And even Uncle Zhong held a degree of admiration for his professional capabilities.
It seemed that Uncle Zhong's reluctance to allow Lin Xiangwan to handle the urn stemmed from his dissatisfaction tied to Uncle Chan's circumstances. Lin Xiangwan felt as though she were enveloped in a thick fog, her current insights akin to a blind person attempting to cross a river, making no discernible progress. As she pondered deeply, the doorbell rang. Xiao Shuai approached, wondering who could be visiting at such a late hour. Upon opening the door, she found a girl standing outside, cautiously holding a large bag. Is this where Sister Lin lives? Lin Xiangwan stood up to greet, Miss Bai, you have arrived. She assisted Bai Ziren with her bag. I have arranged a guest room for you, please take a look. Xiao Shuai, could you kindly prepare a cup of tea? Xiao Shuai was filled with curiosity yet found it inappropriate to inquire further, so she went to the kitchen to brew the tea. Bai Ziren felt somewhat embarrassed. Avoiding Lin Xiangwan's gaze and murmured, not long ago, I was still Shijing's girlfriend, and now I have become your maid.
Thank you, Sister Lin, for providing me with this job.
Lin Xiangwan reassured her, do not feel awkward, with Jiang Shijing's character, he would change girlfriends as often as one changes clothes. It is wise for you to leave him and seek independence.
You are welcome to stay here with peace of mind.
Lin Xiangwan, harboring thoughts of consolation, gently patted her on the head and said, moreover, we are now both former partners of Jiang Shijing, which allows us to unite on a common front and grow closer.
This is indeed a positive development. Bai Ziren was taken aback and lifted her gaze to meet hers.
Lin Xiangwan's appearance is radiant and enchanting. Reminiscent of the former Hong Kong stars, possessing a unique charm that is both graceful and ethereal.
Most of the time, however,
she does not convey her emotions as vividly as her striking looks suggest, instead, she seems detached, as if indifferent to everything around her.
Yet, just now,
that smile revealed a playfulness and cuteness that she seldom displays in public. Bai Ziren seemed to catch a glimpse of what the Lin family's eldest daughter was like 3 years ago, before she went abroad.
She was momentarily taken aback, then broke into an earnest smile. Sister Lin, you are truly wonderful.
Please, there is no need for formality, just call me Ziren from now on.
Very well, Lin Xiangwan replied, guiding her to sit down. Xiao Shuai brewed some tea and served a cup to Bai Ziren. Holding the cup, Bai Ziren smiled, this is De Hong Pao, the tea that brother Shijing loves the most. Lin Xiangwan's hand trembled slightly, concealing the emotions hidden within her gaze.
Jiruan, please refrain from mentioning him in my presence.
It dampens my spirits.
Bai Jiruan nodded cautiously, tilting her body to sip her tea.
After a brief moment, she could no longer remain seated and stood up. Sister Lin,
allow me to assist you in tidying up the room. I say this not out of vanity, but I excel at cleaning. And my culinary skills are quite commendable as well. If you don't believe me, come and inspect the bedroom in 10 minutes, consider it a test of my abilities. Upon receiving a smile and nod from Lin Xiangwan, she turned and dashed upstairs. Observing her retreating figure, Xiao Shuai could no longer contain her curiosity and began to gossip.
Isn't she Bai Jiruan, the former girlfriend of Jiang Shijing?
Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly. Xiao Shuai clicked her tongue twice, remarking that it was quite a rarity to maintain a conversation for 3 months. She embodied the typical demeanor of an ordinary delicate flower. One couldn't fathom why Jiang Shijing held her in such high regard.
Could it be her culinary skills?
I find it perplexing how you all consistently bring him up. Lin Xiangwan suddenly set down her teacup, her tone growing serious. Xiao Shuai, startled, held her breath and stammered, yes, I apologize, President Lin.
It was my curiosity that led me to pry.
Lin Xiangwan rubbed her brow, feeling a twinge of frustration.
Yet,
she was entirely unaware of the source of this unsettling emotion. Lin Xiangwan softly said, I ought to apologize, I am truly fatigued and unwell today. I understand that today has been particularly taxing, with the burial of shareholder Chan and the car accident.
President Lin, you must be exhausted as well. Xiao Shuai rose to her feet and added, then I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Lin Xiangwan reclined on the sofa,
her body sinking into its embrace. She closed her eyes momentarily, murmuring, be careful on the road. Once the person departed, she allowed herself to lie down fully.
Occasionally,
the sounds of cleaning could be heard from the room above. Lin Xiangwan closed her eyes, at times recalling the heartbroken visage of Chen Ting, and at other moments reflecting on that phone call. Subsequently, she remembered Jiang Shijing's nonchalant attitude towards her in Qino, even managing to utter some lewd remarks with an air of frivolity. Lin Xiangwan gritted her teeth, opened her eyes, and kicked the cushion on the sofa, sending it flying several meters away as if it were Jiang Shijing's head. Upstairs, Ziren quickly organized all the items in the room, carefully surveying her surroundings. She snapped a photo of the wardrobe and sent it to Jiang Shijing.
There was not a trace of any man's belongings, not even a single bathrobe.
Jiang Shijing stood on the balcony, leaning on the railing as he opened the photo.
The wardrobe was filled entirely with Lin Xiangwan's clothes, with a few pairs of high heels at the bottom. It was abundantly clear that there were no items belonging to a man.
Jiang Shijing smirked.
The phone rang again.
Yan Jing, sounding triumphant, said, "President Jiang, I've also found a driver with a criminal record. I've arranged for him to take action when Chino is discharged from the hospital. He'll definitely be able to run him over, leaving no chance of survival."
Jiang Shijing replied with delight, "What do you mean die? Let him live a long life."
Yan Jing was left speechless.
The following morning, Lin Xiangwan drove to the hospital to visit Chino, feeling guilty that he had been in an accident just half a month into his job under her.
She stopped on the way to buy flowers and some supplements. Just as she was about to knock on the door, someone unexpectedly tapped her shoulder.
Jiang Shijing appeared, holding an even larger and more colorful bouquet, along with a breakfast. Tilting his head slightly with a smile, he remarked, "What's this? You're allowed to visit your boyfriend, but I can't see the driver who was in the same accident as my girlfriend?"
Lin Xiangwan, disinterested in his presence,
rapped on the door.
From within came the voice of Chino, inviting her to enter. As they both appeared, Chino furrowed her brow and inquired, "You?"
"I did not come with him." Lin Xiangwan placed the flowers on the bedside and remarked, "Did the doctor not say that your injuries were merely superficial? Why then must you be hospitalized?"
Chino adjusted her arm, feeling a twinge of pain with the slightest movement.
"Yesterday, the pain intensified unexpectedly.
The doctor informed me that my arm had been exposed to gasoline, which could lead to inflammation, hence I must remain under observation for 2 days." Lin Xiangwan felt a pang of pain upon hearing this. She gently reassured, "You may rest easy here, do not worry about the medical expenses."
Chino's gaze softened instantly.
Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Shijing, lacking in subtlety, interjected, "Is Chino your boyfriend or merely your kept man?
You even have to cover his medical bills."
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, casting an awkward glance at Chino. She had fabricated a story about being in a romantic relationship with Chino, and until now, she had not informed him about their prearranged collusion. Just as she was about to deflect the conversation, Chino unexpectedly maintained his composure and said, "We share a typical romantic relationship. Yet Wan is concerned that her income surpasses mine, which makes her prone to worry about such matters." He then turned his gaze towards Lin Xiangwan, his eyes exuding warmth. "I can manage these medical expenses, there is no need for you to fret." Lin Xiangwan was momentarily at a loss,
torn between admiration for his quick reflexes and astonishment at his acting prowess. Chino responded with a cool, indifferent "Then how can you manage to eat by yourself? What will happen to the breakfast I bought for you?"
Jiang Shijing picked up the lunchbox from the table and directly handed it to Lin Xiangwan.
"How about you feed him?" Lin Xiangwan instinctively accepted it, pondering whether to feed him.
This was the nutritious soup I had prepared specifically for him. Beneficial for his wound recovery, he must consume it entirely. Jiang Shijing pulled a chair to the foot of the bed and sat down, leisurely fixing his gaze on Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows. Aside from the numerous activities she engaged in while romantically involved with Jiang Shijing, she had never shared such intimate gestures with other men. Furthermore, she would never feed someone else.
Lin Xiangwan cast a glance at Chino.
Chino blinked and chuckled softly, Wan, I appreciate your help." Lin Xiangwan felt an inexplicable sensation that Chino was feigning ignorance of her gaze. With an annoying presence beside her, Lin Xiangwan had no choice but to pick up the soup and feed it to Chino with a spoon. Her actions were awkward and clumsy, and it was not merely a matter of uncertainty in feeding but rather an unfamiliarity with being close to Chino.
Lin Xiangwan felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did she allow Jiang Shijing to manipulate her in this manner?
Suddenly, Jiang Shijing let out a laugh, remarking, "I recall that Miss Lin is quite adept at feeding others.
Why does it seem now that you and your boyfriend are not familiar at all?" Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath, recalling the night she had tended to Jiang Shijing, administering his medication. Even after 3 years, she still remembered which medications Jiang Shijing was allergic to and how to properly give him his medicine.
Some habits run so deep that they become unchangeable.
Lin Xiangwan felt increasingly vexed. Why was there so much chatter? The items have been delivered, why are you just standing there in a daze? Jiang Shijing rose to his feet, visibly delighted.
Tonight, I'm organizing a gathering for the Beijing team to discuss the project. I appreciate your hospitality towards Jiruan. Shino's eyes were filled with confusion. She solemnly remarked, I apologize, I have used you as a shield.
It's quite all right. I am more than happy for you to say that.
Shino gazed at her, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Lin Xiangwan averted her gaze from him,
advising him to rest well before departing.
The ward fell into silence.
Shino's expression gradually grew colder. Someone entered from outside, observing him. The master is quite upset about your injury. He asked me to inquire whether it is absolutely necessary for you to involve yourself in the affairs of Rongcheng. Shino regarded him with an impassive face. Did you inform him?
The man lowered his head, unable to meet his eyes. Young master,
if you wish to avoid the pressures of marriage and childbearing, it is unnecessary to recklessly venture into unfamiliar territory.
The waters of Rongcheng are no shallower than ours. Should anything happen to you, I would find it impossible to explain to the master.
Chapter 46, The Old Affairs of the Jiang Family in the Office of the President. Under a sky full of stars, Xiaoxue placed the discovered bank transaction records on the table. Hundreds, thousands, all reflecting ordinary expenditures. Lin Xiangwan picked it up.
But there were no substantial deposits. None, perhaps the cash given by those individuals was insignificant. In any case, both the driver and his family exhibited no unusual income. And no further inquiries yielded results.
The police have classified this incident as a mere case of drunk driving. Xiaoxue discreetly observed Lin Xiangwan's reaction.
That day at the morning hall, aside from Chen Ting, it was Lin Xijuan whose cries resonated the loudest.
Lin Xiangwan stood silently beside them,
her eyes glistening with unshed tears for a long while. From that moment, she understood that while Lin Xiangwan appeared to be indifferent, she was, in truth, deeply sentimental. Now that there was nothing to investigate, it was certain that Lin Xiangwan was feeling disheartened.
Xiaoxue quickly changed the subject. By the way, isn't Jiang Corporation discussing a project with us? The senior executives from Jiang are meeting you for dinner today. Should Lin prepare in advance? Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly. Please send me the information.
In a short while, the profiles of the two executives arrived in her inbox.
Lin Xiangwan opened the email and, upon seeing the name, let out a heavy sigh. Jiang Ku.
He was the uncle of Jiang Shijing and currently held the position of Chief Project Officer at the Jiang Corporation. Jiang Shijing's mother had passed away at his birth. Within a year, Tang Li became pregnant again and often secretly struck Jiang Shijing, later insisting on sending him away under the pretext of needing peace for her pregnancy. The old matriarch quarreled fiercely with her over this matter, which angered her to the point of illness. Jiang Shijing was merely 2 years old at the time. When the 3 generations of the family departed, Jiang Ke cursed while pointing at the Jiang family gate. If it weren't for Zhang Yan, your business would never have flourished. Nor would you have had the means to marry a star. Her body is still warm, watching from below. You will eventually perish because of a woman. This later proved to be an ominous prophecy. Jiang's father, inebriated, suffered a heart attack while lying beside Tang Li. Tang Li was terrified and almost miscarried. As the child grew, she sought the elders of the clan to advocate for her son to become the heir of the Jiang family. In front of the elders, he uttered a single sentence: without my mother's dowry, there would be no opulent life for you now. Lin Xiangwan vividly recalls that when Jiang Shijing was 18, he was strikingly handsome and exuberant, his youthful figure as straight as a pine tree. Reflecting on it now, her infatuation with Jiang Shijing perhaps stemmed from their shared experience of losing their mothers at a tender age, coupled with the undeniable brilliance of that young man. Later, when she entered university and attended gatherings with friends, she found herself intoxicated one evening, only to step outside and encounter Jiang Shijing,
holding a jasmine flower after months of separation.
Amidst the envious gazes of a group of girls, her long-admired crush confessed his feelings to her.
But that is a tale for another time. This upcoming meeting regarding collaboration seems rather challenging. That evening, Lin Xiangwan arrived for the appointment. Jiang was absent,
leaving a young man in glasses waiting, his secretary, Chen Hui. He adjusted his glasses and gestured towards 5 bottles of wine on the table, saying, "Once we finish these,
our director will come out to meet you."
Lin Xiangwan's gaze darkened as she silently berated Jiang Shijing several times in her heart. She understood that Jiang would indeed make things difficult, which was why he was willing to offer her a project from the Jiang family, wasn't it?
Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath.
Bai Ziren had already concluded the matter, and all the contractual projects were meticulously prepared.
The arrow was knocked,
and there was no thought of retreat. Lin Xiangwan did not hesitate. She swiftly seized a bottle of liquor and blew into it. The fiery spirit coursed down her throat, slicing through like a blade across her esophagus. Lin Xiangwan suppressed her discomfort, forcing herself to drink. Outside the door, a shadow flitted past, clutching a phone as it made its way to the stairwell. Minister Zhang's associates were compelling Miss Lin to consume alcohol, insisting she finish 5 bottles before any business discussions could commence. Suddenly, a reprimanding voice from Yan Jing erupted over the phone. "Why didn't you say so earlier?"
"I didn't know either."
Before the informant could finish, the call was abruptly terminated. Inside the private room, Lin Xiangwan had already picked up the second bottle.
She was feeling lightheaded, swaying slightly beside the table.
If she continued drinking like this, it could prove fatal. Chen Hui chuckled, his sharp gaze concealed behind his glasses,
pondering whether Miss Lin would be inclined to vomit.
Such behavior hardly demonstrated sincerity. Our minister would be even less inclined to meet with her. Lin Xiangwan's thoughts were laid bare, leaving her at a loss for words as she settled down with a bottle of liquor. The world around her began to blur. She swallowed mouthful after mouthful, her mind numb and incapable of coherent thought, fixated solely on one notion: if she did not drink herself into oblivion tonight, she would undoubtedly seek retribution from Jiang Shijing. Chapter 47, Stay in Rongqing, Don't Run Away. Speed it up, Chen Hui muttered, glancing at his watch with an air of impatience. If you're already struggling with the second bottle, perhaps you should just stop drinking altogether.
This is nothing but a waste of time.
Lin Xiangwan could no longer discern Chen Hui's appearance. Before her lay a blurred figure. Chen Hui kept speaking,
shaking his head vigorously. Lin Xiangwan's frustration mounted, overwhelming her composure.
With a resounding crash, she slammed the bottle down, steadying herself against the table as she rose. Her fingers nearly poised to jab at Chen Hui's forehead.
Chen Hui widened his eyes in astonishment. "What are you doing?" "Be quiet." Lin Xiangwan retorted fiercely, "I'm drinking.
So keep your noise to yourself."
Chen Hui was taken aback.
He had never anticipated that this refined lady would resort to such coarse language in her inebriated state. Grabbing his phone, he stood up. "All right, it seems you have succumbed to drunken madness. Our collaboration with the Jiang family ends here."
"No, you cannot leave."
Lin Xiangwan lunged forward, grasping Chen Hui's arm while clutching his collar with one hand.
"If you leave, what shall become of my project? Today, you will either collaborate with me, or I shall take you down with me."
Upon finishing her declaration, she lowered her head and, summoning all her strength,
charged towards Chen Hui's chest. Bang! Ouch!
Chen Hui cried out in agony, feeling as though his heart might cease, staggering back to brace himself against the wall.
Lin Xiangwan also found herself unsteady, and amidst a whirlwind of confusion, she tumbled to the ground.
Without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled to her feet. Determined to conduct her business negotiations, resolute in her intent to prevent the man from departing,
Lin Xiangwan grasped the bottle of wine, positioning herself at the door.
Slurring her words, "I haven't finished drinking yet. If you wish to leave, you must step over my corpse." Chen Hui had never encountered such a peculiar woman before. Her refusal to concede defeat and her insistence on his staying bordered on madness. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Xiangwan was momentarily sluggish, he forcefully pushed past her and dashed outside. Lin Xiangwan was jolted and nearly toppled backward. What awaited her was not pain, but a warm embrace.
Sensing the familiar scent of pine, Lin Xiangwan clung to the man's collar, inhaling deeply like a cat.
Jiang Shijing held her close, his gaze profound. He spoke her name softly, Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan's body stiffened suddenly as she raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap.
The sound echoed,
leaving Yin Jing and the spy who accompanied them momentarily stunned. Jiang Shijing grasped Lin Xiangwan's wrist tightly, his teeth clenched in frustration.
"Why did you hit me?
Who told you to wear that pine-scented perfume, just like Jiang Shijing? The smell is as repulsive as that of decay." Lin Xiangwan pouted in complaint,
completely ignoring the presence of others.
Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow, as if he were witnessing the spoiled yet endearing young lady of the Lin family from 3 years prior.
He embraced Lin Xiangwan more tightly. "Do you truly despise Jiang Shijing so much?" Of course, Lin Xiangwan retorted, attempting to push him away but to no avail. With impatience,
she added, "Your annoying demeanor is just like his, you must be just as insufferable."
Jiang Shijing inquired, "In what way is Jiang Shijing insufferable?" "Well, he..." Lin Xiangwan suddenly faltered. "How could he be so despicable? He neither abandoned me nor treated me poorly." She counted on her fingers, sending flowers and gifts, handsome in appearance, possessing a fine physique, and eager to attend to my needs in bed. Yin Jing quickly cleared his throat. Could he even bear to listen to this? To avert the awkwardness, he tugged at his subordinate and made a hasty retreat. Lin Xiangwan was pulled into the private room by Jiang Shijing. And as their conversation faded into silence, her misty eyes reflected a profound bewilderment. "Indeed, he is so wonderful, why am I not with him?" Jiang Shijing's expression darkened as he grasped her chin with a slight pressure. "I remember now." Lin Xiangwan's voice rose in excitement as she brushed aside his hand, fervently declaring, "It's his fault for wanting to marry me, the responsibility does not lie with me." Jiang Shijing remained silent. His gaze lowered upon Lin Xiangwan as he enveloped her in his embrace, his grip tightening. As Lin Xiangwan began to squirm uncomfortably, her collar loosened, revealing a glimpse of springtime beauty. Jiang Shijing cast a glance and adjusted her collar. "Very well, if desiring to marry you is my fault." Lin Xiangwan hummed softly, narrowing her eyes as she said, "Have you finally admitted it? Well, the engagement is null and void." Jiang Shijing raised his hand and gently massaged the corners of Lin Xiangwan's eyes, which were flushed from intoxication, saying, "From now on, stay in Rongqing and do not run away." Lin Xiangwan slightly whitened her eyes, momentarily taken aback by his words. Jiang Shijing leaned his forehead against hers, asking, "Can you still recognize who I am?" "You are." Lin Xiangwan gazed at him, seemingly intoxicated, enveloped by the warm scent of pine. Her crimson lips parted slightly. "It is Jiang Shijing." In the next moment, a warm palm covered her eyes. A veil of darkness enveloped her sight, and 2 soft petals landed upon her lips. Lin Xiangwan froze, pulling away Jiang Shijing's hand to look at him. "Did you hit me again with your mouth?" Jiang Shijing slightly retreated, murmuring in response. His voice gravely hoarse, his gaze burdened with a tempest of suppressed emotions. "You are a coward, you deserve to be punished." He leaned in again, kissing Lin Xiangwan's lips once more. Chapter 48, Intoxication and the Return of the Kiss. Jiang Shijing's handsome face drew closer, their lips and teeth intertwining. Yet he did not forget to keep his eyes fixed on Lin Xiangwan. His gaze, hazy with inebriation, shimmered with a captivating mist, as if it sought to draw her in completely. Lin Xiangwan blinked, suddenly seizing Jiang Shijing's tie, pulling him closer with determined force. Their bodies ignited by a fervent kiss, entwined silently at the doorway of the private room, the only sound being their increasingly rapid breaths. It was Lin Xiangwan who first reached out, her hand slipping beneath the man's shirt, caressing the exquisitely sculpted muscles of his abdomen. Jiang Shijing's throat constricted as he swallowed hard, grasping her restless hand. In a husky voice, he commanded, "Lin Xiangwan, look at me." "Whom?" Lin Xiangwan was utterly befuddled, obediently raising her gaze, her red lips slightly pouting. "An invitation for a kiss." Jiang Shijing endured the temptation, pressing his lips against hers briefly before gripping her chin and inquiring, "Is Chino truly your boyfriend?" Lin Xiangwan hesitated for a moment, shook her head twice, then nodded, "Is that so?" "It seems so, I can't quite recall." Jiang Shijing let out a scoff, his stubbornness evident. "A few more kisses and you'll be more compliant." He pressed Lin Xiangwan against the wall, lifting her hand and prying open her lips. "No, no."
Lin Xiangwan gasped for breath, her face turning increasingly crimson as she raised her hand to strike Jiang Shijing's shoulder. He kissed her until her lips swelled, then swept her off her feet. Downstairs, Yan Jing watched in astonishment as Jiang Shijing carried the already intoxicated Lin Xiangwan down. Jiang Shijing placed her gently in the back seat and slid in beside her. He cast an impatient glance at Yan Jing. Half an hour later, Ziren hurried in, only to leave in the dead of night. Jiang Shijing entered the bedroom to find Lin Xiangwan freshly bathed, dressed in a nightgown, lying on the bed. He sat at the edge, taking her wrist in his hand and bringing it to his lips. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted up, indescribable in nature. Displeased, Jiang Shijing frowned, rising to fetch a bottle of orange jasmine from the wardrobe. He sprayed a couple of spritzes on her wrist and neck, then leaned down again, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he inhaled the familiar scent. Lin Xiangwan restlessly turned to the side, wrapping her arms around his. Jiang Shijing paused momentarily, his gaze tender. "You are awake." Lin Xiangwan remained with her eyes closed, her brow slightly furrowed, still deeply ensconced in her dreams. "Scoundrel Jiang Shijing. I no longer love you, I shall never love you again." The color in Jiang Shijing's eyes suddenly faded. He froze for a few seconds before sitting at the edge of the bed, allowing Lin Xiangwan to cling to his arm as she adjusted to sleep against the bed. The following day, Lin Xiangwan turned over, the drowsiness beginning to dissipate. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure appeared. "Xiao Shuai has called 8 times. Can you not get up?" Lin Xiangwan turned over in silence, muttering, "I want to sleep more." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat up, gazing in astonishment at the figure outside the door. Jiang Shijing, clad in a pristine white knit ensemble, held a cup of warm milk in his hands, casting a half-smile as he looked over, exuding a hint of the languid charm of a man at home in his every gesture. Lin Xiangwan was bewildered. After a moment of silence, she glanced around her surroundings and wondered how she ended up in his home. Jiang Shijing handed her a cup of warm milk and said, "Drink this. Then come down for dinner." "Wait a moment." Lin Xiangwan looked at his calm demeanor and hesitantly asked, "What happened after I got drunk?" Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow and replied, "You don't remember?" Lin Xiangwan shook her head, expressing her lack of recollection. "Oh." Jiang Shijing pondered for a moment. "You were intoxicated and struck me across the face." Lin Xiangwan gazed at the red mark on his face. "What happened next?" "Then you fainted. It was Jiran who changed your clothes and assisted you with your bath. Our relationship is entirely innocent, devoid of any physical contact. So there is no need for concern." Jiang Shijing, with his hands in his pockets, regarded her with an expression of calm assurance. Lin Xiangwan sat on the bed, gazing at him for a moment, her eyes lingering on his exceptionally red lips, before she swiftly averted her gaze. "You may leave first, I need to change my clothes." Jiang Shijing cast a deep glance at her and then departed. She closed her eyes, the events of the previous night vivid in her mind. Though she had been intoxicated, it did not imply that she was foolish or blind. She recalled with clarity the occurrences that transpired before she succumbed to complete inebriation. Jiang Shijing had kissed her. She was reluctant to acknowledge her instinctive closeness to Jiang Shijing, yet why did he also feign that nothing had transpired the previous night? Perhaps, as he had stated, their relationship was pure and unblemished, and they wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements and complications arising from their intimate interactions. Lin Xiangwan felt a wave of frustration wash over her, silently vowing never to indulge in such drunken antics again. As she raised her hand to shield her brow and eyes, she suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Frowning, she sat up and inhaled the scent emanating from her wrist. It was unmistakably the aroma of orange blossom, a fragrance she knew all too well, lingering for an extended period, refusing to dissipate even after 2 days. Lin Xiangwan's eyes were filled with complexity as she rose and noticed a new dress by the bedside. She picked it up and changed into it. Descending the stairs, she found Chen Ting and Jiang Shijing enjoying their breakfast. Upon seeing her slightly swollen lips, Chen Ting's gaze momentarily faltered before she offered a gentle smile and said, "Wan, come and have breakfast." As Lin Xiangwan glanced over, she found Jiang Shijing delicately serving food to Chen Ting. In that fleeting moment, everything became clear to her. Jiang Shijing feigned that the events of yesterday had not transpired. All for the sake of Chen Ting, he wished to avoid any inappropriate entanglements that might disrupt his relationship with her.
Lin Xiangwan smiled gently.
I have matters to attend to at the company, so I shall not join you for dinner. Sister Chen Ting, take good care of your injuries here.
We shall chat another day.
She slipped on her shoes and departed, never casting a glance at Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing lifted his gaze.
A hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. What's this? Miss Chen seems quite intrigued by my private affairs? Chen Ting was momentarily taken aback.
We are merely acting, do not become too immersed in your role.
Jiang Shijing interjected with a smile, just a friendly reminder, don't overthink it.
Chen Ting tightened her grip on the chopsticks. Though the man wore a smile, his gaze remained frigid, starkly contrasting the warmth he had displayed on the day she had first arrived. Yes, she recalled, Lin Xiangwan had been present that day as well.
From the beginning,
Jiang Shijing had been warm on the outside yet cold within. His true warmth was solely reserved for Lin Xiangwan. A bitter taste filled Chen Ting's mouth, as a surge of melancholy intertwined with the pain of loss flooded her heart. At that moment, she felt a twinge of jealousy towards Lin Xiangwan.
Chapter 49, The Mysterious Email.
Lin Xiangwan arrived at the company on an empty stomach. Upon seeing her, Xiao Shui's eyes instantly lit up. President Lin, you have finally arrived. Today, I received a peculiar email from an unknown sender, and the content is particularly strange. Please take a look. Lin Xiangwan handed her bag to her and sat down at the table to open her computer. The combination of a hangover and the glaring screen light made her feel slightly nauseous, yet she forced herself to click open her emails. The content was merely a few sentences, but it sent her heart racing wildly. Chen Chen and 4 other shareholders possess confidential technology. His has already been seized.
Exercise utmost caution.
Lin Xiangwan abruptly pressed the mouse, inadvertently closing the email, and with her heart racing, she clicked it open again. These mere 2 sentences intertwined all the events. No wonder Chen Chen felt guilty and uttered apologies. No wonder he was consumed by self-reproach to the point of contemplating death as atonement. It turned out that the possession entrusted to him by his grandfather was no longer in his care. Lin Xiangwan's breath faltered slightly as she recalled Chen Chen's final words, which vaguely alluded to Lin Xijuan. Was it Lin Xijuan who coveted the technology of the stars, seeking to seize the confidential documents from the hands of the shareholders? Lin Xiangwan could no longer remain seated. She paced restlessly around the office, consumed by a torrent of emotions. She yearned to confront Lin Xijuan and exact revenge for Chen Chen, yet she continually reminded herself to maintain her composure. This was not the moment for impulsive actions driven by sentiment. There is no evidence to support the claim that Lin Xijuan has appropriated technology, aside from Uncle Chen. There are no other informed individuals. Lin Xiangwan's gaze rested upon the screen. The sender of the email had chosen to remain anonymous, wishing to conceal their true identity from her. A preliminary assessment suggested they were likely benevolent, at the very least not aligned with Lin Xijuan. Do you know who possesses the other confidential technologies? This question remained uncommunicated, as the sender had blocked her. Xiao Shui exclaimed in astonishment, who on earth is this person? Why would they disclose such information? Surely, these matters cannot be trusted. Lin Xiangwan squinted her eyes, closed her laptop, and said, please review today's documents. I need to step out for a moment. Without waiting for Xiao Shui to respond, she hurriedly left the office and drove swiftly to the old residence. Lin Xiang ascended to the 2nd floor of the old residence in the evening, arriving at his grandfather's chamber. The room was quaint and immaculate, adorned solely with a mahogany bed, upon which rested a tea table for brewing tea. Lin Xiangwan knelt upon the ground, her hand reaching beneath the mahogany bed, pressing firmly 3 times. With a soft click, a gentle sound echoed, and to her astonishment, a square box emerged from beneath, revealing an enigmatic mechanism concealed within. Lin Xiangwan brought the box out, brushing off the dust that coated its surface, only to discover that it was locked. However, from its weight, it seemed to contain nothing within. She held the box tightly, her thoughts drifting back to a time long past. On her 18th birthday, her grandfather gifted her not only an enviable sports car but also this very box. It was a tranquil afternoon, with the servants busy preparing for the birthday celebration. Her grandfather led her into this room, demonstrating how to retrieve the box from beneath the bed.
My dear, this box contains the culmination of your grandfather's lifelong efforts. It is now entrusted to you. You know where it is and how to take it out. Should your grandfather pass away, you must safeguard the box, ensuring it remains untouched until you assume control of the company. Remember, do not let anyone else know, especially your father, keep it from his sight. Lin Xiangwan's eyes reddened as she sat on the ground. She had been gazing at the box, yet had never dared to pick it up and examine its contents. She feared that she had betrayed her grandfather's expectations, feeling foolish and dim-witted, unable to see through the predatory ambitions of Lin Mu and Lin Xijuan, which led to the loss of such a significant treasure. Lin Xiangwan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her heart entangled with hatred. Steadying herself against the bed, she rose to her feet, her expression growing increasingly frigid as she turned and walked outside. Half an hour later, Lin Xiangwan arrived at the entrance of an apartment. In comparison to the former Lin residence, this place was a stark contrast, a chasm of difference beyond measure. Lin Xiangwan clutched the box and approached to ring the doorbell. Upon the door's opening, Jiang Shijing caught sight of the box in her arms, causing her pupils to constrict in an instant. Lin Xiangwan was well aware of the situation. Raising an eyebrow, she coldly inquired, "Aren't you inviting me in for a chat?" Jiang Shijing scoffed lightly, "I have nothing to say to you, nor do I have any tea to offer. Your father and Shijuan are not home, so you would do well not to test my patience." Lin Xiangwan interrupted her nonchalantly, her beautiful eyes glinting with coldness. "Get lost." Jiang Shijing was taken aback by the fierce glare in her eyes, involuntarily shuddering and instinctively stepping aside. Lin Xiangwan sat down on the sofa, her gaze unwavering. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Jiang Shijing approached briskly, her impatience evident. "You've caused Shijuan to lose his job. And now he is nothing but an idle drifter. Your father holds only shares in the company without any real power. Are you not content? What is it that you seek?" Lin Xiangwan raised her gaze to observe her outburst, and calmly replied, "I came here specifically for the item within the box." "It was taken by you, was it not? My grandfather instructed me not to let Lin Mu know of its existence." Lin Mu Lian was unaware of the sports car hidden within his ancestral home, yet he had disturbed the contents of the box. This indicated that following his grandfather's passing, his intentions had become resolute, fixated solely on the box. Jiang Shijing took a step back, observing Lin Xiangwan's indifferent demeanor, and felt an undeniable weight of pressure. She swallowed hard and stammered, "I am unaware of what lies within that box." "You have mistaken your inquiry, do not unleash your fury here. Depart swiftly." Lin Xiangwan raised her gaze to meet hers, a smile gracing her lips. "I knew you would say that." She produced her mobile phone and dialed a number. "I possess evidence of Lin Mu and Lin Xijuan exploiting the company for personal gain, which has now crossed into illegality. Since you choose to remain silent, let them account for their actions in prison." No sooner had she spoken than the call connected, and a man's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello?" Lin Xiangwan interrupted, "Is this the Supervision Bureau? I wish to report a heinous commercial crime." Jiang Shijing's face paled as she lunged forward to snatch Lin's phone. "Wait. You cannot do this." Just before she could seize the device, Lin Xiangwan ended the call and abruptly rose to her feet. Towering over Jiang Shijing by a head's height, she effortlessly grasped Xiang's hair and yanked it back forcefully. "Ah! That hurts!" Jiang Shijing cried out in pain. Lin Xiangwan refused to relent, her gaze fixed upon her from a position of dominance. "To speak or not to speak?" Tears welled in Jiang Shijing's eyes as she uttered, "I will speak." As the words escaped her lips, a sudden release washed over her scalp. She exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground, disheveled, and confessed, "We have indeed discovered this box, but its lock is exquisitely crafted. Even with the assistance of a locksmith, it remains impervious. Some locksmiths have suggested that there is a peculiar mechanism within. If forced open, all that lies inside would be irrevocably lost." Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and asked, "So?" Jiang Shijing cautiously scrutinized Lin Xiangwan's expression and swallowed hard before saying, "I have already told you, can you perhaps let go of your father? He is, after all, your biological father." Lin Xiangwan cast a glance at her. There was absolutely no evidence. The call she feigned to make to Chino was merely a ruse to intimidate Jiang Shijing. With her husband and child under threat, Jiang Shijing must have spoken the truth. Moreover, Lin Xiangwan recalled distinctly that her grandfather possessed a key, often worn on a necklace. It could very well be the key to the box. But where was that key? For reasons unknown.
Lin Xiangwan suddenly remembered her previous visit to the bar to meet Jiang Shijing, where she had also observed a similar key on him. Perhaps he too held such a box, along with this specially crafted key and lock.
Lin Xiangwan laughed, clutching the box.
This time, she headed straight for the Jiang family.
Chapter 50, No Love, No Longing. Lin Xiangwan arrived and inquired whether Jiang Shijing was present. For reasons unknown.
The front desk did not make a call to the executive office but instead directed her to wait in the reception room on the upper floor. Lin Xiangwan entered the corridor, disregarding the words conference room above her head, and pushed the door open directly. Upon observing the layout, she felt perplexed.
Why did it seem as though it was intended for a meeting?
As Lin Xiangwan was about to step outside to verify, a displeased male voice suddenly resonated from the outside.
What could he possibly be angry about? Was it not for his sake? Tell him to come over.
I still have 15 minutes of free time to wait for him in the conference room.
The person approaching was visibly enraged, clearly intent on unleashing his frustration.
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback as the other party entered, swiftly retreating behind the curtain. Her slender figure was concealed by the drapery,
presenting no peculiarities to the outside observer.
She could hear the man seemingly slamming something onto the table, kicking aside a chair to take a seat, and occasionally emitting a cold grunt, clearly agitated.
Within a couple of minutes, another individual entered the room.
Lin Xiangwan heard a familiar, languid voice.
Uncle Ko, please calm down.
Otherwise, those lines on your face will only multiply, and those antes during the matchmaking will surely hold it against you.
Get lost. All right then.
I shall refrain from provoking your ire any further. I shall take my leave. Listening to this exchange, Lin Xiangwan silently pressed her forehead.
It was Jiang Ko and Jiang Shijing.
How unfortunate for her to stumble upon their conversation at this moment.
Lin Xiangwan stood still, paralyzed by uncertainty. Outside,
Jiang Shijing sat languidly at the long table, fiddling with a ballpoint pen.
I still have matters to attend to. What are you doing?
Jiang Ko glared at him.
If you have matters, shall I simply abandon mine? Regardless of your busyness, you must clearly articulate your responsibilities.
You instructed me to liaise with the project concerning Fanqing, only to reveal that the person I was to negotiate with is Lin Xiangwan when I arrived.
Truly impressive, even I was deceived. Jiang Shijing let out a resigned sigh,
pushing the pen away as he reclined in his chair.
I was merely concerned you might not attend.
Had I known, I would not have misled you.
Business should be conducted properly, not over 2 bottles of wine. At 50, is it appropriate to bully a young lady? Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly standing up for her?
All right, please do not be upset. Your heart is not in good condition, and you must avoid emotional upheaval.
Jiang Shijing rose and moved behind Jiang Ko to massage his shoulders. At 50, Jiang Ko was already graying, a testament to the burdens he bore for the Jiang family.
In a bid to persuade the most esteemed elder of their clan to advocate for him, the eldest son of the Jiang family, to inherit the family business, Jiang Ko had spent an entire day and night kneeling outside, and his knees still ached from the ordeal. Jiang Shijing lowered his gaze, shedding the nonchalance he typically exhibited in public, leaving only respect and earnestness in its wake.
You have misunderstood me. My collaboration with Lin Xiangwan is conditional. You are aware of Bai Jiruan, correct? Jiang Ko's expression softened slightly as he responded reluctantly, what of her? Is she not to your liking? Indeed.
Jiang Shijing replied with a smile. After our breakup, she struggled to find employment. The young girl has yet to endure the trials of the world. I could not bear to see her suffer, so I arranged for her to be by Lin Xiangwan's side. Lin Xiangwan's body stiffened momentarily.
The curtains fluttered gently with her movement.
Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes, casting a glance. Lin Xiangwan and Bai Ziran seemed to share a harmonious bond. Regardless of their past grievances with me, she treated those around her with kindness.
Bai Ziran would not face any storms while following her.
It was somewhat inappropriate for me to hastily send her over, thus, in order to persuade Lin Xiangwan to willingly care for Bai Ziran, I agreed to change her project.
My uncle was overly cautious,
I harbored no feelings for her and had no intention of using Jiang's resources to support her.
My reasoning was sound and justifiable. Yes. I am aware of that.
Jiang Shijing casually pressed down on the corner of the table.
Jiang Ke patted his shoulder. Remember.
No matter who you choose to be with in the future, your uncle will support you, but Lin Xiangwan is absolutely out of the question. Jiang Shijing's gaze darkened further. But he ultimately replied with a smile, "Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware of my own thoughts."
The two conversed as they exited, closing the door behind them.
Chapter 51, His greatest affection lies with Bai Ziren. The conference room fell into silence. In the dim corner behind the curtains, Lin Xiangwan bit her lip tightly. Her heartbeat echoing in her ears like a drum. She released her clenched fist, opening her palm to reveal it glistening with cold sweat. Lin Xiangwan chuckled at herself and drew back the curtains as she stepped outside. Upon her exit, she cast a glance upward, where the three characters of the conference room were clearly visible. It was indeed her own mistake. However, perhaps it was for the best, as it allowed her to hear Jiang Shijing express his heartfelt sentiments to his uncle.
Lin Xiangwan walked towards the restroom in a daze. The distinction between love and indifference was strikingly clear.
Jiang Shijing observed coldly, remaining unmoved. However, when it came to Bai Ziren, Jiang Shijing invested considerable effort in planning, going so far as to offer her a project from the Jiang Group headquarters. Jiang Shijing was far from being a heartless libertine.
His heart and emotions were entirely anchored on Bai Ziren.
Lin Xiangwan gazed at her reflection in the mirror.
She was striking yet aloof, while Bai Ziren exuded purity and vivacity.
Their appearances and temperaments were not only starkly different, but their feelings of hatred and love also represented two polar opposites. Lin Xiangwan firmly shut her eyes and turned to leave. She pushed open the door to the reception room. Jiang Shijing sat on the sofa, savoring a cup of tea. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and judging by its hue, it was undoubtedly a De Hong Pao. Lin Xiangwan's gaze flickered as she walked over with an air of indifference.
"Mr. Jiang."
Jiang Shijing was momentarily taken aback by her frosty tone.
Raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Didn't you arrive earlier? What took you so long?"
Lin Xiangwan turned and sat across from him, casually inquiring.
"I have yet to secure the project. When does General Manager Jiang intend to approve it? Or do I need to share another round of drinks with Jiang Ke first?"
Jiang Shijing paused momentarily, his gaze fixed upon her, unwavering.
"Are you upset?" Lin Xiangwan straightened her back, adopting a formal demeanor as she spoke. "I am merely inquiring whether the project will be returned. If not, then I shall ask Bai Ziren to leave my home."
Jiang Shijing gazed at her for a couple of seconds, suddenly retracting his previously nonchalant demeanor, and responded earnestly, "Where did you go before coming to the reception room?" Lin Xiangwan felt a sudden flutter in her brow, her gaze icy, and her tone grew weightier. "I am discussing serious matters with you.
Will the project be granted or not?" Such a demeanor from Lin Xiangwan was a rarity for Jiang Shijing.
Even during their past romantic disputes, she had never exhibited such anger. He instinctively furrowed his brow and pondered, "I will assign someone else to oversee this project. If all goes well, we can initiate the contract process this afternoon. You may simply send someone to liaise." "Very well. I shall ensure that Miss Bai is well taken care of on your behalf." Lin Xiangwan's gaze softened slightly. Securing the project was indeed a fortunate occurrence. Beyond that, she preferred not to dwell on her thoughts. She retrieved a small box from her bag and placed it before Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing's eyes fell upon the box, his brow furrowing slightly before he resumed a nonchalant demeanor.
"What is this?"
"It's something my grandfather left behind, requiring a special key to unlock. I noticed you had a similar key when I saw you at the bar last time, one that resembled the one my grandfather used to wear.
Could you tell me where I might have such a key made?"
Lin Xiangwan gazed at him with a serious demeanor, a palpable flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. She was fervently eager to uncover which shareholders possessed the confidential technologies. However, Lin Xijuan might also be conducting an investigation, and she could not recklessly approach the shareholders for inquiries. It was imperative that Lin Xijuan remained oblivious to her knowledge regarding the technologies and the circumstances surrounding Chen Shen's demise. Otherwise, given the ruthless nature of the Lin family, they would undoubtedly seek her complete annihilation. She needed to ascertain whether there were any secrets contained within this box.
Oh, you wish to acquire the key to the box?
Jiang Shijing remarked with a playful tone, a smile gracing his lips. You have certainly come to the right person, I know precisely what can unlock it.
Really?
Lin Xiangwan's lips curved gently, and she felt an immense sense of relief within her heart. Then please help me open the box, she said.
Jiang Shijing continued to smile. His tone laced with playful curiosity as he responded, on what grounds? Lin Xiangwan was taken aback.
Jiang Shijing leaned over, pressing against the tea table,
gazing at her across its surface. Do we share any bond? What reason do I have to assist you?
Lin Xiangwan felt a tightness in her chest and tugged at her lips. Indeed, her words had come across as overly presumptuous.
What kind of relationship did Jiang Shijing have with her?
People were willing to offer someone in exchange for a project. And yet she had merely pressed her lips together and uttered her request so casually.
Did she truly believe it was akin to the romantic entanglements of the past?
Lin Xiangwan composed herself and raised her gaze, saying, You may set your terms, everything is acceptable except for sharing a bed with you. Coincidentally, Jiang Shijing chuckled, tilting her chin with a playful gesture, and replied with a teasing tone, Everything is off the table except for sharing a bed with me. Lin Xiangwan grasped Jiang Shijing's unruly hand, she tugged it down yet did not release her hold.
Jiang Shijing was momentarily taken aback. A teasing glimmer in his eyes now laced with a hint of amusement, You promised.
However, before he could finish his sentence,
he was ensnared by Lin Xiangwan's disdainful and icy gaze. Lin Xiangwan pressed his hand down onto the tea table.
Her tone airy yet laced with sarcasm, You truly make me feel nauseous.
Jiang Shijing's gaze darkened, and in an instant, the smile that adorned his face vanished completely. Chapter 52, Lin Xiangwan, I truly owe you. He appeared not to have heard her clearly. What? I said, You are disgusting.
Lin Xiangwan could no longer contain her fury, her radiant visage marred by disdain. You can meticulously plan and consider everything for Bai Jiran, but what about Sister Qinting?
Jiang Shijing straightened up,
his expression devoid of emotion.
What do you mean?
In an instant, all of Lin Xiangwan's emotions surged to the forefront of her heart. Rising with a cold smile, she confronted him, You have just lost your father, and my wounds have yet to heal. I placed my unwavering trust in you.
Yet you demand another woman to share your bed at the office.
Her derision dripped with scorn as her words grew increasingly reckless.
Are you truly so insatiable? What kind of woman could ever satisfy your desires? Or is it that you, Master Jiang, are simply lacking in ambition? Even your ex, who abandoned you and left you to endure mockery at your own wedding, is still someone you,
Suddenly, Jiang Shijing seized the nape of her neck, forcefully and fiercely silencing her with a kiss across the coffee table. Lin Xiangwan felt a sharp pain on her lips, tasting the metallic tang of blood. And in her anger, she pushed him away. However, Jiang Shijing's strength was formidable, he remained unyielding and pulled her tongue deeper. Noticing her unusual silence,
Jiang Shijing opened his eyes in astonishment.
The typically aloof gaze of his bright eyes was now filled with shimmering tears, looking at him with despair and sorrow,
clearly reflecting her heartbreak.
Almost instantly, Jiang Shijing released Lin Xiangwan. If you choose not to help, then so be it, I never insisted on coming to you. Lin Xiangwan had yet to gather her emotions. Although she had clearly spoken with fierce intent, the tremor in her voice betrayed her, softened by a few tears. It sounded less like anger and more akin to a petulant display of grievance.
How exasperating.
Lin Xiangwan, in a fit of self-despair, tightly closed her lips and turned to leave. As she brushed past, she was unexpectedly embraced from behind by Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangwan yearned to resist,
yet her arms were firmly ensnared by Jiang Shijing's embrace.
Do not move, he murmured, planting a gentle kiss on the nape of her neck,
his tone soothing and almost feline in its softness.
Forget what was said earlier. The key requires duplication, leave the box with me, and you may retrieve it in a fortnight.
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows, suppressing her irritation as she retorted, Is there no condition for exchange?
Jiang Shijing chuckled softly.
None at all. He then pressed a gentle kiss to the nape of Lin Xiangwan's neck, adding, This is sufficient.
Lin Xiangwan immediately struggled free from his embrace,
turning around in anger and declaring, I will come for it in half a month. If you dare to play tricks on me, you'll regret it. Jiang Shijing smiled, his eyes reflecting a pool of gentle warmth. What can you possibly do to me?
Faced with his laughing gaze, Lin Xiangwan felt a chill run down her spine.
It was the same sentiment as before. Jiang Shijing's eyes could even convey tenderness towards a dog.
After a moment of contemplation, she raised an eyebrow in threat. While I may not be able to do anything to you, do not forget that Ziren is in my grasp.
By sending her to me, you have unwittingly provided me with leverage. Your beloved is held in my hands. Do you truly believe you can refuse my requests? Lin Xiangwan,
increasingly confident in her ability to manipulate Jiang Shijing, radiated brilliance, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. Jiang Shijing fixed his gaze upon her for 2 seconds. A smirk playing on his lips. My beloved girl?
Who mentioned that?
Lin Xiangwan shot him a glance, striding away in her high heels with an air of indignation. With a resounding slam, the door to the reception room was thrown open.
Moments later, Yan Jing entered, his expression one of surprise. What has happened with Miss Lin? He inquired. The cat's been ruffled, and I failed to soothe it.
Jiang Shijing pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively.
Go check the surveillance footage. Find out who entered the conference room half an hour ago.
He picked up the box on the table, scrutinizing it for several seconds before letting out a deep sigh.
It has still found its way to me. Lin Xiangwan, I truly owe you one. Upon reviewing the footage, it appears only Miss Lin entered the conference room. Emerging just minutes after you and Minister Jiang left, Yan Jing reported.
Jiang Shijing paused, a smile breaking through his otherwise stoic demeanor.
Yan Jing, perplexed, asked. What is it, President Jing? Did Miss Lin overhear something confidential?
Jiang Shijing leaned back in his leather chair, his expression weary.
Confidential?
Merely a heap of fabricated nonsense. No wonder she clings to Ziren, believing that possessing her equates to holding my lifeline. Yan Jing scratched his head, even more bewildered. The room fell silent for a few seconds, and Jiang Shijing, unable to remain still, finally instructed, convey a message to Ziren.
Chapter 53. Jiang Su's appearance. Lin Xiangwan was absent, leaving the apartment with only Ziren. She stood by the door, absorbing Yan Jing's instructions.
Her eyes filled with uncontainable astonishment.
What could Mr. Jing possibly mean? Hadn't he harbored animosity towards Miss Lin, intending to create discomfort for her? Would this situation truly cause Miss Lin distress?
Yan Jing, hands clasped behind his back and with a stern expression, remarked, Mr. Jing has never indicated a desire to trouble Miss Lin. Do not presume to guess his intentions, nor speculate on his orders.
Simply adhere to them.
Ziren bit her lip, suppressing her myriad of doubts, and replied, Very well, I shall comply.
Here is your remuneration, Yan Jing said, handing her a check.
Ziren shook her head in bitterness. I do not wish for money. Yan Jing retorted, tossing the check back to her, You must accept it.
The rule here under Mr. Jing is to be compensated for your services. If you refuse the payment, then do not remain in Mr. Jing's presence.
With her eyes glistening, Ziren stifled her heartache and picked up the fallen check. Once he departed, she clenched her fists and took out her phone to make a call.
Upon connection, Lin Xiangwan's voice emerged, tinged with curiosity. Ziren, what is it?
Ziren's tone was bright, yet her expression remained icy, devoid of any trace of joy. I would like to request a leave of absence. I won't be home to cook for you tonight.
Is that acceptable?
She expressed her gratitude with a smile before adding.
Aren't you even going to ask why I'm taking a leave?
This is a personal matter. I find it inappropriate to inquire, Lin Xiangwan casually replied. In the next moment, Ziren chuckled on the line, I have a new boyfriend and will be going out on a date tonight.
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback.
She lifted her gaze from a pile of documents and hesitated, saying, You and Jiang Shijing. Our fates were never intertwined, it ended long ago.
And I ought to look ahead. He pushed me towards you, doesn't he that signify his disdain for me?
Ziren responded with an air of indifference. As if seeking a new romance just days after a breakup was a perfectly ordinary affair, her words devoid of any lingering affection for Jiang Shijing.
Lin Xiangwan felt a tinge of amusement.
Jiang Shijing had gone to great lengths to protect Ziren, meticulously planning her career. Only to discover that the girl he admired had swiftly become involved with someone else. After hanging up the phone, she found her spirits lifted. It seemed that the cycle of unrequited love and betrayal had ensnared them both. Jiang Shijing was not exempt from its grasp.
So why should she remain troubled by his words?
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily lost in thought when she received a text from Wen Xian, requesting a meeting.
Xiao Xue? Xiao Xue entered the room. President Lin, has the driver you arranged arrived?
He is already waiting downstairs.
All right, I will step out for a while.
Lin Xiangwan currently possesses 2 vehicles. The one gifted by her grandfather remains in the garage, while she primarily drives a modest car worth a mere 100,000. With Chino hospitalized and serving as a bodyguard, it would be unreasonable to expect him to drive constantly. Thus, she instructed Xiao Xue to recruit a new chauffeur. One who had previously driven for Zhong Jie but had recently resigned due to his inability to handle the newly acquired high-clearance vehicle.
Today, upon receiving his new assignment, Driver Lu was elated. President Lin, where shall you be heading? Lin Xiangwan glanced at the time, twilight CAF. All right. Mr. Lin, thank you for granting me this job.
I will certainly drive well from now on.
Uncle Lu tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pressed down on the accelerator.
Lin Xiangwan glanced at him several times and inquired, Uncle Lu, have you been driving for Uncle Zhong for many years?
Uncle Lu replied, indeed, it has been 18 years.
Lin Xiangwan smiled subtly and inquired, are you aware of which shareholder Uncle Zhong usually dines with? Lu Shu hesitated for a moment, sensing the underlying test in her words. Upon hearing her question, Lu Shu promptly resolved, how could you suggest such a thing? I would never think you intend to harm Mr. Zhong.
In fact, Mr. Zhong is quite solitary and rarely engages with other shareholders.
However, on his birthday, he does visit shareholder Zhao Qian for a drink.
Zhao Qian.
Lin Xiangwan's gaze trembled slightly,
her expression gradually becoming intricate.
She still recalled the events from before she turned 10. At that time, her mother was still alive, frequently assisting her grandfather and Lin Mu in managing the company. Through these interactions, she began to communicate more frequently with Zhao Qian, who was then the project manager. Later, Lin Mu discovered that Zhao Qian harbored inappropriate feelings for their mother, and during a drunken episode, he unearthed hidden love letters that had never seen the light of day. A confrontation ensued between the two, leading to her mother and Zhao Qian causing a scene at home, repeatedly asserting their innocence. Zhao Qian vowed that there existed only unspoken affection, devoid of any impropriety, and in the interest of her mother's marital peace, he decided to leave. The matter was ultimately quelled by her grandfather, who forbade Lin Mu from causing further disturbances and dismissed Zhao Qian's inappropriate inclinations.
Nevertheless,
her mother continued to argue with Lin Mu frequently and eventually ceased visiting the company altogether. However, when the decision was made for her to become the CEO, Zhao Qian was the second to express his agreement, following Zhong Jie. Upon arriving at the Twilight CAF, Lin Xiangwan gathered her thoughts, only to see Wen Xian seated by the window. Wan. Wen Xian suddenly stood up, her expression anxious as she waved her hand. Lin Xiangwan hurried over and set down her bag.
What happened? Has Jiang Shijing gone back on his promise regarding the land he agreed to give you?
No. It has nothing to do with my family. Wen Xian quickly pushed a cup of hot latte toward her, her expression peculiar.
Do you know who I ran into today?
Lin Xiangwan took a sip of her latte.
Who? Wen Xianchen took a deep breath and exclaimed, Jiang Su.
Lin Xiangwan's hand trembled, causing coffee to spill and instantly scorched the back of her hand.
How can you be so careless? Quickly wipe it off, is it burning? Wen Xian pulled over a napkin to help her.
Jiang Su was, without a doubt, the one person in her life whose mere name could send shivers down her spine. Chapter 54, she owes Jiang Shijing a life. Wen Xian rose to sit beside Lin Xiangwan, gently grasping her slightly trembling hand. I also find it strange and asked my father. He said that Jiang Su was quite young at the time, and indeed received only a 3-year sentence. Upon finishing her statement, she noticed Lin Xiangwan's pale, silent demeanor and hurried to reassure her, that is all in the past, he won't come to trouble you now. Jiang Su was the younger brother of Jiang Shijing, and after a failed attempt to seize the company led by Tang Li, he was sent to a distant city to pursue his studies. Since then, Jiang Shijing bore the weight of responsibility, balancing his university education with managing the family business. Although he appeared laid back most of the time, he exhibited a fierce determination in his work, ultimately leading the company to unprecedented prosperity.
3 years ago.
When she was not yet engaged to Jiang Shijing, nobody dared to underestimate the young master of the Jiang family, at banquets hosted by the Jiang family. Everyone sought to curry favor with him. That night, she had also visited the Jiang residence, where she encountered Jiang Su, who had scaled the wall to sneak in. Lin Xiangwan vividly recalled that moment. A brooding man, reminiscent of Jiang Shijing, gazed at her with a derisive glint in his eyes. Are you the girlfriend cherished by Jiang Shijing? Sensing peril, she hesitated to converse with Jiang Su. But in an instant, he seized her by the hair and dragged her into the thicket. Jiang Su struck her twice, leaving her head ringing and devoid of strength to cry out. Just as her skirt was about to be torn, Jiang Shijing arrived. It was he who kicked Jiang Su away, intervening just in time. Yet, after falling, Jiang Su swiftly rose and lunged a knife into Jiang Shijing's abdomen before scaling the wall to flee. Beneath the dim light of the garden, swarming insects danced around, while Jiang Shijing pressed his hand against the gushing wound, turning his head to muster a smile for her. Don't be afraid, Wan. You're safe now. How could one describe his smile? It was the last radiant moonlight on the eve of the apocalypse. Lin Xiangwan, filled with dread and trepidation, rose to embrace her fallen beloved, crying out for assistance. Along the way, she could not help but taste the hot tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Lin Xiangwan witnessed Jiang Shijing losing excessive blood, his lips pale and tinged with a bluish hue. She staggered towards him and, in front of the gathered crowd, kissed him. In that moment, she thought that if Jiang Shijing were to perish, she herself would have no will to live. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Su was apprehended. The matriarch was furious, and Tangli, in a state of despair, struck her head until it bled, vowing to relinquish any ambitions regarding the Jiang family. She willingly offered up the shares that Jiang's father had bequeathed to her before his demise as a form of atonement. This act ultimately spared Jiang Su from being prosecuted for murder, resulting in a mere 3-year sentence. She had narrowly escaped losing her honor, while the one she loved lay grievously injured, nearly beyond salvation. A shadow descended upon Lin Xiangwan's heart, and the mere mention of Jiang Su sent chills down her spine. Yet now, astonishingly, Jiang Su had been released from prison. She grasped Wen Qian's hand tightly, summoning all her strength. Does Jiang Shijing know about this? His stepmother had promised that once Jiang Su was out, he would be sent abroad without delay. It was imperative that he be swiftly removed. I encountered Jiang Su today in a bar, clad in an apron, seemingly working there, and it appeared he had no intention of leaving. Wen Qian gently countered Lin Xiangwan's grip and whispered, should I have someone drive him away? No, do not stir up trouble. Lin Xiangwan hesitated for a few moments, inquiring about the name of the bar. Wen Qian provided a response. All right. Lin Xiangwan steadied herself, determined to confront him. However, Wen Qian quickly grasped her arm, exclaiming, wait. Why would you go to meet Jiang Su? It's far too dangerous. He genuinely intended to kill you and Jiang Shijing at that time. What if something happens again? Lin Xiangwan shook her head resolutely, declaring, no, this time I shall not afford him the opportunity to inflict harm upon me. I will bring a few bodyguards along. 3 years prior, she had owed Jiang Shijing a debt of gratitude. At that time, they were a couple, and she had been moved by Jiang Shijing's selfless act of saving her life. Little did she anticipate that their eventual separation would transform into a significant obligation owed to him. Since it was a debt, it must be repaid. She wished to avoid any encounter with Jiang Su, let alone Jiang Shijing. As she was about to enter the vehicle, Wen Qian intercepted Lin Xiangwan, hesitating momentarily. I will accompany you, otherwise, I will disclose this matter to Jiang Shijing, Wen Qian asserted with unwavering determination, leaving no room for refusal. Lin Xiangwan pondered for a moment and said, all right, then keep your distance from us. I do not wish to see you in any peril, if you please. Wen Qian let out a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, of course, I promise not to approach you. Once inside the vehicle, she took advantage of Lin Xiangwan fastening her seatbelt to curl up in the corner and send a text message to Jiang Shijing. I have met with Jiang. Do not let your family's grievances involve her, come quickly. Chapter 55, this time she protects him at this hour in the afternoon. Most bars were busy preparing to open their doors for business. Lin Xiangwan gazed through the window and beheld a tall man, masked and diligently wiping a table. She paused momentarily, her palms beginning to perspire. Wen Qian, trailing behind her, grasped her arm and urged, it would be best not to go in, your complexion. Please wait here, do not enter. Lin Xiangwan interrupted her and, accompanied by bodyguards, strode directly inside. The bodyguards exuded a menacing aura, their expressions grim as they entered. Several bar staff trembled in fear, yet the tallest man among them tossed aside a cloth, leaning against the table with his arms crossed, scrutinizing Lin Xiangwan. His face was obscured, revealing only a pair of eyes, shrouded in a gloomy chill that sent shivers down one's spine.
Lin Xiangwan gazed intently at him,
striving to overcome the shadows within her heart, and coldly remarked, "Let us converse." Several employees fled in a panic, leaving the entire empty bar to the two of them. The man chuckled softly, pulled out a chair, and sat down, gesturing with a slight lift of his chin towards Lin Xiangwan.
"It has been a while. How is it that your temperament has transformed so? Were you not once the delicate little princess?" he inquired. "The Jiang family is not anxious, why are you?"
Jiang Su tilted his head, observing her leisurely, his eyes half closed.
"Are you afraid I might kill you?" Several bodyguards stirred restlessly, poised to act at any moment. Jiang Su did not even blink, showing no fear of their imposing presence. Lin Xiangwan's breath began to quicken. She could not comprehend why Jiang Su was as repugnant as Lin Xiangwan.
Clearly, Jiang Shijing's mother had utilized her family's resources to support the company. And Lin Xiangwan's own mother had contributed her dowry to rescue the crisis at Fanqing. It could be said that without their efforts, neither the Jiang family nor Fanqing would exist. Yet, these two individuals seemed to believe it was their inherent right to take control of the company and usurp their positions.
What justified such entitlement? Lin Xiangwan rose in anger, her demeanor cold as she declared, "You might as well abandon all hope. Neither I nor Jiang Shijing will grant you another opportunity to act. If you choose to leave Rongqing quietly, it would be best for you. But if you refuse to leave, what then?"
Jiang Su stood, advancing step by step towards her, challenging her, "If you have the courage,
then go ahead and kill me."
Lin Xiangwan stiffened, her voice firm, "Stay back." Several bodyguards quickly positioned themselves in front of her, blaring fiercely at Jiang Su.
"Get lost. Or do not blame us for being impolite."
Jiang Su feigned ignorance, gripping a small knife in his right hand as he raised his left arm.
He laughed unabashedly. "Your feelings for Jiang Shijing are indeed profound. Even after being rejected, you chase after him here, fearing for his safety. TSK.
Lin Xiangwan pressed against the edge of the table, her delicate brows arched as she exclaimed, "You have no chance to harm him now.
Nor shall you lay a finger on me. Jiang Su, I am unafraid of you."
Jiang Su chuckled ominously, his laughter audacious and loud.
He redirected the blade's tip, aiming it at his pulse, and declared, "Who says I intend to harm you?
I wield this knife to convey that I was born into the Jiang family of Rong City, and I shall die here.
Even in death, I shall haunt Jiang Shijing relentlessly for all eternity. Were you not longing for the moment I would strike him?"
As he spoke, Jiang Su extended his wrist towards Lin Xiangwan, his smile growing increasingly sinister.
"I have prepared it for you." A cadre of bodyguards obstructed him, preventing his approach towards Lin Xiangwan.
The few of them exchanged worried glances, concerned that she might be frightened and that something untoward might occur. Lin Xiangwan gazed quietly at Jiang Su, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Jiang Su, I am no longer the Lin Xiangwan of 3 years ago, your tactics cannot intimidate me."
Jiang Su halted momentarily.
A delicate, fair hand reached out from behind the bodyguards, seizing the hand that clutched the knife.
"Did you not wish for death?"
Lin Xiangwan smiled gently, her lips curving in a soft smile reminiscent of a cold, ethereal moon, imbued with a hint of chilling grace. "I shall fulfill your wish." This blade was meant to be returned to Jiang Shijing. As her words fell, she pressed down firmly on Jiang Su's wrist. Jiang Su barely had time to react before the sharp edge of the knife had already sliced through his pulse.
Blood gushed forth from the wound in an instant.
At the moment Lin Xiangwan found her hands stained with blood, she released Jiang Su and took 2 steps back, meticulously wiping them with a handkerchief.
"I will assign someone to keep watch over you. As long as you remain in Rongqing, be prepared to have your every move under scrutiny."
"I shall not grant you any opportunity to harm Jiang Shijing." Lin Xiangwan tossed aside her handkerchief and turned to leave. In the next moment, she halted her steps. At the entrance of the bar, Jiang Shijing gazed at her quietly, having stood there for an unknown duration.
Chapter 56, Jiang Shijing TT.
She feigned composure and lifted her foot to depart. As they were about to brush past each other, Jiang Shijing shifted slightly to his side and followed her. He chased her outside, and I. Lin Xiangwan interjected prematurely, the reason for my actions is that 3 years ago, you saved me. I distinguish between feelings and gratitude quite clearly, so do not overthink it. Jiang Shijing lowered his gaze, lingering on her somewhat pale face for an extended moment before suddenly reaching out to grasp the hem of her garment.
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? I'm afraid.
Jiang Shijing, with a furrowed brow reflecting his distress, tightly grasped her hand and tentatively reached out to intertwine his pinky with Lin Xiangwan's. Lin Xiangwan evaded the situation, her expression momentarily taut as she raised her chin.
What are you afraid of?
Jiang Shijing's hand lingered awkwardly in mid-air as he murmured. I was on the brink of death at that time, lying on the hospital bed, only hearing your cries. I wanted to open my eyes, but they wouldn't budge. And my entire body felt frigid.
Lin Xiangwan couldn't help but raise her gaze towards him. The man, towering at nearly 1.9 meters, currently wore an expression reminiscent of a large dog, full of grievance and fear, as if he were reporting to his owner after being bullied outside. At that moment,
I thought to myself that perhaps I would never awaken again. If I were to awaken, I long to see you.
Jiang Shijing tentatively entwined his fingers with Lin Xiangwan's once more.
This time, she did not retreat, remaining still as her heart swelled with a mixture of sweetness and pain. Noticing her lack of response, the emotions in Jiang Shijing's eyes deepened, and he gently leaned his weight against her shoulder, his presence enveloping her. Sensing Lin Xiangwan's intent to push him away, he closed his eyes. At that time, I was truly afraid of dying, Wanwan. I was so frightened that I might never see you again, and now I am equally terrified of encountering Jiang Su. He is a murderer. Lin Xiangwan's heart softened momentarily. Regardless of the circumstances, their relationship before the engagement had been quite harmonious. Jiang Shijing was genuinely willing to sacrifice everything for her. She hesitated for a couple of seconds, initially rejecting Jiang Shijing's hand, but ultimately chose to embrace him, gently patting his back. It was all in the past. Lin Xiangwan's voice trembled slightly.
Jiang Shijing,
do not fear, I shall not permit Jiang Su to harm you again. In the shadows, Jiang Shijing curled his lips into a smile, his eyes brimming with the joy of rediscovery, like withered trees blooming anew. He held Lin Xiangwan tightly and whispered, "Thank you. Regardless of whether you acted out of gratitude or another motive, I am grateful that you faced Jiang Su for my sake, even to the point of drawing blood." Listening to the feeble voice beside her, Lin Xiangwan felt that Jiang Shijing was weeping. Indeed, for her, it was a shadow of innocence lost and the anguish of losing a beloved, while for Jiang Shijing, it was a near brush with death. Jiang Shijing must harbor a greater dread of Jiang Su than she did, regardless of his current success or the magnitude of his business endeavors. The terror of mortality often penetrates to the very marrow of one's being. Lin Xiangwan gently comforted Jiang Shijing while taking a photograph. I will assign someone to keep an eye on Jiang Su, monitoring him around the clock. If he remains obedient in the bar, he can survive in Rongqing, otherwise, even if it means knocking him out and tossing him into the river, I will take care of him. A deeper smile danced in Jiang Shijing's eyes as he nuzzled against her neck. Wanwan, you have become increasingly decisive in your actions. Lin Xiangwan paused, a flicker of confusion appearing in her eyes, just as she was about to push Jiang Shijing aside. A startled exclamation echoed from the mouth of the alley. Heavens! What are you doing? Lin Xiangwan immediately pushed Jiang Shijing aside and saw Wen Qian staring in shock. A pang of unease gripped her heart for reasons unknown, prompting her to hastily pursue him. The air still carried the faint scent of jasmine from her presence. The number of black-clad men he brought surpassed that of the bodyguards, forming a uniform barrier around Jiang Su. One of the black-clad men lifted his chin, declaring, "With us here, this individual cannot escape." The bodyguards hesitated momentarily before discreetly retreating. Jiang Su, unable to see Jiang Shijing beyond the crowd, pressed against the wound on his wrist and said in a low voice, "Did you not hear me speak? My blood won't stop. I need to go to the hospital. Step aside." Suddenly, a languid laugh echoed from the crowd's periphery. "Long time no see, brother." The black-clad men parted into two lines, clearing a path. At the end of the throng stood Jiang Shijing, exuding an aura of lethal intent, his face shrouded in shadows, with only his ice-cold eyes visible.
Chapter 57, No resurgence of old flames. Jiang Su began to tremble for reasons unknown.
No, he was not afraid, he refused to be intimidated by such a Jiang Shijing. Jiang Su stubbornly straightened his back, attempting to feign arrogance. Yet before he could utter a word, Jiang Shijing raised his hand and seized his throat with brutal force,
tightening his grip until the veins bulged. Jiang Su's complexion turned a deep purple, choking out fragmented words, "You cough, you."
Jiang Shijing stared at him impassively, as if observing a lifeless object, watching him struggle for survival with increasing desperation. When he smiled, he appeared as handsome as a gentleman. But when he revealed his ruthless side, he resembled a death god emerging from hell, exuding an inhumane aura of menace. Jiang Shijing's gaze was cold and disdainful as he watched Jiang Su, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, in his weakened state.
"I already knew you were released from prison.
I intended to merely have someone watch you, allowing you to survive here as you wished.
But you should not have allowed Lin Xiangwan to see you.
You should not have instilled fear in her." Jiang Su gasped for breath, his eyes gradually bloodshot, nearly bulging from suffocation. His subordinates nearby wished to speak but were apprehensive of provoking this formidable presence. Yan Jing rushed in, sensing the escalating situation, and quickly approached, exclaiming,
"Mr. Jing, if this continues, someone will die. Others might be manageable, but he is not easy to handle. The other elders of the Jiang family are watching."
Jiang Su collided with the wall and fainted. "You all keep watching," Jiang Shijing commanded, turning to light a cigarette as he exited, his coat flapping dramatically in the wind, showing no trace of the submissive demeanor he had exhibited before Lin Xiangwan.
Yan Jing silently followed, quietly inquiring, "Why not confine him?
This way?
He can never harm you or Miss Lin again."
Jiang Shijing opened the car door and slid inside, a faint smile gracing his lips.
"Do you think I lack the courage to kill him?
The Jiang family is in my hands, I can kill at will, and those elders cannot interfere."
"But simply killing him would not be entertaining."
Yan Jing gazed at his boss, whose demeanor was radiant, pondering whose game he was playing. Jiang Shijing cast him a sidelong glance, instructing, "Silence.
Drive."
Yan Jing's lips twitched, knowing without asking that it certainly pertained to Miss Lin.
The car sped away,
while the bodyguards outside exchanged glances after witnessing the earlier scene.
One spoke up, "Should we inform Miss Lin about this?" "No need, right?
She asked us to keep a close watch on Jiang Su, but that doesn't mean we need to report every detail."
"All right.
Let us do our duty and refrain from unnecessary chatter." Several stood outside, dutifully adhering to their roles.
Meanwhile, inside the car,
when Qian supported Lin Xiangwan's chin with one hand, her expression stern.
"Miss Lin, please be honest. What transpired in the alley just now?"
Lin Xiangwan calmly blinked her eyes. Jiang Shijing noticed that Jiang Su appeared shadowed, on the verge of tears. "After all, I too have shared this experience with him, a comforting embrace would suffice."
Devoid of any other complications. When Qian squinted her eyes and leaned closer, "Is he really that frightened? I find it hard to believe. Wasn't Jiang Shijing quite joyful when he held you? Was he?" Lin Xiangwan paused.
When Qian declared with conviction, "Indeed. I saw his mouth nearly stretching to his ears." Perhaps it was my comforting words that reassured him. "I assure you, I shall not rekindle any old flames with Jiang Shijing. Trust me." Lin Xiangwan grew increasingly resolute with each word.
She did not believe that this embrace signified any lingering feelings from Jiang Shijing towards her.
It was merely a resonance born from their shared experiences of life and death in the past. When Qian spoke while retrieving her phone to make a call, Lin Xiangwan sat beside her when her phone suddenly buzzed twice. She glanced down, and her expression instantly changed. It was a notification. Before leaving the old residence, Lin Xiangwan had arranged for a surveillance device to be installed within the door lock.
Whenever someone entered using the code, a message would be sent to her phone. She never expected that someone would actually gain entry.
Lin Xiangwan had no time to explain and headed straight for the old residence.
Upon her arrival, she found the front door ajar, revealing a black Lincoln parked inside.
Lin Xiangwan's gaze turned icy as she spotted a wooden stick beneath the tree outside. She picked it up, wielding it as a makeshift tool, and strode confidently inside.
Chapter 58, Not a couple, we have no connection. Lin Xiangwan first inspected the underground garage and the first floor.
Just as she arrived in the living room, she heard a sound from upstairs,
seemingly emanating from the room where she once resided. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow. At present, her room was devoid of anything. She tiptoed cautiously, approaching the upper floor. The door was closed, yet the voice of Lin Xiangwan emanated from within. It was strange, why could she not be found? Lin Xiangwan's expression turned frosty as she lifted her foot to kick open the door. What is it that you cannot find?
Shall I assist you in your search? Lin Xiangwan trembled in fear, causing the makeup case in his hand to tumble to the ground.
Flustered, he soon erupted in indignation, questioning, "What are you doing here? Sneaking around with a stick in hand, are you planning to ambush me?
I also wish to inquire how you came to be here and why you are rummaging through my room." Lin Xiangwan held the stick,
surveying him from a superior height. "What are you searching for?"
Lin Xiangwan took a step closer, gazing intently at him.
"I have cleared everything here. Where could I possibly find Jiang Shijing's bracelet?" Lin Xiangwan retorted sharply, "Do you not think it reasonable for me to suspect that you have pilfered what is concealed here? If you have not, then so be it, I shall take my leave."
He stormed out in a fit of anger.
Lin Xiangwan followed him into the corridor.
Her gaze lowered as she watched him descend the stairs.
"You had better come in search of the jade bracelet." Lin Xiangwan paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to her, a flicker of resentment glimmering in his eyes. "Otherwise, what purpose would bring me here?"
Lin Xiangwan, wishing to avoid alarming the snake in the grass, deliberately scoffed. "I have dismissed you from your position, and you harbor resentment.
You come here to place a jade bracelet, attempting to slander me by accusing me of stealing from your household, is that so?" Lin Xiangwan's eyes flickered, and he visibly sighed with relief. He raised an eyebrow,
as if regarding a mindless fool. "If you say so, then so be it." Lin Xiangwan's expression turned icy as she parted her crimson lips and uttered a single word, "Leave."
Lin Xiangwan glared at her for 2 seconds before striding away.
Lin Xiangwan raised her voice, declaring, "I shall change the locks.
You are unwelcome here, and none of you shall ever enter again." Outside, the sound of a car engine starting echoed.
Lin Xiangwan approached the window, observing as the car gradually departed through the gate. She became increasingly convinced that Lin Xiangwan was desperately searching for something elusive, which compelled him to rummage through the old residence. It was highly probable that this object was connected to the box left to her by her grandfather. It was imperative to unlock it without delay. Lin Xiangwan took out her phone and sent a text message to Jiang Shijing, "Please open my box at your earliest convenience."
Lin Xiangwan rolled her eyes at her phone.
Upon departure, she instructed her driver, Uncle Lu, to find a locksmith to replace her current lock with the most advanced password lock available on the market.
Subsequently,
she made her way to the bar where she had arranged to meet Wen Qian and the others. This time, only the class monitor and Xin Fan were present, as the others were either preoccupied with work or had other commitments that prevented their attendance.
As soon as Lin Xiangwan entered, Xin Fan eagerly handed her a drink. Come, you're late, punish yourself with 3 cups." When Qian smacked his hand and retorted, "She has a stomach ailment and cannot drink excessively, a single cup will suffice." Xin Fan exclaimed in concern, glancing anxiously at Lin Xiangwan, "You are the president of a thriving enterprise. How can you indulge in excess when you need to socialize and negotiate business?"
The culture of toasting is prevalent everywhere, especially among the male bosses in Rongcheng,
who particularly relish persuading others to drink.
Lin Xiangwan pondered for a moment. Thus far, the 3 projects she had secured were either due to the old lady's influence or involved negotiations with Jiang Shijing, and she had yet to discuss business over a banquet. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "One cannot drink while negotiating business, yet here I am, compelled to indulge. I shall take a self-imposed penalty shot, General Manager Shun."
"Could you perhaps show some leniency?" "Leniency? Given that she is the girlfriend of young Master Jiang, how could I not be accommodating?" "Ouch! Why are you pinching me?"
Xin Fan was making faces at Lin Xiangwan when suddenly someone twisted his waist, causing him to yelp in pain. Wen Qian glared at him, exclaiming,
"What do you mean by young Master Jiang's girlfriend? Are you implying that Wan Wan is involved with Jiang Shijing?" "Indeed," Xin Fan blinked, "aren't they a couple?" Lin Xiangwan remained composed, asserting, "No, I have no connection with him." Xin Fan, puzzled, inquired, "Then how?" Coughing, the class monitor promptly interrupted him, waving his hand. Let us not dwell on these romantic intrigues.
You are leaving for abroad tonight, let us revel in our drinks and enjoy ourselves. Lin Xiangwan also raised her glass, saying, Well, without further ado, let me accompany you for another drink. Xinfan had no choice but to suppress her curiosity. Pondering how she could seize an opportunity to clarify matters and satiate the insatiable flames of her gossip-loving spirit. Laughter and merriment soon filled the private room. As the waiter wheeled in a cart laden with drinks, a group of men and women happened to pass by the entrance just as he opened the door.
Upon seeing the waiter emerge, they instinctively glanced towards the interior of the room.
Lin Xiangwan sat gracefully on the leather sofa, her profile striking, her eyes sparkling with mirth.
Someone exclaimed, "That woman is stunning." Gao Luowan abruptly halted, gritting her teeth. It was Lin Xiangwan. The very one who had humiliated her during the birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Jiang family. So it was her. If I had been present at the Jiang household back then, she would not have dared to bully Luowan so brazenly. Let us go inside and take a look. A group of people pushed the door open without hesitation. Chapter 59, He assists other women. The jovial laughter within the private room was abruptly interrupted. Upon seeing Gao Luowan leading a crowd inside, Wen Qian's expression shifted dramatically. She set her drink down heavily, addressing them with disdain. Do you not see that there are people drinking here? Must you barge in and disturb us? Have you no decorum? Gao Luowan replied with a smile. Please do not speak so harshly, I am not an outsider. I am engaged to Lin Xiangwan, which makes Lin Xiangwan my sister-in-law. Is it so unreasonable for me to come and meet my sister-in-law? Lin Xiangwan tightened her grip on the wineglass, her fingertips chilled by the liquid within. She took a sip, avoiding Hai Luowan's gaze, and languidly remarked, You are mistaken. I have severed ties with the members of the Lin family and have no desire to acknowledge an illegitimate son as my brother. Even if you were to marry him, there would remain no intersection between us. The term illegitimate son caused Hai Luowan's expression to shift dramatically. This was not merely a jab at Lin Xiangwan but a direct affront to her dignity. Hai Luowan hastened forward, intent on seizing the wine bottle to douse Lin Xiangwan. However, Xinfan, with swift reflexes, covered the bottle and glared at her coldly. What do you think you're doing with my wine? Is it too much to ask for you to refrain from using it? I will gladly pay you double for it. Hai Luowan, incensed, took advantage of the crowd behind her and engaged Xinfan in a struggle for the bottle. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and remarked, Take your entourage and leave. This is not a place for your reckless abandon. Gao Luowan snorted coldly, continuing to seize the bottle. Xinfan firmly pressed down. And in a fit of frustration at the other's refusal to relent, he raised his hand to shove, exclaiming, Get away! With a sudden push, he sent Gao Luowan sprawling onto the ground. She landed painfully, letting out a cry of discomfort, her expression contorted in agony. Li Jie hurried over to assist her. Glaring at Xinfan and scolding, How can you strike someone? A grown man attacking a woman is utterly disgraceful. When did I hit her? Xinfan retorted defiantly. She forcibly snatched my drink, I merely pushed her away. If she fell, isn't that her own doing? Behind him, a wealthy youth rushed forward, declaring, Your act of causing her to fall is unjust. You were in the wrong from the start. Others moved closer, restless and eager to intervene. Lin Xiangwan frowned as she observed the situation. She could not allow Xinfan to clash with these individuals, their numbers were overwhelming, and a confrontation would be futile. Everyone, please remain calm, Lin Xiangwan interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Xinfan. After all, the person has fallen, it would be courteous to apologize. Xinfan, fueled by youthful bravado and lacking situational awareness, clenched his fists and declared loudly, I have never been afraid of anyone. This woman barged in and disturbed our gathering. Seeking trouble, I will not apologize. Apologize. If you refuse, you'll be punished. Several men advanced menacingly, encircling him. The class leader shielded Lin Xiangwan and Wen Qian from harm. Wary of potential conflict, Wen Qian urged, Xinfan has connections with the Jiang family. You may disregard him, but if Jiang Shijing finds out. The group scoffed in response. Do not threaten us with Jiang. Which of us does not have dealings with the Jiang family? We are all partners of Jiang. How could your connections surpass ours? Exactly. Who is this Shen Fan?
We have never even heard of him, let them strike him.
One retorted. Is Jiang Shijing truly going to rush here to defend him?
Li Jie added with a mocking tone, crossing her arms.
Last time at the Jiang residence, Lin Xiangwan. You merely took advantage of Bai Ziren's influence to force Luo Huan away. This time, even if your people are beaten, Jiang Shijing will not come to your aid.
As their confidence grew, they began to shove Shen Fan.
He was forced onto the sofa, and the tension finally snapped.
He seized one man's collar and swung a punch at his face. A brawl erupted, chaos enveloping the private room. The sheer number of opponents nearly overwhelmed Shen Fan,
pinning him down on the sofa.
Stop it! Lin Xiangwan cried, attempting to assist Shen Fan, but the class leader held her back.
Don't go over there. It's too dangerous.
Call the police, I'll help Shen Fan. He pushed Lin Xiangwan away, resolutely joining the fray.
Wen Qian quickly reassured, stay calm, stay calm.
Let us step outside to call for help, and I will bring more people. Lin Xiangwan stumbled out of the private room.
Wen Qian, in a nearby corner,
was making a call for help. She took out her phone to report the incident, but before she could dial the number, her phone was suddenly yanked away. Lin Xiangwan turned around and beheld Gao Luowan and Li Jie who had followed her out. I have tolerated you for quite some time, Gao Luowan declared,
gripping her phone with an air of superiority. Today, neither your friends nor you can escape. She exchanged a glance with Li Jie, advancing with relentless determination.
Lin Xiangwan exhibited no fear, threatening, return my phone to me. If you know what's good for you, have your people leave at once. Although Shen Fan was not a local of Rongqing, he was engaged in business abroad.
Bah!
Since he operates overseas, his reach cannot extend to Rongqing. He must face the consequences, and you too shall bear the brunt.
Gao Luowan raised her hand to grasp Lin Xiangwan's hair.
Lin Xiangwan pressed her back against the wall, fully prepared as she delivered a fierce slap.
Gao Luowan was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow.
Once she regained her senses, she and Li Jie lunged forward simultaneously. Just as Wen Qian hung up the phone, she witnessed the unfolding scene and exclaimed, "Don't be afraid, Wan.
I'm here to assist you.
Watch as I make them regret crossing us today." In the corridor, several individuals were entangled in a fierce struggle. Lin Xiangwan initially wished to keep the matter contained. Yet after the other party assaulted Shen Fan and relentlessly pressured her, she could no longer suppress her anger. Casting aside her reservations, she raised her foot and kicked Gao Luowan to the ground. When Zhou Yan received a call from Wen Qian and hurriedly arrived with Jiang Shijing, the four individuals in the corridor were still entangled in a fierce altercation. The staircase loomed nearby, posing a risk of an unintended tumble.
And the bar staff dared not intervene, resorting instead to shouting from the first floor for them to cease.
As Jiang Shijing navigated through the crowd and looked up,
he beheld Lin Xiangwan kneeling on Gao Luowan's abdomen, delivering fierce slaps to her face.
Her hair was disheveled, yet she appeared undaunted, her alluring visage radiating a fearless intensity. Jiang Shijing was momentarily taken aback, a smirk gracing his lips as he ascended to the second floor.
Zhou Yan gestured for the bodyguards trailing him to assist in the private booth.
The scuffle was indeed riveting, captivating, and utterly enthralling.
Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Xiangwan hesitated,
her hands suspended in midair, which allowed Gao Luowan to seize the opportunity to escape. Gao Luowan's visage was battered, her lips bloodied. Upon spotting Jiang Shijing, she rushed toward him as if he were a beacon of hope.
Jiang Shao, she struck me,
she exclaimed, breathlessly presenting her injuries to him.
Lin Xiangwan is a lunatic.
She betrayed you before, and now she attacks me so viciously. Her character is utterly despicable. Jiang Shao, you must not let her off the hook. Gao Luowan mused that her family had recently forged a production line partnership with the Jiang family, and considering Jiang Shijing's disdain for Lin Xiangwan, she was confident that he would relish the opportunity to exact revenge this evening.
Jiang Shijing surveyed Gao Luowan with a bemused expression. Oh? And how would you like me to assist you in avenging this grievance?
Lin Xiangwan had just arranged her long hair when she cast a frosty glance in his direction. Wen Qian, panting from the recent skirmish, shouted, Jiang Shijing, they instigated this first.
Silence.
Li Jie covered her face, marred by 3 crimson scratches. Fearful that Jiang Shijing might witness her discomposed appearance, Concealed in the shadows, she spat venomously, even if we were the provocateurs. Young Master Jiang would never come to Lin Xiangwan's aid. Lin Xiangwan paid no heed to the murmurs around her gaze steady upon Jiang Shijing.
What do you intend to do?
Jiang Shijing turned his attention to Gao Luowan, a teasing smile gracing his lips.
Miss Gao. What do you think should be done in this situation?
Gao Luowan felt a surge of joy, captivated by the allure of his eyes.
Momentarily forgetting that she was the fiancée of Lin Xiangwan.
Her face, already a portrait of despair, flushed anew as she shyly replied. I shall defer to young Master Jiang. Jiang Shijing's smile softened, his tone increasingly light-hearted. Then I shall make a call to Yanjing.
Instructing him to take action against the company. How about we aim for bankruptcy?
Lin Xiangwan's body stiffened as she gazed at him intently. The tranquility of the past few days had merely been an illusion.
Jiang Shijing's so-called revenge following the second chance had inevitably arrived. Chapter 60, Ruthless Action. Gao Luohuan,
filled with elation, nodded vigorously, wonderful.
Thank you, young Master Jiang, for avenging me.
Jiang Shijing dialed a number in Beijing. Lin Xiangwan felt a darkness envelop her as she implored, do not touch the stars.
Jiang Shijing, you may do as you wish with me. But do not harm my company.
It is my grandfather's labor of love, a legacy sustained by my mother's dowry. If it were to be destroyed today,
how could I face my family?
Jiang Shijing stood at the end of the corridor, observing Lin Xiangwan's gradually paling visage.
The call connected. And a voice from Yanjing echoed through the line. Mr. Jing, what are your instructions? Jiang Shijing responded nonchalantly, please head to the Jiang Corporation for some overtime. I have tasks for you to attend to.
Lin Xiangwan staggered slightly, nearly losing her balance. Wen Xian supported her, fixing a fierce gaze upon Jiang Shijing.
You, Jiang, should not overstep your bounds. Does our conflict concern you?
Not at all, yet I simply relish meddling in affairs that do not pertain to me.
What can you do about it? Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of amusement as he observed the unfolding drama.
Lin Xiangwan suddenly broke free from Wen Xian's support and walked forward. She understood, had always understood.
Jiang Shijing could, with a mere phone call and a beckoning finger,
bring any company in Rongqing to its knees. She had been mistaken. Jiang Shijing was merciless in such matters, indifferent to the survival of others.
At this moment,
she felt a twinge of regret. If she had feigned ignorance and married him after hearing those words in the bar all those years ago,
perhaps she would have leveraged the Jiang family's influence to propel Fanqing to oust Lin Mu and his ilk. Youthful exuberance had ultimately led her astray. What did it matter if she liked or disliked something, or if she held a romantic ideal?
Compared to Fanqing, it was insignificant. Her heartfelt devotion was trampled upon. Yet it would have been better than witnessing Fanqing's demise. Lin Xiangwan stood before Jiang Shijing, lifting her gaze to meet his. What do you wish to say? Jiang Shijing fixed his eyes upon her. Lin Xiangwan, with a frigid expression, articulated clearly, if Fanqing goes bankrupt, Jiang Shijing, prepare to face your demise alongside me. She was not issuing a threat to Jiang Shijing, rather, if she failed to safeguard Fanqing, her only recourse would be to atone with her life, dragging the architect of Fanqing's ruin down with her. Jiang Shijing continued to smile, very well, I await your vengeance. The outcome will be revealed by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I shall be waiting for you punctually in the office of the Jiang Corporation's president. The bodyguards had already separated the two factions. Xinfan was battered, sporting a swollen face and blood seeping from the corner of her eye. The class monitor bore numerous bruises, clearly having endured a barrage of punches.
Lin Xiangwan's gaze flickered momentarily.
I apologize, it is my fault that you have been drawn into this.
Come, allow me to escort you to the hospital.
The building was on the verge of collapse. Her priority was to ensure her friend's safety before seeking forgiveness at her grandfather and mother's graves.
Xinfan furrowed his brow, feeling a sharp twinge of pain from his injury, and hesitated before asking, were these bodyguards sent by you?
No, she replied. Lin Xiangwan previously supported him, gesturing for Wen Xian to assist the class monitor. In any case, they should head to the hospital to ascertain if there were any bone injuries. Noticing the peculiar demeanor of Lin Xiangwan, Xinfan wished to inquire but was at a loss for words, thus he merely followed along. As they traversed the corridor, Lin Xiangwan did not cast a glance at Jiang Shijing.
Gao Luohuan observed her dissent, sneering, "This is the consequence of opposing me. Miss Gao. Thank you for Jiang Shao's concern."
Gao Luohuan covered her face, bashfully expressing her gratitude, entirely oblivious to the peculiarity in his tone. It seemed that Jiang Shijing harbored no feelings for Lin Xiangwan whatsoever.
Zhou Yan, witnessing Gao Luohuan's jubilant demeanor, silently shook his head. Some individuals, it appeared,
could not even discern good from bad, oblivious to the workings of their own minds.
He entered the private room,
where the bodyguards formed a blockade to prevent several young masters from leaving, offering no explanation for their restraint.
The group gradually grew agitated. But upon seeing Jiang Shijing and Zhou Yan's arrival, they eagerly approached. "Jiang Shao, you finally arrived. That Xin Fan, a nouveau riche hotelier from abroad, actually looked down on us. He claimed to have connections with the Jiang family, can that be true?"
Jiang Shao would never associate with such a person. "Xin Fan has now tasted the might of our Rongqing people, let us see if he dares to stand up for Lin Xiangwan again." Jiang Shijing surveyed the group, his eyes glimmering with a faint chill. Seated on the sofa, he lit a cigarette and surveyed the disarray on the table.
"Clear this up and bring some fine wine."
"Of course.
We shall drink until we are inebriated." The group, relieved, felt reassured that Jiang Shijing was still on their side. Zhou Yan, with his hands in his pockets,
observed from a distance, for this renowned workaholic rarely mingled with other wealthy youths, and no one invited him to join.
Soon, the table was cleared,
and over 20 bottles of wine were presented in neat order. Jiang Shijing extinguished his cigarette, the smoke swirling and obscuring his gaze. No one could discern the darkness that had settled in his eyes. He picked up a bottle of wine, weighing it thoughtfully. Others instinctively reached for bottles to toast with him.
Jiang Shijing lifted his gaze. "Have you all begun drinking without my permission?"
Rising with the wine bottle in hand,
he mocked, "Who said I wanted to drink with you?"
A moment of silence enveloped the room, prompting someone to inquire, "If we're not drinking,
why are all these bottles here?" Jiang Shijing frowned in irritation.
In the next instant, he raised his hand.
Bang!
The bottle shattered against that person's head,
shards and liquid splattering everywhere.
All fell into a paralyzed silence, their faces pale with fear, too terrified to utter a word. Jiang Shijing discarded the remaining neck of the bottle, his fingertips stained with the cold wine. Disdainfully, he flicked it away and reached for another bottle.
Others instinctively stood,
wishing to flee, but suddenly felt a heavy weight on their shoulders.
The bodyguards had somehow encircled them, pinning them firmly to the sofa.
They soon realized that Jiang Shijing was not on their side, he was clearly seeking vengeance for Xin Fan. Chapter 61, Deserved Fate. The group began to plead for mercy. The wealth of these young scions paled in comparison to that of the Jiang group, which, while based in Rongqing, had businesses extending far beyond their imagination.
This Jiang Shijing, comparable in age to them, was the most fearsome presence they could fathom. The room echoed with cries for mercy.
Jiang Shijing, his eyes half closed, exuded an aura of menace.
His gaze as frigid as ice.
Upon meeting his eyes, all faces turned ashen, realizing escape was futile.
Before long, the sounds of anguish filled the private room, mingling with a pungent scent of blood. Zhou Yan observed Jiang Shijing's ruthless demeanor, akin to a tyrant, and inwardly gasped.
Someone, with blood streaming from a head wound, cried out in desperation, "Jiang Shao, have mercy.
Why are you being so harsh on us? What is Xin Fan to you?" Zhou Yan sighed and stepped forward, surveying the injured. "That Xin Fan, what connection could he possibly have with my cousin?"
"You are so foolish, if you end up beaten to death, it is indeed your own fault." With that, he turned to leave. The group struggled to rise, clutching their wounds and exchanging glances.
So, Jiang Shijing acted thusly for Lin Xiangwan?
In the dead of night, at the hospital, Lin Xiangwan sat quietly in her chair, her fingertips icy.
After a moment,
the doctor finished examining Xin Fan and the class monitor's wounds.
"Wan Wan?"
He called her name several times, but Lin Xiangwan did not lift her gaze. When Xian could not help but glare at him, "Can you please refrain from speaking?
Right now.
Zhang Luoboy is poised to ruin Wan Wan's starry dreams for that despicable Gao Luohuan."
"What?"
Xin Fan sat up abruptly, astonished.
What connection do Gao Luowan and Jiang Shijing have? I'm not certain.
I only know that the Gao family has recently secured a collaboration with the Jiang group, but even so,
Jiang Shijing shouldn't feel compelled to defend Gao Luowan. Wen Qian rolled her eyes in exasperation, wishing she could confront Jiang Shijing herself.
She grasped Lin Xiangwan's hand,
expressing her indignation. I just don't understand.
He treats everyone else so kindly, yet why does he specifically target Wan?
Lin Xiangwan blinked, finally responding to her words. Wen Qian hurriedly asked, Wan, what do you plan to do next?
The Starry Sky was founded by my grandfather, and my mother supported it with her entire dowry.
If it cannot be preserved.
Lin Xiangwan's gaze dimmed, and the words that followed remained unspoken. Somehow, Wen Qian discerned a hint of resolve etched upon her face.
Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. Wan, you wouldn't consider doing something rash, would you? Please, don't.
Xin Fan, unfazed, remarked, if Jiang Shijing intends to undermine your company, I shall gladly provide financial support to counteract. People outside claim I am merely a nouveau riche. Let me showcase to them that wealth can achieve what they cannot.
Wen Qian nodded, embracing Lin Xiangwan tightly. Please do not despair, we will devise a way to assist you.
Lin Xiangwan sensed her unease and gently patted her hand. I do not wish to burden you. If Jiang Shijing truly acts in such a manner, he shall become my lifelong adversary.
I will seek vengeance. Wen Qian and Xin Fan were momentarily taken aback.
At that moment, an abrupt ringtone pierced the air. Xin Fan, somewhat irked, answered the call and held the phone to her ear.
Who is this? Yes, this is Xin Fan.
As she spoke, her brows knitted together with growing concern.
Wen Qian observed Xin Fan with curiosity. After ending the call, another one came through.
The numbers were all unfamiliar, and a string of 3 or 4 calls continued without respite. The more Xin Fan listened, the more peculiar her expression became. Lin Xiangwan raised her gaze to him. It was those wealthy scions with whom I had fought at the bar. They claimed they would never provoke me again and even promised to compensate for my medical expenses,
offering gifts as an apology.
Xin Fan let out a scoff, incredulously raising her hands in a gesture of disbelief. Do you think they were subdued by me?
Wen Qian couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly know how to boast.
You faced off against the class monitor and 2 others. They inflicted far more damage upon you.
How could it possibly be that you conquered them? Xin Fan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, pondering, then why did they apologize? Wen Qian promptly took out her phone.
I'll call Zhou Yan to inquire.
Lin Xiangwan glanced at her,
curiosity evident in her tone. You've been in frequent contact with Zhou Yan lately.
It was a casual inquiry, yet she noticed 2 blushes bloom on Wen Qian's face.
I am not in frequent contact with him, it's merely a nodding acquaintance, she stammered.
Xin Fan, with a look of intrigue, interjected, Oh, come now, just a nodding acquaintance? Why are you blushing then? Wen Qian shot back, it's none of your business. Is it wrong for me to feel warm? The air conditioning is on in the room. And you feel warm? I see you have a soft spot for Zhou Yan. Nonsense. If you keep talking like that, I'll tear your mouth apart. The 2 erupted into playful bickering.
Lin Xiangwan rubbed her temples and quietly exited the room. The moment she stepped out of the ward, Zhou Yan called Wen Qian.
2 minutes later, Wen Qian rushed out, brimming with excitement. Wan. Good news. Jiang Luobua, he.
The corridor was desolate. Lin Xiangwan had already vanished.
And Wen Qian's calls went unanswered.
A wave of dread washed over her, and her complexion turned pale.
Could it be that she truly contemplated ending her life? Without hesitation,
she sought out the hospital security, scouring the rooftop and each floor for Lin Xiangwan. When she dialed again, it went straight to voicemail.
Trembling with fear,
Wen Qian repeatedly attempted to reach her.
Wan, please don't do anything rash. Don't scare me. Please, pick up the phone.
Unable to hold back her tears, her eyes reddened as anger surged within her, prompting her to dial another number.
As soon as the call connected, Wen Qian cried out. Wan is trying to take her life. Jiang, it's your fault. If anything happens to her, I swear I won't let you off.
The person on the other end gasped.
Are you joking with me? How could I possibly jest about something so grave?
Jiang Shijing, it's all your fault for not
The call was abruptly cut off.
Jiang Shijing, still at the bar drinking with Zhou Yan, felt the weight of the world descend upon him as he hung up.
What's wrong? Zhou Yan asked, bewildered.
Jiang Shijing set down his glass, his voice trembling. We need to find Lin Xiangwan.
Zhou Yan, confused, questioned, what for?
Jiang Shijing snatched the car keys, his face reflecting an unprecedented sense of despair. She is trying to end her life.
Chapter 62, Can you please not leave me? As Lin Xiangwan rode the elevator, her phone lost signal for 2 minutes.
Upon exiting, the screen of her phone illuminated momentarily from her pocket,
only to shut down automatically due to a depleted battery.
Lin Xiangwan remained oblivious as she occasionally lifted her gaze to the star-studded sky, wandering aimlessly by the roadside. The impending loss of her beloved venture, starry sky, filled her with despair, prompting her to impulsively declare her intent to perish alongside Jiang Shijing.
Yet,
even amidst the potential downfall of starry sky, she must devise a strategy for resurgence. Even if she cannot retain the company for the time being, it is imperative that she sustains her existence and safeguards the essence of starry sky's core technology. Furthermore, the shareholders would not passively witness the decline of their investment. In any case, solutions are always at hand. As she spotted a CAF ahead, she rubbed her chilled hands together and stepped inside to order a hot latte. It was only when she attempted to settle the bill that she realized her phone had lost all power.
Is there a place to charge my phone? I haven't brought any cash. Indeed, please sit by the window. Thank you.
Lin Xiangwan settled down by the window with her latte, retrieving the charger from her bag to power her phone. She gazed out at the bustling traffic, contemplating her next course of action.
After several minutes, her phone illuminated and powered on automatically.
She picked it up and exited the CAF, intending to contact Zhong Jie for a brief discussion, seeking ways to navigate the situation. Suddenly, a sports car screeched to a halt beside her, the piercing sound of brakes shattering the stillness of the night.
Jiang Shijing emerged from the vehicle, striding purposefully towards her.
Whether it was the dim glow of the streetlights or the ever-changing hues of the CAF sign that created the ambience, she could not discern. Lin Xiangwan seemed to notice a glimmer of moisture in Jiang Shijing's eyes, as if they were shimmering with unshed tears. She was poised to confirm this as he approached. Yet Jiang Shijing halted 2 meters away, refraining from advancing any further. They exchanged glances by the roadside. Jiang Shijing fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiangwan, his eyes dark and intense. Clenching his fist, he stood resolute against the breeze that whipped the edges of his trench coat, and after a long pause,
he finally spoke, Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows, her tone sharp. What more do you want to do? Jiang Shijing relaxedly smiled. Nothing much, just observing you. Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, a sense of suffocation instantly enveloping her heart.
How could he still manage to smile? He has always been this way.
In the midst of laughter and conversation, he has taken away the most precious thing from others, just like 3 years ago in the bar, where a few careless words shattered all her heartfelt sincerity. Lin Xiangwan felt her anger intensifying as she confronted Jiang Shijing.
Do you find it amusing to bully me? Is it because Gao Luowan is engaged to Lin Xijuan that you deliberately seek to make my life miserable? With just a single word from you,
I can vanish from your sight. All I desire is to peacefully nurture my own aspirations.
Must you relentlessly press me even on this matter?
She unleashed her frustrations with fervor, yet Jiang Shijing remained silent.
Lin Xiangwan raised her hand and struck him. Speak. What will it take for you to relent? Why not grant me a swift end and take my life as well? Wan.
Jiang Shijing grasped her hand firmly, holding on tightly. Lin Xiangwan's nose was reddened from the cold, and her hands felt icy. She instinctively attempted to break free, yet was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Shijing's call of Wan. Do you truly believe I went to the bar to assist Gao Luowan? They had 8 against your 4, did you really need my help? Jiang Shijing gazed intently at Lin Xiangwan, his tone deliberate and imbued with a sense of helplessness. His eyes were as profound as a still pond.
Who said I was dealing with Fanqing? When I called Yanjing, did you not hear me utter the name Fanqing with your own ears? Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment. If I were to assist Gao Luowan, would you still be able to take Xin Fan away?
If I were to help her,
would the group of young masters behind her apologize to Xin Fan?
Jiang Shijing gazed deeply at her and said, Lin Xiangwan, I possess my own dignity. I cannot be like a fool, discarded by you, only to return like a dog, seeking your favor, protecting you, and uttering sweet words. After finishing his words, he released Lin Xiangwan's hand and draped his coat over her slender frame. Lin Xiangwan stood in shock as another vehicle arrived.
Xin Fan and Wen Shan rushed over.
Wen Xian pushed Jiang Shijing aside and enveloped Lin Xiangwan in an embrace, crying out loudly, "Lin Xiangwan, you nearly gave me a heart attack.
What could possibly drive you to such despair? Do you have any idea that my heart feels as though it might burst? How could you do this?" Lin Xiangwan was somewhat bewildered. "I didn't seek death, why is everyone here?"
It was not until Wen Xian's call went unanswered and the hospital couldn't locate her that they feared she might be in despair, prompting them to report her missing and contact Jiang Shijing, which sent them racing across the city in search. Xin Fan sighed helplessly.
Wan.
The matter concerning the stars was actually a false alarm. We received news that Jiang Shijing had instructed his subordinates to deal with the Gao family. And now the Gao family has gone bankrupt.
Lin Xiangwan was taken aback. The Gao family has gone bankrupt?
Xin Fan retrieved her phone, pressed a couple of buttons, and handed it to her, saying, "Here, take a look." The screen displayed a news article: the Jiang Group has fully withdrawn its investments, leading to a complete collapse of the Gao family's industrial chain, with funds frozen and facing a bankruptcy crisis. Upon reading this, Lin Xiangwan abruptly turned around. Jiang Shijing's sports car remained, yet he had already distanced himself. She tightened her coat around her, catching a faint scent of pine, and hurriedly pursued him.
Wan. Where are you going? Enough already, the rest is their business, so don't get involved.
Jiang Shijing walked briskly, only pausing at the edge of a bridge to light a cigarette. The crimson glow flickered ominously. He slipped his hand into his pocket, his gaze unfocused on a distant point. His once charming, peach blossom eyes now lacked mirth, appearing profound and vacant. Lin Xiangwan slowly approached him, gazing down at the surface of the lake. Jiang Shijing paused, seemingly taken aback by her presence, and raised his hand to extinguish the cigarette. Lin Xiangwan organized her thoughts,
gradually calming down, yet still feeling somewhat surreal. Did you come after me because you thought I intended to take my own life?
Jiang Shijing remained silent, his hand that held the cigarette slightly trembling, the fear in his heart that he had just managed to suppress resurfacing at the mere mention of the word suicide.
Lin Xiangwan turned to look at him and asked, "What do your actions and the words you just spoke truly mean? Were you not seeking to exact revenge on me?"
"Your behavior may lead me to misunderstand."
Jiang Shijing replied calmly, "What is there to misunderstand?" She responded, "That you might actually have some feelings for me."
Lin Xiangwan did not wish to appear overly self-absorbed, mistakenly believing that you still held on to the sentiments of the older generation, refraining from exacting true revenge upon me, remembering the affections of the past. Jiang Shijing echoed her words, suddenly breaking into a self-deprecating smile before turning and walking away. Lin Xiangwan was bewildered by the sudden outburst of his temper, her heart tightening with uncertainty. "I do not recognize this place."
Jiang Shijing continued to stride forward without pausing. Lin Xiangwan bit her lip and, with a hint of despondency, implored, "Can you please not abandon me at this late hour?"
Having traversed a considerable distance in her high heels today, her feet now ached to the point of inability to stand.
She tightened her coat and crouched down. Chapter 63, Jealousy.
Lin Xiangwan leaned against Jiang Shijing's back, preparing to use his strength to ascend, when her ankle was suddenly grasped. Startled, she looked down to see Jiang Shijing holding her high-heeled shoe in his hand.
With her feet liberated, the suffocating pain was instantly alleviated.
Lin Xiangwan gently pressed her lips together, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. She softly leaned against Jiang Shijing's shoulder, tilting her head to avoid breathing directly against his profile. Her gaze wandered to the scenery and stars visible against his back. The two remained enveloped in silence. Finally, as they descended from the bridge,
Jiang Shijing carried Lin Xiangwan to the side of the sports car and said, "Get in."
Lin Xiangwan hesitated, stating that she could drive herself.
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows slightly, questioning his tone. What kind of anger is this? Lin Xiangwan felt utterly bewildered as she approached the back seat,
deliberately avoiding the passenger seat beside him. However, just as she bent down to enter, Jiang Shijing seized her waist, forcefully pulling her out.
Lin Xiangwan pushed his hand away. "What are you doing? Let me go."
Jiang Shijing grasped the nape of her neck, his voice low and threatening.
If you continue to disobey, do not blame me for kissing you forcefully on the roadside. Lin Xiangwan succumbed.
She took her seat in the passenger side, her shoes yet to be worn. Her little toe pressed painfully, swollen and red. Lin Xiangwan gently swung her feet. Jiang Shijing followed her in, casting a glance at her feet, and suddenly leaned in closer.
I've already taken a seat.
Lin Xiangwan instinctively recoiled, feeling unable to escape. She closed her eyes and pressed her lips tightly together.
In the next moment,
she caught the scent of pine wood. Then, there was a soft sound beside her ear. Lin Xiangwan discerned the sound of the seatbelt clasp and opened her eyes. Jiang Shijing was in close proximity, his handsome face mere inches away, adorned with a hint of playful mockery.
He grasped Lin Xiangwan's chin and said leisurely, "Did you think I would kiss you? Or perhaps you desire me to kiss you?"
As the words left his lips, the previously uncanny atmosphere was instantly shattered.
Lin Xiangwan blushed unusually.
Just as she was about to speak, her phone suddenly rang. Jiang Shijing curled his lips, instinctively glancing at her phone screen, his gaze freezing.
It was a call from Chino.
Lin Xiangwan was somewhat taken aback as she answered the call.
Chino, aren't you supposed to be recuperating? Why are you still awake at this late hour? Are you all right?
Miss Wan called me 10 minutes ago, expressing her concern that you are contemplating self-harm. I have already been discharged and am on my way to find you.
Where are you? Please, do not do anything reckless. Chino's tone was urgent, laced with palpable concern.
Typically, Chino's demeanor was composed, never displaying such anxiety or helplessness. Beside her, Jiang Shijing pressed down on the accelerator. Lin Xiangwan was caught off guard, nearly dropping her phone. She glanced at Jiang Shijing's expressionless face and continued her call.
Chino felt a pang of guilt.
Blaming herself for not being discharged from the hospital yet, if only she could be by your side to protect you properly.
Ha!
Jiang Shijing couldn't help but let out a derisive cold laugh.
Chino keenly sensed this and, after a brief moment of silence, inquired, "Is there someone by your side?"
Lin Xiangwan shot a glare at Jiang Shijing and casually remarked, "No, it's the driver." Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes slightly, pressing the accelerator to increase speed, thinking, indeed. The only one capable of making Jiang Shijing play the role of a driver would be you. Chino paused on the other end of the line, hesitating. "So late?"
"Miss Lin, why are you?"
"You should rest well, I'm fine now, don't worry," Lin Xiangwan interjected, promptly hanging up the phone. She tilted her body slightly, fixing her gaze on Jiang Shijing. "I was on a call, what are you meddling in?"
"What, am I not allowed to speak?"
Jiang Shijing retorted, his tone inexplicably tinged with bitterness. Lin Xiangwan was at a loss for words, her nerves frazzled.
"How did you bring me to your home?"
Just as she was about to exit the vehicle, she was abruptly swept off her feet. "You're not wearing shoes, so stay still," Jiang Shijing admonished,
tightening his grip around her. Lin Xiangwan increasingly felt as if he had transformed into a different person, compelled to embrace his neck. Upon entering the living room,
she was gently placed on the sofa by Jiang Shijing, who then bent down to tease her slippers with his toes. Jiang Shijing, taking the initiative, grasped her icy foot, warming it in his palm, and knelt on one knee to assist her in putting on her shoes. Lin Xiangwan was instantly covered in goosebumps.
"Jiang Shijing, are you all right? What are you doing?"
Jiang Shijing, with a hint of weariness in his eyes, replied lazily, "I'm putting your shoes on for you."
"Is there a problem?"
"I can put them on myself," she frowned and retorted.
"What exactly do you intend to do? This is all so perplexing."
Jiang Shijing's gaze was profound as he fixed his eyes on her for a moment before saying, "I thought you truly intended to end your life." Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, murmuring softly, "That is merely your assumption, I am not foolish."
Thus, Jiang Shijing emphasized, in the future, could we avoid such misunderstandings?
Lin Xiangwan cast her gaze upon him, questioning why. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she found herself momentarily stunned.
Below, Jiang Shijing was gently assisting Lin Xiangwan in putting on her shoes, their postures exuding a certain intimacy. Chen Ting's expression shifted to one of complexity. Without need for further explanation, she smiled and remarked, "I do not mind, do I, Shijing?"
Her smile bore a hint of strain.
"So, is Wan staying here tonight?"
Chen Ting's complexion paled further as she bit her lip and turned to enter the room. Lin Xiangwan, having observed quietly, could not help but inquire. "Why do you treat her with such indifference?" Lin Xiangwan was agitated and warned, "Her only relative has just passed away, you cannot treat her this way."
Jiang Shijing. Can you not possess a shred of conscience?
Jiang Shijing, infuriated, felt a throbbing in his temples and pressed his fingertip against his brow.
Lin Xiangwan. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Chapter 64, I must find a way to obtain him.
Lin Xiangwan remained unfazed, yet she was filled with exasperation. She was irked by Jiang Shijing, who, despite being surrounded by women, chose to display a semblance of affection towards her this evening.
Moreover,
she felt vexed at her own oversight in forgetting Chen Ting's presence, who had witnessed the earlier scene.
It's getting late, I shall take my leave now.
Lin Xiangwan picked up her bag and pushed past Jiang Shijing, who was wearing slippers, rushing out. Just lend me your car, I don't need you to drive me.
Stay here and keep Chen Ting company.
Lin Xiangwan broke free from his grasp, extending her palm for the keys.
Jiang Shijing, devoid of any irritation,
handed her the car keys. Moments later, the sports car sped away, leaving only a wisp of exhaust in its wake. At the entrance, Chen Ting gazed at him. Her voice filled with uncertainty.
I apologize, did I interrupt something?
Her face paled momentarily, taken aback by his words.
Hesitating, she added, I didn't mean to. Is Wan angry?
You should stay for another week before heading abroad, it's not safe here, Jiang Shijing suggested, ascending the steps and gesturing for her to enter. Chen Ting's eyes brimmed with tears.
So, you're unwilling to pretend to be my boyfriend? Or do you find my presence a hindrance to your interactions with Wan?
Jiang Shijing cast her a penetrating glance, his demeanor cold and somewhat fierce.
Why must you feign ignorance, Miss Chen?
I have already warned you, do not harbor inappropriate feelings for me. With that, he brushed past her and entered the building. The cold wind swept by, causing Chen Ting to shiver as she gazed longingly at Jiang Shijing's retreating figure, her heart filled with unfulfilled desire. She had always felt comfortable around him, he was gentle,
often smiling and easy to talk to.
With Jiang Shijing around, the pain of losing her father seemed less unbearable.
Had Lin Xiangwan not appeared today,
Jiang Shijing would not have turned his back on her. Clenching her fists tightly, Chen Ting resolved to find a way to win over Jiang Shijing before her departure.
The next day,
Lin Xiangwan, rarely able to sleep until midday, was still in a state of drowsiness when she received a call from Xiaoshui.
Good news, President Lin. After the incident with the Gao family, their factory's orders have been transferred to us. We have now secured 3 small contracts.
Although the profit margins are not substantial,
it nonetheless contributes to an increase in our revenue.
Lin Xiangwan squinted her eyes slightly and, upon hearing this, turned over with a smile, saying, All right. Once you finish these tasks, take a couple of days to rest. You've worked hard.
Really? Xiaoshui replied with a hint of excitement, then hesitated, but if that's the case, will you be able to manage everything on your own? Don't worry about me, simply enjoy your holiday and take the time to relax.
Lin Xiangwan hung up the phone and sat up, stretching lazily. Just as she was about to freshen up, she heard the sound of a door opening downstairs. Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment before opening the door and stepping outside.
Shino, having heard the noise, looked up and smiled at her. Good afternoon, Miss Lin.
His gaze lingered momentarily on her legs before he quickly averted his eyes and cleared his throat. My injury was never severe. It was unnecessary for me to stay in the hospital and squander money. I feel much more at ease being out early to protect you. Lin Xiangwan observed that he did not appear to have fully recovered. She nodded and stretched lazily before descending the stairs.
Would you like something to eat?
I was just about to wash up and prepare a meal. I'll take care of it, Shino replied, rolling up his sleeves.
I can cook.
Lin Xiangwan was somewhat astonished that he could cook.
Well, it just so happens that Xiren is not here today, thank you for your efforts. Shino smiled and turned to enter the kitchen.
Lin Xiangwan finished her grooming and sat on the sofa, observing his silhouette. Suddenly, she found the scene rather peculiar.
It resembled certain scenarios of married life.
Lin Xiangwan silently clicked her tongue as the doorbell suddenly rang. She approached the door to open it, only to be momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitor.
Gao Luohuan.
Lin Xiangwan almost failed to recognize her.
Gao Luohuan appeared disheveled. With dark circles under her eyes, resembling someone who had just been possessed by a monster and drained of vitality, she looked utterly haggard. Taking a step back,
Lin intended to shut the door, but Gao Luohuan forcefully pressed against the lock, her gaze fixed intently upon her, weakly asking, "Why must you treat me this way?" Lin Xiangwan coldly uttered her words and attempted to shake off her hand. However, Gao Luohuan remained unmoved, her gaze fixed intensely upon her. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this wretched state now. You were the one who incited Jiang Shijing to target the Gao family, weren't you?" Lin Xiangwan's gaze turned icy as she retorted, "I have not instigated anyone against the Gao family, on the contrary.
I initially believed Jiang Shijing intended to target Fanxing last night.
You, however, brought a group to provoke trouble, and now Jiang Shijing finds it intolerable. This outcome is precisely what you and the Gao family deserve." Gao Luohuan slowly smiled, a hint of desolation in her expression.
"I finally comprehend why you are so unrestrained.
It turns out you have been covertly entangled with Jiang Shijing, who has grown soft-hearted towards you.
Your old flame has rekindled, hasn't it? There is no question of rekindled feelings between him and me.
Last time, you offended by Xiren at the Jiang family's doorstep. And now you have acted against his friend Shinfan. He has tolerated your actions twice, but he has reached his limit, and this has nothing to do with me."
Lin Xiangwan's eyes flickered with a sudden recollection of that evening banquet at the old lady's residence.
Before Jiang Shijing unleashed his ire upon Gao Luohuan, this woman had been provocatively taunting her.
Who could it be? Shino, upon hearing voices from outside,
stepped out and was taken aback at the sight of the disheveled Gao Luohuan. Gao Luohuan, in turn, was even more astonished. Where did you come from?
Are you Lin Xiangwan's boyfriend?" Before Lin Xiangwan could speak, Shino spoke first. "Indeed, who are you?"
"So you really are not with Jiang Shijing?"
Gao Luohuan was filled with confusion. "Then why did Jiang Shijing assist you?"
Lin Xiangwan did not wish to engage her further and promptly closed the door.
Gao Luohuan suddenly scoffed and shouted at the door, "Lin Xiangwan, do not be so smug. Even if you have narrowly escaped this time, what difference does it make? Let me tell you, the stars are about to fade."
Lin Xiangwan initially had no intention of engaging in conversation with her. However, upon hearing those words, she reopened the door and stared intently at her. Had it been Gao Luohuan who spoke such words in the past, she would have certainly dismissed them.
Yet, circumstances have changed. Lin Xijuan is the fiancé of Gao Luohuan. Gao Luohuan must certainly be aware of certain matters. Lin Xiangwan took a step forward.
Her gaze fixed intently upon her, exuding an aura of immense pressure.
"Do you know something?"
"I know far more than you think."
Gao Luohuan retorted fiercely, "Rest assured.
I will never let you off the hook. Neither will Shijuan. I will watch with my own eyes as the stars of Fanxing crumble to ruin."
Gao Luohuan laughed heartily,
then turned and departed. Lin Xiangwan gazed at her silhouette, gradually sinking into contemplation.
Lin Xiangwan drove Jiang Shijing's sports car straight to his residence. As she raised her hand to press the doorbell, she noticed the door was ajar, so she entered and called out, "Jiang Shijing, are you there? Sister Chen Ting?"
Receiving no response, Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly and placed the car keys on the table. Spotting a jug of juice on the surface, she leaned down to pour herself a glass, settled onto the sofa, and took out her phone, preparing to make a call. A soft chuckle echoed from upstairs.
"You certainly are quite at ease." Lin Xiangwan set down her half-empty glass and raised her gaze towards the man on the upper floor. "I remember 3 years ago. During the company dispute, you sought a detective to investigate Jiang Su. Could you recommend a reliable one to me?" Jiang Shijing clicked his tongue,
leaning against the railing with a teasing smile.
"If I recommend someone, I must receive some form of compensation, no? What do you desire?"
Lin Xiangwan leaned back on the sofa, feeling an inexplicable warmth that prompted her to instinctively loosen her collar.
Chapter 65, The Potion of Passion. Jiang Shijing chuckled. "It seems I am always the one to set the terms. Miss Lin, could you not be a bit more proactive?" With that,
he suddenly noticed the juice cup beside Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan remained oblivious and retorted, "I am unaware of what you desire." Jiang Shijing said nothing,
nor did he display any emotion.
When he lowered his gaze, his features manifested a certain enchanting indifference.
Lin Xiangwan followed his gaze, fixating on the glass of juice on the table.
A heightened sense of thirst enveloped her, and her breath grew increasingly warm. She lifted the glass and took another 2 sips. Jiang Shijing observed her, suddenly letting out a scoff.
If the person you are reluctant to harm is utterly pitiful, would you still find it worthwhile to protect her? What does that mean?
Confusion flickered in Lin Xiangwan's eyes. I am discussing matters related to the detective. Jiang Shijing gazed deeply at her, and after a moment, he replied, Chen Ting and I are not in a romantic relationship. I provided her with a protective identity to shield her from being targeted again.
Lin Xiangwan was taken aback.
Jiang Shijing's throat rolled as he said, So?
I will wait for you.
It's your choice to either come up or leave.
Lin Xiangwan felt utterly bewildered,
unable to comprehend the roundabout manner in which Jiang Shijing was speaking. However, from his tone, it was evident that he had no intention of offering any assistance. Lin Xiangwan did not wish to humbly approach him, and just as she was about to leave, a sudden wave of warmth coursed through her body, igniting a fervent restlessness within her limbs. The heat intensified, and as she lowered her gaze, she noticed that the back of her hand resting on the sofa and her arms, along with any skin exposed to the air, had taken on a delicate shade of pink. A flicker of fear coursed through Lin Xiangwan's eyes. This was a potion capable of stirring deep emotions, one she was not unfamiliar with. 3 years prior, Lin Xiangwan had attempted to prevent her from marrying into the powerful Jiang family, manipulating her with such substances to ensnare her alongside a corpulent executive. That fateful night, she had exerted every ounce of strength to escape and seek out Jiang Shijing, running until her feet bled, collapsing in a daze near the Jiang residence. When she awoke, Jiang Shijing was by her side, and only then did she narrowly evade disaster.
The familiar sensation of torment returned, and in an instant, Lin Xiangwan realized the juice was tainted.
Her legs weakened, giving way beneath her, as a feverish impulse compelled her to shed her garments. Lin Xiangwan bit her tongue and gazed out the window.
She was unable to drive.
Venturing out into the bright daylight without knowing where she might faint could lead to unforeseen consequences. A flicker of struggle appeared in Lin Xiangwan's eyes.
After a brief moment,
she resolutely closed her eyes, rose from the sofa, and ascended the stairs. In the room, Jiang Shijing leaned against the desk, patiently awaiting her arrival. The instant he heard the sound of footsteps, a smile played upon his lips. Lin Xiangwan gazed at his smiling eyes, feeling an even stronger sense of impatience. She stepped inside and stood before Jiang Shijing across the desk, her breath in disarray. In contrast, he remained composed and unruffled, as if patiently awaiting her to take the bait. Lin Xiangwan gently inquired, If you were to drink the juice, would it be with Sister Chen Ting?
No.
Jiang Shijing replied, tilting his head to meet her gaze with intense fervor. I shall not engage in any relationship with a woman who seeks to manipulate me.
Lin Xiangwan fell silent.
She never anticipated that amidst the mutual accusations and rivalry between her and Jiang Shijing, they would arrive at such a bizarre juncture today. Lin Xiangwan felt Jiang Shijing grasping her wrist, gently caressing it. The point where his fingertips met her skin seemed to ignite, serving as a signal of invitation. Lin Xiangwan's eyes shimmered subtly as she leaned closer to him. Their breaths became increasingly intertwined. Jiang Shijing gently swallowed, ultimately yielding first. He rose and grasped her chin.
Have you truly made up your mind?
Lin Xiangwan grasped his hand and fiercely bit the flesh between his thumb and forefinger. Jiang Shijing chuckled, leaning in to tenderly kiss her lips. Amid their entangled embrace at the edge of the table, an unknown hand inadvertently brushed against the remote control, causing the curtains to slowly draw closed. The person before her remained as passionate and affectionate as he had been 3 years prior, his gaze burning with intensity. In the moments between their kisses, Lin Xiangwan shed tears. Jiang Shijing gently laid her upon the bed, kissing away the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Why are you crying? He inquired silently.
Lin Xiangwan closed her eyes, subtly raising her body to meet him. Jiang Shijing held her hand firmly, their fingers intertwined.
What are you thinking?
Lin Xiangwan choked back a sob, her voice trembling as she whispered, I miss Jing. I miss Jiang Shijing, who was so devoted to me 3 years ago. Jiang Shijing's body stiffened, and his kisses fell upon Lin Xiangwan's forehead, the tip of her nose, and the corners of her lips like a rapid drumbeat, igniting an intense warmth within. The door remained ajar, allowing their intimate murmurs to escape intermittently into the air. Chen Ting entered the living room with groceries, and upon seeing the juice on the table, she was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to concoct a reason to persuade Jiang Shijing to drink the juice, yet it appeared someone had already taken the initiative.
At that moment, strange sounds emanated from the second floor. On the sofa before her lay an exquisite designer handbag.
Chen Ting's complexion paled as she set down her shopping bag and ascended the stairs with utmost caution. Just as she approached the door, she heard Jiang Shijing's voice.
Wan, be good, relax. Wan.
In disbelief, Chen Ting covered her mouth, losing the courage to glance inside, and she turned to flee in panic.
Hearing footsteps outside,
Lin Xiangwan clung to Jiang Shijing's shoulder, her senses in disarray as she murmured, wait a moment, just now by the door. Jiang Shijing lowered his head to capture her lips in a kiss. As the sun descended, a ray of light filtered through the curtains,
illuminating the entangled forms of the two.
Chapter 66, So afraid of carrying my child. Lin Xiangwan awoke to find it was already deep into the night,
her body feeling utterly drained and achingly weak.
As she sat up, contemplating getting out of bed, the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen below caught her attention, and her stomach began to grumble. Jiang Shijing, however, showed no tenderness, relentlessly exhausting her in his bed. In the past, this might have been tolerable, but now, with a new girlfriend seemingly every few days, one would wonder why he still exhibited such insatiable desires, as if he were oblivious to fatigue.
Lin Xiangwan silently complained as she stepped out of bed barefoot and walked to the wardrobe to retrieve a nightgown. It must have been left behind by Ziren.
With no other clothing available and the one she had on already torn to shreds by Jiang Shijing, she could only make do with it.
Lin Xiangwan took a shower and felt a sense of bewilderment as she donned her bathrobe.
Ziren was a petite and delicate girl, while at 1.68 meters, she was considered tall.
How was it that this bathrobe fit her perfectly?
Lin Xiangwan measured her waist with her fingers.
What are you doing?
A voice resonated from the doorway, belonging to Jiang Shijing. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes first fell upon the love bite adorning Jiang Shijing's neck. The effects of the potion from their intimate encounter lingered vividly in her memory, the cries, the playful nibbles, all still fresh in her mind. Lin Xiangwan's face flushed crimson in an instant, though she feigned composure as she spoke. I just finished my bath, may I borrow a robe from your wardrobe?
I hope you don't mind.
Jiang Shijing appraised her from head to toe, his gaze imbued with a hint of flirtation.
The way you are, your figure suits it perfectly. Jiang Shijing.
Lin Xiangwan's cheeks deepened in color, and she reproached him softly.
Jiang Shijing chuckled playfully, come down for dinner.
Lin Xiangwan cast him a glare filled with annoyance, only to discover upon descending the stairs that it was Jiang Shijing who had prepared the chicken soup. On the table lay several exquisite dishes from her favorite restaurant that she used to adore. Lin Xiangwan felt a flicker of emotion within her and turned her gaze towards the coffee table. The juice had already vanished. She was aware of her own precarious situation outside, knowing that there were those who wished her harm.
You are not oblivious to this. Lin Xiangwan picked up her phone, intent on making a call.
Jiang Shijing placed a bowl of chicken soup before her, gently restraining her hand. I have arranged for her to be sent abroad. She remains oblivious, and those behind the scenes will not target her.
Lin Xiangwan felt a sudden jolt in her brow. Do you know who was responsible for attacking Sister Chen Ting? Lin Xiangwan immediately grasped his fingertips, staring intently at him. You must know, why won't you tell me? Jiang Shijing chuckled softly, haven't you already deduced it? It seems your current nemesis is just that one, isn't it? Lin Xiangwan released him. Indeed.
The individual she urgently needed to confront was Lin Xiangwan. Introduce me to a detective, she demanded. Jiang Shijing took a sip of soup, a smile dancing on his lips.
Are you issuing me a command?
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and said, I have already spent the night with you, you must honor your word.
Upon hearing this,
Jiang Shijing regarded her leisurely and replied, I never stipulated such a condition for our nocturnal companionship.
Moreover, was it not you who fell victim to the drug? And I merely assisted in alleviating its effects? How has this transformed into you spending the night with me?
Lin Xiangwan momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Noticing the change in her expression, Jiang Shijing finally relented. I will have Yanjing introduce a detective to you.
Lin Xiangwan's eyes shimmered with curiosity. Really?
Indeed, Jiang Shijing urged.
Let's eat, the soup is nearly cold.
Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together, and suddenly recalled something.
She picked up her phone and opened the food delivery app. Jiang Shijing glanced over and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "I can order it for you."
"No, thank you. I need to purchase some medicine online."
"I just remembered that I didn't take any precautions,"
Lin Xiangwan casually replied, her fingertips swiftly typing the words birth control pill. She was engrossed in placing her order and did not notice that the man across from her had ceased his movements.
2 minutes later,
Lin Xiangwan set her phone down and continued eating her meal. Jiang Shijing, vexed, clenched his back teeth, pondering. Lin Xiangwan, are you truly so fearful of bearing my child? Lin Xiangwan raised her eyes to him.
Certainly, today's incident was a surprise. One cannot be pregnant merely due to an unforeseen circumstance, can they? Jiang Shijing's tone grew more somber. Do you think that if you were to become unexpectedly pregnant, I would not take responsibility for this child?
A child ought not to come into existence by chance. Even if you were to assume responsibility, given your disposition, you would hardly be a competent father. I cannot allow this child to have you as a father, you are simply unworthy. Lin Xiangwan maintained a serene expression and said, please do not take offense.
This is my heartfelt truth.
Jiang Shijing felt a throbbing at his temples, and with a sharp clatter, he discarded his chopsticks and rose to leave.
Chapter 67, Public Humiliation. Where are you going?
She inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the soup adorned with green onions, her thoughts drifting far away.
During their engagement,
Jiang Shijing had clasped her hand and promised that despite their fractured families, he would ensure a warm home for her and their future children. She had taken those words to heart, dreaming that Jiang Shijing would provide her with such a life, yet subsequently, their relationship had transformed beyond recognition. As Lin Xiangwan remarked so harshly just now, there is an element of intentionality in her words. She aims to make Jiang Shijing aware that his current actions render him unworthy of being a father, unworthy of having a child, and unworthy of a warm and loving home.
Lin Xiangwan suddenly lost her appetite. After taking the medicine, she left. However, just as she stepped outside, her phone rang. Xiao Shues spoke with urgency. President Lin, something has happened. Lin Xiangwan, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed her brow and inquired, what is it? Aren't you on vacation? Xiao Shui,
disregarding the need for explanation, replied, I just received news that Chairman Chen's daughter, Chen Ting, is dining with Lin Xijuan right now.
Impossible, Lin Xiangwan interjected, pausing momentarily.
Jiang Shijing just told me he sent Chen Ting abroad.
Xiao Shui insisted, but they are currently dining at Liangshui Huoding. If you don't believe me, you may go and verify for yourself.
Lin Xiangwan ended the call, gripping her phone tightly. Lin Xijuan, employing some unknown means, managed to bring Chen Ting to the Liangshui Huoding for a meal, undoubtedly with the intent to coerce or entice her into revealing something.
In any case,
Chen Ting currently finds herself in a precarious situation. Lin Xiangwan hurriedly descended the steps, intending to leave, only to suddenly realize that she had arrived in Jiang Shijing's car.
As Lin Xiangwan ascended to the second floor, she spotted two individuals dining by the distant seascape window.
Without hesitation, she approached them, her previous anxiety evaporating,
replaced by an air of nonchalance. What a coincidence, you are dining here as well.
Upon her arrival, both Lin Xijuan and Chen Ting paused momentarily. Chen Ting's gaze fixated on Lin Xiangwan's luscious lips and the faint mark of a kiss upon her collarbone, her grip on the wineglass tightening with intensity.
Ah! Isn't this our illustrious General Manager Lin from the Starry Sky? Lin Xijuan scoffed with a mocking smile, what brings you here to dine? Are you not preoccupied with your projects? Lin Xiangwan took a seat without any reservations.
I still wish to inquire how you managed to get in touch with Sister Chen Ting. Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback as she met the hostile gaze directed at her, her fingertips growing slightly cold. She had not anticipated that Chen Ting would act in such a manner towards Jiang Shijing, the gentle young lady she remembered had long since transformed. Lin Xiangwan did not confront Chen Ting, instead, she spoke softly, I heard that Jiang Shijing intended to send you abroad.
Whitehaven Tea you left. Chen Ting
Setting her wineglass down, replied with a chilling smile, Lin Xiangwan, it is only today that I realize what kind of person you truly are. Lin Xiangwan felt a sharp pain in her heart from these words, the concern in her eyes gradually fading away.
Then, do tell me, what kind of person am I?
Chen Ting scoffed, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair.
To flee from marriage is to be disloyal. To expel your father and brother from the company is to be unfilial.
To monopolize the company without proper management is to be incompetent. To engage in a scandalous affair with an ex is shameless.
Disloyal, unfilial, inept, and shameless, what do you say you are?
Each of her words resonated loudly. The crowd around them whispered among themselves, casting scornful glances at Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan's face drained of color as thoughts of the deceased Chen Chen consumed her. Enduring her sorrow, she replied, Sister Chen Ting, there are matters of which you are unaware. I do not blame you for speaking thus, but you must accompany me now. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Lin Xiangwan squinted his eyes, questioning what matter could not be discussed in his presence.
Indeed, Xiangwan is your brother. What is there that cannot be spoken? Or did those words just now leave you feeling guilty and ashamed to face others?
Chen Ting, shedding the sorrow of recent loss, exhibited a sharp glint of malice in her gaze. Lin Xiangwan glanced at her for a moment, her crimson lips curling with disdain, unwilling to endure any longer.
Am I the one lacking in dignity?
You are well aware of the affair between Jiang Shijing and me today, you can bear the shame of being called shameless.
But I truly cannot.
Lin Xiangwan cast a curious glance at Chen Ting. Chen Ting's expression changed abruptly as she slammed her hands on the table and stood up, exclaiming.
Silence! What nonsense are you spouting in public? Lin Xiangwan also rose to her feet, coldly stating, You are aware this is a public setting, aren't you? How dare you slander me so brazenly just moments ago? Chen Ting, in a fit of anger, raised her hand as if to strike. Yet,
before her hand could reach its target, Lin Xiangwan had already lifted her glass and splashed the contents across Chen Ting's face. Lin Xiangwan feigned concern on his face, offering Chen Ting a tissue, while his eyes sparkled with a mischievous delight.
Lin Xiangwan, Chen Ting's father has just passed away, and you dare to torment her so?
Lin Xiangwan cast a cold glance at him, tightening her grip on the wineglass. Leave, she said, this is none of your concern.
Observing her demeanor,
Lin Xiangwan dared not utter a word, he merely pursed his lips and took a couple of steps back. Lin Xiangwan approached Chen Ting, snatched the tissue from her hand,
and tossed it onto the table. You wretched Lin! What are you going mad about?
Chen Ting exclaimed, exasperated, her face marred by remnants of alcohol, rendering her even more disheveled.
Lin Xiangwan gazed at her with an expressionless face.
Jiang Shijing had long been aware that the juice was compromised.
Have you truly considered the repercussions of your scheming against him?
Chen Ting scoffed defiantly, asserting that the deed was done, and questioned what he could possibly do to her now. Lin Xiangwan's gaze grew increasingly indifferent as she raised her hand to grasp the girl's chin, articulating each word with deliberate precision, You should count yourself fortunate that I mistakenly drank that glass of juice to assist you in your predicament. You are aware of Zhao Shan, the last one who dared to climb into his bed. She now resides in a rehabilitation facility abroad, her legs crippled.
Do you desire to meet a similar fate? Chen Ting was taken aback. Chapter 68, The Recording.
Lin Xiangwan gazed at Chen Ting, who appeared utterly stunned,
and inwardly berated her for her ineptitude.
He snorted disdainfully, asserting that even if Chen Ting had erred, they had no right to dictate her departure.
Why should she heed their commands?
Or perhaps. Lin Xiangwan elongated his tone, seemingly scrutinizing Lin Xiangwan with a subtle intensity.
Uncle Chen called you before his passing, urging you to take good care of Chen Ting?
Lin Xiangwan slightly lifted her eyelids, meeting his gaze.
After a few seconds, she stated expressionlessly, Uncle Chen has never called me. Is that not sufficient? The wariness in Lin Xiangwan's eyes vanished as he relaxed his posture.
Chen Ting, realizing the situation,
sharply swatted Lin Xiangwan's hand away. I will not go abroad, I am the master of my own life, and no one can control me.
She rose with a fierce determination. I shall inquire of Jiang Shijing whether he would resort to killing me for my actions.
If he intended to kill me,
he would not have pretended to be my boyfriend from the outset.
Ah!
Before Chen Ting could finish her sentence, she received a resounding slap to the face. Lin Xiangwan's strike sent her sprawling against the table, causing dishes to clatter and shatter into a chaotic mess. Lin Xiangwan felt a tingling sensation in her palms. And from the corner of her eye, she noticed Lin Xijuan narrowing his eyes in suspicion, which only fueled her anger further. Lin Xijuan understood that Jiang Shijing allowed Chen Ting to stay at home under the guise of a girlfriend in order to protect her. And he suspected that Chen Ting was harboring some secret. He was certain that a decisive action would follow. In this situation, she could only silence Chen Ting's words with a sharp slap. Lin Xiangwan pointed at Chen Ting, exclaiming, "Uncle Chen has toiled tirelessly to raise you. He did not do so for you to demean yourself in such a manner. If you refuse to leave, I shall resort to binding you and taking you abroad." Upon the mention of her father, Chen Ting ceased her resistance, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Xiangwan, feeling flustered, grasped her wrist and said, "Come with me." Lin Shijuan's eyes flickered as he stood up and grasped Chen Ting. "Release her. You have struck her repeatedly, who knows what your true intentions are." The two of them positioned Chen Ting in between, neither willing to yield. Lin Xiangwan squinted her eyes, pondering the fact that sister Chen Ting had yet to complete her studies and was also employed abroad. What could possibly be the motive behind her insistence on staying? Lin Xijuan scoffed, expressing his disdain for your arbitrary commands directed at her, devoid of any purpose. If Chen Ting wishes to leave, I shall see her off. There is no need for your unwarranted interference. The two remained obstinate, each gripping Chen Ting in a silent standoff. At that moment, several figures appeared at the staircase. Yan Jing approached with a few men clad in black, casting a cold glance at Lin Xijuan. "Release Miss Chen," he commanded. Lin Xijuan was momentarily taken aback. A smile that was neither genuine nor dismissive gracing his lips as he remarked, "Isn't this Yan Jing, who is close to young Master Jiang? Your affiliation with the Jiang group has no connection to us, why do you involve yourself? I may have no ties to the Lin family. Yet Miss Chen Ting shares a profound bond with young Master Jiang, and I intend to take her with me," Yan Jing replied, gesturing towards the two figures clad in black behind him. The duo advanced, their unwavering gazes fixed intently on Lin Xijuan, silently issuing a warning. Lin Xijuan, overwhelmed by their imposing presence, reluctantly took 2 steps back. Chen Ting, seized by the two, recalled Lin Xiangwan's words and began to resist. "No. I will not go with you. Jiang Shijing intends to settle scores with me, does he not? What does he plan to do to me?" Lin Xiangwan cast a cold glance at her and said, "I am merely sending you abroad. If you do not cooperate, the consequences that follow may be unpredictable." Upon hearing this, Chen Ting immediately fell silent, refraining from further outbursts. As she brushed past Lin Xiangwan, she bitterly remarked, "Do not think for a moment that you can be with Jiang Shijing. He has confided in me that his heart harbors a woman he truly cherishes. Only when he possesses her will he settle down." Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. When she encountered Bai Jiran, Jiang Shijing had also broken up after 3 months, showing no inclination towards settling down. Yet, over the past 3 years, Bai Jiran had been the woman Jiang Shijing had spent the longest time with. Who, then, could he truly care for? Lin Xiangwan, seemingly lost in thought, was on the verge of departing when Lin Xijuan, with a displeased expression, obstructed her path. Lin Xiangwan, growing impatient, questioned, "What more do you wish to say?" Lin Xijuan pressed for answers, his intent to probe quite evident. Lin Xiangwan cast a frigid glance at him, disinclined to offer any explanation to such a person. Lin Xijuan laughed with a sense of invulnerability. With his hands in his pockets, he clicked his tongue, saying, "You protect Chen Ting so fiercely, are you afraid I might gain something from her? You are inherently treacherous and calculating, scheming against everyone. I simply cannot abide the thought of Chen Shu's only daughter potentially being exploited by you. Remember my words well, otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." As he watched her figure fade at the staircase, Lin Xijuan scoffed, shaking his head, and retrieved his phone, which was recording. In the Jiang Corporation's executive office, a notification chimed on the mobile phone resting on the desk, signaling a work email. Jiang Shijing lowered his gaze to peruse the documents before unlocking his phone. Upon seeing Yan Jing enter, he languidly inquired, "Have they found the person?" "They have already been sent abroad by my people," Yan Jing replied.
placing a cup of coffee before him. Jiang Shijing frowned slightly, took a sip of the coffee, and grimaced, "Why is this so terrible?" "Ah. This is the coffee that you usually drink, Mr. Jing," Yan Jing stammered, taken aback. Jiang Shijing set down the coffee cup, rubbed his temples, and instructed, "Brew me a de hong pao."
Yan Jing paused, momentarily stunned. He removed the coffee cup and was about to exit to prepare the tea when he heard the man's voice call out from behind him. The voice was familiar. Yet he struggled to recall whose it was. At that moment, Lin Xiangwan's voice flowed from the phone, startling Yan Jing, who turned to look. Before the desk, Jiang Shijing's brow was furrowed as he stared intently at the phone, unmoving. After a prolonged silence, a smile gradually graced his lips.
"Go, fetch Lin Xijuan," he commanded. Chapter 69, A major misunderstanding. Yan Jing hesitated for 2 seconds before chuckling. "What do you need him for?"
"This recording must be fake, edited, or at best.
There may be some hidden circumstances.
I cannot believe that Miss Lin would fall into your trap.
I asked you to find him."
"There is no need for so much chatter," Jiang Shijing replied, lifting his eyelids, his gaze cold and laced with faint impatience. Yan Jing, fearful of provoking his ire, instinctively moderated his breathing and quietly retreated from the office. He pulled out his phone to locate Lin Xijuan's number, feeling conflicted. If Lin Xiangwan were truly willing to do anything for Fangxing, she would have come to plead with their esteemed Mr. Jing, performing a scene of regret for fleeing from the wedding.
However, regarding his boss's romantic entanglements,
he felt unqualified to express an opinion and could only notify Lin Xijuan to come. Half an hour later, Lin Xijuan arrived at the Jiang Corporation.
Approaching midnight, the entire building was enveloped in silence, save for the brightly lit floor where Jiang Shijing resided. Lin Xijuan ascended in a transparent elevator.
Observing the desolate and shadowy office spaces that resembled a scene from a horror film, a shiver ran down his spine as he knocked on the office door and entered.
Jiang Shijing was seated on the sofa, preparing tea.
Upon noticing Lin's arrival, he said, "I have just brewed some de hong pao, do give it a taste, General Lin." Lin Xijuan's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained a warm smile. After all these years, Jing still has a fondness for de hong pao.
"However, you have made an error. The current president of Fangxing is President Lin. As for me,
I am merely an unemployed drifter who has been cast out of the company."
"Unemployed drifter?"
"I was under the impression that President Lin had established her own company." Jiang Shijing pushed the teacup toward him, his fingertips delicately holding a cigarette, ready to light it. Lin Xijuan, perplexed by his words, bent down to light a cigarette for him.
"I run my own company. Where did you hear such news?"
Jiang Shijing paid no heed to his attentiveness, his peach blossom eyes slightly narrowing as they regarded him. Lin Xijuan felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, his hand trembling as it clutched the lighter.
"Why are you looking at me like that?"
Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes slightly.
"I was about to inquire about the meaning behind the recording you sent me." "That? Oh." Lin Xijuan exhaled in relief, rising to smile.
"I merely wanted to remind you to avoid falling into the same trap again, for your own good."
He settled back onto the sofa, pouring tea.
"My sister isn't one to be underestimated, her temperament has changed significantly. Be cautious, lest you find yourself manipulated by her." Jiang Shijing regarded Lin Xijuan with an impassive expression, his thin lips parting slightly. "The matters between her and me are not for you to comment on."
"Do you think I am unaware?"
"You dream of Lin Xiangwan leveraging me to regain her footing."
With a slight lift of his chin, a palpable disdain emanated from him.
Under the weight of Jiang Shijing's gaze, Lin Xijuan felt akin to a rat in a sewer, stripped of any pretense.
He clenched his teeth,
a mix of embarrassment and anger surging within him. "I am well aware that Lin Xiangwan and I are sworn enemies. I fear her attempts to rise again through you. Yet, it is also true that she seeks to exploit you. I warned you 3 years ago that she desires to marry you,
fearing she would be unable to contend with me after grandfather's passing." "Ha!"
Lin Xijuan clenched his fist tightly, feeling humiliated by his words. Lowering his head without daring to utter a single word, Jiang Shijing's gaze narrowed, and he suddenly kicked the coffee table. The table slid back, colliding with Lin Xijuan's knee.
He gasped in pain, attempting to push the table away.
Jiang Shijing's foot pressed against the corner of the table, preventing him from escaping. Your Lin family is nothing but a den of filth. As for Lin Xiangwan, I shall settle accounts with her in due time. However, should you ever dare to think of using my knife to eliminate those I have my sights set on, I will not hesitate to cripple your legs.
Do you understand? Lin Xiangwan endured the pain, beads of sweat trickling down the side of his face.
He took a deep breath, feeling a profound sense of humiliation as he nodded.
Yes. President Jing, I understand.
Lin Xiangwan hurriedly stumbled away.
Yan Jing, observing his disheveled appearance, couldn't help but find it amusing.
As he turned to enter the office, a sudden cacophony erupted inside. It was evident that Jiang Shijing had swept all the tea sets from the coffee table onto the floor. This was likely a significant misunderstanding. Yan Jing, Jiang Shijing's deep voice resonated from within, tinged with a hint of fatigue.
Yan Jing quickly responded, I'm here. Preparing the vehicle. Jiang Shijing emerged, donning a tailored suit jacket.
Clad in formal black attire, his expression was icy, starkly contrasting his usual flamboyant demeanor, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Go find that heartless wretch, Jiang Shijing declared, striding purposefully out.
It was only as Yan Jing descended the stairs to start the car that he realized Jiang was referring to Lin Xiangwan.
He chuckled quietly, intrigued, at this late hour.
Miss Lin should be asleep. What could President Jing possibly want with her?
Jiang Shijing rubbed his temples, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts.
After a moment, he murmured.
She wishes to exploit me to stabilize the stars, I shall deliver myself to her door. Though Yan Jing remained silent outwardly, he inwardly lamented Jiang Shijing's inscrutable temperament. Uncertain if those two statements were expressions of genuine anger or held deeper implications.
Minutes later, the car halted at the apartment building.
Yan Jing pressed the doorbell multiple times before someone finally arrived. Upon seeing Bai Ziren open the door, Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes, inquiring, where is she? Bai Ziren gazed intently at his handsome visage, replying, Sister Lin just received a call about a fire at the Lin family ancestral home and rushed over.
Jiang Shijing's expression turned cold.
Yan Jing, taken aback, quickly ascended the steps, exclaiming, President Jing, a fire at the ancestral home at this hour, that means.
Enough chatter, to the Lin family ancestral home, Jiang Shijing interrupted, swiftly entering the vehicle. They arrived in a flurry and departed just as hastily. Throughout the encounter, Bai Ziren received not a single glance.
Clinging to the doorframe, she managed a self-deprecating smile after a moment. This isn't about hating or seeking revenge, President Jing.
You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Surrounding the Lin family's ancestral home, flames soared skyward.
Ancient pines lined the exterior walls, and once ignited, the fire was uncontrollable, leading to inevitable destruction. A significant number of rescue personnel had arrived, employing a strategy of encirclement to douse the flames.
Upon his arrival,
Jiang Shijing noticed his sports car parked at the periphery, while Lin Xiangwan was nowhere to be found. Approaching the individual directing the firefighting efforts, he inquired urgently.
Is anyone trapped inside the ancestral home?
No, the firefighter replied, the former resident, Miss Lin, was just here, she's over there.
He gestured towards the sports car, yet no one was in sight. A chill gripped Jiang Shijing's heart. Had she ventured inside? The firefighter scratched his head and continued, no. It can't be.
I just warned her about the ferocity of the blaze, indicating it would soon reach the house. Only a fool would recklessly rush in to meet their demise.
Jiang Shijing clenched his fists tightly, his expression icy.
Yan Jing discerned Jiang Shijing's thoughts and quickly attempted to reassure him. Miss Lin would not act impulsively.
What could possibly be inside the ancestral home?
Merely the late Master Lin's belongings. She wouldn't risk her life for them. Jiang Shijing remained silent, fixated on the ancestral home engulfed in flames, yearning for water.
Yan Jing hesitated, gritting his teeth, rooted to the spot.
Jiang Shijing shot him a piercing glance, commanding, fetch water. This was not a gamble he could afford. With the fire raging, Lin Xiangwan could not possibly be absent. She likely harbored a foolish hope that the flames would not reach inside and had dashed off to retrieve Master Lin's possessions.
He could not wait idly here.
Yan Jing swiftly brought several bottles of mineral water, comprehending Jiang Shijing's intent, and poured the water over his suit jacket.
Jiang Shijing draped the damp jacket over himself and charged towards the inferno. Hey! You can't go in there. It's dangerous.
Rescue personnel reached out to grab him.
one even tearing a button from his jacket in the process. This is bad. Someone has entered. 2 of you in protective gear, come with me to rescue him.
Everyone else, increase the intensity of your efforts to extinguish the flames.
Panic-stricken and sweating profusely,
he prepared to don protective gear and venture in to pull Jiang Shijing back out. Not far away, Lin Xiangwan was approaching with the owner of a nearby convenience store.
Pushing a cart.
She lifted icy beverages from the cart, distributing them among the rescue personnel.
Thank you for your hard work, please have some water to quench your thirst.
These are freshly taken from the freezer, perfect for cooling off. Jiang Shijing's eyes widened in shock as he rushed over.
Miss Lin, what are you doing here?
Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him.
My house caught fire, where else could I possibly be? She remarked.
Jing wiped the sweat from his forehead and inquired, so, your absence earlier was due to a trip to the convenience store for water?
Lin Xiangwan gazed at him with a hint of exasperation, fully aware of his rhetorical question.
Jing, pale as ash, crouched helplessly on the ground.
It's over.
Our Jing always assumed you were in the old residence and rushed in to save you.
What? Lin Xiangwan loosened her grip,
causing the icy fruit juice to spill onto the ground. Jing clutched his hair and looked up at the flames that had surged over the southern wall.
I wonder if Jing will be in danger. If something were to happen to him, how could I explain it to the old lady?
Lin Xiangwan's mind buzzed momentarily as she stared blankly at the old red-tiled house engulfed in flames.
How could this be? How could Jiang Shijing recklessly rush into the fire to save someone who had once forsaken him? It was inconceivable.
Lin Xiangwan held her breath, instinctively stepping forward. The rescuers quickly blocked her path. Jing, on the verge of collapse, grabbed her and exclaimed, "Someone has already gone in to save him, you must not approach."
Lin Xiangwan forcefully shook off his hand, exasperated and anxious as she scolded, "Why didn't you stop him just now?" I couldn't hold him back. Once President Jing has made a decision, who can sway him?
Jing replied, his face filled with sorrow. Lin Xiangwan, unwilling to endure his meaningless chatter, took out her phone to call Jiang Shijing. However, upon dialing, she was met with a notification indicating that the call could not be connected. Lin Xiangwan's fingertips trembled as she repeatedly pressed the screen to send her message.
Jiang Shijing, please don't scare me, answer the phone. Please, pick up the call.
The flames surged, engulfing the southern wall, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. The southeast wind howled fiercely, and the fire raged uncontrollably. Lin Xiangwan's eyes reddened as she crouched down, nearly unable to hold her phone due to fear.
You answer the call. Jiang Shijing. How dare you impose the burden of a life on me without my consent? What gives you the right to save me? Jiang Shijing, you must not die. You cannot perish.
She wiped away the tears that had unknowingly streamed down her face, repeatedly dialing the number, only to be met with silence each time. The old mansion's gate hung precariously, while rescue personnel frantically pulled up caution tape, signaling the onlookers to retreat.
Lin Xiangwan stared blankly at the ancestral home engulfed in flames. Her gaze suddenly fixated on a spot not far away.
She stumbled over and picked up a button from the ground. Immediately, she turned to Jing, her face ashen. Jing nodded, his eyes reddened. It was from the coat of Mr. Jing. Lin Xiangwan felt a tightness in her chest as she clasped the button firmly in her palm, silently praying to the raging flames.
She would do anything if only Jiang Shijing could survive.
She bore no resentment for the past, all grievances would be forgiven as long as Jiang Shijing emerged alive. The scorching heat assaulted her, leaving her breathless and her chest constricted, sweat pouring from her body.
It was both unbearably cold and oppressively hot.
It seemed as though she could not wait any longer for Jiang Shijing.
Lin Xiangwan clutched the button tightly, on the verge of collapse,
when she was abruptly supported by Jing.
It is Mr. Jing.
Mr. Jing has appeared. Lin Xiangwan resembled a rusted machine, mechanically lifting her head in the direction indicated by Jing.
Chapter 71, Do Not Approach Me. Amidst the towering flames, Jiang Shijing was pulled out by several rescue personnel.
His usually pristine and handsome face was smudged with ash, and the sleeves of his shirt were tattered and scorched, seemingly with flesh burned beneath.
Lin Xiangwan felt a tingling sensation on one side of her body and could not help but lift her foot to approach. She murmured, "Jiang Shijing."
Upon seeing her, Jiang Shijing visibly exhaled in relief and hurried over, presenting her with a watch box, asking, "Have you been looking for this?"
Lin Xiangwan lowered her gaze.
That watch had been her grandfather's most cherished possession during his lifetime. As the fire raged, she had never contemplated that these relics could escape the inferno. The deceased have departed, and their belongings are merely transient, neither brought into life nor taken from it. Jiang Shijing assumed she had entered the flames to retrieve the mementos, which prompted him to rush in search of her. Failing to locate her, he still made it a point to bring out her grandfather's treasured items. Lin Xiangwan experienced a slight ringing in her ears, her heartbeat quickening, not solely due to the succession of unexpected events, but also because certain feelings had abruptly resurfaced, echoing the flutter of emotions she had felt 3 years prior.
She grasped Jiang Shijing's arm and articulated each word with clarity. "Who granted you permission to behave so recklessly?" Jiang Shijing stiffened.
Lin Xiangwan fixed her gaze upon him, incredulous as she questioned, "What gives you the audacity to deem me so foolish?
To believe that upon the demise of the stars I would contemplate ending my own life? Am I to forsake all unfinished matters and recklessly plunge into chaos for the sake of a deceased person's possessions?"
Yan Jing, taken aback, stammered, "Miss Lin.
Why must you speak so harshly? Mr. Jiang only wishes the best for you.
I do not require his assistance,"
Lin Xiangwan declared.
Her heart heavy as she dared not cast another glance at Jiang Shijing's injured arm, the burn mark igniting a pang of distress within her.
She met Jiang Shijing's gradually dimming eyes with unwavering resolve. "What gives you the right to presume that sacrificing your life for mine is a noble act?
My life is not something to be salvaged by you. Henceforth, do not meddle in my affairs." An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Jiang Shijing's lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze fixed upon Lin Xiangwan, as an undercurrent of tumult brewed in his eyes. Lin Xiangwan released him, seized the watch,
and turned to leave.
Observing her retreating figure, Yan Jing felt a surge of anger, scoffing derisively, "Miss Lin truly lacks appreciation for the kindness shown to her." President Jing risked his life to rescue her, retrieving Mr. Lin's cherished belongings, and yet she cannot even muster a single word of concern. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling gaze fell upon him.
Yan Jing met Jiang Shijing's piercing, warning look and promptly sealed his lips in silence.
Yan Jing hastily followed, insisting, "We must head to the hospital at once.
Burns require immediate attention."
Jiang Shijing, however, remained unresponsive,
settling into the back seat with his eyes closed, enveloped in silence.
Noticing his exhaustion, Yan Jing sighed inwardly, resorting to contacting the family doctor to attend to Jiang Shijing's wounds.
"Sister Lin, did you see Brother Shijing? He came looking for you just now." Lin Xiangwan's eyes flickered as she murmured, "He has been injured."
"Ah?
How did he get hurt? Is the injury serious?" Ziren suddenly became anxious.
Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together. It was indeed a burn, likely quite severe. "You need not stay here with me. Go take care of him."
"I will cover the wages and all expenses." "Me, take care of him?"
Ziren pointed at herself, astonished.
Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly. "Isn't he quite attentive to you?"
"You possess a nurturing disposition, and now that you are by his side, things should improve considerably." Ziren hesitated for a moment before deciding. "I should call Brother Shijing first." She took out her phone and stepped aside to make the call.
Lin Xiangwan felt utterly drained. Her brows furrowed in fatigue as she nodded slightly.
Ziren departed with a cheerful demeanor, leaving the vast apartment in solitude. She instructed Xiaoxue to enlist help in monitoring the fire scene, then poured herself a glass of water and settled onto the sofa, cradling her watch. The lighting was soft, yet her eyes ached, as if still reeling from the devastation of the inferno. At that moment, Lin Xiangwan genuinely believed that Jiang Shijing might perish within those flames.
She pondered the reasons behind Jiang Shijing's impulsive rush into danger. Was it a fulfillment of his grandfather's wishes, or perhaps a lingering sentiment for her? Lin Xiangwan found herself perplexed,
unwilling to become ensnared in such conjectures, ultimately leading her to a state of emotional entrapment, once again wounded by love.
Maintaining an air of indifference and restraint,
she believed that keeping a distance would benefit both her and Jiang Shijing. At the very least, this way, there would be fewer entanglements that were difficult to unravel between them. She would no longer allow her heart to race uncontrollably, and Jiang Shijing would not have to risk his life for her sake.
Lin Xiangwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she sank deeper into the sofa.
her fingertips gripping the watchbox tightly. "Jiang Shijing, please do not come any closer to me." After a night had passed, Ziran remained silent,
offering no news. Lin Xiangwan did not proactively inquire about Jiang Shijing's situation.
After arranging for the reconstruction of the old residence, she proceeded to her office. Upon her arrival and as she opened her work emails, she came across a message from the detective agency that had been sent earlier. The most formidable detective agency in Rongqing demanded a steep fee, yet they possessed the capability to uncover whatever one sought.
Realizing this was sent by Jiang Shijing,
Lin Xiangwan's expression momentarily grew complex, but she quickly arranged a meeting with the detective using the contact information provided. The individual refused to disclose their true name,
operating under the alias of Wu Jin.
Lin Xiangwan was acutely aware of the nuances of the situation, promptly articulating her demands.
First,
I require a comprehensive account of Qin Shen's activities in the month preceding his demise, encompassing all call logs and chat records.
Second,
it is imperative to ascertain the current whereabouts of Lin Xiangwan, and whether the recent fire at the ancestral home is linked to him or merely a fortuitous incident.
Third,
concerning the advanced technological secrets within my company, I wish to identify who currently possesses mastery over these confidential innovations. Having expressed her requests in one breath, she noticed the man across from her sipping his coffee, observing her with keen interest. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly and inquired,
"Why are you looking at me like that?"
Wu Jin chuckled softly, "Oh, it's just that I'm a bit curious." "So, you are the Lin Xiangwan that President Jing mentioned?" Unfortunately, this was the most perplexing case he had encountered in his illustrious career. The renowned detective, who had never faltered,
found himself utterly baffled by the motives behind Lin Xiangwan's elopement.
The only information he managed to uncover was that she had severed ties with the Lin family upon her departure abroad. All of this transpired shortly after the passing of the elder Lin. Chapter 72, A Cold War, No Contact. Lin Xiangwan paused momentarily,
raising an eyebrow with an air of indifference. "What, did Jiang Shijing send you to investigate me?"
"Not quite, it was merely mentioned in passing." Setting aside his professional demeanor, Wu Jin found himself intrigued by the woman's past. He chuckled lightly, "Your requests are rather diverse, it almost amounts to 3 separate inquiries. To only pay me once for such extensive information feels somewhat unfair."
"And how much do you desire?" Lin Xiangwan tightened her grip on her bank card.
Acutely aware of her financial constraints, her salary had just been disbursed this month, and she had yet to receive her project bonuses.
Wu Jin took a sip of his coffee.
"I am curious as to why you fled from your wedding 3 years ago."
"As long as you share that with me,
I shall accept no payment and will not disclose it to anyone." Lin Xiangwan curled her fingers, furrowing her brow as she fixed her gaze upon the man before her, unremarkable in appearance yet exuding an air of enigma.
"Why do you wish to know this?" she inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "That reasoning seems rather peculiar."
"Whether you choose to divulge it is entirely up to you. It is merely my personal desire to uncover this piece of gossip, and I assure you, it will remain confidential."
After a brief contest of wills,
Lin Xiangwan found herself reluctantly conceding. Steadying her thoughts, she recounted to him what she had overheard at the bar regarding Jiang Shijing, alongside the schemes of the Lin Mu family. Upon finishing, Wu Jin cast a profound glance at Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart.
"What do you wish to express?" Wu Jin teased, "How does that saying go?
The twists and turns of fate are ceaseless. Those you perceive as having wronged you may very well be the ones who truly care for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes slightly.
"Are you referring to Lin Mu and the others, or to Jiang Shijing?" "Just a personal reflection, rest assured, I shall not disclose these matters to anyone."
Wu Jin smiled as he extended his hand, "Then, await the results of my investigation.
May our collaboration be pleasant."
Lin Xiangwan glanced at him a few times before raising her hand to greet him. Perhaps the temperaments of these eccentric individuals were indeed peculiar,
their ways of acting enigmatic and elusive.
Strangely, she had anticipated that these matters were buried deep within her heart, painful to the point of being inexpressible, yet now she found herself able to articulate them with ease, and surprisingly, felt a profound sense of relief within her. Lin Xiangwan self-deprecatingly curled her lips and rose to leave with Wu Jin. Following the devastating fire at the old residence, numerous shareholders and executives came to offer their condolences. Yet Lin Mu and the others remained conspicuously absent. Everything appeared to be serene and undisturbed. Lin Xiangwan felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as though something were about to transpire. She glanced at the already darkened sky and rose to prepare for her departure from work. At that moment, her phone on the desk illuminated, revealing a message from Ziran. Sister Lin, Brother Shijing's burns are recurring and have yet to heal completely. Would you like to come and see him? No, thank you. A couple of days later, Ziran reached out to her once more. Brother Shijing has developed a slight fever, and the doctor said it could hinder his recovery. Do I appear unwell? Lin Xiangwan instinctively touched her face. Xiao Xua earnestly remarked. You have been rather absent-minded lately, haven't you been busy with a new project? Lin Xiangwan fell silent for a moment, then decided not to come in tomorrow as there were no significant meetings scheduled. She left the company and, seated in her car, opened her call history. Jiang Shijing had called her 8 days ago, on the eve of the fire. Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together, her fingertips hovering above the screen. Unable to dial the number. Jiang Shijing's injury was of no concern to her, why should she reach out to him? Moreover, her words that day had been rather harsh. And Jiang Shijing must surely be upset, given that he had not responded to her for such a long time. Perhaps it was better this way. Maintaining a distance would spare them both some trouble. Lin Xiangwan gently rubbed her brow and tossed her phone onto the back seat. A few minutes later, she silently retrieved the device, caught in a tangle of emotions. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the phone, indicating the call had connected. Chapter 73, A Fit of Temper. On the other end of the line, there was only a soft sound of breathing. Jiang Shijing remained silent. Lin Xiangwan waited for a few seconds, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her throat. Before she could comprehend what to say, her lips acted before her mind could catch up. She mistakenly hung up the call. Cutting off the conversation, she lowered her gaze to her phone. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed. And Jiang Shijing did not call again. Lin Xiangwan felt a profound sense of frustration within her heart. Just as Lin Xiangwan was about to speak, her phone suddenly rang. The caller was Ziran. She answered, Hello? Ziran said, Sister Lin, did you just call Brother Shijing? He has been running a high fever and is quite disoriented. If you have anything to discuss, please let me know, and I will relay it to him once he regains consciousness. A persistent fever? Lin Xiangwan instinctively sat up straight. It had already been a week, why had the fever not subsided? Ziran sighed softly, the doctor mentioned that the area affected by the fever has become somewhat infected. He was already feeling under the weather, and his immunity is compromised, which is why he has not yet recovered. She paused before asking. Would you like to come and see him? Brother Shijing has been in a rather poor mood lately, perhaps your presence would lift his spirits. Lin Xiangwan believed that Jiang Shijing's sour mood was a consequence of her own actions, and there was no need to exacerbate each other's discomfort, both emotionally and rationally. She felt it was inappropriate to remain an indifferent observer. Lin Xiangwan hesitated for a considerable time before finally stating, I will visit him later. After hanging up the phone, she turned to Uncle Lu and said, Let us head to the South China Traditional Medicine Hospital. Lin Xiangwan followed the address etched in her memory and arrived at the director's office on the 8th floor. Seated within was a man in his 30s. No longer the warm-hearted old doctor she once knew. Upon her arrival, the doctor smiled and inquired, Are you here to pick up medication or for a consultation? Lin Xiangwan shook her head. I was looking for the esteemed Dr. Jin, who previously practiced here. I recall that he had a remarkable proficiency in prescribing traditional Chinese medicine for injuries and burns. I came to inquire about it, but since he is unavailable, I apologize for the intrusion. Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly to the doctor and turned to leave. The doctor called out to her, Wait. He had left behind numerous prescriptions before his retirement. He urged her to come over and see if any were of use. After locating the remedies for burns, she expressed her gratitude to the doctor and departed. Upon reaching the ground floor, she gathered fresh herbs, grinding them into a rich green paste with a mortar and pestle, which she then stored in a sterilized bottle. After all her efforts, Lin Xiangwan found her fingernails stained with green, a hue that seemed impossible to wash away, accompanied by a faint scent of herbs. Shino called her, inquiring why she had not come down, wondering if she was required to work late that evening. Lin Xiangwan briefly explained that she had urgent matters to attend to, neglecting the stubborn stains of medicinal juice on her hands as she hurried to Jiang Shijing's residence. Upon her arrival, Ziren was just about to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. "Sister Lin, you have finally arrived. I am nearly overwhelmed with all that needs to be done." As soon as Lin Xiangwan entered, Ziren handed her a cup of warm water. "My brother Shijing is resting upstairs, could you please take this cup of water to him for his medication? I will prepare dinner." Lin Xiangwan had yet to utter a word before she was assigned a task. Clutching the warm cup, she glanced at the figures bustling about in the kitchen and reluctantly made her way upstairs. The door was ajar, revealing Jiang Shijing clad in a black silk nightgown, seated at his desk, engrossed in work. The glow of the screen illuminated his handsome features, highlighting an unmistakable aura of frailty and illness. Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together and knocked on the door. Lin Xiangwan gently entered the room, placing a glass of water beside him before producing a sealed vial of herbal remedy from her bag. With an indifferent tone, she remarked, "This is the most effective herbal concoction for treating burns. Apply it twice daily, and you will heal swiftly." Jiang Shijing paused his typing, lifting his eyelids slightly. When their eyes met, there was no trace of warmth or mirth in his gaze. "Have you come to deliver medicine to me?" Lin Xiangwan responded with a slight hum. Jiang Shijing picked up the medicine bottle, gave it a gentle shake, then pushed it away, expressing his refusal. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows, pondering the reason. Jiang Shijing closed his laptop, using the tips of his toes to push against the floor as he swiveled his chair to face her. He raised an eyebrow in derision and remarked, "Did you not instruct me to leave you alone? Since you have expressed such a sentiment, do not concern yourself with my affairs either." Lin Xiangwan cast a glance at his arm, saying, "Your burn is a result of my actions, I cannot simply disregard it. For my conscience will not allow me." He retorted, "Your conscience is your own concern. I have made it clear that I do not wish for your medicine. Take it away and leave this place." Jiang Shijing, looking fatigued, furrowed his brow with evident impatience. Lin Xiangwan felt somewhat displeased and was inclined to question him about his deliberate use of cold and sarcastic remarks, as if to provoke her intentionally. Lin Xiangwan extended her hand, grasping the medicine bottle. Jiang Shijing followed her movement, lowering his gaze, his eyes lingering for 2 seconds on her unsightly green-tinted nails. Lin Xiangwan hesitated for a moment before relinquishing the medicine bottle. "If you need it, take it, just ensure that Ziren doesn't dispose of it. I shall take my leave." As she reached the threshold, footsteps approached from behind. A hand stretched out from the side of her face, firmly closing the door. Chapter 74, a kiss. Just as she was about to resist, she suddenly felt the intense warmth emanating from Jiang Shijing's palm, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. "Are you still running a fever?" Lin Xiangwan instinctively raised her hand to touch Jiang Shijing's forehead. Jiang Shijing tilted his head slightly, evading her gesture. And his indifferent expression finally softened, revealing a hint of grievance. "Let it burn," she thought, "after all, you never care about me." Lin Xiangwan maintained her composed demeanor and replied indifferently, "I instructed you not to concern yourself with me, I did not say to disregard you." "Isn't that essentially the same?" "It conveys a clear intention of establishing boundaries with me." Jiang Shijing, with his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, now bowed his head. Exuding no aura of authority, resembling a golden retriever that had been wronged, with its tail tucked between its legs. Lin Xiangwan inexplicably found it amusing. She nudged Jiang Shijing and inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Lin Xiangwan met his gaze in silence. She had always been perplexed by Jiang Shijing's intentions. He spoke of avenging himself upon her, of making her life difficult, yet in the end, he protected her. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, he repeatedly exhibited signs of being hurt by her words. Was this a genuine display of emotion, or merely Jiang Shijing's theatricality amidst a sea of distractions? Finding amusement in her plight? Lin Xiangwan was perplexed, yet she understood that she must not fall into the trap, otherwise the scene from 3 years ago in the bar would replay itself. She remained silent for a prolonged moment. Lin Xiangwan lowered her gaze and asked, "How should I withdraw?" Jiang Shijing extended his hand, brushing against her lips. No need for apologies, I will accept your medicine, but you must allow me a kiss. A slight tingling sensation danced upon her lips, and Lin Xiangwan instinctively pursed them, inadvertently capturing Jiang Shijing's fingertips as well.
Both were momentarily taken aback.
And in their shared gaze, an unspoken intimacy began to blossom.
Drawing closer, their breaths intertwined.
Jiang Shijing unconsciously swallowed, lifting Lin Xiangwan's chin.
It was a fleeting kiss.
A mere brush that was quickly withdrawn. Lin Xiangwan had no time to evade, she simply leaned against the door, accepting the kiss. Jiang Shijing let out a soft chuckle, wiping the glistening moisture from her lips before pulling her outside.
Jiruan, prepare another bowl of noodles, Miss Lin will be staying for dinner.
Lin Xiangwan did not venture out to intervene. She stood at the doorway, nearly a meter away from the man outside, her own chaotic heartbeat resonating thunderously in her ears. The situation was spiraling out of control. After 3 long years, she found herself once again teetering on the precipice of the abyss named Jiang Shijing.
Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath and opened the door.
Ziran rushed out from the kitchen, looking up at her with a smile. Sister Lin.
Have you reconciled with brother Jiang Shijing?
Jiang Shijing, appearing unwell and fatigued, lifted his chin slightly, signaling Ziran to open the door.
Outside in the night,
2 figures stood waiting, Tang Li and Qino. Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, she had never anticipated their simultaneous appearance.
As Qino entered, he promptly clarified.
It was too late, and I was concerned, so I came to check.
I do not know this woman.
Jiang Shijing cast him a sidelong glance before descending the stairs.
Anne Tang, did you come here for something?
After a brief hesitation, she softly replied, Shijing, I heard that your brother, no, it's Xiaosu, has been released from prison.
However,
you've arranged for someone to keep an eye on him, ensuring he does not leave that part-time bar, correct? Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow subtly, raising her hand to signal Qino to approach without interrupting their conversation.
Qino's demeanor softened slightly as he obediently moved to stand beside her. Jiang Shijing,
observing their side-by-side stance, felt a surge of impatience reflected in his eyes.
He curled his lips in a sardonic smile and remarked, Is Anne Tang here to seek retribution?
According to our agreement from 3 years ago, your son was to depart from Rongqing and never set foot here again. I have shown leniency by not having him expelled.
Haven't I?
Tang Li's complexion paled, and she forced a smile as she replied, Shijing, I understand that Xiaosu made grave mistakes in the past,
nearly causing you severe injury and putting Miss Lin's reputation at risk. However, the penalties have been served, could you not grant him a chance for redemption?
Lin Xiangwan pressed her crimson lips tightly together, her heart swelling with a flicker of anger. She took a step forward, only to be obstructed by Qino, who shook her head in disapproval.
Chapter 75, Do you feel sorry for me?
Lin Xiangwan remained motionless. After all, this was a matter pertaining to the Jiang family, and she felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts in front of Jiang Shijing. Tang Li swallowed hard, her voice tinged with urgency, How can you say such a thing? Xiaosu truly recognizes his mistakes, he will not harm you again, nor will he covet your inheritance. All I ask is that you allow him to stay by my side and fulfill his filial duties.
Ah.
So it turns out Aunt Tang is reluctant to let him go, wishing for him to remain and care for you. Jiang Shijing held a goblet, swirling the liquid within,
reminiscent of blood.
Beneath the chandelier, his features were cloaked in an aura of chilling beauty.
Lin Xiangwan felt her breath hitch.
She knew that Jiang Shijing was angered. However, Tang Li remained oblivious and eagerly nodded, saying, Indeed, we are not ambitious, we do not wish to vie for your family fortune. We only request that you allow him to remain in Rongqing.
I understand.
Jiang Shijing appeared surprisingly agreeable, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he lightly remarked.
That is easily arranged.
Let Jiang Su continue his work at the bar, and Aunt Tang, you should tidy up and accompany him.
Tang Li froze, doubting her hearing.
What did you say? I will speak with the bar owner and arrange for you to do some cleaning, sweeping and mopping will suffice.
You two can work well together inside.
You will not be mistreated, Jiang Shijing said with a leisurely arch of his brow. This way, Jiang Su can be by your side at all times.
Are you satisfied? What am I satisfied with?
Tang Li rushed to confront him.
I am the wife of the Jiang family. How can you expect me to work as a cleaner in a bar?
Did I not tell you that as long as Jiang Su can do anything in the corporation,
we will not contest anything with you?
Jiang Shijing pressed his lips together in silence, his fingertips grazing the rim of his glass. The red wine mirrored the still figure on the staircase, unmoving. He lowered his gaze, fixated on the reflection in the glass, waiting silently.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
At last, the reflection began to stir.
Madame Jiang.
Lin Xiangwan pushed aside Chino, who was protecting her arm, and descended the stairs. She stood before Tang Li, her expression icily severe.
Back when the elder of the Jiang family was present, you had the audacity to drag Jiang Su to his knees,
pleading for mercy and assuring that he would leave Rong City after serving his time, never to set foot in the Jiang family again.
Now, you wish to maneuver him into a position within the company? Is that not exceedingly shameless?
Jiang Shijing curled his lips slightly,
the frost in his eyes dissolving in an instant.
He gazed up, admiring Lin Xiangwan as she spoke on his behalf.
Tang Li ground her teeth and snorted coldly. This is a matter for our Jiang family, what business is it of yours?
Lin Xiangwan's tone grew more forceful, her indifference palpable.
Let me make this clear, even if Jiang Shijing concedes, I shall not waver. The one who nearly cost me my innocence is unworthy of living openly in Rong City. Silence.
Tang Li's nerves jolted, and she raised her hand to strike. Just as Lin Xiangwan was about to intervene, she heard Tang Li's anguished scream. Jiang Shijing had risen at some point, gripping Tang Li's wrist with a vice-like strength. The pain contorted Tang Li's features, making her feel as though her wrist was being brutally crushed by an iron clamp. Her lips trembled as she pleaded, I
won't hit her anymore.
Please let go.
Lin Xiangwan gazed in astonishment at Jiang Shijing.
She had never witnessed him in such a state before. His brows furrowed, and his beautiful eyes emanated a murderous aura, fierce enough to obliterate a person. Jiang Shijing fixed his gaze upon Tang Li, a chilling coldness flickering in his eyes. Aunt Tang, as you grow older, you seem increasingly unaware of your limits.
You dare to behave so unruly in my presence?
It appears you not only wish to see Jiang Su depart from Rongqing but also desire that he leaves in a state of disarray.
At that moment,
all of Tang Li's madness came to a halt. She even refrained from crying out in pain.
She shook her head vehemently and shouted, No! Please do not harm him.
I realize my mistakes, I will never return here to disturb you again.
I beg you, spare him, will you?
Just allow him to remain in the bar.
Let him not go anywhere else, please?
Jiang Shijing scoffed, casting her aside.
Look, this is how people are, once they tread upon a sore spot, they know to yield. What they vehemently declare as impossible suddenly becomes feasible.
He bent down to grasp the glass of untouched liquor, raising it to his lips.
Is it not rolling yet?
No sooner had he spoken than a cool, delicate hand rested upon his arm. Jiang Shijing lowered his gaze, meeting Lin Xiangwan's eyes, which bore a hint of dissent.
You are injured, you must not drink.
Chino observed, his expression darkening momentarily. Jiang Shijing suddenly felt a surge of good humor, smirking as he said,
Are you concerned for me?
Lin Xiangwan hesitated for a moment, about to speak, when suddenly a figure burst into the room. Yan Jing strode into the living room, his expression grave. Jiang Su was missing.
Chapter 76, Shall we reconcile? Jiang Su was indeed gone.
As Yan Jing's words echoed in the air,
all eyes turned to Tang Li.
It was evident that if Jiang Su managed to escape under the scrutiny of so many gazes,
there must have been external forces at play.
The only person who could have aided Jiang Su's flight was Tang Li. Tang Li clutched her aching wrist, and upon hearing this, frantically shook her head, exclaiming, No, it wasn't me. I have no idea how Xiao Su disappeared. If I had helped him escape, I wouldn't be here pleading for mercy. Jiang Shijing cast her a blank stare and inquired, with 7 or 8 bodyguards watching, how did Jiang Su manage to get away?
Just now, Jiang Su went upstairs to deliver drinks to the guests in the private room and never came back down. My people sensed something amiss and went upstairs to check, only to discover he was gone. Sweat beaded on Yan Jing's forehead, and his voice trembled as he spoke.
Jiang Su was a murderer, having committed murder 3 years ago. There was nothing he was incapable of now. The fact that such a person had escaped was akin to having a ticking time bomb hidden somewhere nearby.
Send people to search for him, Yan Jing commanded.
Jiang Shijing fixed his gaze on Tang Li, adding, and ensure that your people follow her 24 hours a day, monitoring all her communication devices.
Tang Li, perplexed,
opened her mouth, at a loss for words, and could only mechanically follow Yan Jing out. The living room fell silent, yet Lin Xiangwan's heart raced fervently. The bloody scene from 3 years ago seemed vividly etched in her memory. The mere thought of Jiang Su being at large sent chills down her spine. As if unseen eyes were intently watching her and Jiang Shijing from the shadows. Lin Xiangwan felt a tightening in her heart and, without much thought, said, Jiang Shijing, you must take care of yourself and carry a personal bodyguard when you go out. Jiang Shijing gazed at her for a couple of seconds. A smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. You too. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Qino, who assured. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will ensure her safety, remaining by her side 24 hours a day.
Jiang Shijing's expression darkened.
The smile that had just appeared vanished in an instant. He momentarily forgot the presence of this joyless individual beside Lin Xiangwan. Noticing Jiang Shijing's displeasure,
Qino raised an eyebrow, displaying little emotion.
Meanwhile, Lin Xiangwan, oblivious to the undercurrents between the two, nodded affirmatively, with Qino here, Jiang Shijing cannot harm me.
You just need to be cautious.
Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. By Xiren, who had been watching from the kitchen,
finally emerged with a smile to ease the tension.
Mr. Qin seems to be quite the formidable martial artist, he should adequately protect Sister Lin.
Formidable?
Jiang Shijing scrutinized Qino from head to toe, a scoff escaping his lips. You appear to be nothing more than a weakling. Qino, unfazed, replied calmly, if Mr. Jiang is dissatisfied, we can settle this with a competition.
Let us compare on the balcony.
Jiang Shijing rolled up his sleeves, ready to ascend the stairs. Lin Xiangwan gazed at his pallid visage, somewhat at a loss for words. You are still unwell, please do not cause any trouble.
Upon hearing this,
Jiang Shijing obediently halted his steps, his eyes intensely fixed upon her. You should rest, remember to take your medicine properly. Lin Xiangwan could not help but express her concern once more. Qino furrowed his brow slightly, acutely aware of the shift in her demeanor towards Jiang Shijing. After their departure, he promptly inquired, Miss Lin, it seems you have been in increasing contact with Jiang Shijing, and you seldom allow me to accompany you lately.
Are you contemplating reconciliation with him?
Lin Xiangwan stopped in surprise, her eyebrows arching in astonishment. The reason I did not ask you to accompany me is that you are injured, and moreover, my relationship with Jiang Shijing is quite strained. As she spoke, a series of memories suddenly surged in her mind, including the incident of mistakenly drinking fruit juice and the fleeting kiss they shared that evening.
Lin Xiangwan's tone carried a hint of fragility. In any case, we will not reconcile. Qino gazed at her for a moment, then gently nodded, saying, I will believe whatever you say. If you assert we will not reunite, then we certainly shall not.
Qino strode forward swiftly, assisting her in opening the car door. His gaze tender yet imbued with a touch of intensity. As Lin Xiangwan was about to take a seat, she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. Emerging from the shadows, the voice urged, Wait, I have something to say to you.
Chapter 77, He is hiding a woman. What is it that you wish to convey?
Tang Li stepped closer, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. Just now, when I was about to strike you, Jiang Shijing certainly came to your defense.
And so? Lin Xiangwan replied, her impatience evident.
Leaning in, Tang Li lowered her voice and remarked, Do not rejoice too soon, his protection of you stems from his disdain for me.
Not from any genuine concern for you.
Lin Xiangwan remained unfazed, regarding her with the same look one might bestow upon an eccentric.
Tang Li, reveling in her triumph, provocatively inquired, Do you truly know whom he cares for most? She continued, Are you aware of Lianhua Manor? Jiang Shijing is currently ensconced there, indulging in a hidden romance.
At these words, Lin Xiangwan's eyelids twitched slightly. Lianhua is situated in the most auspicious locale of Rongqing, owned by the matriarch of the Jiang family. When Jiang Shijing inherited the family business, the matriarch gifted him this prime piece of land, which he later personally redesigned into an estate, naming it Lianhua in homage to the matriarch's Buddhist faith. Within its confines resides an extraordinary person, one Jiang Shijing is reluctant to reveal, fearing for her safety.
Tang Li clicked her tongue, eager to witness the dismay on Lin Xiangwan's face.
I went to great lengths to uncover that woman's name.
do you know what it is?
Chino scrutinized Lin Xiangwan's expression and sternly urged, if you have something to say, then speak plainly.
Do not keep us in suspense.
Tang Li scoffed, producing her phone and typing before presenting it to Lin Xiangwan.
Her name is Xiangwan. Sharing the same pronunciation as your own.
Lin Xiangwan cast a fleeting glance at the screen, remaining silent.
Observing her inscrutable demeanor, Tang Li couldn't help but scoff, remarking, This Xiangwan moved in shortly after your departure abroad. Can you guess, with names so similar, who was truly the substitute and who was Jiang Shijing's genuine affection? Suddenly,
Lin Xiangwan recalled Chen Ting's words before she left. She had mentioned that there was someone truly cherished in Jiang Shijing's heart.
Could that person be Xiangwan? Lin Xiangwan's expression turned icy.
Do not waste my time with such trivialities. I trust you have not aided Jiang Su in his escape, otherwise, it will not only be Jiang Shijing you have to worry about, but I will not spare you either.
Tang Li was momentarily taken aback.
Noticing Lin's lack of sorrowful reaction, she felt a sense of disinterest and chose to depart.
Do not take all her words at face value,
Chino advised after a moment of contemplation.
However, harboring feelings for Jiang Shijing is perhaps the most unfortunate predicament.
Miss Lin, you shall not repeat the same mistakes.
Will you? Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath and, without uttering a word, got into the car. Throughout the night, she remained restless, unable to sleep.
Thoughts of Jiang Su's departure and Tang Li's words kept her tossing and turning until the early hours of the morning. Lin Xiangwan felt an increasing heaviness in her heart, prompting her to leave the apartment and take a drive to clear her mind.
Unbeknownst to her, she found herself near Lianhua Manor.
Nestled amidst the mountains and waters, the manor resembled a true paradise, beautiful and serene. As tranquility enveloped the surroundings, so too did it embrace her heart.
Lin Xiangwan alighted from the vehicle,
her gaze lingering on the manor, faint glimmers of light flickering within. She had never set foot in this place before. Jiang Shijing had once mentioned that he would take her by boat to see it once the renovations were completed.
However, she subsequently went abroad,
never to have the chance to visit, while another woman had taken residence here for over 3 years.
Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan took out her phone and searched for the name online.
Numerous individuals with the same name appeared. Their information is plentiful yet insignificant as mayflies in the vast ocean.
After a while, she suddenly realized that her actions were both trivial and absurd.
And she put her phone away as she boarded the vehicle.
Upon seeing her enter, Ziren exclaimed in surprise, Sister, you didn't return all night?
I thought you were sleeping upstairs. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a stroll, Lin Xiangwan replied.
Ziren then pushed a bowl of porridge towards her.
Lin Xiangwan served the porridge and lifted her gaze to scrutinize her.
Ziren, petite and endearing, exuded an innocent kindness.
Such a remarkable girl could only remain by Jiang Shijing's side for 3 months.
And what of Xiangwan? How vastly different she must be, possessing a demeanor so gentle and serene.
Ziren instinctively touched her face and asked, Sister Lin, why are you looking at me like that?
Is there something on my face?
Lin Xiangwan shook her head with a smile, saying, I merely wanted to inquire whether you are familiar with Lianhua Manor.
Considering you have been by Jiang Shijing's side for such an extended period, you must be referring to Miss Xiang from Lianhua Manor, correct? I am acquainted with her.
Brother Shijing often visits her, staying for 2 days each time, and he insists that no one accompanies him.
Ziren pulled out a chair and seated herself opposite Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan paused in her action of sipping the porridge. She had already envisioned what tender and romantic moments, or passionate entanglements, could unfold in such a secluded place.
Chapter 78, You Don't Like Him. Ziren remained oblivious to Lin Xiangwan's peculiar expression and continued to speak to herself.
I have never quite understood Brother Shijing, he seems very fond of Miss Xiang. Yet his heart appears to dwell elsewhere.
She cast a deep glance at Lin Xiangwan and asked, Sister, can you sense Brother Shijing's feelings?
Lin Xiangwan took a sip of porridge and said softly, Such feelings can only be sensed by those who reciprocate, you have inquired of the wrong person. Ziren was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, Indeed, sister, you do not harbor any affection for him.
Lin Xiangwan's eyes flickered subtly, yet she remained silent. Both harbored their own thoughts as they dined in tranquility.
Before long, the driver and Chino arrived. Lin Xiangwan accompanied them to work. Yet her mind was elsewhere throughout the journey. Noticing her unusual demeanor, the driver and Chino exchanged glances.
Upon their arrival at the company, Lin Xiangwan unexpectedly received a call from Wu Jin.
He had uncovered some matters and suggested they meet.
Before she could step into the office,
she urgently altered her course with Chino to meet Wu Jin. Upon their meeting, Wu Jin placed a document folder before Lin Xiangwan. He revealed that two significant discoveries had been made. Firstly, the fire that consumed your ancestral home was orchestrated by Lin Xiangwan.
After considerable effort,
I traced his subordinates and learned that Lin Xiangwan was searching for a list he believed to be hidden within the old residence.
Fearing that you might uncover it,
he resorted to burning the house down.
Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly.
She was not surprised by this outcome. Ever since Lin Xiangwan stealthily ventured into the old residence, she had sensed that he was after something of significance.
Do you know what the list is? This brings me to the second matter I wish to convey.
Wu Jin cast a penetrating glance at her, remarking, "The depths of the Lin family's dealings with Fanqing are indeed profound. I investigated Chen Chen's activities prior to his demise. He transferred a confidential company document to Lin Xiangwan and entered into a profit-sharing agreement. The document likely pertains to a certain high-tech innovation. And the agreement stipulated that if Lin Xiangwan were to become president and utilize this technology to further prosper Fanqing, Chen Chen would receive an additional 20% in dividends. Furthermore, prior to his death, Chen Chen had a meeting with Lin Xiangwan, which seemed to end on a sour note.
This is all I have uncovered thus far.
As for Lin Xiangwan, he is currently embroiled in a dispute with Gao Luowan regarding the dissolution of their engagement." Upon hearing his words,
Lin Xiangwan felt a chilling sensation envelop her, all the enigmas intertwined, and a conspiracy gradually surfaced.
No wonder Chen Chen had been driven to despair and apology before his death. At the time of signing the agreement, Chen Chen must have been oblivious to the fact that Lin Xiangwan was not genuinely committed to supporting Fanqing with this confidential technology. It is likely that during their final meeting, Chen Chen confronted Lin Xiangwan regarding this matter and, upon discovering that Lin Xiangwan intended to monopolize the technology, felt he had betrayed the trust of the late Mr. Lin, leading to his overwhelming guilt and tragic end. One could assert that Chen Chen was ultimately deceived and driven to his demise by Lin Xiangwan.
Moreover,
Lin Xiangwan's orchestrated incident involving the vehicle that Chen Ting occupied seems to indicate he believed Chen Chen had divulged something to her before his death. That day, during their meal, Lin Xiangwan likely discerned that Chen Ting was entirely unaware of the circumstances, which prompted him to allow her to travel abroad.
Lin Xiangwan's breath quickened,
and her palms grew clammy with sweat. She clutched the coffee cup tightly, striving to maintain her composure.
"Very well. I now request that you exert your utmost effort to investigate who possesses the remaining classified technology.
The list that Lin Xiangwan desires likely pertains to those who possess confidential technology. Among the 12 shareholders of the board, it is implausible that grandfather would distribute the confidential technology evenly among them. Only a select few would hold the classified documents,
which include Chen Chen and undoubtedly also Zhong Jia.
However, Zhong Jia is fiercely loyal to grandfather and is the least likely to betray him, therefore,
Lin Xiangwan must temporarily seek out other shareholders.
She must first ascertain the identities of these individuals to thwart Lin Xiangwan's nefarious scheme.
Lin Xiangwan stood up and departed with the information she had obtained from Wu Jin.
Once she had left, Wu Jin leaned against the window and dialed a number. "Jiang Zong, I have disclosed everything to her. Rest assured, I will reveal things gradually, allowing her to mentally prepare." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly fell silent, bursting into laughter.
Jiang Shijing inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Wu Jin ended the call and leisurely sent a brief video. In the video,
Chino propped himself against the car door, with one arm around Lin Xiangwan, his gaze filled with concern as he looked down at her.
Upon receiving the video, Jiang Shijing's expression gradually turned icy.
Lin Xiangwan was oblivious to the man's actions behind her, as waves of darkness enveloped her vision. So much had transpired from last night until now, leaving her mentally exhausted and physically unwell.
"Miss Lin, are you all right?" Chino inquired, supporting her. "Could it be low blood sugar? Shall I fetch you some chocolate?"
Lin Xiangwan closed her eyes for a few moments, acknowledging that there were still matters to attend to at the company. She remarked that a simple glass of milk would suffice, urging him to release her. It was only then that Chino realized their actions had been overly intimate, his ears flushed with embarrassment as he discreetly let go of Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan settled into the car, closing her eyes to collect her thoughts, her mind swirling with the vile countenances of the Lin Mu family. Families of high standing. In their relentless pursuit of wealth, often engage in brutal conflicts, employing every conceivable tactic. Initially, she perceived these individuals as no different from other clans, merely vying for control over corporate assets. However, she could scarcely fathom that Lin Mu and his son were not merely after the company, but were using it as a fayade to seize the confidential technologies that had been painstakingly developed over decades. These secrets were the very essence of her grandfather's legacy. Their actions bore a striking resemblance to desecrating her grandfather's grave. Lin Xiangwan could no longer endure the moment. She raised her hand to massage her temples. Chino, please help me find someone. Chapter 79, Why are you helping me? Outside the office, a woman burst in with great fervor. Lin Xiangwan paused her fingers on the keyboard and lifted her gaze to her. The woman's hair was disheveled, her collar unbuttoned, and her complexion bore an unhealthy pallor. Particularly striking were the dark circles beneath her eyes, a clear indication that she had not enjoyed restful slumber of late. Lin Xiangwan's expression was icy as she gazed intently at the other party for several seconds before letting out a disdainful scoff. Miss Gao, I presume these past few days have not been kind to you. I have not offended him. It is you who has ensnared his heart, compelling him to disregard familial ties and act against the Gao family. Gao Luohuan trembled all over, vigorously slamming her hands against the table, confronting her from across the corner. You summoned me here under the pretense of offering a solution to my predicament, but in truth, you merely wish to witness my humiliation, do you not? Lin Xiangwan raised her gaze, meeting her resentful stare, her delicate brows arching slightly. I heard that Lin Xijuan intends to annul your engagement? Gao Luohuan's complexion paled. Ever since the Gao family faced bankruptcy, Lin Xijuan had begun to avoid her, disregarding both her and her parents' pleas for assistance. During their courtship, she had leveraged the resources of the Gao family's business to support Lin Xijuan, aiding him in gaining recognition from the shareholders at the Grand Star. Yet now, amidst the Gao family's misfortune, Lin Xijuan sought to abandon her. What a heartless and ungrateful scoundrel! The more Gao Luohuan pondered, the more her breath quickened with indignation. Lin Xiangwan cast a glance at her. Although Lin Xijuan had departed from Fanqing, over the years he must have amassed a considerable fortune, sufficient to lavish upon you and to treat your parents well. Beyond him, you seem devoid of the means and capabilities to seek out another affluent partner. Should you require assistance, I could lend you a hand, compelling Lin Xijuan to marry you, otherwise, you risk descending into the depths of abandonment, with your future potentially leading you to the cold embrace of the underpass. The phrase sleeping under the bridge struck Gao Luohuan like a whip, sending a shiver down her spine. She fixed her gaze intently on Lin Xiangwan and asked, Why are you helping me? Lin Xiangwan chuckled leisurely, fixing her gaze upon her and inquired, Do you truly believe I wish to witness and cast you aside only to pursue a wealthy beauty, climbing the social ladder? Gao Luohuan opened her mouth, momentarily taken aback. She peered into Lin Xiangwan's icy eyes, which were filled with unvarnished ruthlessness. Gao Luohuan believed her. She was convinced that Lin Xiangwan did not want to see Lin Xijuan enter into another advantageous marriage, and thus, despite their grievances, she was willing to facilitate their union. This, indeed, was her sole opportunity to escape her predicament. Gao Luohuan inhaled deeply, acknowledging that Lin Xijuan was avoiding her and likely concocting a reason to sever their ties in the coming days. What means do you possess to ensure he marries me? Lin Xiangwan extended her hand towards her, saying, If you can muster the courage, do as I instruct and hand me your phone. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mu and Lin Xijuan were smoking on the balcony. Amidst the swirling smoke, Xiang Qiqing approached with 2 jackets in hand. It's chilly outside, you two should hurry inside. Lin Xijuan donned the coat and said, Mom, you and Dad should visit the Gao family tomorrow and call off the engagement. I have no desire to see that fool Gao Luohuan again. Of all the people to offend, why choose Jiang Shijing? Shi Qiqing furrowed her brow. If the Gao family faces trouble and the engagement is annulled, won't others have much to say about it? Lin Xijuan exhaled a puff of smoke, pondering the urgency of retreating.
If the Gao family were to seek our assistance, should we offer our help or refrain? Assisting them would hinder our plans to establish independence, while denying them could tarnish our reputation as ungrateful. What weighs heavier?
Lin Mu quickly expressed his thoughts as well. Shi Keqing sighed, conceding, very well. We shall visit the Gao family tomorrow. Just as her words lingered in the air, Lin Xijuan's phone suddenly chimed with a notification. It was a text message from Gao Luohuan. Xijuan, let us meet one last time to discuss our annulment.
You are currently without employment since leaving Fanqing.
Do not hinder my efforts to secure support for the Gao family, and I shall not impede your pursuit of a wealthy partner. He glanced at the message for a moment, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. No need for you to visit the Gao family, I shall handle it myself. Lin Xijuan donned his coat and seized the car keys, hurrying towards the bar. The private room had long been prepared with an array of fine wines. After Lin Xiangwan sent the message, she returned the phone to Gao Luohan.
Upon reading the content of the message, Gao Luohan's expression darkened. Would he truly come? Why would he not arrive? Lin Xiangwan raised an eyebrow and remarked, what I have sent reflects his innermost thoughts. Surely you do not believe there remains a shred of reluctance in his heart for you?
Gao Luohan was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Xiangwan's. The woman before her stood illuminated against the light, exuding an indescribable charm from her visage to her posture, yet her eyes revealed a coldness born of clarity and reason.
In that moment, Gao Luohan felt a sudden admiration for Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan, in your pursuit of your objectives, you are willing to involve even me.
I am genuinely curious about the motives that led you to forsake your marriage and provoke the Jiang family all those years ago. Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together.
And after a few seconds, she spoke, what if I say it is because of an unattainable love that has left me heartbroken by Jiang Shijing?
Gao Luohuan's eyes widened in astonishment, an exaggerated look of disbelief crossing her face.
You were heartbroken by Jiang Shijing? You loved him but couldn't have him? Lin Xiangwan expressed her displeasure, saying, is it really necessary for you to be so astonished? Gao Luohuan chuckled softly, rising to scrutinize her from head to toe.
His gaze finally settling on her face.
Do you know what Jiang Shijing did the first time he made an appearance after you fled from the wedding? Lin Xiangwan's gaze deepened, fixated on her in silence.
She yearned to know yet simultaneously wished to remain oblivious. Once again, her heart was unsettled by that fire, leaving no room for the bitterness of witnessing Jiang Shijing's disappointment. She simply did not wish to discuss Jiang Shijing, to entangle herself with him, nor to confront the disappointing version of herself that had returned after 3 years. Gao Luohuan, noticing her silence, crossed her arms and began recounting the incident. After you fled from the wedding, Jiang Shijing first ventured out to drink with a few friends. One individual, in a fit of indignation, accused you of being heartless and abandoning him. Everyone expected Jiang Shijing to concur with this sentiment, however, he did not. Instead, he seized the man and repeatedly struck him with a bottle, shattering all 10 of his fingers and breaking his teeth. I happened to be in that very bar, hearing the agonized screams echo from the second floor to the first, drowning out even the music. From that moment on, no one dared to mention your name in formal settings. Gao Luohuan regarded Lin Xiangwan intently, declaring, since that day, I have found you even more distasteful. A person deserving of scorn. Yet, why? Why does Jiang Shijing refuse to allow anyone to speak ill of you? Chapter 80, Crafting a Trap, Inviting You to the Pit. Lin Xiangwan remained stunned by the table for a considerable time, utterly taken aback by the revelation, her temples throbbing with intensity. The rumors she had heard, as well as the news brought by Wen Xian, did not align with this unexpected turn of events. Jiang Shijing held her name in a shroud of secrecy, an evident reflection of the fact that he had been the one left behind. It was clear that shortly after her departure, he had already embarked on a new relationship. Lin Xiangwan coldly pressed her lips together, about to speak, when Wen Xian entered. Lin Xijuan has arrived, we should proceed according to our plan. She glanced at Gao Luohuan. Are you capable of handling this? Rest assured, Gao Luohuan replied, dismissing their earlier conversation as inconsequential. This pertains to my own future, I will not falter. Nor do I require your unnecessary commentary. In the corner, they waited in silence. 2 minutes later, Lin Xijuan ascended the stairs and entered the private room. When Qian pursed her lips, Gao Luowan has it easy, she deserves to be abandoned by Lin Xiangwan and left out in the cold.
Lin Xiangwan's expression was somewhat sardonic.
The grievances between her and me pale in comparison to those I have with Lin Xiangwan.
Rather than seeking vengeance on her,
I yearn to witness Lin Xiangwan's fanciful dreams of courting a wealthy woman shatter, leaving him with nothing but a bankrupt heiress.
When Qian nodded,
observing a group of people entering downstairs, each brandishing their phones as they descended.
She feigned a phone call as she walked, saying, "Yes, yes. Wanwan is currently in the private room with that man.
I can't bear to watch, I've given them their space, so don't come over, it's really quite distressing."
Li Jia,
along with several friends, entered to drink, spotting Wen Qian hurriedly chatting on her phone from afar.
As they brushed past each other, she distinctly heard Wen Qian's words, "Wanwan? Isn't that Lin Xiangwan? Could it be that Lin Xiangwan is behaving indiscreetly, cavorting with a man in a bar's private room?"
Li Jia felt a rush of excitement,
her breath quickening.
Ever since offending Jiang Shijing, she too had suffered, as the young masters around Jiang had become disinclined to associate with her.
Tonight presented a splendid opportunity for revenge.
Li Jia turned to her wealthy friends in the circle,
a smile playing on her lips. "Would you all care to witness a splendid spectacle?"
In a place like this, where merriment is sought, her words resonated.
With enthusiastic agreement,
she led 5 or 6 friends upstairs. In the private room, Lin Xiangwan lay completely bare, tightly embracing Gao Luowan, leisurely sipping his drink while puffing on a cigar.
"Huan,
I must admit, I am quite touched that you entrusted me with your first time at our parting. I shall provide your family with a sum of money as compensation for the dissolution of our engagement."
Gao Luowan's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer,
tracing circles on his chest with her fingertip.
"Brother Jun, how much will you give me?"
5. Lin Xiangwan chuckled at Gao Luowan's rather unrefined allure.
500,000. The light in Gao Luowan's eyes extinguished in an instant. She forced a laugh. "Our Gao family is bankrupt, what can 500,000 accomplish?"
Lin Xiangwan narrowed his eyes, expressing his displeasure. "Is 500,000 not enough to purchase your first time? That membrane of yours is not made of gold."
"You certainly think highly of yourself."
Gao Luowan's face drained of color, her lips trembling slightly. "Why are your words so harsh? You once claimed that I was the princess you cherished most dearly, and that you would spare no expense to protect and adore me." Lin Xiangwan completely lost interest, pushing her away as if discarding a pile of rotten flesh. Rising to his feet, he remarked, "What once was is no longer relevant. The Gao family is now in decline, and you hold no value here.
Offering you 500,000 is already generous."
He busied himself with putting on his clothes, oblivious to the icy gaze that Gao Luowan cast upon him from behind. "Very well, you may tidy up," he added. Lin Xiangwan cast a glance at the fallen petals on the sofa, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment.
"Shortly, I shall have someone deliver a check to you. Once you have the money, do not ever show your face before me again."
Gao Luowan clutched her dress tightly around her body, her eyes devoid of any affection for him, her expression barely concealing her scorn.
"Did you think it would be so easy for me to be cast aside after being utilized? Do you truly believe that I, Gao Luowan, can be manipulated by a despicable illegitimate child like you?"
The term illegitimate child struck Lin Xiangwan like a dagger.
His countenance darkened,
and he swiftly turned to deliver a sharp slap.
"You wretched woman! Dare to utter another word!" Gao Luowan was knocked down by his blow.
Disregarding her dignity as she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his waist and crying out, "I have been engaged to you for 3 years, wasting my prime years.
Now my family, the Gao family, is in ruins, and you forcibly take away my innocence, yet you still wish to dissolve our engagement? Jun Gu, how could you be so heartless?"
Lin Xiangwan's expression darkened as he forcefully pushed her to the ground.
"What madness is this? Do not bother me again." With that,
he turned on his heel to leave, only to find himself confronted by a group of onlookers. The door to the private room stood ajar, revealing Li Jia and other affluent young ladies, all staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. "Lin Xiangwan, I never imagined you to be such a person. The Gao family has fallen on hard times, yet you treat Luo Huan with such cruelty, and now you wish to sever ties with her? You truly lack conscience. Have you forgotten how the Gao family assisted you?
Now that Luo Huan's family is in decline, you seek to annul your engagement? What a heartless ingrate! The crowd rallied in defense of Gao Luohuan, expressing their outrage.
Lin Xiangwan felt a heavy weight in his heart as he slowly gazed at the sobbing Gao Luohuan on the ground.
3 years of delaying Gao Luohuan's marriage,
taking away her innocence, and then parting ways. When his fiancée's family faced bankruptcy, he departed without a moment's hesitation.
Each of these burdens pressed down upon him, rendering him incapable of lifting his head. If these affluent young women were to reveal the truth, the entire Rong city would be aware of just how disgraceful Lin Xiangwan truly was.
He had been deceived. Lin Xiangwan harbored a deep-seated desire to consume Gao Luohuan whole. Yet he could only muster a forced smile under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd.
You are mistaken.
My harsh words during our quarrel were merely spoken in the heat of the moment, he reassured them. Rest assured, I am not the sort of villain who abandons those I once cherished. For the sake of his reputation, Lin Xiangwan was compelled to lower himself, assisting Gao Luohuan to her feet as they enacted a scene of profound affection. A victorious smile graced Gao Luohuan's lips, compelling him to promise before the onlookers that he would marry her as scheduled. Before she departed, satisfied, Lin Xiangwan remained in the private room, seething with rage as he let out a furious roar, shattering everything in sight. He kicked the coffee table aside and, with a dark expression, exited the bar, only to catch sight of a figure by the roadside. Lin Xiangwan stood beneath the streetlight, observing a group of friends surrounding Gao Luohuan.
As Gao Luohuan entered the car,
she exchanged a subtle nod with Lin, an unspoken understanding passing between them.
In that moment, Lin Xiangwan comprehended everything. He clenched his fists tightly and plunged into the car, slamming down on the accelerator. I will kill you, Lin Xiangwan. The alcohol coursed through his veins, fueling his rage as he pressed the gas pedal fiercely. The vehicle hurtled towards Lin Xiangwan, his face contorted with malice and resentment. Die! She felt a chill wash over her, standing helplessly on the desolate roadside. Just then, a black McLaren and a Range Rover surged forth from behind her.
The two cars maneuvered around Lin Xiangwan, flanking and colliding forcefully with Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan was suddenly jolted awake, frightened into slamming the brakes. The Land Rover came to an abrupt halt merely half a meter away, while the McLaren, resembling a ferocious black beast, collided head-on with Lin Xiangwan's vehicle. With a resounding bang, the car's alarm blared violently. Chapter 81, I worry for you. At the scene of the accident, Death's scythe swept ominously above Lin Xiangwan's head. A chill gripped her heart, leaving her frozen in place, still reeling from the harrowing brush with mortality she had just experienced. Lin Xiangwan staggered out of the car, blood oozing from his forehead, his face a portrait of terror, before collapsing weakly to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xiangwan felt a palpable sense of the near brush with death she had just experienced. Her fingertips stirred slightly as she lifted her foot to approach. Before she could draw near, the door of the Land Rover swung open. Zhou Yan rushed straight toward the McLaren, shouting, "Shijing! Shijing, wake up! Please don't frighten me, Shijing!" Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, convinced that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Who? Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangwan quickened her pace and rushed over, pushing aside Zhou Yan to peer inside. At that moment, the car door shifted. She stepped back and caught a glimpse of Jiang Shijing through the narrow opening. A streak of blood marred the edge of his brow, the source of which remained a mystery. His white shirt was stained with a large patch of crimson, rapidly spreading and blooming like a bewitching red flower. Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangwan felt a chill in her hands and feet, instinctively reaching out to support him. Jiang Shijing gently waved her off, pushing her away. Despite his unsteady steps, Jiang Shijing resolutely approached Lin Xiangwan, his handsome visage betraying a hint of ruthless menace. Lin Xiangwan was gravely injured, a long gash marring his forehead. Jiang Shijing approached him, bending down and hoisting him up as one might a lifeless dog. Coughing violently, Lin Xiangwan struggled against the chill that enveloped him. Forcing his eyes open, he endeavored to meet the man's gaze, only to be met with a particularly frigid stare, devoid of any expression. Lin Xiangwan realized something. His lips began to tremble as he suddenly attempted to pry Jiang Shijing's hand away. Jiang Shijing offered him no chance to resist, clenching his fist and striking Lin Xiangwan's forehead with astonishing speed.
Bang!
The crowd erupted in gasps of shock. Blood spattered as Lin Xiangwan rolled his eyes and lost consciousness.
Jiang Shijing appeared indifferent, raising his hand once more. Stop!
Lin Xiangwan rushed over, urgently grasping his arm, her skirt hiked up to her thighs,
revealing a porcelain-white expanse of skin. Jiang Shijing cast a glance at her. Are you protecting him?
Lin Xiangwan shook her head uneasily, cradling his bloodied hand. The coldness in her demeanor softened slightly after many days. I do not wish for you to encounter trouble because of such a beast.
Jiang Shijing let out a light scoff. You underestimate my influence far too much.
Lin Xiangwan felt a surge of urgency and blurted out her concerns. But I worry about you. I do not want you to become embroiled in a life and death situation.
Upon uttering these words, both of them were momentarily taken aback.
Jiang Shijing's gaze flickered, and the fist he had tightly clenched gradually unfurled. It seemed as though he possessed a switch within him. As long as Lin Xiangwan offered a few kind words, he was willing to compromise on anything. Lin Xiangwan sensed his tense body gradually relaxing and quickly glanced at his shoulder, soaked in blood.
Will you accompany me to the hospital to tend to your wounds?
Jiang Shijing pressed his lips together, gazing intently at her, his eyes filled with profound emotion. In a gentle tone, he said, Please repeat what you just said.
Lin Xiangwan hesitated and said, Will you accompany me to tend to the wound? Jiang Shijing shook his head and replied, Not that sentence.
Lin Xiangwan pondered for a moment before speaking, I worry about you. I do not wish for you to be involved in a life and death situation.
Will you accompany me to the hospital to tend to the wounds?
Jiang Shijing gently curved his lips into a smile, rising and pulling Lin Xiangwan up with him.
Very well, then you shall accompany me. Lin Xiangwan, filled with apprehension for his well-being, readily agreed.
As Jiang Shijing settled into Zhou Yan's car, he lost consciousness. Zhou Yan swiftly retrieved his phone and exclaimed, Arrange a hospital bed, Shijing is in trouble.
We will arrive in 10 minutes. At that moment,
an ambulance arrived with sirens blaring, transporting Lin Xiangwan inside. Lin Xiangwan tightly grasped Jiang Shijing's arm, glancing back at the ambulance. Her heart feeling as though it were submerged in icy water.
She and Lin Xiangwan were irreconcilable foes. Yet, she had never imagined that Lin Xiangwan would audaciously attempt to run her down in broad daylight. It seemed they were fated to engage in a battle to the death.
Lin Xiangwan was lost in thought when suddenly she felt a weight on her shoulder. Jiang Shijing had leaned against her and fallen into a deep slumber. As she turned her head, the subtle fragrance of shampoo wafted from his hair, prompting her to gently wrap her arms around him from behind.
In the rear-view mirror, Zhou Yan observed this scene, his expression darkening with displeasure. 3 years ago, you had hurt him once, and now, 3 years later, you have left him in such a state. Did my cousin owe you something in his past life?
Lin Xiangwan gazed intently at Jiang Shijing, expressing her gratitude for their rescue. I will take full responsibility for Jiang Shijing's injuries. You. Zhou Yan bit her lip and coldly questioned. Have you ever felt any remorse? Do you not regret abandoning Shijing 3 years ago? He has done so much for you, are you not moved by it? He risked his life to save me, for which I am grateful and touched. However, we must separate matters. His act of saving my life has no bearing on the events of 3 years ago. Can we not conflate the two? Zhou Yan fell silent, gripping the steering wheel tightly as she focused on the road ahead, accelerating with all her might towards the hospital. Upon arrival, Jiang Shijing was immediately taken to have his wounds treated. Coincidentally, Lin Xiangwan was also brought to the same floor's emergency room. Lin Mu and Xiang Keqing hurriedly arrived, wailing at the entrance of the emergency room. Zhou Yan furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Xiangwan. Her complexion was so pale it was almost translucent. The once vibrant red of her lips bore no trace of color, as she stared blankly at the floor, resembling a lifeless, exquisite doll. Zhou Yan gradually regained his composure, yet felt a pang of sorrow. It was evident that Lin Xiangwan was the one who had driven the car that struck Lin Xiangwan. Yet Lin Mu and his wife had not even spared a glance at their daughter. How heartless. In light of this, one could understand that Lin Xiangwan's decision to go abroad years ago was perhaps rooted in her father's indifference and her stepmother's lack of affection. As Zhou Yan pondered these thoughts, Lin Mu suddenly became aware of the situation at hand. He seized Xiang Keqing's hand and strode over, raising his hand to strike Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan stared at the floor, and as he raised his hand, she spoke, "Dare to touch even a single finger of mine. And the scandal of your infidelity with Jiang Shijing and the existence of your illegitimate child will spread throughout Rongcheng." Chapter 82, He enjoys your company. Lin Mu's hand froze in midair, gradually forming a tight fist. "You have already obtained the brilliance of the stars. Why must you still seek to extinguish Shi Jun? I truly regret giving birth to such a malicious daughter." Lin Xiangwan finally raised her gaze to him. But her eyes were filled with a chilling disdain. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback by her gaze, a fleeting sense of panic engulfing him. "Firstly, it was your son who brazenly attempted to take my life in public. Secondly, I was born after my mother endured 10 months of pregnancy. Throughout my life, from my birth until her passing, you never genuinely cared for us. Therefore, you are unworthy of uttering such words. Lastly, should there be any lasting repercussions to Jiang Shijing's arm, I shall see to it that Lin Xiangwan loses one of his arms. So, before you hasten to mourn for your son, it would be wise to pray for Jiang Shijing's safety." Lin Xiangwan spoke calmly, and the corridor fell into a profound silence. Zhou Yan was taken aback, astonished. He was shocked by the poor relationship between Lin Xiangwan and the Lin family, and equally astounded that she could utter such infuriating words without a hint of remorse. Lin Mu was too occupied to care about how infuriating Lin Xiangwan's words were. Instead, he fixated on her, incredulously inquiring, "What did you just say? The person in this emergency room is Jiang Shijing?" Lin Xiangwan curled her lips in a mocking smile, saying, "Indeed, Jiang Shijing is gravely injured and fainted before reaching the hospital. Can you imagine how the Jiang family will settle this score with Lin Xijuan?" Xiao Keqing struggled to catch her breath, clinging to Lin Mu's arm and lamenting, "What shall we do? Our Xijuan won't offend the Jiang family and be driven out of Rongcheng, will he? My poor son." As her voice grew increasingly frantic, Zhou Yan felt a twinge of displeasure and opened his mouth to reprimand her. Lin Xiangwan stood up abruptly and slapped Xiang Keqing across the face. Then raised her voice to Jiang Shijing, threatening, "I will tear your mouth apart." At that moment, Zhou Yan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Xiangwan. "What is it? Does President Lin insist on disturbing my cousin's peace?" Before departing, he cast a glance at Lin Xiangwan, his eyes brimming with menace. Zhou Yan felt a surge of frustration, and his tone softened as he addressed Lin Xiangwan. "How could your father act this way?" "He is not my father," she retorted. Lin Xiangwan sat down and continued to wait, not wishing to speak. Observing this, Zhou Yan chose to remain silent as well. After a while, Wen Qian also arrived, expressing her profound regret, stating that she should not have left the bar so soon. Lin Xiangwan comforted her with a couple of words and waited with her for half an hour before the emergency room door finally opened. The doctor emerged, meeting the anxious gazes of those gathered. The condition of the injured person's shoulder was quite severe. After the bandaging, a period of rest for 2 weeks was essential, and movement of the arm should be avoided as much as possible. While Zhou Yan felt a sense of relief, he was also filled with concern. Given that the injury was to the right arm, how would one manage basic needs without assistance for 2 weeks? The doctor nodded, indicating that they would need to arrange for nursing care, as the individual would be unable to recuperate properly on their own. After the doctor left, Zhou Yan turned to Lin Xiangwan and inquired if the stars had been particularly busy lately. Lin Xiangwan did not anticipate his inquiry and casually replied, "The project has a team dedicated to maintaining stability. Currently, I am investigating some matters, so I am not busy." When Shan responded with an acknowledgement, "All right. Then you shall be responsible for Jiang Shijing's daily care." When Shan immediately furrowed her brows, Wan is not Jiang Shijing's caretaker, how can she look after him? The doctor has already stated that a nurse should be hired. Who do you think you are ordering around? She offered no courtesy to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan recalled the recent intimate dinners he had shared with Wen Shan, feeling a twinge of jealousy. "You are so fierce whenever Lin Xiangwan is mentioned." "I am merely trying to provide her an opportunity for gratitude. Shijing was injured for her sake, who else should care for him? Besides, with her company, even if he does not recover swiftly, he will undoubtedly feel happier." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangwan looked at him in confusion. "Why would he be happy simply because I am with him?" Zhou Yan rolled his eyes in response. "He enjoys your company, he wishes to see you." "Is that not sufficient?" Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together. "Is that so? I had thought the one he most yearned to see was the resident of Lianhua Manor.
Zhou Yan fixed his gaze upon her. Are you aware that there are people living in Lianhua Manor?
Lin Xiangwan remarked lightly. I also know that Jiang Shijing took her in after I went abroad, visiting her from time to time.
Zhou Yan opened his mouth as if to speak but,
burdened with unspoken thoughts, ultimately shook his head and proceeded downstairs to settle the bill.
Lin Xiangwan smiled at Wen Xian and said, You may join me as well. I wish to enter alone for a moment. Wen Xian nodded slightly and turned to leave. Chapter 83, May I kiss you?
Lin Xiangwan pushed open the door and entered the room. Jiang Shijing had yet to awaken, his face bearing the heavy marks of fatigue and frailty.
Lin Xiangwan approached the bedside, observing him for a moment.
She raised her hand and, with her fingertips, delicately traced the contours of Jiang Shijing's brows and eyes in the air. She could not help but concede that Jiang Shijing was captivating when he smiled warmly, yet, in the blink of an eye, when he expressed anger and wore a cold demeanor for her sake, it stirred her heart even more.
Alas, time had passed.
And she could no longer embrace Jiang Shijing's neck with the same affectionate intimacy, freely expressing her love. Jiang Shijing had changed as well, although he still smiled. There were times when his heart seemed distant. Nevertheless, one thing remained unchanged, no matter how much time elapsed, his willingness to risk everything for her endured.
Lin Xiangwan let out a deep sigh as she leaned down to cover Jiang Shijing with a quilt.
As she drew closer, she gazed at Jiang Shijing's serene and handsome features, softly inquiring, this time, did you save me out of your grandfather's wishes, or was it solely to protect me?
Suddenly,
Jiang Shijing opened his eyes, meeting her bewildered gaze. Lin Xiangwan was startled and instinctively attempted to rise. Jiang Shijing grasped her wrist, preventing her from distancing herself.
How do you feel now? Does your shoulder still ache?
Lin Xiangwan, caught in a whispered conversation, awkwardly interrupted him. Jiang Shijing, burdened with pain, felt a heaviness in his chest and truly lacked the energy to elaborate further. He released Lin Xiangwan and closed his eyes. Lin Xiangwan sat down beside him.
Why did you save me?
Jiang Shijing took a deep breath, his shoulders aching from the rise and fall of his chest.
What do you think the reason is? Lin Xiangwan held a hint of trepidation. Could it be that he still cares for me? Jiang Shijing chuckled, responding, how could that be?
It is merely my disdain for Lin Xijuan that led me to confront him.
Is that satisfactory? Lin Xiangwan's gaze darkened. Is mutual destruction the only option when one cannot tolerate another? At that moment, when he sought to deal with me, you appeared just in time. What a coincidence!
Lin Xiangwan remained silent, her heart racing slightly. Jiang Shijing's jaw was set, his thin lips pressed tightly together.
I shall reiterate, he said.
I cannot risk my life to save his granddaughter merely because of an elder's request.
I wish to live well, do you understand? I understand.
Lin Xiangwan's thoughts whirled around in her mind, unsure of how to inquire. It was not merely due to her grandfather's admonition, but rather because she genuinely cared for her. Lin Xiangwan continued to probe him, saying, do not be so agitated. I understand that your actions are driven by your disdain for Lin Xijuan,
rather than a fulfillment of my grandfather's wishes. Jiang Shijing's expression darkened with anger.
Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows slightly.
Not disputing? She felt a bit stifled and stood up, saying, you should rest well. I will step out to fetch some water.
Lin Xiangwan picked up the cup of water from the table, intending to evade Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing, unable to contain his frustration any longer, sat up despite the pain and exclaimed, are you out of your mind, Lin Xiangwan? What is Lin Xijuan to me that I should risk my life for revenge? No matter how significant your grandfather's request may be, it is not worth my life.
I am not so burdened by a sense of responsibility.
Lin Xiangwan hurriedly approached to examine his shoulder.
You should speak properly. If you move around recklessly,
the wound will reopen. Jiang Shijing grasped her hand firmly, his gaze profound, flickering with a myriad of emotions.
Lin Xiangwan, what on earth are you thinking? Is your heart made of stone? Can you truly not feel anything?
Lin Xiangwan seated herself, casting her gaze downward upon him. At this moment, she comprehended his true intent. It appeared that Jiang Shijing was speaking in riddles. What he truly meant to convey was that his perilous act of saving her was solely for her sake,
entirely independent of anyone or anything else.
Lin Xiangwan opened her mouth, intending to inquire about the reason behind his willingness to risk everything for her.
A multitude of thoughts swirled in her mind.
She recalled 3 years ago, and the numerous ex-girlfriends of Jiang Shijing, particularly Miss Xiangwan from Lianhua Manor.
After much contemplation,
she found herself too apprehensive to pose the question of whether he still harbored feelings for her.
She raised her hand to gently wipe away the sweat that had formed on Jiang Shijing's brow and softly asked, "Is there anything I can do for you now?"
Jiang Shijing leaned back, gazing at Lin Xiangwan, who was rarely this amiable, and found himself devoid of any anger. "My injury is quite severe, it requires attentive care. And you shall take on this responsibility." Lin Xiangwan nodded and replied, "Very well, it is only proper."
Jiang Shijing continued, "The hospital is overcrowded, making it quite inconvenient for me to stay there.
I have yet to find a suitable place, so I intend to move into your home. You can work from home and take care of me until I fully recover." Lin Xiangwan cast a fleeting glance at his shoulder.
"All right."
Jiang Shijing entwined his pinky finger with hers, stating, "After parting ways with Chino, I find it unsettling to be cared for by someone who was in a relationship." Lin Xiangwan raised her eyes to gaze at him for a moment.
"Is there anything else?"
Jiang Shijing's gaze lingered on her lips. The pain from the wound was excruciating. She needed to do something to distract herself.
"May I kiss you?" Chapter 84. Do you know what Jiang Shijing said about you?
Lin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes slightly. Noticing her apparent displeasure, the confidence that Jiang Shijing had just mustered dissipated in an instant. He softened his stance, conceding that she need not comply with the fourth request. Lin Xiangwan cast a subtle glance at him, Jiang Shijing, saying, "Your recent actions have increasingly led me to misunderstand you."
Jiang Shijing curled his lips and replied, "Misunderstand what?" Lin Xiangwan lowered her gaze in silence. She could easily misinterpret Jiang Shijing's affections, believing that his playful antics and endearing behaviors were reminiscent of their past 3 years ago. However, the mere mention of Lianhua Manor felt like a fiery brand seared into her heart, causing an ever-deepening ache with each thought. Jiang Shijing leaned in, gently resting his head on Lin Xiangwan's shoulder. The pain was indeed palpable.
Seizing the moment, he lifted his gaze, capturing her lips with his.
One arm firmly encircling her waist, drawing her into his embrace.
As they entwined in a passionate kiss, he opened his eyes,
revealing the tender affection that had long been concealed within.
After a span of several minutes, Lin Xiangwan emerged. As she opened the door, her crimson lips appeared even more alluring. Lin Mu stood outside with a sullen expression, gazing intently. Lin Xiangwan paused slightly, then her expression turned impassive.
"Is there something you wish to discuss? You appear as though you have been moved by Jiang Shijing's actions this evening, perhaps rekindling your affection for him?"
Lin Mu remarked with a mocking smile. Lin Xiangwan coldly remarked, "My affairs are of no concern to you." Having said that, she circumvented Lin Mu. Lin Mu turned slightly and said, "Relying on him to confront Shijun won't work."
"Do you know what Jiang Shijing said about you before you ran away from your wedding?"
If Lin Mu had stepped in front of her at that moment, he would have witnessed the sudden pallor of Lin Xiangwan's face. With just one sentence from Lin Mu, she was transported back to 3 years ago. The scene of Jiang Shijing drinking in the bar, disdainfully discussing her with Lin Shijun, remained vividly etched in her memory. Lin Xiangwan turned around to face Lin Mu,
having tidied up all her emotions, and asked, "What did I say?"
Lin Mu displayed a hint of triumphant smile and remarked that Mr. Lin had passed away. He observed your profound sorrow and thus refrained from mentioning the dissolution of your contract, otherwise, he would have severed ties with you long ago. He further stated that henceforth, he would not concern himself with your affairs. The disputes within the Lin family are of no consequence to him, even if Shijun were to take your life. It would merely be a testament to his own capabilities. Lin Xiangwan suddenly furrowed her brows, her fists clenched tightly, the nails digging into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped purple-red marks. She calmly raised her head and inquired, "Have you finished speaking?"
Lin Mu was taken aback. "Are you not angry or saddened?"
Lin Xiangwan remained composed. "For I had discerned his true nature 3 years prior. I was aware that he merely tolerated our coexistence and had also overheard the clandestine dealings between you and Xiang Keqing to usurp the company." She stepped forward, confronting Lin Mu, her gaze as frigid as steel. Lin Mu opened his mouth, taken aback by her response.
Lin Xiangwan suddenly smiled. Do you think I am still consumed by love as I was 3 years ago?
I no longer harbor any feelings for him. Nor do I contemplate the possibility of reconciliation. So, why should I feel sorrow or distress? Lin Mu was initially taken aback, but after glancing at Lin Xiangwan's back, a triumphant smile emerged on her face. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Shijing stood quietly, clearly having overheard her words, his expression one of profound seriousness.
Lin Mu decisively withdrew from their midst, turning away. Unable to avenge his son, all he could do was this. Lin Xiangwan's eyes flickered, uncertain of how to shatter the frozen atmosphere. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Shijing suddenly reached out and closed the door, isolating her from the outside. Bang!
The sound of the door slamming was deafening. Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from entering through the door. The words spoken by Lin Mu lingered painfully in her heart, causing her considerable distress. The other party was deliberately sowing discord. Yet their words were not entirely devoid of truth. After all, what she had heard at the bar echoed this sentiment. Moreover, did Jiang Shijing not just remain silent in his explanation? Surely, he must be quite upset now and would no longer insist on staying at her home. Perhaps this is for the best. Lin Xiangwan resumed her composed and aloof demeanor before turning to leave.
Upon exiting the hospital, Ziran was on the phone,
discussing Jiang Shijing's condition and suggesting that Ziran should come by when she had the opportunity to lend her support. As Lin Xiangwan descended the stairs, she caught sight of a hurried figure approaching.
Chino's expression was grave as he approached, grasping Lin Xiangwan's wrist and scrutinizing her from head to toe. Are you all right? Miss Wen mentioned you were nearly in an accident and inquired about my whereabouts.
I should have accompanied you today. His face was etched with guilt, his eyes brimming with concern.
I'm fine.
No one anticipated such an incident. It was my decision not to have you accompany me, so please do not blame yourself. Chino shook his head, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Ever since I began following you, I have not experienced a moment of peace.
That is not my intention. With a complex expression, Chino softly inquired, have you never considered leaving Rome City to live elsewhere?
You wouldn't have to toil so hard for the company or fear the malice of others. Meeting his piercing gaze, Lin Xiangwan resolutely shook her head.
I have never contemplated leaving. Here, I have my obligations to fulfill. Thank you for your concern. Chino fell silent when he sought Lin Xiangwan at the hospital.
His own circumstances re-emerged. His family had granted him merely half a month's time. He was reluctant to leave, yet his heart remained tethered to Rome City.
All right. Let us go. Lin Xiangwan brushed past Chino.
He abruptly quickened his pace, positioning himself in her path. Miss Lin once mentioned that the reason for not considering emotions now is due to past wounds.
Lin Xiangwan questioned, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Chino gazed at her intently, his tone earnest. If there were someone who could provide you with a life free from worries, who would cherish and adore you, loving you wholeheartedly, would you be willing to give him a chance? Lin Xiangwan pondered deeply.
It seemed that she once yearned for such a life.
Yet now,
all she desired was to ruthlessly trample Lin Xijuan beneath her feet. She longed to witness Lin Mu stripped of all, seeking vengeance for Uncle Chen. Lin Xiangwan revealed a faint smile, poised to decline, when suddenly, someone encircled her waist.
Chapter 85, The Anticipation of Meeting Xiangwan. Chino,
awaiting an answer that never came, darkened in countenance.
Release Miss Lin.
Jiang Shijing, with his weight leaning heavily against Lin Xiangwan, let out a dismissive scoff.
You are merely her bodyguard, indulging in the role of her boyfriend. Do you dare to command me?
Chino's gaze met his, a clash of eyes igniting a spark of cold fury. He clenched his fists. As Miss Lin's bodyguard, it is my duty to protect her.
You have hurt her. Let her go. I am fine.
Lin Xiangwan pried Jiang Shijing's hand away, now supporting him instead, furrowing her brow as she inquired, why are you out here injured? Jiang Shijing fixed his gaze upon her. Lin Xiangwan expressed her concern for Chino, yet he felt no joy in her gestures. The laughter that once sparkled in her eyes had vanished, as though the kiss shared in the hospital was merely a figment of his imagination.
Lin Xiangwan's immersion in the situation is but a facade, as is the apparent easing of their relationship.
The woman who had forsaken him 3 years prior now stands at the hospital door, delivering yet another sentence of condemnation.
Is reconciliation truly out of the question? Jiang Shijing, with a smile that dances on the edge of mockery, quips, "Wan, your memory seems rather poor. Did you not promise to take me home to cohabit? Why, then? Are you planning to depart alone?" Upon hearing this, Chino, perplexed, inquires, "Miss Lin, what is the meaning of this?"
Lin Xiangwan found herself at a loss for words.
Merely gazing at Jiang Shijing as she inquired, "Do you still wish to move in?"
She had assumed that upon hearing those words, Jiang Shijing would feel embarrassed and cease to engage with her.
Naturally, once a promise is made, it should not be retracted. "Miss Lin!" Shin Ao rushed forward,
uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. As Lin Xiangwan turned to face him, Jiang Shijing also lifted his chin, looking down at him with an air of superiority, his eyes brimming with provocation. It was as if he was brazenly flaunting, "See, Lin Xiangwan still cares for me." Jiang Shijing had been injured because of her.
Both emotionally and logically, it was her responsibility to care for him.
Lin Xiangwan spoke with unwavering certainty, cautioning Chino against further inquiries.
Chino clenched her fists,
then slowly relaxed them, offering a wry smile. "Indeed, I am merely a bodyguard of little significance to you.
Someone who can be delivered to the Wen family at any moment. You cannot perceive my true feelings at all." However, before she could say more,
Jiang Shijing's phone suddenly rang from within his pocket. Though the device was clearly nestled in his left trouser pocket, Jiang Shijing remained unmoving. Raising an eyebrow at Lin Xiangwan and requesting, "Please answer it for me." Lin Xiangwan glanced at him and reached into his trouser pocket. It was a call from the elderly Madame Jiang, but the voice on the other end belonged to the butler.
"Young master, it's terrible.
The old lady has fallen ill again."
Lin Xiangwan's expression shifted. "Young master, have you forgotten?
The old madam has been recuperating at the estate recently, and we need to send a yacht to deliver a doctor." "I understand, I will arrange for a yacht," he replied succinctly before hanging up the phone.
Lin Xiangwan's palms were clammy with sweat as she anxiously inquired, "What ailment has befallen grandma? Hasn't her health always been robust?" Jiang Shijing wore a grave expression. Lacking the time to explain, he implored, "Could you do me a favor?" Lin Xiangwan replied without hesitation, "You say it."
"I am injured and unable to move around due to my business trip to Yanjing, so I can only trouble you to accompany Dr. Qian." Jiang Shijing's tone carried a hint of plea. "I am worried about leaving my grandmother alone."
Lin Xiangwan readily agreed, "All right, I will go." Jiang Shijing turned to Chino.
"You shall escort her to the ferry at the foot of Songshan Mountain."
"The ferry at the foot of Songshan Mountain?" Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback.
The Lianhua manor she glimpsed that night across the mountains and waters was indeed reached by driving to the Songshan ferry.
She couldn't help but exclaim, "Which manor does grandma reside in?"
Jiang Shijing cast a glance at her and replied, "Lianhua manor." Lin Xiangwan felt a sudden tightening in her chest,
about to inquire further when Jiang Shijing's phone rang again.
The yacht had been arranged, and Dr. Qian was hurrying to the dock. Jiang Shijing frowned at Chino, demanding, "Are you going to take her or not?" Chino, harboring disdain for him, recognized the urgency of the situation and strode towards the car,
opening the door for Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan refrained from inquiring further and proceeded to the ferry terminal.
With the assistance of Chino,
she boarded the yacht and encountered Dr. Qian.
Dr. Qian recounted the symptoms of the elderly Lady Jiang.
3 years prior, Lady Jiang began experiencing severe headaches,
undergoing numerous examinations without any conclusive diagnosis.
Eventually, I prescribed a traditional Chinese herbal remedy, which, when complemented by acupuncture, alleviated her pain. Without this treatment, the torment was unbearable. The poor lady was driven to the brink of despair, even contemplating striking her head against the wall.
Lin Xiangwan grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that this headache had no warning signs whatsoever? It could strike at any moment, anywhere. Dr. Qian shook his head. "I am uncertain as well.
The old lady often experiences sudden pain. Although the cause remains elusive, it seems to be somewhat influenced by emotional fluctuations."
Emotional fluctuations.
Lin Xiangwan sat upon the yacht, gazing distantly at Lianhua Manor.
Since the old lady was present, she must have been aware of Xiangwan's existence, yet why had she never mentioned her?
As they drew nearer, Lin Xiangwan felt her heart race uncontrollably. When the yacht finally docked, she and Dr. Jiang simultaneously leaned toward the shore. In a moment of distraction, she lost her balance and fell backward. At that critical moment, Chino steadied her, though his gaze remained fixed ahead.
Lin Xiangwan followed his gaze and was momentarily taken aback.
The manor was constructed in a castle style, and a room on the second floor was illuminated, revealing someone who was gazing downwards. The outside was shrouded in darkness, and with the person backlit. Lin Xiangwan could not discern their features, only faintly identifying them as a woman by her silhouette.
An unsettling feeling lingered as she sensed something peculiar in the woman's gaze.
However, there was no time for further scrutiny as she hurriedly followed Dr. Qian into the manor after disembarking.
Lady Jiang, in agony, clasped her head and curled up on the sofa.
She was drenched in cold sweat, her hands gripping her hair tightly, having pulled out a considerable amount of strands, while her lips were bitten until they bled. Lin Xiangwan had never seen the old lady in such a state.
In her memory,
the old lady was a graceful elder with a serene temperament, exceptionally kind and tolerant towards her, always with her hair meticulously arranged, never appearing so disheveled. Lin Xiangwan felt a surge of compassion, her heart aching as she assisted Dr. Qian in lifting the elderly lady.
Gently grasping her hand, she soothingly implored, "Grandmother,
the doctor has arrived, you will soon be free of pain.
Please do not harm yourself in this way, all right?" Upon hearing the familiar voice,
the old lady paused in surprise before looking up at her. Lin Xiangwan said cautiously, "It's me, Xiaowan."
"Xiaowan,"
the old lady exclaimed with excitement, grasping her hand tightly,
with strands of snow-white hair entwined between her fingers. Lin Xiangwan spoke with concern, "Grandmother, how could you endure such a tormenting illness without informing me?"
Dr. Qian grasped the old lady's hand and skillfully inserted a needle into her wrist. He poured the pre-prepared traditional herbal decoction into a bowl and offered it to her. The old lady, as if she had discovered a life-saving elixir, seized the bowl and drank it down in one gulp. After a few acupuncture sessions, her complexion improved significantly. Meeting Lin Xiangwan's anxious gaze, she weakly replied, "Grandmother is simply exhausted."
"Little one, please allow me to rest for a while before we continue, if you don't mind." Lin Xiangwan nodded gently, covering her with a blanket.
"You may sleep now, I shall remain here, keeping watch and going nowhere." Only then did the old lady feel at ease enough to close her eyes, though her brow remained furrowed.
Dr. Qian wiped the sweat from his brow,
and only after ensuring she was peacefully asleep did he release a sigh of relief, picking up his medical kit and ascending the stairs.
Lin Xiangwan inquired, "Dr. Qian,
what is your purpose here?" Lin Xiangwan paused momentarily.
Was there something amiss with Xiangwan?
She recognized that it had little to do with her. Yet curiosity compelled her to ascend the stairs, eager to catch a glimpse of this woman.
Chapter 86, The Tale of Xiangwan and Jiang Shijing. She exhaled softly, following Dr. Qian to the door of the room on the second floor.
This was the very room she had observed from downstairs, where she had seen a figure standing by the balcony window.
Was it Xiangwan? Lin Xiangwan instinctively sidestepped, concealing herself by the door. The occupant inside opened the door to allow Dr. Qian to enter.
The door remained ajar, leaving Lin Xiangwan shrouded in shadows, as she hesitated whether to glance inside.
A woman's slightly cool voice resonated from within the room. "Dr. Qian, how is the old lady?"
"She has already taken her medication and fallen asleep."
"Allow me to show you." "Thank you for your trouble."
Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. She felt as though she had lost her sanity, otherwise, how could she increasingly perceive that this voice was an exact replica of her own?
Lin Xiangwan sought confirmation.
Yet the room remained enveloped in silence for an extended period, leaving her uncertain about what Dr. Qian was examining regarding Xiangwan.
After a moment's hesitation,
she stepped closer to the doorway and was suddenly struck by the scene within. The woman possessed an ordinary visage, yet her lips were sharply pronounced, creating an unsettling contrast. Clad in a white nightgown, she was rolling up the hem, positioned sideways to Dr. Qian, revealing a long, grotesque scar along her waist that appeared to be a remnant of surgical intervention.
Lin Xiangwan was taken aback.
The woman, sensing someone outside the door, looked up and gasped.
quickly lowering her garment.
Lin Xiangwan awkwardly apologized. I must have startled you, I am truly sorry.
A strange expression flickered across Xiangwan's face as she inquired. Who are you?
Lin Xiangwan entered and introduced herself, saying, I am Lin Xiangwan, here to visit the old lady.
Upon hearing this, Xiangwan sat quietly, her gaze scanning Lin Xiangwan from head to toe, as if she had encountered some fascinating creature.
Lin Xiangwan inadvertently stumbled upon her wound, prompting me to step outside.
Xiangwan smiled and said,
Wait, please stay, I have something to discuss with you. Dr. Qian conducted a brief examination, nodded with satisfaction, and remarked,
The wound is healing remarkably well. Is the nutritionist that President Jiang arranged for you here? I would like to give a few more words of advice.
Xiangwan replied with a smile, Yes, the nutritionist, chef, and caretaker are all present, but they have gone to the backyard to rest for the night.
So you cannot see them at the moment.
Then let's talk in the morning, Dr. Qian said as he tidied up his medical kit and turned to leave. Lin Xiangwan listened to their conversation and speculated that Dr. Qian must frequently visit Lianhua Manor, being quite familiar with both Xiangwan and her relationship with Jiang Shijing.
Please have a seat, Xiangwan suddenly spoke up.
As Lin Xiangwan was lost in thought, she suddenly believed that she was speaking aloud. She sat down in front of Xiangwan, carefully choosing her words. What is this?
Oh, I am unwell and have just undergone a surgical procedure for removal.
But it is nothing of concern.
Xiangwan appeared reluctant to delve deeper into the matter, briefly acknowledging it before gazing earnestly at Lin Xiangwan. Most importantly, I have finally met you. Lin Xiangwan raised an eyebrow. Do you know me?
Xiangwan smiled faintly, lifting her teacup and replied softly, Not only do I know you, but I am also quite familiar with you, in fact.
I despise you. Despise?
Lin Xiangwan was perplexed, wondering why she harbored such animosity towards her.
Given their prior unfamiliarity.
Xiangwan fixed her gaze upon her for 2 seconds, a peculiar expression of infatuation and resentment emerging on her face. Her heart beginning to race tumultuously. It appeared she wished to suppress her surging emotions, striving to divert her attention towards the view outside the window.
Allow me to share a story with you.
Lin Xiangwan nodded gently, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Her intuition suggested that what Xiangwan was about to reveal would dispel the fog enveloping her mind.
3 autumns ago, my father lost all his savings in a gamble.
And my brother suffered a leg injury while working in a factory, leaving my mother and me to shoulder the burdens of our household.
It was during that tumultuous time that I first encountered young Master Jiang.
He was dining at a restaurant where I worked as a waitress. And while pouring tea for him, I accidentally spilled the entire cup. His attire was evidently expensive, and I felt utterly helpless, believing the world was collapsing around me. In a moment of despair, I knelt before him to apologize, with the manager also extending his apologies.
However, upon hearing my name, Xiangwan, he not only absolved me of any financial responsibility but also presented me with a bank card, inquiring if I would be willing to accompany him. As she recounted this moment, Xiangwan touched her face and chuckled softly, reflecting, I possess an ordinary appearance.
So when a man of such striking looks offered to take care of me, my first thought was that I had encountered a trafficker.
Lin Xiangwan gazed at her. But your brother requires medical expenses, which you cannot refuse.
Xiangwan said, Yes, I need 30,000 yuan, at that time. I was at my wit's end and prepared to resign and sell myself. Regardless of whether the other party was a fraud, I had to take a gamble. I won the bet. Young Master Jiang was not a fraud.
That bank card held 500,000, and he brought me to Lianhua Manor,
where he arranged for a housekeeper and a cook to attend to me, stating that he would come to see me in 3 days. My brother now had enough funds for his medical care, and I lived in a castle-like manner, my heart filled with gratitude towards young Master Jiang.
That night,
I wished to offer myself in return, having taken a bath and changed into the nightgown he had prepared for me, awaiting his arrival.
As Xiangwan spoke,
the memory of that evening flooded her mind. She was not particularly attractive, but her figure was decent, so she had specially practiced many coquettish gestures to please men.
Confident that she could serve young Master Jiang well that night. Soon, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Xiangwan trembled with anxiety,
her breath becoming labored as she sat on the bed. The door opened, and a strong scent of alcohol wafted in. Xiangwan looked up, nearly startled. Jiang Shijing wore a black shirt, the collar disheveled, and his hand, resting on the doorknob, was swollen and red. His beautiful eyes were bloodshot. And the stubble on his chin had not been shaved, exuding an air of heartbreak and despondency, a stark contrast to his previous polished appearance. Xiangwan hurriedly jumped off the bed to support him.
"Young master, are you okay?
How did you get hurt?" Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Shijing squinted. Then stared intently at her, scrutinizing her shoulders.
He smiled. "You don't have a mole." Xiangwan was puzzled. "What?"
Jiang Shijing, unsteady on his feet, sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at his swollen hand.
Xiangwan, feeling helpless, approached him. "Did you drink too much?"
Jiang Shijing shook his head.
"I cannot get drunk." Xiangwan searched for the first aid kit. "Then what happened to your hand?"
Jiang Shijing opened his hand and chuckled. "I smashed a person's hand with a wine bottle, and I broke his teeth as well. He should never dare to speak carelessly again." She began to realize that this seemingly angelic figure, her savior from despair, was not easy to deal with.
Chapter 87. No one can be her substitute. The name was similar, and the voice was too.
She thought, if that were the case, she would be willing. Jiang Shijing seemed to find this amusing.
Lifting his gaze to scrutinize Xiangwan, his eyes icy. Substitute?
No one could be her substitute.
Xiangwan dared not speak, biting her lip in anxiety. Subsequently, Jiang Shijing reclined backward, collapsing onto the bed. Holding the ointment, she felt at a loss. "Young master, shouldn't we tend to your injury?"
Jiang Shijing closed his eyes and ignored her. "I have arranged for experts to install a mechanical prosthetic limb for your brother, in 2 months. He will be able to move freely, wearing pants as if he were a normal person, with no one the wiser."
Xiangwan was stunned by this sudden piece of good news, kneeling in excitement. "Thank you, young master. Our family will never forget your immense kindness. But how can I repay you?"
Jiang Shijing turned his back to her. After a moment, he murmured, "Lull me to sleep."
Xiangwan's face flushed, stammering, "How? How do I lull you?" Jiang Shijing replied nonchalantly, "Lower your voice and call me by name." Xiangwan, confused but obedient, said, "Young master."
Jiang Shijing frowned slightly.
"Call me a Jing." Xiangwan's voice tightened. A Jing?"
It sounded too stiff, add a hint of affection.
"A Jing."
Just like that.
"A Jing. A Jing, a Jing."
Xiangwan repeated the name over and over, sitting on the carpet beside the bed, gazing longingly at the man sleeping on his side. She didn't know how many times she had called him, but Jiang Shijing's breathing gradually became steady. Xiangwan finally paused, licking her chapped lips, her throat feeling parched. She picked up the thin blanket from the side of the bed, gently covering Jiang Shijing before turning to leave. The next morning, while Jiang Shijing was eating downstairs, he smiled at Xiangwan as she emerged.
"Good morning."
His hand was wrapped in bandages, the stubble shaved, and he appeared refreshed, once again the lofty young master.
Xiangwan looked at the dignified yet approachable Jiang Shijing, recalling the gloomy and despondent man from the previous night, feeling it was surreal.
She harbored numerous questions but dared not voice them, obediently sitting at the table to eat. Jiang Shijing blew on the hot porridge, casually stating, "I will help you arrange for your family. I will give you 200,000 a month, on the condition that you cannot leave the manor. You should practice what happened last night. Every time I come over, you must do the same." Xiangwan poked at the soup dumplings with her chopsticks, nodding her head in agreement, suddenly understanding everything. She was not even worthy of being a substitute. She was merely kept in the manor because her voice resembled that of some woman, serving as a phonograph to relieve Jiang Shijing's emotions. This was also quite good. Her brother could be saved, her mother no longer needed to work, and all she had to do was occasionally use her voice a bit more. And she could earn a substantial amount of money while enjoying a carefree life in the manor. But humans are always greedy. As Jiang Shijing's visits increased, Xiangwan couldn't help but wonder what kind of woman had captivated him so deeply. She yearned to investigate, yet found no way to ask. Until one day, when Jiang Shijing came to the manor again, having drunk alcohol. Xiangwan called out a Jing for 2 hours. Once he fell asleep, she covered him with a blanket. Jiang Shijing suddenly grabbed her arm, calling out in his sleep, "Wan."
"Xiang?" He called her Xiang? Xiangwan's heart raced.
And she blushed as she softly replied, Jing, I'm here.
Jiang Shijing frowned slightly, voice filled with grievance, why don't you want me anymore? At that moment, all of Xiangwan's feelings seemed absurd.
Desperately, she sought information, bribing the housekeeper and cook here, only to learn that Jiang Shijing had a fiancée who had abandoned him to go abroad.
The fiancée was named Lin Xiangwan,
and she had always called him a Jing while they were together.
Xiangwan, Xiangwan.
Previously, she had adored the name her mother had given her. But at that moment, it felt utterly ridiculous. When would she ever be able to receive a genuine Xiang from Jiang Shijing, just as he called Lin Xiangwan? She turned around to see Lin Xiangwan, who had completely frozen, a complex light flickering in her eyes. She felt fortunate that her voice and name bore a resemblance to Lin Xiangwan, otherwise, Jiang Shijing would not have pulled her from the abyss. Yet, she also resented the similarity, as for the past 3 years, she had watched the man she adored treat her as a mere tool to reminisce about his former lover. Lin Xiangwan's eyes quivered as she gazed quietly at her, still reeling from the immense shock. Lin Xiangwan, so it was you all along. After 3 years, I finally comprehend how eerily similar our voices are, and at last, I unveil the identity of the woman Jiang Shijing has endlessly cherished.
Do not utter another word.
Lin Xiangwan suddenly found it difficult to breathe and stood up to interrupt her. He does not harbor any affection for me. Nor does he wish to marry me. You are wholly unaware of this. On what grounds do you presume to assert that he pines for me? She was acutely aware of the wavering conviction in her voice, yet she was reluctant to accept Xiangwan's words. If Jiang Shijing truly held deep feelings for her, then what were the words he spoke to the Lin family, or those uttered in the bar, worth? She had uncovered Lin Mu's scheme and could not reconcile the notion that her father did not love her mother, marrying her merely to align with a wealthy family. This realization brought her both anguish and sorrow. In that moment, her thoughts turned to Jiang Shijing, prompting her to rush to the bar in search of solace. However, upon her arrival, she witnessed Jiang Shijing drinking with Lin Xiangwan, exchanging words that pierced her heart with despair. That night, had Jiang Shijing not betrayed her, she would not have felt the overwhelming dread of being forsaken by the entire world. Yet, she had indeed endured the betrayal of all those she held dear. And she would rather face scorn for abandoning her initial intentions than remain visible, disappearing into oblivion abroad. Now, however, Xiangwan insists that Jiang Shijing loves her and thinks of her. What, then, do the events she has heard truly signify? What do the 3 years of absence and the suffering and resentment experienced in a foreign land amount to? Lin Xiangwan tightly shut her eyes. The matters that transpired between Jiang Shijing and you are of no concern to me. He has courted countless girlfriends outside the manor. If you were aware of this, you would not assert that he is still pining for me. Xiangwan let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Then perhaps you should seek out those women who have been in a relationship with Jiang Shijing. I am certain you will swiftly uncover some clues. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow, inquiring, what clues? You may find them yourself, Xiangwan replied, clutching her waist as she sat down, weary. I am exhausted, please leave. Lin Xiangwan cast a deep glance at her before turning to leave. Once she was gone, Xiangwan sighed bitterly and dialed Jiang Shijing. The old lady was well and had already retired for the night. The emotions in Xiangwan's eyes flickered like a candle flame. She pondered that if Jiang Shijing felt any reluctance or hesitation to let her go, she would choose to stay. Even if she could only see him a few times a month, even if it meant merely being a voice in the night. Even if she could not leave the estate, she would willingly accept it. Chapter 88. Only Lin Xiangwan resided in her heart. Xiangwan's palms were sweaty. Yet a sense of anticipation began to rise within her. I will have Yan Jing escort you away, Jiang Shijing spoke, his voice heavy with fatigue and drowsiness. Xiangwan was taken aback. Jiang Shao, have you just woken up? Jiang Shijing replied nonchalantly, yes, pack your things. A yacht will come to take you and your family for a reunion in 2 hours. Xiangwan's complexion paled, and before he could hang up, she hastily asked. What do I mean to you? Has my companionship over these 3 years not garnered even a hint of your affection? Do you feel nothing for me at all? As she posed this question, a sense of embarrassment washed over her, yet she stubbornly sought the truth, yearning for clarity. Even if I pretend to be that other Lin Miss whom you have known for 3 years, did it never cross your mind that I am not she? But Xiangwan? On the other end of the line, Jiang Shijing chuckled. His weariness was interspersed with a touch of tenderness, reigniting a flicker of hope within Xiangwan. His voice was barely audible. If it weren't for this voice of yours, when you were trapped in the mire, no one would have reached out to rescue you. You would still be burdened by your past.
Xiangwan's eyes reddened, and she felt too ashamed to continue the conversation.
His words, though harsh, were indeed the truth. Her mother and brother now lived comfortably, their family debt settled, and she possessed a substantial savings, all thanks to Jiang Shijing.
Most importantly,
without the name and voice of Lin Xiangwan, even if she had been captured and sold, Jiang Shijing would not have spared her a second glance. This man appeared to possess a heart, yet in reality, he was cold. All his kindness was but a facade, his genuine affection reserved solely for Lin Xiangwan. With tears in her eyes, Xiangwan managed to smile. You invest so much for Lin Xiangwan, yet she may not wholeheartedly accept you.
After hanging up,
Xiangwan tightened her grip around her phone, suddenly realizing something.
Is the arrangement complete?
She sprang up, flinging open the door and rushing outside. Lin Xiangwan remained in the living room, keeping the elderly lady company, while a cup of steaming tea beside her blurred her radiant beauty.
Xiangwan's breath momentarily faltered as she approached the staircase, lowering her voice to inquire, "What brings you here tonight?"
Lin Xiangwan was burdened with thoughts as she raised her gaze towards her. Grandmother has fallen ill, and Jiang Shijing is unable to come due to his injuries.
So I must accompany her. Xiangwan's eyes reddened, and tears fell.
It turned out that he had orchestrated everything long ago. He was aware of her unwillingness. Her attempts to uncover the identity of Lin Xiangwan, her inappropriate sentiments, and that upon meeting Lin Xiangwan, she would inevitably reveal why she had been brought to Lianhua Manor. Despondent, Xiangwan spoke in a hushed voice, "Lin Xiangwan, I truly despise you, yet I envy you. Perhaps you alone in this vast world are a naive fool." She did not afford Lin Xiangwan the opportunity to respond and turned to ascend the stairs to pack her belongings.
Xiangwan departed. At dawn, the elderly matriarch of the Jiang family awoke.
She observed Lin Xiangwan standing by the window, gazing outside.
A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the distant mountains from view. The matriarch coughed softly to draw attention, propping herself up on the sofa. "It's quite foggy, visibility is poor, isn't it? The scenery here is splendid on clear days."
"I am not here to admire the landscape." The elderly matriarch smiled gently. "She is merely someone whose name sounds remarkably like yours." Shijing saved her. "Perhaps because she bears a resemblance to you. There is nothing between them, so do not overthink it." Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together, pondering briefly. The more she heard the old lady Jiang speak, the more she found herself convinced by Xiangwan's words. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Shijing harbored no hatred or resentment towards her. There remained a semblance of affection.
"Once, I devote myself to the path of Buddhism."
Wishing not to interfere with your choices and futures, the old lady's voice resonated. Supporting the elderly matriarch, she softly replied, "Grandmother possesses a tranquil nature. Yet she cares for me deeply, I am well aware of this."
The old lady smiled, saying, "What I mean is,
even though I do not wish to meddle in your respective paths, I must speak fairly on behalf of Shijing. You are his first love. The only woman he has pursued, courted, and been engaged to. Regardless of the reasons behind your elopement, you two should not have reached a point of mutual disdain."
"Should you not?" Lin Xiangwan remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding.
"Grandmother, please grant me some time to clarify certain matters."
She needed to uncover why.
3 years ago, Jiang Shijing had come into contact with the Lin Mu family, uttering so many disdainful and heartless remarks about her.
Outside, a tremendous splash echoed,
accompanied by the hum of a yacht.
Lin Xiangwan gazed outside.
Inside the yacht, Jiang Shijing looked over at her.
Their eyes met,
and Lin Xiangwan instinctively held her breath as she stepped out. Just as she reached the side of the door, Chino intercepted her. A flicker of dark intrigue crossed Chino's eyes.
"Miss Lin, about last night."
He had not ventured into the estate. Unaware of the trials Lin Xiangwan had faced or the reasons behind Xiangwan's departure. All he perceived was that, from that moment on, Lin Xiangwan's gaze towards Jiang Shijing had regained a semblance of warmth, which inexplicably unsettled him. Lin Xiangwan pushed away the hand of Chino, who was assisting her,
and strode directly towards Jiang Shijing.
Yan Jing, understanding the situation, took the others away, leaving the yacht for them. Jiang Shijing, seated due to his injury,
looked up at Lin Xiangwan, his gaze unabashedly revealing warmth and amusement. Is grandmother all right? Jiang Shijing inquired. Lin Xiangwan crouched down, grasping Jiang Shijing's forearm, firmly squeezing his well-defined muscle, finding her earlier thoughts somewhat absurd. Yet, she couldn't shake off that premonition. Xiangwan's connection stemmed from her voice and name. What about your former actress girlfriend, Zhao Xinger?
Jiang Shijing lowered his gaze, his eyes brightening with her proactive touch.
He restrained all emotions and retorted, what do you think? The mole, Lin Xiangwan asserted.
I saw Zhao Xinger injured during a commercial shoot. She has a mole on her shoulder, precisely where mine is located. Recalling the tabloid story she had encountered abroad over the past 3 years, she hastily retrieved her phone to search for Jiang Shijing's previously exposed girlfriends. Each one possessed a unique beauty, yet all bore some resemblance to her, whether in facial structure or hairstyle, height or figure, temperament or gaze.
Lin Xiangwan's heart raced as she struggled to speak. Have you and they not slept?
Jiang Shijing interrupted her, smiling as if embraced by the warmth of spring.
Just accompany me to every public occasion.
Lin Xiangwan tightened her grip, her nails digging into Jiang Shijing's arm.
What was her intent?
Jiang Shijing leaned down, gently lifting her chin, his gaze filled with a profound and melancholic sorrow. Yet you seem to be thriving, dining, working, exercising regularly, as if your happiness has flourished in my absence. I merely wish to see what sort of man you would seek once I am gone. At that moment, I would personally intervene, ensuring the demise of the one you cherish. However, I never anticipated that you would remain unattached. He chuckled, for had it been otherwise, I would not have waited 3 long years.
Lin Xiangwan instinctively grasped Jiang Shijing's hand, holding it tightly. In her life,
the Lin Mu family was merely a pack of beasts who had inflicted pain upon her, leaving her heart filled with hatred. Yet, Jiang Shijing posed a conundrum for her. She had once been despondent, her heart rendered lifeless. However, the moment Jiang Shijing appeared, she found herself flustered and emotionally stirred. She had persistently resisted recalling the events of 3 years ago, fixating on her grievances against Jiang Shijing.
What, then, did this all signify?
Lin Xiangwan bit her lip in unease, summoning her courage. Before I left, I overheard you speaking with Lin Xijuan at the bar, saying that you merely maintain ties with the Lin family due to your grandmother's desire for grandchildren, and that you felt it would be inappropriate to sever ties with me.
What did those words mean? Jiang Shijing offered an enigmatic smile, asking, do you believe that was my genuine sentiment? Lin Xiangwan's hands trembled, did they not? So in your heart, this is how you perceive me?
Jiang Shijing cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiangwan, his tone imbued with a sarcastic undertone,
maintaining an air of arrogance even amidst his affliction.
With that, he turned and brushed past Lin Xiangwan. Lin Xiangwan curled her fingers, yearning to grasp Jiang Shijing. In chapter 89, she began to call him Wan Wan. Lady Jiang emerged, waving at Jiang Shijing. With a smile, he approached her, saying, Grandmother, I have left Dr. Qian here.
You may stay for as long as you wish. Was Jiang Shijing expressing discontent over her lack of trust?
Yet, having just been hurt by the Lin family,
how could she trust him after hearing the words exchanged with Lin Xijuan?
Moreover, Jiang Shijing had suddenly grown distant these past few days, and the rumors surrounding him were indeed true.
Lin Xiangwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation.
By some strange twist of fate, she took out her phone to contact Wu Jin, requesting him to investigate the events of those days. Before long, Wu Jin called her back. I have yet to complete the tasks you assigned earlier, and now another decree comes my way. Are you intent on exhausting me? Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment and said, Take your time with the investigation, there is no rush. I will compensate you for your efforts. Just wait for a moment. By the way, I suggest you first approach Zhongjia. He seems to be deliberately protecting those who possess sensitive technologies, obscuring their information from prying eyes. Wu Jindao replied. Whenever my people attempt to investigate, they inexplicably receive death threats from him, and they risk being ambushed and beaten while on the street. Lin Xiangwan was taken aback. She was aware of Zhongjia's unwavering loyalty to his grandfather. However, she feared that during her 3-year absence from the country, Lin Xijuan had acquired far more information about the shareholders than she had. If he could pinpoint Chen Chen, he undoubtedly knew who else possessed the confidential technology. Should she fail to act before Lin Xijuan, it would spell trouble. To her surprise, when she attempted to arrange a meeting with Zhong Jie. She was met with a cold dismissal. His demeanor over the phone was exceedingly frosty, laced with palpable anger. I am currently on leave, so please do not contact me. Furthermore, I must warn you, healthy competition is commendable, but do not stray down a treacherous path or engage in unscrupulous actions.
Bang!
The call abruptly ended. Lin Xiangwan gazed at the tightly closed gate of the Zhong family, her brow furrowed in confusion.
What path had she strayed upon? What grievous act had she committed? At that moment, her phone rang once more. Upon answering, she heard Chino's exasperated voice, "Miss Lin, where are you? Jiang Shijing insists on staying at home and cannot be persuaded to leave."
Upon her hurried return, she found Bai Ziren directing a group of people to carry luggage upstairs.
Her small face flushed with exhaustion.
Chino, arms crossed and face dark as a pot, glared discontentedly at Jiang Shijing, who, unfazed, leisurely munched on mulberries while sitting on the sofa, nonchalantly declaring, "We need to customize the wardrobe, my suits must be stored separately."
Lin Xiangwan cast a glance, surveying the surroundings in a general sense.
Some areas had been entirely transformed into the decor reminiscent of her cohabitation with Jiang Shijing 3 years prior.
Upon closer inspection,
certain items appeared somewhat worn, relics that Jiang Shijing had yet to discard even to this day. Lin Xiangwan felt a warmth in her heart and subtly inquired, "Jiang Shijing,
what are you doing?"
"Moving," Jiang Shijing replied, adjusting his posture for greater comfort.
"You promised me that I could stay here to recuperate. Don't forget.
There is also Jiang Su outside, it is safest for us to live together." Lin Xiangwan found herself at a loss for words, yet an inexplicable awkwardness enveloped her.
With her gaze cast downward, she inquired, "Do you not find this situation peculiar? There exists an oddness between us. Some misunderstandings have been resolved, yet certain matters remain unaddressed. We still cannot entirely relinquish our grievances."
Jiang Shijing offered a nonchalant smile, saying, "I simply have nowhere else to go to recuperate, and during this time,
let us refrain from discussing anything else."
Lin Xiangwan slowly blinked her eyes.
"What about that matter? Do you not intend to explain?"
She feared that mere words would not suffice to convince him, so she suggested leaving it to time. Jiang Shijing gazed at her with a smile. Yet his eyes held a depth of meaning.
This indicated his unwillingness to clarify matters with her. Lin Xiangwan inquired, "What if time cannot clarify things?"
Jiang Shijing shook his head, asserting, "That will not be the case."
"Why?" she pressed.
"Because I possess extraordinary foresight," he replied, a smirk gracing his lips.
"Everything will unfold in the direction I desire."
Lin Xiangwan, drained of energy, lacked the strength to engage in a game of charades with him. Having gone the entire night without a meal, she was ravenously hungry. "Let me take over the kitchen," she offered, rolling up her sleeves and counting the heads present. Bai Ziren, having finished attending to the moving workers, smiled and said, "I will assist you." Lin Xiangwan smiled gently, acknowledging the fatigue that came from his prolonged busyness.
"Just help me wash the vegetables," she said. Turning to Chino, she inquired, "Do you enjoy spicy food?"
Chino swallowed all his discontent and replied softly,
"I can manage anything, whatever you eat, I shall partake in as well."
Jiang Shijing, visibly displeased, narrowed his eyes slightly and uttered, "Wan."
Lin Xiangwan felt a subtle warmth in her ears, unaccustomed to his sudden endearment, especially in the presence of others. Jiang Shijing rested his chin on his hand and declared,
"I desire braised spare ribs." Chino cast a cold glance at him, "You truly excel at giving orders."
"Miss Lin has toiled all night. A simple bowl of noodles would suffice. Why insist on braised spare ribs?"
"I am injured and in need of nourishment," Jiang Shijing replied,
his expression a blend of amusement and nonchalance. "Whether Wan wishes to prepare it is entirely her decision, why do you meddle?" Chino's countenance darkened further. Lin Xiangwan felt a surge of headache and interrupted, "It's nothing.
There are some spare ribs in the refrigerator, I will prepare a few more dishes."
"Please keep it down." She turned and entered the kitchen.
Chino stood still, watching, slowly clenching his fists. Jiang Shijing chuckled softly and approached him.
Chino shot him a disdainful glare and asked, "What do you intend to do?"
Lin Xiangwan stood beside the kitchen counter, glancing outside at their interaction.
Apprehensive that a conflict might ensue.
In the next moment, Jiang Shijing smiled even more radiantly and playfully patted Chino's shoulder, appearing far from confrontational. She sighed in relief and turned to wash vegetables alongside by Xiren. Chapter 90, Feeding. Chino scoffed, "I won't resign, you cannot expel me." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp pain coursed through his shoulder. Surprised that Jiang Shijing could exert such strength despite his injury, Chino retorted coldly. "You are merely a former lover who has disappointed her, it remains uncertain whom she truly favors." Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow, "I have let her down. Yet she still chooses to prepare ribs for me?" Chino averted his gaze, recognizing that it was her tenderness. Jiang Shijing lightly scoffed, "You are merely deceiving yourself." Chino replied with a cold smile, "You are quite shameless yourself." The two glared at one another, and after a few seconds, simultaneously snorted and turned away, refusing to engage further. In the kitchen, Xiren chuckled while washing the vegetables. They seem to be getting along quite well. As long as there is no conflict, it is all good. Lin Xiangwan picked up the ingredients she had washed and, while chopping the vegetables, couldn't help but glance up at her several times. If Jiang Shijing's former partners bore any resemblance to her, what about Xiren? They were dissimilar in every aspect, from personality to appearance. Xiren, with curiosity, inquired, "Sister Lin, what is the matter?" Lin Xiangwan hesitated, shaking her head. "May I ask how you and Jiang Shijing became a couple?" "Oh, this." Jiruan's gaze flickered, and her actions of washing vegetables slowed down. She recalled that stormy night when her father fled from domestic abuse, desperately seeking refuge by the roadside, coincidentally stopping Jiang Shijing's car and kneeling in supplication. For that, she was willing to offer anything in return. Fortune smiled upon her that day. Jiang Shijing appeared particularly in good spirits and, with a wave of his hand, arranged for her to work at his company. The woman in the video was strikingly beautiful yet cold, adorned in a smoky blue cheapao, crossing the street with a basket filled with fruits and vegetables. The backdrop featured English signage, suggesting she was abroad. Jiang Shijing cast a glance at her before returning his focus to the video, noting, "See, she is not living well without me." Suddenly, Jiruan had an epiphany. Perhaps Jiang had sought to take revenge on her and needed her assistance. Jiang Shijing put away his phone, smiled at her while resting his hand on the edge of the table, and declared, "From now on, you shall be my nominal girlfriend." Jiruan joyfully agreed, fulfilling her role dutifully. She believed Jiang Shijing's motive was revenge, however, in truth, he was leveraging her to gain the attention of that woman. Now, Jiang Shijing had succeeded in his endeavor. Thus, it was inevitable that she would eventually depart. Lin Xiangwan paused momentarily, "That is not what I meant." "I understand. In any case, when I was with Brother Shijing, we experienced all that was meant to be shared. However, after our separation, there will be no further entanglements or physical contact. He will likely soon request my departure from this place, which will not affect you." After Xiren finished speaking, she lowered her head to wash the vegetables, her hands trembling slightly. This was to ease her own discomfort, while also allowing Lin Xiangwan to feel a semblance of it. Lin Xiangwan remained silent, focusing on her culinary tasks. She prepared 4 exquisite dishes and brought them to the table, while Jiruan had already served the rice. Jiang Shijing sat at the edge of the table, pulling out a chair beside him with his left hand, and with a charming smile, he said, Wan, please take a seat." Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment. In the brief span of a second, Jiang Shijing's expression fell, his voice laced with grievance as he implored, "I am injured and unable to use chopsticks by myself, will you feed me? Please?" Jiruan and Chino simultaneously lifted their gazes to him, one with a heart full of sorrow, the other with a countenance as cold as water. Lin Xiangwan contemplated for a moment before complying with his request, settling beside Jiang Shijing. She picked up the spoon and gently blew on the steamed egg custard until it was warm, bringing it to his lips. Jiang Shijing, facing her, maintained a playful smile, obediently consuming each bite. Chino grasped his chopsticks tightly, observing as the bowl of egg custard neared its end. After enduring the sight for some time, he coldly remarked, "Isn't that enough? Miss Lin also needs to eat." Jiang Shijing's gaze flickered slightly as he pushed the bowl of custard away, softly responding, "Then I shall refrain from eating." Chino narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. The manner in which he carried himself was anything but respectable. Lin Xiangwan gently touched the still warm bowl of rice.
It was quite hot, but it mattered not. First, let him eat his fill.
She set aside the steamed egg custard and selected a few tender morsels of pork that had fallen from the bones,
drenching them in savory broth before mixing them with the rice.
Jiang Shijing's lips curled into a radiant smile as he affectionately leaned in, nuzzling Lin Xiangwan's shoulder.
Wan, you are truly wonderful to me.
Lin Xiangwan felt a slight stiffness throughout her body and restrained herself, saying, "Step aside, do you still want to eat?"
"Yes. I will have a couple more bites."
Jiang Shijing, understanding her cue, moved aside, a glimmer of delight dancing in his eyes.
3 years prior.
Lin Xiangwan's demeanor was neither cold nor reserved. She approached everything with a hint of the spoiled and willful nature of a wealthy young lady. Perhaps the absence of her doting grandfather and the protection of her fiancé over the past 3 years had led to her turbulent growth and subsequent self-isolation.
Jiang Shijing understood this, hence he remained patient.
The easing of their relationship was merely the beginning. His plans were far from complete.
For now, witnessing even the slightest change in Lin Xiangwan, a flicker of concern, was sufficient. Chapter 91, Worry and Medication from across the table.
Bai Ziren could sense Jiang Shijing's intense gaze, and after hastily shoveling a few bites of rice, she lost her appetite and rose to tidy up in the kitchen. Chino's expression was grim as she silently finished her meal, only departing the table once she saw Lin Xiangwan pick up her chopsticks.
Once they had all left,
Jiang Shijing did not rise. Instead, he shifted to face Lin Xiangwan directly, gazing at her in silence. Lin Xiangwan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, recalling Bai Ziren's words. They had done all that they should have done. A slight heaviness settled in her heart as she picked up a napkin to dab her mouth and said nonchalantly,
"I am full, feel free."
Jiang Shijing followed her upstairs, surveying the decor of her room at the doorway. It was pristine white, rather austere. Lin Xiangwan cast a cold glance at him, stating, "I need to handle some work emails, please do not disturb me." "Oh," Jiang Shijing slowly blinked.
"Do you have any gauze here?
I need to change my dressing." Lin Xiangwan glanced at his shoulder, recalling that harrowing night. Her heart softened a bit.
"Let me assist you."
She retrieved the first aid kit from the drawer of the nightstand. The kit had been prepared by a physician, containing all the necessary items. Lin Xiangwan took out the gauze and turned to see Jiang Shijing, her breath momentarily caught. Jiang Shijing sat on the bed, having unknowingly shed half of his shirt,
revealing his sculpted abs and the alluring line of his physique.
As he tugged at the sleeve of his right arm, the taut muscles accentuated his strikingly handsome face,
creating a captivating sight.
Lin Xiangwan promptly shifted her attention and approached to assist Jiang Shijing in removing his sleeves. As she drew closer, she caught a subtle whiff of the pine fragrance that clung to Jiang Shijing, causing her to involuntarily raise an eyebrow. Jiang Shijing looked up at her,
his fingers lightly brushing against her leg, and softly inquired, "Does it smell good?"
Lin Xiangwan let out a soft, disdainful snort. Surely it has absorbed the scent by now.
"After all these years, have you not considered changing your perfume?"
"I won't change it. I am quite devoted and do not easily switch what I love to use." Jiang Shijing's thin lips curled into a smile. "It is the same with people." Lin Xiangwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she feigned ignorance to his insinuation, reaching out to remove the gauze from his shoulder.
It was excessively sweet and tender, a sensation she was unaccustomed to at present.
Lin Xiangwan wriggled free from his grasp. Jiang Shijing smiled gently, remarking, "You are already quite sweet now." Lin Xiangwan was momentarily distracted by his words, nearly poking Jiang Shijing's shoulder with her finger. She took a deep breath and called out his name, "Jiang Shijing."
Jiang Shijing replied, "Hmm?"
Lin Xiangwan turned his face away, choosing silence to avoid a slap. Jiang Shijing pressed his lips together, refraining from further speech.
Lin Xiangwan could finally concentrate on administering the medicine. As she unwrapped all the bandages,
she discovered that the wound on his shoulder was so deep that flesh was exposed. A slight frown creased her brow as she recalled Jiang Shijing's reckless charge towards Lin Xiangwan, stirring a profound sense of guilt within her.
She gently inquired, "Does it hurt?"
"Please bear with it, I need to treat your wound." Jiang Shijing remained silent, his lips pressed together. Lin Xiangwan picked up the powdered medicine and gently sprinkled it onto the wound, then rewrapped it with pristine gauze.
Jiang Shijing furrowed his brow, instinctively letting out a muffled groan. Lin Xiangwan, feeling anxious, asked, "Does it hurt terribly? Why are you silent?"
Jiang Shijing lowered his gaze and after a moment, let out a soft sigh. You told me to be quiet. I merely spoke casually. Did you truly believe I had become mute?
Lin Xiangwan leaned closer to examine his wound, inquiring, does it hurt? Is there any bleeding?
Yes, it hurts quite a bit.
Suddenly,
Jiang Shijing grasped her waist and swiftly pressed a kiss to the corner of her lips, smiling as if basking in the gentle warmth of spring.
Now it doesn't hurt at all.
Lin Xiangwan's cautious worries dissipated, replaced by a fierce determination as she gritted her teeth. Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing smiled warmly.
I'm here, Wan.
2 minutes later, Lin Xiangwan emerged, her cheeks flushed, a subtle hint of embarrassment and anger in her eyes.
Just as she turned the corner, she was intercepted by Chino. Miss Lin, we need to talk. Chapter 92, Remembering the Pain but Forgetting the Lessons on the Balcony.
Lin Xiangwan gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her.
I know what you wish to convey. You want to prevent me from having too much contact with Jiang Shijing. Am I correct? Chino clenched his fists and nodded gently.
Personally, I believe that since Jiang Shijing caused you sorrow 3 years ago, he is not your true match.
The two of you are incompatible.
Lin Xiangwan smiled lightly and retorted, then who would be suitable for me?
You?
After a moment of surprise, Chino said nothing,
tacitly acquiescing.
Lin Xiangwan spoke lightly, with the gentle breeze and soft clouds as her backdrop. You are driven by ulterior motives, not from the perspective of a bodyguard.
Therefore, I regret to say that, having regarded you merely as a bodyguard, I cannot heed your counsel. It is not entirely out of self-interest. I must also apologize to you. Initially, I chose you for your composed demeanor,
believing that your presence would ensure my safety and serve as a facade of a boyfriend to alleviate certain troubles. I acted hastily and should not have requested you from Wenqian.
Lin Xiangwan interrupted Chino's explanation and took out her phone to call Wenqian. This action deeply wounded Chino.
He reached out to stop Lin Xiangwan from making the call, stubbornly asking,
in what way am I inferior to him that you would rather choose someone who has caused you pain?
Lin Xiangwan sighed and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, I did not choose Jiang Shijing. I currently have no ties with him. You are no less than he is, so there is no need to think that way. As Jiang Shijing passed by the doorway, he caught these words and halted in his tracks. Not far off, Ziren, who had come to deliver tea, also froze.
Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes, signaling her to remain silent.
Then I shall not leave, Chino stated solemnly. I must ensure your safety.
Lin Xiangwan opened her mouth, feeling utterly unable to communicate with Chino.
Jiang Shijing, having awaited her response in vain, descended the stairs in a listless silence.
After a prolonged moment,
Lin Xiangwan finally relented. Things have become too chaotic lately, and Jiang Su has yet to be found.
It would be prudent for you to stay for now. Once I resolve these matters, you may depart.
I shall extend your salary by 3 months. Having spoken, she turned and walked away.
Chino gazed at her retreating figure,
murmuring, what I lack is not money. I will compel you to relinquish your feelings for Jiang Shijing. Downstairs, Jiang Shijing opened the refrigerator, retrieving a can of beer and placing it on the table. Just as he was about to pull the tab with one hand, Ziren entered and seized the beer.
Despite her injury, is it advisable for you to drink?
Jiang Shijing, in a foul mood, shot her a cold glance, urging, mind your own business. Ziren remained steadfast, pulling open the tab for him with a surge of courage. I overheard what Miss Lin said earlier. She claimed that Chino was no less than you and asserted that you share no connection.
All your efforts have amounted to this. Do you not feel wronged?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Shijing cast her a frigid glance, one that sent shivers down Ziren's spine.
Realizing that he disliked interference, she lowered her head, ready to apologize. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn. Do you think that upon hearing Lin Xiangwan's words, I would feel disheartened and cease to care for her?
Jiang Shijing took a sip of the beer, his eyes icy, a trace of obsessive defiance flickering within.
You are mistaken. Twice I risked my life to save her, never contemplating my own survival. If I can disregard my life, how could I be disheartened by trifles?
Ziren's face gradually lost its color, leaning against the kitchen counter. Jiang Shijing continued, I cherish her, indifferent to whether she believes others to be better or worse, unconcerned with what I give or what I receive. Therefore, refrain from presuming to voice your opinions before me. I do not require you to champion my cause.
Understood.
Ziren could no longer withstand the biting sarcasm in his gaze and fled in disarray. As soon as she departed, the beer can crumpled with a resounding crash, the cold liquid splattering across Jiang Shijing's clothes. He looked at the mess on himself, clicking his tongue softly, and tossed the can into the trash bin. How could one not care? To love is to desire possession, to covet, to feel jealousy. Yet, he must restrain these emotions. After all, he had finally made some progress. He could not afford to frighten her away. Jiang Shijing endeavored to steady his feelings and turned to leave. Just then, Chino descended the stairs and happened upon him. His gaze roaming over Jiang Shijing's soaked attire, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Jiang Shijing chose to ignore him, proceeding to change his clothes. He intended to don a clean shirt but paused, instead turning to knock on Lin Xiangwan's door.
Come in.
There was no response at the threshold.
Accidentally.
He tipped over a can of ice-cold beer. Jiang Shijing's teeth chattered from the chill, his gaze cast downward.
Moments later,
he heard the sound of a chair being pushed back.
Lin Xiangwan approached and touched his clothing.
It was only then that Jiang Shijing summoned the courage to lift his gaze, meeting her worried eyes.
In an instant, he broke into a smile, the shadows of despair vanishing completely, conceding, I am indeed a fool. Lin Xiangwan was taken aback.
Have you frozen your wits?
Jiang Shijing shook his head.
He had told Lin Xiangwan twice that he could never cling to her like a dog, failing to learn from his lessons or remembering the blows he had endured.
Yet, the reality had proven him wrong.
With just a cup of hot tea from Lin Xiangwan, he could swallow any grievance or sorrow.
Jiang Shijing exhaled deeply.
I desire a cup of de hong pao. Lin Xiangwan descended the stairs to prepare tea for him. Meanwhile, after Chino stepped outside, he made a phone call,
requesting assistance from someone in Haishur. I need your help with something. Chapter 93, Can I call a Jing? After hanging up, Chino departed. As night fell,
Lin Xiangwan finished her shower and leaned against the headboard, dialing Zhong Jia on her phone. She was unaware that Zhong Jia had declined to meet and had accused her of being morally reprehensible. Unable to clarify the situation, she found herself unable to sleep peacefully. However, after several attempts to reach him, her calls were met with immediate disconnection. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brows and swiftly composed a text message, which she dispatched without hesitation. You may refuse to meet, but out of respect for my grandfather, you ought to provide me with a reason.
Once the message was sent,
Lin Xiangwan heard a sound emanating from the other side of the wall.
Thud.
It was a dull thump, akin to something heavy falling to the ground.
With just a wall separating them, any noise would reverberate through.
Following that, there were two more thuds in quick succession. Lin Xiangwan raised her voice. I am going to sleep now, please refrain from making noise. Lin Xiangwan sensed something amiss and directly approached the adjacent room to knock on the door.
Jiang Shijing, are you all right?
Before she could discern the situation inside, the light abruptly extinguished. In the darkness, Lin Xiangwan was enveloped from behind by a pair of strong arms, landing in a warm embrace suffused with the scent of pine. Concerned that the other party was injured and unable to extricate himself, she felt a twinge of annoyance.
Jiang Shijing, why are you causing a commotion instead of sleeping properly? Jiang Shijing chuckled softly against her earlobe, aren't you here with me? What does this count as? If not keeping me company?
His warm breath grazed her neck, causing Lin Xiangwan's body to stiffen slightly.
Let go of me.
Jiang Shijing remained unmoved, resting his chin on her shoulder. I had a nightmare, one where Jiang Su somehow acquired a gun and declared he couldn't leave Rongqing, insisting that we perish together.
He sighed softly, pulling Lin Xiangwan even closer. Wan, I am afraid. Lin Xiangwan pinched his arm, feigning indifference, don't use such matters as an excuse. I won fall for it.
Jiang Shijing released his grip, leaning against the wall with his gaze lowered.
Since you do not believe me, then just leave.
Lin Xiangwan opened the door, glancing at him in the faint light outside. As she stepped out, her wrist was suddenly grasped. Lin Xiangwan suddenly curved her lips,
lifting her foot to kick the door. I will leave once you fall asleep. Jiang Shijing's eyes sparkled with amusement. Wan, you are truly wonderful.
Be quiet and go to sleep. Lin Xiangwan averted her gaze, attempting to conceal the unnatural flush on her face, only to realize that the room remained unlit.
Jiang Shijing grasped her hand, his voice a hushed plea. Could we discuss one more thing?
Lin Xiangwan tapped the screen to illuminate it and raised her gaze to him.
From now on, could you call me a Jing? Jiang Shijing's eyes sparkled with anticipation, a flicker of fervor hidden within their depths. Lin Xiangwan paused,
her thoughts drifting to the matter that Xiangwan had shared with her, stirring her heart ever so slightly. The 3 years of silence and mutual disregard served as the most compelling evidence for her assumption that Jiang Shijing had changed his affections.
Yet, ensnared within that manner,
Jiang Shijing, in moments of profound longing, could only listen to similar voices calling out for him, seeking solace. Lin Xiangwan's voice grew tense as she was about to speak when her phone suddenly vibrated twice. Jiang Shijing caught a glimpse of the screen following Lin Xiangwan's movement, and his expression subtly shifted.
Lin Xiangwan glanced at him, lacking the inclination to say anything further.
After her departure, Jiang Shijing approached the window and dialed a number.
Mr. Jing, is the matter resolved?
Yan Jing responded, yes, the surveillance footage has been thoroughly deleted, there will be no backups accessible to anyone. Jiang Shijing gazed at the North Star on the horizon, narrowing his eyes as he coldly remarked, if Lin Xiangwan does not adhere to the plan and meet me tomorrow, you shall face dire consequences. Yan Jing hesitated momentarily, then replied with a wry smile, Mr. Jing, please do not frighten me. I can only ensure that the surveillance video remains undetectable. What choices Miss Lin makes,
let us not waste time.
I shall wait for her here. Jiang Shijing cast his phone onto the bed, raising his hand to delicately savor the lingering fragrance on his fingertips. The scent of the earlier citrus night-blooming jasmine was delightful,
and the current aroma of Gabrielle was equally enchanting. As long as it was associated with Lin Xiangwan, it sufficed. Chapter 94, Shall we consider another engagement? The following morning, Lin Xiangwan arrived at the company.
Upon entering the CEO's office, she spotted Zhong Jie seated on the sofa, sipping tea, while Xiaoxue stood nearby, her complexion ashen, seemingly terrified. Upon seeing Lin enter, she appeared as though she had spotted a savior and quickly made her escape at Lin's slight nod. Zhong Jie did not lift his gaze, taking a sip of tea before slowly stating, Speak, what is the urgent matter that necessitated your visit?
Lin Xiangwan approached him and took a seat. Initially,
she intended to inquire about some information, yet his words left her feeling restless.
What heinous act had she committed to provoke such anger from him? Upon hearing this,
Zhong Jie gazed at her with a somber expression.
Do you truly not know, or do you simply refuse to acknowledge it?
Please enlighten me, Uncle Zhong.
If I am indeed unaware, Lin Xiangwan replied with an air of composure.
In the face of his interrogation, a chill flickered in her eyes. No wonder Uncle Zhong's demeanor had suddenly turned so frosty.
Lin Mu's family had frequently reported to Uncle Zhong.
She took a deep breath and, with an air of calm dignity, stated, The fire at the old residence is indeed related to Lin Xijuan. That was the place where my grandfather lived for decades.
Its destruction cannot leave me indifferent. I admit to conspiring with Gao Luohuan to retaliate against Lin Xijuan. As Lin Xiangwan spoke, she raised her gaze to meet Zhong Jie's. Regarding the incident you mentioned about Lin Xijuan's car accident, he deliberately attempted to kill me. It was Jiang Shijing who intervened at a crucial moment. If you doubt my words, you may investigate that bar. She assumed Zhong Jie would at least lend her some credence, yet to her surprise, his expression darkened further upon hearing her. Zhong Jie fixed her with a cold stare, a look of disappointment twisting his lips into a derisive smile. Do you think I haven't reviewed the surveillance footage? The video from the day of the accident has mysteriously vanished. You must have tampered with it, haven't you? Moreover, you betrayed Jiang Shijing. And I have already uncovered that you acquired the 2 projects from Dingxing and Huafeng without any effort from him. How could he possibly assist you in publicly causing harm to others? You are still lying. I am not. Lin Xiangwan rose, frowning as she replied. I am uncertain about the surveillance. Perhaps it was Lin Xijuan who interfered. Everything I have stated is true, and I can have Jiang Shijing testify. Zhong Jie slammed his teacup down heavily, his expression impassive as he declared, In any case, Lin Xijuan nearly lost his life, while you emerged unscathed. That is an undeniable fact. Lin Xiangwan lowered her gaze, finding it rather absurd. with Lin Xiangwan having departed from the company. What benefit could there be in my relentless pursuit of him? Uncle Zhong, do you truly refuse to believe in my character?
Zhong Jia closed his eyes for a moment,
remaining silent for an extended while. Witnessing his reaction, Lin Xiangwan felt a chill run through her heart.
Very well, then I shall seek evidence. She turned on her heel and walked away. Zhong Jia stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his expression betraying no emotion. This is not a unilateral decision. In light of your recent actions, the board unanimously believes it prudent to appoint a more composed individual to assist you.
You may retain the title of president.
Thus we do not contravene the late gentleman's wishes.
How utterly unethical.
Lin Xiangwan could hardly suppress a cold laugh.
When one desires to cast blame, there is no shortage of pretexts.
She had believed that with Uncle Chen's passing, the only person who could stand by her side to safeguard the company would be Zhong Jia. If Uncle Chen were aware from beyond the grave, he would surely rest uneasily. Lin Xiangwan gritted her teeth and said, "Give me 3 days. And I will gather all the evidence to prove that Lin Xiangwan has deliberately attempted to murder me." Lin Xiangwan clenched her fist, silently locking eyes with him in a tense standoff, her disappointment gradually deepening. Outside the office, Xiaoxue and Qino could hear everything clearly. Lin Xiangwan stepped out, casting a puzzled glance at Qino. Qino promptly replied, "You left your phone at home, I just brought it to you." "I did not eavesdrop intentionally." Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly, observing Xiaoxue's hesitance. "Do you truly believe I would commit such an act?" Lin Xiangwan raised her eyebrows in surprise and said, "Do tell." Xiaoxue exhaled deeply and solemnly stated, "Seek a more formidable consortium to serve as a backing for Fanqing. By demonstrating to the board that you possess substantial support, you can effortlessly achieve the terms of the gambling agreement, rendering any confrontation with Lin Xiangwan unnecessary. Misunderstandings can naturally be resolved." Lin Xiangwan's beautiful eyes paused slightly. Qino furrowed his brows. Xiaoxue, steeling herself, forced out a smile she believed was acceptable, suggesting, "Why not, you and young Master Jiang could get engaged again." Chapter 95, The True Identity of Qino. Lin Xiangwan narrowed her eyes, her expression gradually turning indifferent. Xiaoxue, feeling uneasy under her gaze, managed a smile. "Lin, President Lin. What do you think of this proposal? You are my assistant." Lin Xiangwan raised her hand to wipe away the lipstick smudge at the corner of her mouth, asserting that she should not attend to the affairs of others. Xiaoxue was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, "That's not true, President Lin, I didn't do that." Lin Xiangwan gazed at her indifferently, remarking that were it not for Jiang Shijing, you would not dare to mention your engagement to him in my presence. This matter is a taboo for both him and me, a fact you have always been acutely aware of. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxue's shoulders slumped, resembling a frostbitten eggplant in despair. Lin Xiangwan patted her shoulder, declaring that there would be no next time. She entered the elevator and pressed the button. The feeling of being wrongfully accused without the means to explain was utterly suffocating. More astonishing than this, however, was Lin Xiangwan's surprise that Jiang Shijing was aware of the situation and had even instructed Xiaoxue to manipulate her thoughts. She was eager to see how she would confront him about it. Lin Xiangwan was lost in thought when a hand suddenly blocked the elevator door. Qino entered, gazing directly at her. "Miss Lin, I have something to confess to you." Lin Xiangwan truly had no inclination to discuss anything further with him. "Can we talk about it later?" Qino appeared oblivious, producing a business card and handing it to her. "I deceived you, in truth. I am not the son of the Wen family's steward, but the heir to the QJ group of Haishur." Lin Xiangwan felt a sense of familiarity. The founding company of the nation's premier automobile brand QJ? Qino nodded, affirming, "Indeed, 2 months ago my family arranged a marriage for me. One I had no inclination towards. Out of defiance, I left home to work, and by a twist of fate, I ended up at the Wen family, replacing the son of the housekeeper in the role of a bodyguard." He paused, then spoke in a deep voice, "This is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I possess the ability to be your support, like a star. If you are willing to marry me, I can assist you in dealing with Lin Mu and Lin Xiangwan." Lin Xiangwan scrutinized the business card, her brow furrowed in indifference. "I made my feelings abundantly clear last night, yet it seems you remain unwilling to relent."
I find it perplexing. What is it about me that captivates you? Chino offered a faint smile, asserting, you are unlike those other women.
Lin Xiangwan was puzzled.
Chino slowly replied.
The marriage candidate my family has arranged for me is merely selected from among those affluent daughters of noble families.
Throughout my life,
I have encountered many such women, spending their days shopping in malls and their nights reveling in bars,
or diligently mastering various etiquettes in preparation for becoming a virtuous wife and mother.
His gaze fell upon Lin Xiangwan's face, and he smiled gently, saying, only you, with your resilience, intelligence, and individuality, embody the qualities I desire in my future wife. Lin Xiangwan couldn't help but smile.
The world is indeed a marvel.
Many have doubted her and deceived her,
including even a bodyguard by her side. She inquired, if it weren't for today's incident, when would you have revealed your true identity to me?
Chino was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Lin Xiangwan tossed her business card to him, her mood plummeting to the depths of despair. Were it not for the upheaval 3 years prior, I too would embody the archetype of a wealthy young lady,
indulging in shopping by day and sipping tea in the afternoon. No one has the authority to define me. My character is not sculpted to fit the mold of someone's wife.
Our employment relationship concludes here, you may take your leave.
The elevator doors chimed open. Chino stood in a daze for a few moments before rushing out. Are you seeking Jiang Shijing?
Lin Xiangwan lifted her gaze to him, her crimson lips parting slightly. Get lost. Chino abruptly clenched his fists, turned to the side to step aside, then raised his foot to pursue her once more. Lin Xiangwan shot him a glare, her patience wearing thin as she contemplated unleashing her ire, when suddenly her phone rang.
I shall say this one last time.
Do not follow me, she warned before answering the call.
When Xian's voice boomed like a lioness in the east, demanding, Lin Xiangwan, why is Jiang Luobo residing in your home? Lin Xiangwan's eardrum was nearly shattered by the cacophony, prompting her to hastily distance her phone. Recent events had been overwhelming, and she had neglected to convey everything clearly to Wen Xian.
Lin Xiangwan felt a twinge of guilt.
Let us discuss this matter when I find you. Where are you now, Wan?
Jiang Shijing's voice emanated from the phone, sounding rather aggrieved.
She has been waiting at home, insisting that I provide an explanation. Relentless in her pursuit. Lin Xiangwan hung up the phone, pressed the accelerator, and set off before Chino could arrive.
Meanwhile, in the living room at home, Jiang Shijing abandoned the pitiful tone he had used while speaking to Lin Xiangwan, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, are you not seeing this? I am cohabitating with Wan.
Chapter 96, Two Facades Cohabiting? Jiang Shijing smiled enigmatically, then why am I residing here?
Wen Xian was rendered speechless.
As Lin Xiangwan's friend,
she had witnessed firsthand the depths of Lin's despair back in the day and the solitude she faced abroad after leaving.
How could they possibly reconcile so easily?
Jiang Shijing chuckled indifferently, well then, I shall inform cousin Zhou not to engage with you.
What? Wen Xian was taken aback. Jiang Shijing rose, a smirk playing on his lips. Aren't you in a flirtation with cousin Zhou?
I pondered that if you were to be with him, it would be inevitable for us to cross paths, which would only bring you discomfort and disappointment. I can only advise my cousin to sever ties decisively.
With that,
he tossed the crumpled paper he had been clutching onto the table and turned to leave. Wen Xian nearly gasped in disbelief, and as she saw him reaching for his phone, she hurriedly pursued him.
You cannot interfere with my relationship with Zhou Yan.
Wen Xian slowly clenched her fists. On one hand was a man, and on the other, a friend. She made her decision, raising her chin defiantly. If Wan herself expresses a desire for you to stay here, I shall not meddle.
She hurried inside,
only to find Wen Xian sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, fuming with anger. Lin Xiangwan suddenly felt a throbbing headache and softly said, Shan.
Allow me to explain.
All right, go ahead. Wen Xian leaned back against the sofa, her anger simmering just below the surface. For the past 3 years, whenever you were in pain, I felt your anguish. When you were sorrowful, I shared in your sadness. I scolded Jiang Shijing vehemently whenever you were troubled by love, never offering him a kind word. Now that you are living together, what does that make of my sacrifices?
Am I the villain obstructing your happiness?
Lin Xiangwan noticed her agitation and promptly poured her a cup of tea, settling down to gently pat her back.
Do not be upset. Allow me to explain everything in detail.
She recounted how Jiang Shijing had saved her on multiple occasions,
along with the stories of Xiangwan and several of her former partners.
Wen Qian listened, feeling as though she had just heard a ghost story, raising her eyebrows in disbelief.
Are you saying that Jiang Shijing's antics over the past 3 years, his deliberate pursuit of romance, were all insincere? Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Shijing leaned quietly against the door, a faint smile gracing his lips. He casually tossed a few garments into his suitcase before opening the door and stepping outside. Lin Xiangwan had already noticed the blood-stained wad of paper that Jiang Shijing had carelessly tossed onto the table. An inexplicable pang gripped her heart as she heard the sound and lifted her gaze, only to find Jiang Shijing pulling his luggage, preparing to leave. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where are you heading?"
"Since Wen Qian did not wish for me to stay here, it would be best for me to leave. I do not want to witness the discord between you, for it would only lead to emotional turmoil on my part." Jiang Shijing stared at the ground, his handsome face still bearing the marks of injury, appearing somewhat pale and imbued with a trace of pitiable fragility.
Wen Qian gazed at him in astonishment once more. Could this truly be the same person who had just shamelessly threatened her?
Lin Xiangwan cast a glance at Jiang Shijing's shoulder. Beneath the white shirt, thick gauze was faintly stained with blood. Without hesitation, she declared, "You are gravely injured, you should stay here for now. I will discuss the remaining matters with Qian."
"Can I truly stay?" Jiang Shijing quickly darted a wary glance at Wen Qian, as if apprehensive.
"I fear Qian will not consent, she harbors a strong dislike for me." Wen Qian scoffed repeatedly, "Oh, Jiang Shijing, I have never encountered anyone as theatrical as you. Just wait." She seized her bag from the sofa and prepared to leave. Lin Xiangwan pulled her, feeling troubled. "Qian, rest assured, Jiang Shijing has indeed saved your life. It is only right for you to recuperate here. Let us set this matter aside for now, but once he has recovered, he must leave."
Wen Qian glared at Jiang Shijing with intense resentment, feeling utterly aggrieved.
The man's silver tongue and his ability to change his demeanor with astonishing rapidity left her in awe.
He was no longer the same Jiang Shijing she had known 3 years ago.
Back then, he was already no saint, and now he was even further from it. A wave of anxiety washed over Wen Qian as she stepped outside, turning to grasp Lin Xiangwan's hand.
Wan, there is only one thing I must tell you."
Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly. "Do not forget that in your moments of utmost despair and anguish, it was Jiang Shijing who inflicted a deep wound upon your heart." His words, spoken while drinking with Lin Xiangwan, marked the inception of my disdain for him. I firmly believe that you, too, harbor a thorn within your heart. There are no clear answers to this matter, and I do not advocate for the rekindling of past affections.
Do you comprehend my meaning? Wen Qian exhaled all at once,
gripping Lin Xiangwan's hand a little tighter. Her fear was palpable. Lin Xiangwan lost her mother during her childhood, and under the deliberate tutelage of her stepmother.
She transformed into a spoiled young lady devoid of any skills.
Had it not been for the affection of the elder Lin, who took her to live by his side, one could only speculate how much more Lin Xiangwan would have been exploited by her father and stepmother. She believed that her encounter with Jiang Shijing would lead to a brighter future, yet it turned out to be an even greater snare.
As Lin Xiangwan's companion since childhood,
she would not permit anyone or anything to inflict further harm upon her dear friend.
"Very well then." Wen Qian exhaled softly, "And I shall take my leave now."
Lin Xiangwan called out to her again, "Wait, that Chino has an extraordinary background, he is the heir of the Haisher QJ group."
"How did he end up in your home, masquerading as the butler's son?" Wen Qian was taken aback, quickly realizing something was amiss.
She had held a favorable impression of Chino, not suspecting that he was also a deceiver. Concealing his identity to work as her bodyguard was quite audacious. With no response, she pushed the door open. The bathroom door was shut, and faint sounds of water could be heard within. As she scanned the room, preparing to exit, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a necklace lying on the table.
Lin Xiangwan squinted slightly as she approached to pick up the necklace.
The chain was intricately woven from black and red threads intertwined with golden strands, and it bore a set of iron keys, aged but free from rust,
with an unusual design distinct from the commonplace.
Suddenly, Lin Xiangwan was reminded of the necklace her grandfather often wore, which, apart from a few jade pieces,
shared an identical chain and key shape.
A tremor coursed through her heart, and at that moment, she heard a voice emanating from the bathroom.
"Wanwans, are you outside? Please bring me a bathrobe."
Chapter 97, Indulgence. Lin Xiangwan's eyes dimmed as she tucked the necklace into her pocket. Then picked up the towel draped over the foot of the bed and walked to the door. She raised her hand to knock. A slender hand emerged from the bathroom. Lin Xiangwan extended her hand, only for it to be seized by a firm grip that yanked her wrist abruptly.
Lin Xiangwan was unexpectedly pulled into the bathroom,
her balance faltering as she tumbled into the embrace of the man. Jiang Shijing, with his lean waist wrapped only in a towel, held her,
his body emanating a lingering warmth of moisture.
Lin Xiangwan wanted to shove him away but restrained herself, meeting his smiling gaze, her heart racing.
Heat enveloped her,
causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Striving to maintain her composure, she said, "Let go of me." Jiang Shijing tightened his embrace around her, saying, "My shoulder hurts.
And I find it inconvenient to bathe, could you assist me?"
Their bodies were pressed together without a sliver of space in between.
Through the fabric, Lin Xiangwan distinctly felt the warmth emanating from him.
She dared not glance downward for even a moment, fixing her gaze fiercely on Jiang Shijing. "I'll call Yin Jing to help you." Jiang Shijing wrapped his arm around her waist, his other hand reaching for hers, chuckling, "He is my assistant.
Not a bath attendant."
"Then just call someone at random," Lin Xiangwan replied, her heart already in turmoil. She clutched the necklace in her hand,
not yet having the chance to put it away.
Jiang Shijing felt the object in her hand and pressed his thumb against it, finding it somewhat uncomfortable. His eyes darkened as he looked deeply at Lin Xiangwan, resting his forehead against hers, their noses nearly touching.
"Wanwan, you."
Lin Xiangwan felt a tightening in her heart as she slightly lifted her head, her crimson lips brushing against Jiang Shijing's. Jiang Shijing's body stiffened momentarily,
his hands firmly encircling her waist, kissing her with both fervor and intensity.
The bathroom was suffocatingly humid. Lin Xiangwan found it increasingly difficult to breathe.
Clinging to Jiang Shijing as if she were drowning, she grasped the key and discreetly tucked it into her pocket.
Jiang Shijing observed her subtle movement with keen eyes, narrowing them slightly before playfully biting Lin Xiangwan.
Lin Xiangwan winced in pain, her breath unsteady as she pushed him away.
Before she could utter a word, the glimmer of moisture at the corner of her lips was wiped away by Jiang Shijing. With lingering desire, Jiang Shijing pressed a gentle kiss to her earlobe. A rare display of initiative, thus, he decided to let her off the hook. "You go fetch Yin Jing," he said, "as it happens. I have matters to discuss with him as well."
Lin Xiangwan tilted her head, enduring his mischievous behavior. "Shall I go and fetch him?" If you have the time."
Jiang Shijing replied with a smirk, "Also, please keep an eye on the office for me.
There are too many scheming individuals in the company,
and I fear they may seize the opportunity to sneak in and steal documents.
Additionally, the box you gave me is also in the office."
Lin Xiangwan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of unexpected opportunity, the perfect confluence of time, place, and circumstance. "Very well, I shall go at once," she declared. Adjusting her collar, she turned and departed. Jiang Shijing gazed at her retreating figure, the playful smile that had graced his lips gradually fading as he murmured, "At last, you have remembered.
Jiang Corporation."
Lin Xiangwan disclosed her intentions to Yin Jing.
Yin Jing, perplexed, wondered why Jing insisted on having her remain in the office. He hesitated,
wanting to express that significant documents within the company were never stored in the office, yet he swallowed those words.
After Yin Jing departed,
Lin Xiangwan rose and began searching around her desk. There were 2 drawers on the left, the upper ones were open, while the lower one was secured with a combination lock.
Lin Xiangwan pulled open the upper drawer and retrieved the box within, inserting Jiang Shijing's key into the lock.
Her breath hitched momentarily as she nervously turned it.
A metallic clink resonated from within the lock. With a soft click, it sprang open.
Lin Xiangwan slowly opened the box and discovered an envelope within. Her palms began to perspire as she picked it up.
Given her grandfather's character,
it was inconceivable that he would leave behind trivial information. This letter undoubtedly contained something more significant than matters of the company and inheritance. As Lin Xiangwan was about to open the envelope, she heard footsteps approaching, nearing the office door. Just as she completed her task, the door swung open. A woman clad in a tailored skirt suit entered. Upon noticing that Lin Xiangwan was not wearing a name tag, her demeanor shifted to one of caution.
Who are you? You must not be one of our company's personnel.
Lin Xiangwan stepped out from behind her desk, preparing to explain, I am.
I know. You are here to get close to President Jiang. This is the 8th time you have come this month.
Lin Xiangwan could not find an opportunity to explain. So she decided to remain silent.
May I take my leave now? She inquired.
The woman narrowed her eyes suspiciously, observing her as she emerged from behind the desk.
Hold on, I still need to search you. What were you fiddling with at the desk just now? Did you steal company documents? Lin Xiangwan, with a frosty expression, retorted. I have not stolen anything. What is your responsibility? What position do you hold? Do you possess the authority to search me?
She cast a sidelong glance at the woman's name tag, sneering, an employee from the project department, Li Hong.
Since when did you have jurisdiction over the executive office? You.
Li Hong was rendered speechless, her face flushed with indignation as she declared, regardless, you are not a company employee.
Your behavior is suspicious. Thus I am entitled to conduct an investigation. Immediately relinquish everything you have on you.
Lin Xiangwan clenched the necklace in her hand and coldly retrieved her phone. I will have Jiang Shijing speak with you.
Very well.
I am eager to see how President Jiang will handle a diligent employee who has the company's best interests at heart.
Perhaps President Jiang would prefer not to take your call at all.
Li Hong crossed her arms, defiantly lifting her chin and refusing to meet her gaze. Once the call connected, Lin Xiangwan stated icily, Jiang Shijing, one of your project department employees is attempting to conduct a search on me.
Li Hong was momentarily taken aback.
She had not anticipated such a brusque tone, which was far removed from the demeanor of those who typically sought to ingratiate themselves with Jiang Shijing. A sense of apprehension began to wash over her, and she instinctively leaned in to listen more intently. On the other end of the line, Jiang Shijing chuckled lightly.
His tone laced with amusement. A search, you say?
Indeed, it is a standard procedure undertaken by company personnel for safety reasons.
In the next heartbeat, Li Hong straightened her posture with newfound confidence, exclaiming, Did you hear that?
A search is mandatory, it is a critical procedure that cannot be overlooked.
Lin Xiangwan was infuriated. Ready to hang up the phone.
Wait a moment, Jiang Shijing suddenly interjected. I will personally conduct the search.
Li Hong, you may leave. Li Hong, taken aback, responded. Personally conduct a search? But, Mr. Jiang, you are not in the office at the moment. How will you manage that? Jiang Shijing retorted with a playful tone. We live together, is it not possible to search in bed at night?
Lin Xiangwan's hand trembled, causing her to end the call abruptly. Li Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though her CPU might overheat.
Living together? Searching the bed?
She glanced once more at Lin Xiangwan. No longer daring to adopt the same haughty demeanor as before, and stammered, I am sorry. I didn't realize you were Mr. Jing's girlfriend.
It was all a misunderstanding, please don't take it to heart. Lin Xiangwan's lips twitched, and she felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Jiang Shijing.
Ignoring Li Hong's words, she waited for the person to leave before promptly tearing open the envelope.
Chapter 98, Are you willing to get engaged?
Inside the envelope lay a solitary note. Inscribed in her grandfather's signature slender golden script, featuring 5 names, Zhongjia, Qinshan, Bai Yuyun, Cushion, XXX.
Upon seeing the first 2 names,
Lin Xiangwan realized that this was a list of individuals privy to the advanced technology of the starry high-tech company. She initially assumed that the shareholders had control over everything. However, aside from Cushion, she was unfamiliar with Bai Yuyun, and the last name had been crossed out by her grandfather.
Why?
If her grandfather intended to bequeath this list and its associated technology to her, he should not have deliberately concealed the identities of those listed.
Was he perhaps fearful that the box might one day be opened by someone else, leading to a breach of confidentiality? This is indeed a possibility. Yet, she had no inkling as to the identity of the individual marked with 3 crosses. There was no need for you to investigate the list, instead. Please assist me in looking into someone named Bai Yuyun. Without hesitation, she immediately drove to the company to seek out Cushion.
As Lin Xiangwan arrived at the company,
She spotted Lin Mu emerging from the entrance. She slammed the car door shut and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lin Mu gazed at her with an impassive expression. His eyes dark and filled with both hatred and disdain. He spoke each word deliberately, "I am a shareholder of this company. Even in the absence of an official position, my presence is essential. Hasn't Zhong Jie already conveyed this to you? Whether it is myself or Shijun, someone must assume the role of deputy general manager." Lin Xiangwan clenched her fist tightly, desperately digging her nails into her palm to suppress any trace of excitement. A subtle smile played on her red lips, imbued with profound significance. "I have stated before that as long as I am present, you shall never seize control of the company. If all else fails, I still possess one final path to pursue." Lin Mu paused, filled with, and inquired, "What is the final path?" Lin Xiangwan disregarded him and walked straight ahead. Upon reaching the president's office, she observed through the glass that Xiaoxue was meticulously organizing documents, categorizing them according to their significance with a deftness that left no room for hesitation. From a professional standpoint, Xiaoxue was undoubtedly an exceptional assistant. Unfortunately, she was sent by Zhong Jie. At present, Zhong Jie stubbornly favored Lin Mu and his associates, compelling her to take actions she would rather avoid. Lin Xiangwan took out a bank card and pushed the door open. "Oh, President Lin, you have arrived," Xiaoxue said with a cheerful smile as she slid the documents across the table for her signature. Lin Xiangwan picked up the signature pen and said softly, "Xiaoxue, since I joined the company, how long have you been working alongside me?" Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxue's smile vanished, replaced by a look of alarm as she gazed at her. "President Lin, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Are you considering terminating my employment?" Lin Xiangwan was taken aback, feeling an unsettling sensation as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. After a moment of silence, she lowered her gaze. "You must be aware of the situation at the company. Uncle Zhong suspects that I have taken drastic measures against Lin Xijuan and is unwilling to relent." "Yes, I am aware of this matter," Xiaoxue replied, biting her lip with a serious demeanor. "If you believe my loyalty to shareholder Zhong is unwavering, it would be understandable for you to wish for my departure. However, I have always worked on the periphery, never engaging with his core interests. Being by your side brings me immense joy. It allows me to grow while diligently assisting you in managing the company. You are the most considerate employer I have ever encountered, and I implore you not to dismiss me. My loyalty to you is unwavering." With teary eyes, she spoke passionately, nearly kneeling in her earnestness. Lin Xiangwan's eyes flickered, and it would be a lie to say she was unmoved. This young woman had always followed her, never causing any trouble, managing all her responsibilities with remarkable precision, leaving no room for criticism, except for the time she had spoken up for Jiang Shijing. Reflecting on this, a sense of frustration welled up within her. When did Jiang Shijing manage to draw close to those around her without her noticing? Lin Xiangwan took a deep breath and supported Xiaoxue. "Do you understand that following me equates to betraying Uncle Zhong? From this moment on, my actions will be in direct opposition to his. It matters not, by following you, I have become your person. To me, Zhong, the shareholder, is merely a former employer. And we share no bonds." Xiaoxue lifted her chin, her face radiating a resolute determination, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Lin Xiangwan gently patted her shoulder and said, "Very well, now I need you to assist me with a task." Lin Xiangwan waited in the office all day, yet there was not a hint of progress. "Lin, would you like to seek out young Master Jiang?" Xiaoxue ventured tentatively, quickly adding, "I harbor no ulterior motives. It is merely that he collided with Lin Xijuan and could serve as a witness to clarify matters with stockholder Zhong. Uncle Zhong will not believe me. He stated that he would not trust mere words without proof." Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment, recalling something of great significance. She took out her phone and called Jiang Shijing, inquiring about the whereabouts of his damaged car. "Is it being sold for scrap?" Lin Xiangwan expressed her disbelief. "For that vehicle was worth millions." Jiang Shijing scoffed, "It's of no consequence to me." His words rendered Lin Xiangwan speechless. After hanging up, a flicker of doubt arose in her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Shijing was too detached from this matter. Yet upon reflection,
It was clear that this incident was not something that could be associated with him. The sale of the car might merely be a coincidence.
Yes, merely a coincidence. Lin.
If there's truly no way to prevent Lin Xiangwan and his associates from entering the company, it seems we may have no choice but to resort to that method. Xiao Shui cautioned, her tone laden with trepidation. Lin Xiangwan cast a glance at her without uttering a word. The engagement held profound significance for her. It was not merely about whom she would become betrothed to, but rather a representation of the individual with whom she would choose to share her life. At this juncture, she was unwilling to allow her engagement to devolve into a transaction of commercial value. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not wish to pursue such a path. I shall first seek out shareholder Ke. He should be at the company, correct? Lin Xiangwan cast aside all her thoughts and rose to her feet. Xiao Shui swiftly dialed the office of Kujin, only to shake her head in disappointment. The person was not present. Lin Xiangwan tightened the strap of her shoulder bag, departing from the office in silence. Jiang Shijing lounged on the sofa, lazily adjusting the frequency with the remote control. And a smirk graced his lips upon hearing the sound of the door opening. Lin Xiangwan changed her shoes and walked straight up to him.
Has your car really been sold? Can't you find it?
Jiang Shijing glanced at her and noticed her indifferent expression, which prompted him to suppress his playful smile and respond innocently, it has indeed been sold.
Why do you keep asking about this?
Lin Xiangwan pressed her lips together,
sitting beside him.
In matters such as this, there was no need for her to avoid Jiang Shijing, especially since the Jiang family had no dealings with the Fanqing.
Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow, remarking, if you cannot uncover the truth, how can I assist you? Can't you? Lin Xiangwan retorted. Xiao Shui has suggested that I could prove my innocence by marrying you. If I were to go through with such a decision, it would indeed be a monumental favor from you.
The smile on Jiang Shijing's face was replaced by a serious expression. He straightened his posture and, with deliberate clarity, inquired,
are you willing to become engaged to me? Chapter 99, Possessiveness. Lin Xiangwan lowered her gaze in silence, her fists clenched tightly.
It seemed as though she had no opportunity to choose, yet she could not utter the word agree.
Now, even the task of resolving the internal matters of Fanqing rested upon Jiang Shijing. This circumstance instilled a sense of helplessness within her.
She still could not fully rely on herself to accomplish anything, yet her ridiculous pride swelled even more fiercely.
Would her grandfather and mother, watching from above, be disappointed in her?
A flicker of despondency crossed Jiang Shijing's eyes as he grasped her wrist, pressing her. Speak, do you truly wish to become engaged to me? Lin Xiangwan met his gaze, feeling her breath grow heavy and languid. She became ensnared in Jiang Shijing's eyes, which were as fathomless as a deep pool.
Struggling to confront the dilemma at hand,
a subtle warmth began to permeate the air when suddenly, the doorbell rang.
Lin Xiangwan yearned to move,
but Jiang Shijing firmly grasped her wrist, determined to extract an answer. The corners of his lips curled into a faint, elusive smile, a harbinger of his growing irritation. Lin Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly, rendering her unable to utter a sound. The doorbell rang incessantly for 7 or 8 times, and suddenly, Qin Ao's voice echoed.
Miss Lin. I know you are inside. Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. Miss Lin, I am well aware of the recent events surrounding Fanqing. You must seek support, am I correct?
I have mentioned before that if you are willing to accept my proposal of marriage, I will assist you in resolving all matters.
Ponder over it. For my intentions to marry you are genuine.
Lin Xiangwan was truly intolerant. She preferred to bluntly reject others, leaving not a glimmer of hope.
Throughout her life,
she had encountered individuals who understood her intentions, unlike Qin, who clung stubbornly and relentlessly.
Her initial attraction to Qin stemmed from his emotional stability and composed demeanor.
She never anticipated his obstinate self-absorption. Lin Xiangwan was determined to free herself from Jiang Shijing's grasp.
Jiang Shijing was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a deep sense of hurt. Are you really going to agree to him? He questioned silently.
No, just let go, I need to speak with him. Lin Xiangwan insisted, eager to break free, oblivious to his expression. Jiang Shijing, however, was reluctant to release her, silently gazing at her, his eyes almost devouring Lin Xiangwan. Yet, his grip was precisely calibrated, strong enough to prevent her escape, yet gentle enough not to cause her any pain. Lin Xiangwan averted her gaze, resolutely ceasing her struggles. Outside the door, Chino grew increasingly anxious. "Miss Lin, if you continue to ignore me, I shall enter," he declared. Jiang Shijing was momentarily taken aback. She had not chosen to step outside, she had callously rejected Chino. This thought consumed Jiang Shijing's mind, akin to a parched wanderer in the desert who, upon glimpsing a spring, feels a mix of disbelief and elation. He no longer obstructed Lin Xiangwan's path with his body, instead, he tightened his embrace around her waist, descending upon her with a fervent kiss. Soon, Lin Xiangwan found herself breathless from Jiang Shijing's passionate assault, her head growing heavy, her body sliding downward. Jiang Shijing held her tightly as they both tumbled onto the sofa. The furniture jolted slightly under the impact, and he raised a hand to rest against Lin Xiangwan's forehead. As they gasped for air, Lin Xiangwan felt her forehead meet the warmth of his gentle palm, causing her cheeks to flush deeply. She lay atop Jiang Shijing, glaring at him in vexation, yet her eyes, reddened and misty from the earlier struggle for breath, lacked any real menace. Jiang Shijing's heart softened. He embraced Lin Xiangwan and pressed a kiss to her closed eyelids, murmuring a plea for her not to seek solace in another man. Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, averting her gaze from his aggressive stare. What else could be done? Jiang Shijing gently patted her back, signaling her to steady her breath, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. They unmistakably harbored an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. "Otherwise, I shall eliminate him." He was not jesting. Lin Xiangwan's body stiffened as she muttered a low curse. "You are nothing but a madman." Jiang Shijing chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, "And it is only for you that I lose my mind." As the words lingered in the air, the door lock clicked open with a sharp sound. Chino entered, and upon witnessing their intertwined figures sprawled on the sofa, her pupils dilated in shock. Lin Xiangwan was taken aback by his sudden intrusion and immediately rose from the sofa. As she adjusted her clothing, Jiang Shijing remained in his position, leaning against the couch, his collar disheveled. His gaze darkened, and he bit down on an unlit cigar. "Wanwans, it is time to change the locks." "What are you doing?" Chino interrupted harshly, a vein throbbing on her forehead. She could not comprehend why Chino seemed inexplicably fixated on her. As Chino regarded her, the fury in her eyes shifted, transforming into a wild, unquenchable resentment. A month had stretched into 3, and chaos had erupted at home due to his departure. Lin Xiangwan's body was tense, her fists clenched at her sides. And with a cold expression, she inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Jiang Shijing remained silent behind her, discarding the cigar into the ashtray, his demeanor as frosty as the winter's chill. The atmosphere was charged with an unspoken confrontation. Chapter 100, Eruption of Conflict. Jiang Shijing rose, a military knife inexplicably appearing in his hand. He toyed with the blade, occasionally directing its tip towards himself, and at other times, towards Chino. Lin Xiangwan softly called his name, Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing appeared oblivious, while Chino warned, "If you do not vanish within a minute, I shall assist in your disappearance." Chino cast a cold glance at him, then turned her attention to Lin Xiangwan, speaking in a low, serious tone, "I once believed you to be astute. Yet here you are, tripping for the second time over the same man. You will soon regret entangling yourself with Jiang Shijing. I shall await that day with keen anticipation." Jiang Shijing glanced at his watch, 30 seconds. "No need for your urging, I will depart on my own accord. However, in just a few days, it shall be you who is expelled from here." Chino seemed to recall something, her expression suddenly brightening considerably. She provocatively fixed her gaze upon Jiang Shijing, her eyes unwavering. Lin Xiangwan was truly weary of such a scene, furrowing her brow with impatience as she declared, "I am set to be engaged to Jiang Shijing. Do not entertain any impossible thoughts, for they are mere fantasies." A tempest swirled in Jiang Shijing's eyes, igniting into a searing flame, his enchanting peach blossom gaze compellingly intense. Chino's expression darkened to an extreme, disbelief etched on his features as he retorted, "I cannot believe it, how could you possibly be engaged to him so soon? Have you truly forgiven him for all he has done?" "Indeed," Lin Xiangwan replied, her demeanor unshaken, "there is no possibility between us, you may leave." With a disgruntled huff, Chino clenched his jaw and turned away, his face ashen. Once he departed, Lin Xiangwan promptly approached to change the door lock code. He secured his military-grade knife, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy, and as he moved closer, he inquired, "Wan, what you just said?" Lin Xiangwan lowered her head to enter the password. Interrupting him, "When I mentioned our engagement, it was merely a pretext to dismiss Gino, to ensure he relinquishes all hope.
Do not take it to heart." Jiang Shijing paused, the smile on his face vanished entirely.
He perceived Lin Xiangwan as devoid of sentiment, treating the engagement as a trifling excuse, spoken so casually. "I cannot merely regard it as a pretense," once uttered, "your words resonate within me, becoming an indelible thought."
"You have rejected Gino, leaving only me as your sole option for alliance. You have no avenue for retreat."
Lin Xiangwan had already adjusted the door lock, yet she feigned busyness, incessantly fine-tuning the sensitivity of the password input, her head remaining lowered.
"To me, engagement signifies more than just a mere union of families." "What does that mean?" Jiang Shijing inquired.
Lin Xiangwan lowered her gaze, her expression finally revealing a subtle shift, albeit difficult to discern.
"When you and I were engaged years ago,
we were the talk of Rome City, with everyone proclaiming us a match made in heaven. At that time, I reveled in the joy of it all.
Now, as we consider re-engagement, do you comprehend what they will say?" Jiang Shijing replied without a moment's hesitation, "Is this what concerns you? I can silence them all. I am indifferent to the opinions of others. After I fled from our wedding, I endured my fair share of mockery and gossip. What I mean is..."
Lin Xiangwan paused for a moment, contemplating before she spoke. "I wish to resolve this matter on my own. For it would allow me to demonstrate to my grandfather that I possessed the capability to act independently. Furthermore, I was once engaged to the person with whom I envisioned sharing my life, and should I become engaged again, I hope it is devoid of any ulterior motives."
"Just as it was back then."
Jiang Shijing, feeling a surge of frustration, bore within his eyes a tempest brewing on the horizon, yet he managed a gentle smile.
"Realizing that in your perspective, I am no longer the one with whom you wish to share your life." Lin Xiangwan frowned.
She felt as though she and Jiang Shijing were not on the same wavelength. What she desired was the independence to manage a matter on her own, to cultivate personal growth, and to ensure that in the future, she would not be coerced by interests or any other reasons into an engagement with someone other than the person she truly wished to be with. Lin Xiangwan expressed her thoughts, whether they were comprehended or misconstrued is solely Jiang Shijing's concern. Her temperament has long since transformed. She is no longer the young girl who would quarrel with Jiang Shijing, eager to seize upon a single phrase to dissect for an eternity, ultimately reconciling with a sense of satisfaction. Lin Xiangwan chose to ignore Jiang Shijing and proceeded upstairs. However, just as she turned away, Jiang Shijing swiftly approached, firmly grasping her forearm. "You must articulate your thoughts clearly." Jiang Shijing's words were pronounced with intensity, as if he were restraining his fury, each syllable bursting forth from between clenched teeth. "If I am not the one you wish to share your life with, then who could possibly be?" Lin Xiangwan's gaze was icy as she glared at him. "There is no one here, let go."
"I will not release you, unless..."
Jiang Shijing found himself at a loss for words.
Unless what? He was uncertain, only aware of an overwhelming surge of anger within him, threatening to consume his rationality. He took pride in his impeccable self-control. For 3 years, he had merely observed Lin Xiangwan's every move from afar, never allowing his longing to intrude upon her life. Yet, Lin Xiangwan had entered the game, deviating from his meticulously laid plans, and he found himself unable to wait any longer. She was supposed to agree to their engagement. Jiang Shijing bit down on his tongue, striving to suppress the urge to seize Lin Xiangwan and confine her. Instead, he couldn't help but scoff, his words spilling forth without thought. "Is it that you look down on the Jiang family now, believing that I cannot be your greatest ally? Lin Xiangwan, you have yet to learn the art of manipulation. Even when I present myself to you for your advantage, you refuse. It seems these 3 years have brought you little progress." Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangwan's gaze turned utterly frigid. Ignoring his injuries, she forcefully extricated herself from his grasp. "I have made my position abundantly clear. I refuse to enter into a marriage for the sake of profit. Nor do I intend to rely solely on a man from beginning to end. Do you not comprehend human language? Or do you find it amusing to stir trouble for no reason?" Jiang Shijing felt as though he might be driven to madness, a rush of blood surging to his head. He let out a sardonic laugh. Do you truly believe that my desire to be engaged to you is merely about gaining some advantage? Is it more unbearable to be your support than to uphold a so-called sense of pride? The business world has always been a brutal arena where only the strong survive. Seeking refuge is nothing to be ashamed of. Lin Xiangwan closed her eyes briefly before ascending the stairs. Indeed, she was striving to uphold her so-called dignity. She did not wish for her grandfather and mother to perceive her as incapable of standing on her own after 3 years. At the core of this motivation was also the influence of Jiang Shijing. She did not want to be regarded as insignificant in his eyes. Lin Xiangwan remained silent for a considerable time, contemplating her relationship with Jiang Shijing and the current state of the stars. Ultimately, she opened the door. At the threshold stood Jiang Shijing, poised to knock. Both were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Jiang Shijing took a deep breath and, in a hushed tone, admitted, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have spoken to you that way." Internally, he derided his own lack of resolve. Whenever he faced Lin Xiangwan, any temper he might have felt dissipated, compelling him to suppress it. Jiang Shijing curled his lips slightly, extinguishing the flames of his anger. His tousled bangs obscured his brows and eyes, lending him an air of gentleness tinged with a hint of mischief. Lin Xiangwan felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat as she grasped the doorknob tightly. "I will dispel Uncle Zhong's doubts about me. I shall not entertain the notion of a marriage alliance unless absolutely necessary." Very well." Jiang Shijing responded with remarkable calmness, having anticipated this answer long ago. Lin Xiangwan glanced at him and asked, "Do you have any objections?" "No, I shall wait for you." Lin Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. Her heartbeat unable to slow down for an instant. Chapter 101, Yet, it must be her. Lin Xiangwan evaded Jiang Shijing's gaze and departed for the car dealership, intending to gather evidence from Lin Shijuan's vehicle. The details regarding Bai Yuyun had already been investigated by Wu Jin, and Kujin was at the company, rendering any attempts by Lin Shijuan futile. However, resolving Uncle Zhong's misunderstandings about her remained of utmost importance. After all, Uncle Zhong was the individual her grandfather held in the highest regard, and the confidential technology in his possession was of paramount significance. Upon her departure, Jiang Shijing received a phone call. He glanced at the 2 words flashing on the screen, his expression darkening momentarily before he answered, "Uncle Ko, where are you now?" Jiang Ko's tone was somewhat cold, laced with a hint of displeasure. Jiang Shijing replied with a smile, "Me? If there's nothing happening at the company, I'm just indulging in food and leisure. Then come to the company and meet me, immediately." Jiang Ko hung up without giving him a chance to respond. Jiang Shijing tightened his grip on the phone, his expression gradually turning serious. What was inevitable had finally arrived, albeit slightly later than he had anticipated. Upon arriving at the Jiang Corporation, Jiang Shijing entered the office of the department head, where he found Jiang Ko, wearing reading glasses, engrossed in a pile of documents. Jiang Shijing paused momentarily, refraining from knocking on the door. At his advanced age, Jiang Ko, despite his failing eyesight, still toiled at the company. Jiang Shijing held deep respect solely for the old lady and Jiang Ko throughout his life. He knocked gently and entered. "Uncle Ko, how many times have I told you? You don't need to work on projects for me at the company, I can take care of you." Jiang Ko removed his glasses and looked up. "Sit down. I have something to ask you." Jiang Shijing approached the desk but did not take a seat, respectfully lowering his head. "You're looking for me concerning Lin Xiangwan." "Aren't you?" "I confess, I still have feelings for her and wish to be with her." Jiang Ko's mouth opened in disbelief, nearly gasping for breath. Before he could pose a question, Jiang Shijing had already admitted to his feelings. Hearing this confession infuriated Jiang Ko, prompting a cold laugh. "Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago? The ridicule you faced in Rongqing, the whispers behind your back, do you not remember how that felt?" "I remember." But Lin Xiangwan did not intentionally abandon her marriage. She left in a fit of anger after being betrayed by her family and harboring misunderstandings toward me. Jiang Shijing maintained a humble demeanor, yet each word conveyed an underlying assertiveness. "Even if she had indeed changed her mind and fled, if I desire her, I will surely have her." Jiang Ko's face darkened in anger as he slammed his hand on the table, standing up. "Why must you choose to love her of all people? Do you comprehend the depths of the waters at Fanqing? Do you realize the entangled dealings among those shareholders?
I know, Jiang Shijing replied, locking eyes with him, I am fully aware.
Jiang Ke scoffed, then why are you entangled with Lin Xiangwan?
Your association with her is a direct link to Fanqing, and I will not allow you to tarnish the Jiang family's reputation. Jiang Shijing smiled calmly.
Facing the tempest of Jiang Ke's fury, I am fully aware of my responsibilities and will not permit any loss to the Jiang family. You. Jiang Ke was rendered speechless.
He looked at Jiang Shijing, filled with frustration at his obstinacy.
At present,
Jiang Shijing had invested immense effort to gain control over the Jiang Corporation, all while shareholders were watching closely.
If Jiang Shijing and Lin Xiangwan were to reunite,
it would appear as though he was merely a puppet under her influence, leading the Jiang family to become a mere stepping stone for Fanqing. Seeing Jiang Shijing resolutely wading into turbulent waters, it was evident that the shareholders would soon support Fanqing, a reality that loomed ominously ahead.
Jiang Ke sat down.
Striving to temper his emotions, you are grown now, capable of making your own decisions, yet I cannot bear to see you suffer.
You now face two choices.
Before he could finish, someone rushed in from outside. Zhou Yan, having received word from Jiang Ke about an urgent matter, hurriedly set aside his work.
Seeing Jiang Shijing present,
anxiety gripped him, hearing something serious had occurred.
He widened his eyes at the two. What is going on?
Jiang Shijing did not even glance at Zhou Yan.
His posture taught, what choices?
Jiang Ke fixed his gaze on Jiang Shijing, his voice low and firm. You either sever ties with Lin Xiangwan completely, or I will take action to ensure she disappears without a trace.
Zhou Yan was taken aback. Is this really about that?
He quickly turned to Jiang Shijing,
noticing a drastic change in him.
Although he still displayed a respectful demeanor, the softness he typically showed to his elder was now absent. Jiang Shijing chuckled lightly. His tone as gentle as a breeze. I cannot sever ties with Lin Xiangwan, nor will I allow anyone to harm her.
You and I are family.
I do not wish to reveal weapons against my kin, but...
Shijing, be silent. Zhou Yan interjected, astonished, pointing at him in admonition. How can you speak to Uncle Ke like that? What do you mean by weapons?
His words inadvertently defended Jiang Shijing.
Jiang Ke had nurtured and supported Jiang Shijing. Uttering such rebellious remarks would surely lead to condemnation of Jiang Shijing's lack of filial piety within the company.
Jiang Ke narrowed his eyes, his expression impassive. Let him speak, I wish to hear what he has to say. Jiang Shijing clenched his fists. I haven't finished.
I want to express my respect for Uncle Ke, but I will not allow anyone to harm Lin Xiangwan.
From now on, I will protect her closely. Before she disappears, I will be the one to vanish first. You only need to be resolute in your decision.
Ha! Jiang Ke laughed in anger. Compared to Jiang Shijing's outright defiance,
he found Jiang Shijing's willingness to sacrifice everything for that woman even more detestable. Jiang Shijing, I have diligently guided you for years, only to raise a love-struck fool.
You would forsake your life for a woman, is that it?
Jiang Ke scoffed repeatedly. Fine, since